Chapter 250. In a clean and bright room. A woman in white clothes sits in front of a bronze mirror. Holy lady, it's time for the memorial ceremony soon. Behind him, a maid bowed respectfully and then reminded in a low voice. Yes, I understand. Also, don't call me saint. I don't like this title. In the bronze mirror, a flawless but somewhat cold cheek was reflected. If Lu Chuan were present, he would definitely scream in surprise. That face that seemed to be without any emotion, wasn't it the Jana he had been thinking about day and night these days? I know. The maid seemed a little afraid of Jana, but out of etiquette, she had to call Jana this way. Just when she was hesitating, Jana said softly, help, I called Ali over. Okay, I'll go right away. The maid nodded in agreement and then left. Jana looked at the pretty face in the bronze mirror, and then cast her gaze out the window. It was bright and bright outside, with hundreds of flowers blooming, although this was all the work of the wood elves in the clan. A moment later, footsteps were heard outside the house, followed by the door being pushed open. Yohu Lady Saint Guyen, a playful and elven voice sounded, and then Jana felt her back soften. Ari ran up behind her and hugged her neck from behind. A pair of big breasts were naturally attached to her back without reservation. Facing Ari, Jana showed a rare smile. She patted the back of Ari's hand and chuckled, come on, even you are making fun of me with this. No, I respect you from the bottom of my heart. If it weren't for the Holy Lady, I would have starved to death on the streets now. Thanks to the Holy Lady, I now eat and drink well every day. It's so comfortable without having to do any work. Ari shook a pair of furry ears. You still say that? Jana stared, pretending to be angry. Okay, I won't talk anymore. Ari stuck out his tongue, by the way, I just heard from the maid who passed by me that your clan seems to be holding some kind of memorial ceremony today. It seems to be quite grand. What's going on? Mentioning this, Jana's eyes dimmed a little again. As if she had guessed something, Ali asked softly and tentatively, have you been officially chosen as the saint? Yeah. Jana nodded slightly. Go back more than a month. More than a month ago, Jana and Ari left Lu Chuan on the grounds that they wanted to get his attention, and then began traveling aimlessly. And just a few days later, several men wearing very strange clothes blocked their way and explained their purpose of coming. They were from the Great Elf clan. Because the previous saint had died. The Great Elf clan could not live without a leader. But according to the custom passed down by the elves, the leader must have the blood of a saint. But there is no such successor in the clan. So they were ordered to start looking for people with the blood of the saint among other elven branch races throughout Valoran. Until they met Jana. After a period of lobbying, Jana was finally invited back to the clan, and Ari also followed along. The reason why Jana agreed so readily was that they were two weak women. It was very dangerous to travel in Valoran and there was no suitable place to go. Secondly, it was also to strengthen her own strength so that one day Lu Chuan could face him. Instead of treating them like vases, holding them and hiding them every day for fear of breaking. By the way, wouldn't it be boring to become a saint? Ari sat down on the bed next to her and said with her hands on her chin. Jana just pursed her lips slightly, with a hint of bitter helplessness in her smile. Whatever you want. You always have to lose something, and she is very interested in the secret land of the saint that will be opened in a month. It is said that only people with the blood of the saint can enter it. Those secret lands are from the ancient times of the great elves. The self-contained space opened up by the near-level saint also gave all her life's gains and treasures to future generations to learn and use. Perhaps after entering that secret realm, one's own strength will increase rapidly. Well, after you became a saint, I guess it will be difficult for me to see you. Now I have to choose the right time to see you. They have protected you so well. Ari sighed slightly, and then said quietly, he whispered, I miss Lu Chuan a little bit. But when I think about the things he did to the princess before, I get very angry. He pretended not to see two girls with such good financial resources at home, but he went to flirt with the princess. This is not what he did. Do we seem to be inferior to the princess? It's not that it's too close, it's just that I can't bear to part with it. Jana shook her head. Reluctant? Ali was slightly startled. Even though Lu Chuan's passion is a very bad trait, he treats the two of us really well. Don't you feel it? He always protects us carefully. Although this feeling of being overprotected makes me a little annoying. I just want to be able to help him a little bit. After Jana finished speaking, the maid's voice sounded outside the door again. Holy lady, it's almost time. All the members of the clan have gathered at the entrance of the camp. Okay, I understand, I'll go right away. Janna responded lightly, then looked at Ari, come comb my hair. The great elves were once the overlords of the Valoran continent in a long time ago, and their status even surpassed that of humans. They are in charge of all natural things in the world, and have also spawned side branches of elves with different abilities. Because of their closeness to nature, the elves themselves are divided into different factions, including fire elves, wind elves, water elves, and wood elves with various elemental abilities. But it was precisely because of this diversion that the strength of the Great Elf clan continued to decline. When the saint of the Great Elf clan, who controlled all the elves, discovered this fact, it was too late to save it. Different elements the elves began to gradually leave here, choosing to settle down in a place closer to their elements. After hundreds of years of twists and turns, the great elves have fallen from their position as the overlords of the continent and have chosen to live in seclusion in the deep forests. Janna is wearing a dress unique to the elf saint. It is made of a strange kind of silk. It is thin and transparent and can absorb the surrounding light. It is obviously colorless, but it can release colorful light and is very tough. Well, ordinary samurai swords cannot cut it. The price of this kind of silk on the market is 100 gold coins per gram. The gorgeous silk clothes that shimmered around Janna's body perfectly outlined her perfect figure. Janna was naked with a pair of jade feet, floating slightly in the air. Ari followed her. And the two arrived. Next to the elf tribe's camp, thousands of elves have gathered there, waiting for their new holy lady to succeed to the throne. Chapter 251. In front of the elf camp, a large platform was built with luxurious century-old tree trunks. Janna was floating slightly in the center of the platform. A group of elves were kneeling on the ground, worshipping her. Ari was sitting boredly on the trunk of a big tree not far away, dangling his two straight white calves and looking towards Janna. Not long ago, an old elf elder announced Janna's official succession. All the elves used their unique languages to declare their loyalty to the new saint. This kind of worship lasted for about half an hour, and then the elf elder walked up to the stage tremblingly with a cane and put a headdress made of flowers on Janna's head. According to Ari's stay in the Great Elf clan for more than a month, the lace headdress represents the possession of the highest power ruler, just like the crown and scepter of a human king, or the teeth of an orc tribe. Bone necklace. That flower is naturally not a small wild flower that can be picked everywhere on the roadside, but a bunch of elf whisper that blooms only once every 100 years. It is planted in the forbidden area of the elves. Ordinary elves may not see the flower blooming once in a lifetime. It's difficult, and this kind of flower can be stored for hundreds of years without withering or fading. Using it to weave a garland has a very good meaning and expectation. After the ceremony was completed, the elves in the audience stood up from the ground one after another, and began to hold hands and dance a strange dance. Ari had never seen such a strange dance before. From the posture, it seemed that it's very embarrassing and weird, but it can also reveal some beauty. It's over, my eyes are broken. Watching such a terrible dance still feels good. Ari muttered, rubbed his eyes again, and cast his sight into the distance, trying to purify his eyeballs. And at this moment, Ari suddenly saw a group of people not far away, walking towards the elf camp. They were dressed the same as the elves, but they were obviously more noble and luxurious. If I had to describe it, it would be he seems to be a noble character in the human empire. When the new saint takes the throne, shouldn't all the elves come here to swear allegiance? What's going on with these people? Why are they walking over so leisurely when the ceremony is almost completed? Ali muttered suspiciously. That group of people was obviously coming this way. Soon, they came over. After some sharp-eyed elves noticed their arrival, not only did they not say anything, they even made way for them in fear, as if they were very afraid of them. Ari's eyes rolled, as if she remembered something. The agile figure jumped down from the tree trunk, her fluffy and soft tail swayed with her agility, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Pa! Ari appeared among the elves holding a ceremony below, spotted a big, silly-looking elf, and slapped him on the shoulder. Hey, little brother, can I ask you something? Ari said softly, blowing a breath of fragrance from his mouth, which had a somewhat seductive effect. Originally, this ritual was forbidden to anyone except the elves, but the big man stood in the farthest corner, and Ari immediately used charm to prevent him from shouting directly. Instead, he nodded somewhat dully. What do you want to ask? What are the backgrounds of those guys who just passed by? The succession ceremony of the new saint should be the biggest event in the clan, right? How can they come to participate in the ceremony when it is almost completed? And they are so arrogant and directly heading towards. Didn't the saint just ignore people in the past? When it comes to this relatively obscure question, Even if Ari asked Jana, she would probably just shake her head and say softly, "It's nothing." So instead of asking Jana, it would be better to go directly to this stupid guy. He seems to be able to explain more. "Oh, you are talking about those people. They are the descendants of the Elf King. And their status in the clan is not low." The big man may have been charmed, or maybe he didn't have such a mind in the first place, so he directly told the people who knew him. It was explained. "Elf King? Isn't there already a saint in the clan?" Ali asked in confusion. Before the saint appeared, the great elf clan had always been ruled by the Elf King. The difference between the Elf King and the saint was that the Elf King was the person with the highest strength in the clan, but the saint was different. Among us elves, in my understanding, the saint is a messenger sent by God. And is a leader who will lead our elves in the long term. Maybe the saint is not too powerful, but her decision must be the most correct. So. Later, after being supported by many tribesmen, the status of the saint gradually surpassed that of the Elf King. As time went by, the Elf King was dethroned from his throne over time. "You still say that the people cancel the Emperor's throne?" Ali clicked her tongue. This was the first time she had heard that the people could decide the fate of the Emperor. But the bloodline of the Elf King clan has been continued. Because of their excellent bloodline, they have always been the strongest branch in the Great Elf clan, so no one dares to provoke them. It seems that this silly big guy just looks a little clumsy on the surface, but his speech is not dull. At least he can let Ari understand what is going on. Just when Ari was getting the news privately, the group of people had already walked up to Jana in a swaggering manner. "What are you doing? Who asked you to break into the Holy Maiden's coronation ceremony privately?" The elder obviously also knew about the descendants of these elf kings. They are usually lawless and arrogant. But because of their high strength and arrogance, no one can control them. "Nothing, my dear great elder, when the new saint takes the throne. Isn't it normal for the descendants of our elf king to come and send a few blessings?" The man in the leader looked very young, only 2 years old. He is in his early 10 years, but his face has a different kind of scheming look. His slightly upward eyes made people look very uncomfortable. After speaking to the elder, he turned his attention to Jana again. A flash of surprise and greed flashed in his eyes, and he was so kind to him. "Covered up. The 16th generation of the direct line of the descendant of the Elf King, Asar, see Her Majesty the Saint." What he said was very polite, but from the perspective of etiquette, it was completely contemptuous. When others saw the saint, they would kneel on their knees and prostrate themselves in obeisance, but this guy named Asal crossed his arms and looked indifferent. He obviously had his own plans. He brought his people with him and deliberately chose to come when the ceremony was about to end on the day of the saint's succession, just to convey a message to the elves beside him. A message that was not spoken but was fully expressed: "I don't take you as a saint at all. It has nothing to do with me whether you hold a succession ceremony or not. I just came here to tell you that you can lead the only people from the Elf clan are our Elf King clan." Chapter 252. Of course Jana knew what Asal meant by coming here at this time. In fact, she had met Asal once when she first arrived in the Great Elf clan. But at that time she only looked at him from a distance, and it was only from a distance. The maid told her Asar's identity and told her that this person was not easy to deal with. However, choosing to come here to cause trouble at this time was obviously beyond Jana's expectation. Of course, she was only slightly surprised. She did not show too much timidity or concession, but raised her head lightly. Glanced at him. "Who are you?" Asal didn't expect that Jana would choose to ignore him so directly. He was slightly startled, but he reacted very quickly and showed a gentlemanlike smile. He bowed slightly to Jana and said, "Although I have said it just now, but since Her Majesty the Saint's ears are a little hard to use, let me introduce myself again. I am the direct prince of the descendants of the Elf King, Asar." "Oh, are the descendants of the Elf King, from the Elf clan?" Jana is not an aggressive person, not even when she met Lu Chuan before. If possible, she prefers to calm things down. But these days, Jana is also reflecting on herself. Is it because she is too independent from the world, that is why Lu Chuan thinks that she is too fragile, and protects her well like this, but refuses to let her do anything? Intervene. So Jana wanted to try to make a change. This Asal was so stubborn that he bumped into her blade, so she could use him to perform an operation. The descendants of the Elf King clan and the saintess of the Great Elf clan have been in conflict for hundreds of years. After all, the two forces see each other with their heads down every day, and in the eyes of the Elf royal family. The Saintess clan has robbed them. They are lawless elements in leadership, but they do not have the purest elven blood, so this contradiction becomes more and more intense. But a good show like this can usually only be seen before and after the newborn daughter takes the throne. After the saint has secured her position, the elf king family will restrain themselves. Therefore, this kind of good show naturally attracted thousands of elven people to watch eagerly, just in time to judge whether the newly appointed saint was capable of better guiding their great elves. Seeing Janna directly denying that the descendants of the elf king belonged to the elf clan, Asal looked slightly stunned, but still put on an elegant tone and said, "I wonder what Her Majesty the Saint means by saying this?" According to the rules of the great elf clan, the saint is the most powerful leader of the great elf clan. When the new saint takes the throne, out of etiquette within the elf tribe, all elf clan members need to be present. But the royal family happened to come over just when the ceremony was about to end, and no one seems to have blamed you yet. When Janna said this, her voice paused, and her beautiful eyes glanced at the elders beside her. The elder felt a burst of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He understood that the saint was slightly dissatisfied with him. Facing the person who was clearly trying to cause trouble, she did not use harsh means to get rid of him. Instead, she was ambiguous, as if she did not want to offend him. Their seeming attitude disgusted Her Majesty the Saint. Then Janna continued, "Can I understand this to mean that because you are not members of the elves, you don't need to come here to participate in the ceremony?" Janna's tone has not changed from the beginning to the end. It has always been a bit cold and a bit strong, which is completely different from the calm attitude before. But it was this kind of momentum that made Asal speechless for a moment, and he even had no words to refute. How to refute? Is it because I don't take you seriously for not participating in the ceremony? Such an attitude can indeed be expressed, but such words must never be spoken. In a competition of this level, whoever says something disparaging to the other side first will lose. Wow, he's so handsome. Ari was dumbfounded in the audience. Janna's sharp words just now were completely different from those before. Huh, you've only been arrogant for a while. What's the use of a little woman's sharp words? How can it support the overall situation? The fun is yet to come. Asal was silenced by Janna and was stunned for a long time. After ringing the bell, he whispered to her coldly, then waved his hand, "Let's go." After that, he led his group of people and planned to turn around, but then Janna's voice rang again. "Wait a minute, it seems that Mr. Asal hasn't answered my question just now. Do your descendants of the Elf King belong to the Great Elf Clan? Or do they not?" Janna made it clear, and her voice was not soft. Let all the elves hear it very clearly. Janna is also very clear in her heart. Although she doesn't want to be a saint, she has been pushed to this level. If she keeps choosing to be timid, she will definitely have more troubles in the future. Anyway, the two forces are not dealing with them in the first place, so then let's solve it once and for all today, give him a blow, and let him calm down in the future. Now Asal is in a difficult position. His original plan was that the new saint was just a little woman, and she had just succeeded to the throne and had no majesty. She had no experience in doing things or speaking. She could easily be panicked by what he had done and didn't know how to deal with it. In this way, he had the upper hand. With Chi, she will definitely be at a disadvantage when fighting her again in the future. As a result, now that I have to fight back against her, this problem is still very acute. If the answer is yes, then why does the new saint not participate in the ceremony when she succeeds to the throne? If not, the new daughter will succeed to the throne, and non-elves will not be allowed to step into the ceremony point, otherwise they will be dealt with according to the clan rules. After thinking about it, Asal gritted his teeth, turned his head and glared at Janna, and whispered. "You have to be merciful and merciful. You have pushed me into a hurry today, which is equivalent to declaring war with our elven royal family, a civil war. But the most shameful thing is that there was a civil war within the clan just after your new saintess took office. How will outsiders see it?" Ha! Janna smiled coldly, "Isn't it a matter of time before civil war? Why does Mr. Asal have to put it so tactfully? Aren't your clan and our saintess faction already at odds with each other? Okay, very good. Since you want to betray me, don't blame me for being ruthless. We'll see what happens next." Asal clenched his fist. Then showed that spring breeze smile, and amplified his voice. He said, "Your Majesty the Saint is really good at joking. Naturally, our elven royal family is also of the bloodline of the Great Elves. Then let's deal with it according to the clan rules, Great Elder. When the new saint takes the throne, what will happen to those who don't participate in the ceremony?" Janna glanced at the Great Elder coldly. The old man immediately agreed, "When you return to the Holy Lady, you must be grounded for half a month, and you are not allowed to have any contact with the outside world. Act according to the clan rules." Janna flicked her sleeves, turned and walked off the ceremony stage, ignoring Asser's gaze that almost pierced her. She needs to learn how to become stronger during this succession, instead of just relying on others to survive. Even if she falls out with the elf royal family, even if she doesn't want this saint's identity. But the only thing that couldn't be given up was Lu Chuan's direct attention to her. Chapter 253. Lu Chuan endured the torment of thunder in this dark space. After the rain gradually increased, thunder appeared in midair. Moreover, the thunder did not fall randomly, but blasted straight towards Lu Chuan's soul body. Bang! Another thunder exploded in his soul. The painful feeling had already made Lu Chuan numb, but his consciousness gradually became blurred in the thunder. We must get through it. Lu Chuan now has nothing to rely on. He cannot rely on his own strength or the gods behind him. He can only rely on his own will and grit his teeth to survive. Go down. This feeling is like being buried in the snowy mountains, hungry and cold, not eating for more than 10 days, my body is stretched to the limit, and I am too weak to say a word. In this case, there is only a thin line between death, and this line is where one's own thoughts lie. As long as there is a strong desire to survive that exceeds the physical load, then we can continue to survive. Lu Chuan is in such a situation now. His soul body has only one breath left. As soon as he breathes a sigh of relief, he may be struck by the angry thunder at any time. How is it possible to die in a place like this? I haven't found Janna and the others yet, and I still don't know how to go back. If I die here, wouldn't all my previous efforts be wasted? Lu Chuan secretly gritted his teeth in his heart. The next second, maybe the next second. If it doesn't work in the next second, then wait one more second. His current life is calculated in seconds, and 1 second is the second he can last. But even this was too cruel to his current weak soul body. At least several thunderbolts struck in 1 second, each one becoming more powerful than the last. Bang! After another thunderbolt, Lu Chuan's soul was actually split into two, from a small transparent body to two smaller transparent bodies. But Lu Chuan's consciousness still remained, and he could even see himself not far away. This feeling is very strange, as if the two eyes are separated by thousands of miles, but all the information seen returns to my mind. However, under such ferocious lightning, Lu Chuan still managed to survive, with only one breath left. The thunder continued to weaken, and suddenly a breeze blew in my face. Not far away, a subtle light flashed. That's. Lu Chuan looked towards the bright place somewhat dully. Whoa! The light expanded rapidly at the speed of light, swallowing up the darkness in an instant. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and a beautiful cheek like a carved doll appeared in front of him. God! Lu Chuan's pupils shrank slightly. Are you awake? It's so good, I thought you couldn't survive it. The god stared at Lu Chuan's dull face and rushed towards him without any explanation. Lu Chuan was not only her successor, but also the only person she could talk to in the past thousands of years. She was also worried about Lu Chuan in her heart. Just now she saw that his expression had deteriorated to the extreme. And his expression was even more vain. It was as if he was going to belch at any moment, but at the next moment he suddenly opened his eyes, which made the gods not excited. Wow! Lu Chuan was originally soaking in the pool, but when the god jumped at him, both of them fell into the pool, causing a splash of water. Lu Chuan was thrown into the pool, but he did not struggle. Instead, he raised his arms in a dull manner. Wasn't my body already destroyed just now? How could it be? Are you an idiot? The god rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand, and wiped away the excited tears from the corners of his eyes before Lu Chuan noticed it. They said that only the soul body is tempered. In fact, you look like this now. It is half body and half soul. The real soul body is just a figure that cannot be touched. Now that you can wake up, it proves that you have succeeded. Did I succeed? Lu Chuan slowly closed his eyes and mobilized the mental power in his mind. Soon, he opened his eyes again, a look of ecstasy flashing in his eyes. He could feel that the spiritual realm in his mind had expanded by more than a little at this time. The original spiritual power in his mind was like a fish in the sea, never able to swim to the edge. This refreshing feeling is as comfortable as diving into a pool of cold water on a hot summer day. Quick! Hurry up, now is the best time for you to absorb spiritual power. After the spiritual power adapts to your spiritual realm, you will need to accumulate it over time. God thought of something and hurriedly reminded him. Lu Chuan nodded and walked out of the pool. Little Lu Chuan shook himself inadvertently. The shy god exclaimed and covered his eyes with his hands. Then he secretly glanced through the cracks of his eyes several times, while muttering in a low voice, this is what you owe me. You have seen me before, so we are even. Of course, at this time, Lu Chuan did not hear what the god was saying. Instead, he directly took out a set of clothes from the storage bag, put them on, sat down cross-legged, and opened up the spiritual realm in his mind. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, an invisible cyclone was generated in his body. In this space that was already filled with strong spiritual power, those spiritual powers continued to pour into Lu Chuan's body. It was already dusk. Lu Chuan had just come out of the bead when he saw Peggy and Sona surrounding him with anxious expressions, and LeBlanc standing aside with arms folded. What's wrong? Lu Chuan jumped out of bed in confusion. What happened? Peggy patted her chest as if she was relieved at this time. So you're still alive. You haven't moved or eaten anything for 2 days, and you've just been sitting like this. If it weren't for the fact that your aura was so stable, we would have thought something had happened to you. It's been 2 days already. Lu Chuan looked up and looked out the window. The setting sun had already sunk into the mountains. He thought it only took half a day. After all, time passed slowly in the beads. He didn't expect it to be so slow. 2 days have passed as time goes by. At this time, LeBlanc on the side was surprised. What? Lu Chuan turned his head. No. LeBlanc shook his head. What have you done in the past 2 days? How could your mental power be so strong? Lu Chuan just smiled lightly and did not explain. It seemed that this soul tempering was very successful. Even if he deliberately suppressed most of his mental power, LeBlanc noticed something was wrong. But this is exactly what he needs. Now that his strength has improved, he has an extra chance of winning when he challenges the martial arts faction. Counting the days, both sides will be almost ready tomorrow. It's time to settle the score with the group of invaders from the armed faction. Chapter 254. The next morning. Lu Chuan got up early, washed up and changed into clothes. Then he knocked on the door of Peggy, Sona and LeBlanc one after another. After the three of them were dressed neatly and stood in his room, Lu Chuan then he coughed lightly. Today it's time to complete the purpose of my visit. I may encounter some unexpected dangers. Apart from LeBlanc, I need to seek your opinions. Lu Chuan turned his attention to Peggy and Sona glanced at her and said, you two have nothing to do with this incident. So if you want to leave now, I will not object, and I will give you a sum of gold coins, enough to support you until you leave here. Lu Chuan's tone was a little serious. Because he couldn't make any jokes about what he was going to do next. Although he was only going to negotiate with a lot of cards, the violent elements of the Force faction might go to war directly if they couldn't reach an agreement. It's not impossible. How could I leave? I was determined to follow you, learn skills from you, and treat you as my master. Now that you encounter some difficulties, I quickly avoid it. Then am I still a human being? Peggy refused with certainty. Sona also took out a small notebook and wrote in it. You saved my life. You don't mind how you play with me. Although I'm touched by your determination, it would be better if you removed that last sentence. Lu Chuan glanced at the two girls with an expressionless expression. And found that there was no joke in their expressions, nor did they seem to be embarrassed. And forced to agree. It's completely voluntary. In that case, let's go. Lu Chuan calmed down and walked out of the hotel first. In front of the majestic yet majestic building. Is this the place where officials from the military faction usually meet? Lu Chuan glanced at Tai Long beside him. In this face-to-face confrontation with the martial faction, Cao chose to temporarily avoid it because his identity was relatively sensitive, and the old guy was also very cunning, and he left a way out for himself. If this negotiation fails or ends with Lu Chuan's failure, he can still escape unscathed. At most, Tai Lung will be charged with acting without authorization. Even if the martial arts faction knows that he participated in this operation, but on the surface he didn't dare to do anything to him. Well, I have already handed them the negotiation document in advance. Tai Lung nodded. How are the peace faction's manpower prepared? Lu Chuan looked at Morrison on the right. We are ready. A total of 500 troops have been prepared this time. However, we have not called out all the troops for the time being. Instead, we asked them to stop in the woods on the west side and wait for orders. If we can't reach an agreement, we still have room to retreat. When dealing with that gang of militants, you have to be careful in everything. They may even be chatting and laughing with you 1 second, and then swing an axe at you the next. Okay, come with me in. Lu Chuan nodded and led a group of people into the meeting building of the military faction. Just as they pushed the door open, the people waiting inside made Lu Chuan and his group pause slightly. There were about a dozen people waiting inside, and several of them were people whose identities Lu Chuan knew at a glance. The leader was a masked man in colorful robes, holding a cane. On his left shoulder stood a dark crow. Beside him, a man wearing heavy armor exuded, with a murderous intention. A huge broad axe hit the ground in his hand, and on the other side was a man with a thin axe and a mustache. He looked very cynical, holding the thin axe on the ground with one hand. The other hand is on the waist. These are all members of the League of Legends, but now they are on the opposite side of Lu Chuan. They seem to have no intention of negotiating at all, and they have made it clear that they want to fight. Friends who have come from afar, are you the one who is sowing discord here? The man with a dark crow on his shoulder spoke. His voice was very hoarse and dry. And it sounded like he was holding something in his mouth. Like a handful of sand, a pair of vulture-like eyes with a bit of sharpness stared straight at Lu Chuan. Don't say it so harshly. I just used my own way to get a situation that's beneficial to me. Lu Chuan shrugged and caught a glimpse of the slowly closing door behind him. It seemed that this negotiation was over before it even started. These bloody guys didn't intend to talk too much nonsense to him, but wanted to kill this group of people directly here. Otherwise, they would not be waiting directly in the main hall on the first floor, fully armed. The best way to negotiate with our martial faction is to use your fists to prove that you are nothing more than a lobbyist sent by Demacia. You are indeed very smart and know that it is futile to attack us directly, so you want another. You have indeed done a very good job in finding shortcuts. With you recruiting so many supporters, I cannot exclude all these factors, but... A stern look flashed in Swain's eyes. I can kill you all here, which will have no impact on the operation of our Noxus, but I am still willing to give you a chance. I would like to hear the details. Lu Chuan also stared at Swain. He is the supreme commander here, and those around him obey his orders. I mentioned just now that the way to negotiate with the martial faction is with fists. There are 6 people on your side, so I will also send 6 warriors to fight. The outcome is very simple. If you win, we will sit down and negotiate again. If you lose, then don't even think about going back alive. What are you kidding about? Peggy was about to speak, but Lu Chuan stopped her. Peggy. But they are so deceptive. Why do they just accept the negotiation if we win? As for whether we can reach an agreement in the end, it is still a matter of 2 minds, but we have to pay such a heavy price if we lose. The people of Noxus are indeed not a good thing. Peggy whispered through gritted teeth. The strong naturally have their right to speak. What we have to do is to knock them down from their position of supreme power. And don't you think that in our current situation, we can only win? Lu Chuan quickly scanned. He glanced at the heroes on the opposite side. There are 3 people on his side who have no fighting ability. In other words, he, Tai Lung, and LeBlanc need to accept the challenge of the 6 heroes on the martial side. The strength of these 6 heroes has not yet been released by them. Lu Chuan, it's still hard to estimate. In other words, the 3 people on my side need to be better than 6 of them. However, Lu Chuan had considered this issue as early as the way here. It is absolutely impossible for people from the martial arts faction to sit down and have a cup of tea together to talk slowly. It is indeed their style to show off their swords at the beginning. I agree to your conditions, but I need to make some changes. Lu Chuan curled his lips slightly. Oh. Swain used his eyes to indicate to Lu Chuan to continue. 6 versus 6 is fine, but the winner can continue to challenge the next one. As soon as Lu Chuan finished speaking, a raging voice came from Swain's side. I like this method. I also need a massacre. Let me kill you all by myself. No nonsense, let's start the fight. Chapter 255. The person who spoke was as thick as a mountain and wore a bloody armor, but his skin color was different from ordinary people, with a hint of gray, like a dead man, and he was holding a giant axe in his hand. The people of Noxus seem to have a special liking for weapons like axes, believing that they can better unleash their own power. Thien, Lu Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly and he recognized Thane. This extremely brave warrior of Noxus was a general in charge of an army during his lifetime, but he died in an accident. Resurrected by Zhu En's dark magic. This guy has unparalleled resistance to fighting. It is said that he faced thousands of enemy soldiers alone, and did not fight back while the soldiers stabbed him with their spears for half an hour, but no one was able to pierce his defense. The first guy who came up was so fierce, which really made Lu Chuan sweat in his heart. Just when he was considering whether to go first and look for opportunities to deal with this troublesome guy, Tai Lung took a step forward and said, "Let me go first, my strength should probably be the easiest to see through." Tyrone was right. He was well known in Noxus. The name Shadow of the Blade was given to him by some evildoers. However, the disadvantage of being famous also meant that his abilities would be more or less limited. Being exposed in the eyes of others. If it is used as the finale, it is easy to be targeted by others. Be careful. If you can't defeat it, retreat first. These guys are unreasonable. It's not impossible to kill them directly during the competition. Lu Chuan warned. He never expected these guys to be inexplicably fanatical about violence. They were able to keep their hand in the competition, but now they are on the passive side. Even with the support of the Purple Thorns. The Peace Faction and General Katsao, the armed group does not seem to give in. I know. Tai Lung slowly put the hat of the robe behind him on his forehead, and his resolute face was completely hidden under the brim of the hat. Only his sharp face like a blade could be seen from its shadow. Ridiculous blade shadow, I'm afraid your dagger won't be able to pierce my protective shield. Thane obviously knew Tai Lung. But the relationship between the two was really not that good, so that as soon as Tai Lung stepped forward, he grinned, he laughed loudly. At this time, Swain flicked his hand in the air, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed, turning into a very large open space. Fighting in such a small place will inevitably be in the way. You can move around safely in this space. Swain smiled solemnly. Just what I wanted. Tai Lung twisted his neck, and a few sharp daggers suddenly appeared between the fingers of his hands. The next moment, his figure turned into a black shadow. Thane did not panic at all, but raised his thick arm and shook it suddenly. Pa! A dull sound erupted in the air, and then a blood-red shield opened around his body. Flesh and blood shield. After Thane's words fell, Talon's figure had already rushed in front of him, and several daggers shot out, hitting the shield one after another. Ding, ding, ding. After a few crisp collision sounds, Tai Lung's daggers were all bounced away. Quack, quack, I told you, you can't break my shield. Thane laughed loudly. Talon failed to succeed in the attack. His feet slipped on the ground and his body turned into an afterimage, following closely. Disappear into the air. It was agreed that it would be a one-on-one duel, so both sides stood far away, and no one stepped forward to intervene. However, judging from the current situation, Lu Chuan's side was obviously not optimistic. Talon's assassination skills are definitely among the best in Noxus, but when faced with an invulnerable and indestructible stone like Thane, his sharp dagger seems to be out of reach. I'm afraid Talon will lose this game. Peggy bit her lip, glanced at Lu Chuan again, and whispered. I'm sorry, it was me who caused you trouble. I thought I could do my best by going with you. Killing soldiers on the periphery and so on, who knew they were playing this trick, and even my quota was included. Peggy does have some foundation in martial arts, but her talent is definitely not too high. Lu Chuan has also given her some guidance these days. Peggy is growing up quickly. But now she may not be able to reach the silver level even if she dies, let alone she probably didn't even know how she died in a one-on-one duel with these powerful and murderous warriors in front of her. Don't blame yourself. Lu Chuan glanced at Sona and found that she also lowered her head with some self-blame. Perhaps in their understanding, following them here was a way of demonstrating their attitude towards themselves, and they would not choose to run away in such a critical moment. It was enough that this thought was conveyed to Lu Chuan's mind. Even if the three people are excluded, to be honest, Lu Chuan doesn't have much confidence. Thane on the field is obviously the weakest among the group. Although his body is indestructible. His attack methods are also very powerful. The force was limited and not enough to pose too much of a threat to people, but the few people behind, especially Darius, the ruthless energy exuding from him made even Lu Chuan a little wary. And on the field at this time, Tai Lung launched several more attacks to no avail. No matter how sharp the dagger was, it would bounce off Thane's shield. This shield is a bit too hard. Tai Lung gritted his teeth and stepped back again. It is true that Thane can't touch him, but he can't do anything about Thane. If this drags on, it will be obvious that he will lose in the end. Because compared to physical strength, he is on the consumption side, and Thane only needs to maintain the shield. It seems that I can only use that move. Tai Lung said to himself, while slightly clenching his fists. A somewhat ferocious black mist floated slowly around him. This move is the best skill of the Kiko clan. Because of Tai Lung's loyalty over the years, General Kiko also taught him this forbidden technique. However, General Kiko's instructions to him at that time were, Unless absolutely necessary, do not activate this forbidden technique under any circumstances. Not only is it extremely taxing on the body, but the consumption of forbidden techniques comes at the cost of life. The samurai's skill consumption comes from the energy in the samurai's body, while the magic warrior's mental power comes from it, but this forbidden technique requires the consumption of vitality. But Lu Chuan was kind to him and helped him rescue General Kutsao. Otherwise, with Tai Long alone, he might not even be able to find traces of Kutsao if he was secretly assassinated. Moreover, this victory was also General Kutsao needed. His life was given by General Kutsao, and he would not hesitate even if it cost him his life. Forbidden technique, shadow killing. After Tai Lung's words fell, a black line appeared on his face, and his entire body was wrapped in black mist. Like a vulture hidden in the darkness, and his breath also at this moment, it is skyrocketing like crazy. Chapter 256. Looking at Tai Lung's sudden surge of aura, Lu Chuan frowned. He remembered that Tai Lung's strength was vaguely comparable to his own, but compared to his means, he was slightly better. But at this time, Tai Lung didn't know what tricks he used, which actually caused his aura to surge to the platinum level. I'm afraid this guy paid the price with his life for the forbidden technique. LeBlanc said softly from the side. Lu Chuan glanced at LeBlanc in surprise. Don't look at me. Everyone has something they want to keep at the bottom of the box. In fact, I know how to use this forbidden technique at the expense of life. But no one is willing to waste his life unless it is absolutely necessary. Fran's narrow eyes swept gently, and then continued to focus on the battlefield ahead. Tai Lung's aura has stabilized at the platinum level at this time, but apart from that, the black mist covering his body is extraordinary, always giving people the illusion that it is impossible to see through. The black mist is not very thick, just a shallow layer. But even this layer of light black mist makes people feel that the Tai Lung in front of them is not real. They are obviously just standing in place and not moving, but there are several Tai Lung. The figure was swaying slightly around him. Is this an illusion? Lu Chuan squinted his eyes, but he couldn't confirm which one was Tai Lung's body. Thinking back to the last time he knocked him out with a single strike of fire rush. Tai Lung didn't even have time to release this move. Otherwise, even Lu Chuan is not sure what the final outcome will be. He turned to LeBlanc for advice. No, it's not an illusion, it's just a unique ability of the Kutsao clan. My guess is that it completely opens some kind of restricting barrier in the body, allowing the speed to reach the extreme, thus creating a phantom. LeBlanc is not sure. Can only make guesses. At this moment, Tai Lung suddenly moved. He just took a step forward, and the black mist around him turned into thousands of shadows. Thousands of black shadows are definitely not an exaggeration, they are real. Just between the step he took, there were countless afterimages taking that step one after another, following the footsteps of his body, calling people are dazzled. Whoa! A burst of extreme wind was heard, and Tai Lung's figure disappeared from the spot again. Unlike the previous time when he completely disappeared out of thin air, this time the afterimage behind him revealed his trajectory. Countless afterimages were following the footsteps of his body and rushing towards Thane. Quack, quack, your whereabouts have been exposed, what can you do to resist me? Eat my axe. Sean laughed loudly, and at the same time raised the giant axe in his hand high. At the same time, under his feet, a square formation emerged like a prison on the ground. As long as Tai Lung remained unchanged in this direction and rushed into the attack range of his giant axe, he could only sit back and wait for death. The countless afterimages behind Tai Lung did not move very quickly. Instead, they were more like slow-motion cameras, chasing the main body one after another. But it is precisely this that makes people ignore the terrifying speed of his body. Whoosh! There was another sound of breaking wind. When Tyrone rushed in front of Thane, he forced a turn with the soles of his feet on the ground, causing Thane's giant axe formation to fall into the air. At the same time, he exerted all his strength, held the dagger in his hand and stabbed Thane's chest fiercely. The countless afterimages behind him also grasped the void dagger and made the same movements. Broken! Tyrone shouted sharply, his body shifted directly from behind Thane, and after the dagger spun a few times in mid-air, it fell gently into his hand. Plop! At this time, Thane's body fell suddenly, like a collapsed mountain, and even the ground shook violently several times. Impossible, how did you pierce my defense? Thane's eyes widened like cattle, and he fell to his knees. But he couldn't figure it out no matter what, just relying on that handful how the dagger, which was no thicker than his thumb, broke through his steel-like defense. Although I only have one dagger, my afterimages are countless. Tai Lung held the dagger in his hand and was about to step forward to make the final cut when a burst of elegant and polite greetings suddenly came from behind. "Dear Mr. Tai Lung, your opponent is me now. If you can, please try not to be distracted, otherwise it will cause great harm to me." The moment he heard these words, Tai Lung felt that the blood all over his body was boiling, as if he could not control it and was about to burst out of his body at any time. He had no choice but to give up the idea of harvesting Thane's life for the time being. The breath in his body turned sharply and he stabilized the boiling blood. At this time, Swain waved lightly, and a dozen soldiers-looking guys came up from the side and lifted the dying Thane off the field. "You won the first game, let's continue the second game." Swain showed a very uncomfortable smile and announced the result of the game. Obviously, he did it on purpose. When Talon was about to kill Thane, he immediately chose to send a second warrior to the scene, interrupting Talon's next actions. But there's nothing they can do about it. Now Lu Chuan and the others are playing away from home. Tai Lung turned around and saw a man with very pale skin and off-white hair. He was wearing a bright red robe, with 5 skinny fingers like sticks slightly stretched out in the air, floating on top of them. There was a floating ball of blood. Obviously, the restlessness of the blood in his body just now was related to this guy. It turns out to be the famous Mr. Vampire. Tai Lung's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of fear flashed across his face. Regarding the rumors about the Scarlet Reaper Vladimir, although there is relatively little information in the market, as a follower of General Kutsao, Tyrone can know some information. This young man with pale skin and sickly skin looks weak. As if a strong wind can sweep him up into the sky, but he has the ability to control human blood. This ability is the only one in Valoran. A man with a rare ability that the people of Noxus call a hematologist. Some people also call him the Scarlet Reaper, because he had done a big incident that caused a sensation in Noxus a few years ago. A Noxian noble offended Vladimir. At night, that rivers of blood flowed on the noble's mansions, and everyone turned into mummies drained of blood. No one was spared. However, he disappeared without a trace after being wanted by the entire empire. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be secretly loyal to the armed faction. "I feel very honored that your excellency can remember my name." Vladimir put one hand on his chest and gave Tai Lung a noble salute, "But what I will do next may be more important to your excellency." Yen, not so friendly. As he spoke, the 5 skinny fingers spread out again, and a trace of blood floated on them. The blood mass reappeared, and Tai Lung once again felt the surge of energy in blood, and the blood in his body seemed to become violent at this moment. "Those things that flow through your body will eventually penetrate you, what do you think?" Vladimir showed a strange smile, and the fangs at the corners of his mouth looked particularly sinister. Chapter 257. Vladimir possesses the strange power to control the flow of human blood. This kind of power is unprecedented even in the entire continent of Valoran. He liked to watch the blood spurting out of the human body, it was a magnificent sight. Although he was now facing the top 3 assassins in Noxus, Vladimir still did not panic at all. Panic? Sorry, that is the exclusive emotion of the weak. The strong will never panic. Facing Tyrone, who was surrounded by phantoms in front of him, Vladimir remained calm. To him, no matter how many phantoms Talon conjures, there is always only one true body. This is absolutely correct. Only the true body will flow with hot blood. His ability to control blood will not deceive others, so he does not need to distinguish where Tai Lung's true body is hidden. Puff. Just as Vladimir expected, when Tyrone's figure just disappeared from the place, he felt a murderous aura, and then he clenched his fist tightly and squeezed hard. As if he pinched Tai Lung's heart hard, Tai Lung, who had been hidden in the air, suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body fell heavily backward. When he fell heavily to the ground, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Out. One move. With just one move, Tai Lung was forced into such a state of embarrassment. It's not that Tai Lung is so weak that he is completely vulnerable to a blow. On the contrary, as long as he can touch the corner of Vladimir's clothes, he can cut off his head. After all, Vladimir is not like Thane, who has a hard body. The only thing that can offer some resistance is the blood-red robe that looks very expensive. But Talon is a normal person, a person of flesh and blood, and if his blood is controlled by Vladimir, then Talon will spit out blood and die before he even has time to rush in front of him. Tyrone put his elbows on the ground and struggled to stand up. Vladimir stepped forward again and squeezed again with his 5 skinny fingers. Poof! This time, Tai Lung spurted out dark red blood, and his internal organs had been injured. Lu Chuan frowned, and just when he was about to take a step forward, LeBlanc said lightly, "Let me go, he has already lost." "But you," Lu Chuan hesitated. He believed that although LeBlanc and Talon are the difference between warriors and magic warriors, their natures are similar. LeBlanc also belongs to the category of assassins, relying on powerful illusions to make enemies. When a person is insane, he will look for opportunities to kill his opponent. There is essentially no difference between the two, so it would probably be a waste of time to play LeBlanc at this time. But you didn't see his flaw, did you? If it were the two of us at this time, the result would be the same, right? LeBlanc said lightly. Lu Chuan was slightly startled. But you as a trump card are different from me as a trump card. You have too many variables that even I can't see clearly. And there is also the person behind you. She may also help you in an emergency. LeBlanc meant the god in Lu Chuan's bead. And it was obvious that she had some vague guesses about the origin of the god. So I'll go first. You use this time to see through his flaws. Although this kind of blood magician is very tricky, once he finds the flaws. He is much weaker than anyone else, just like an illusionist, LeBlanc said pointedly, and walked towards the field at the same time. Just as Vladimir was about to explode the blood in Talon's heart, she swung a long rope out of her sleeve. This was the first time Lu Chuan saw LeBlanc's weapon. Before that, she had always used illusions to fight. Obviously, no one will use their trump card until the last moment. LeBlanc also has a trump card. Lu Chuan felt that if she had murderous intentions when she hijacked LeBlanc that night, she might show your trump card. Whole cards are usually used to save lives. Whoa! The long rope cut through the air and struck straight behind Vladimir, like a poisonous snake pouncing on food. Before Vladimir could react, it tied him up. Body of. A sneak attack from behind is really not a gentleman, is it? Vladimir just froze slightly, then quickly reacted and said without looking back. Before this, didn't you sneak attack him in this way? LeBlanc curled her red lips and glanced at Tai Lung. Tyrone glanced at LeBlanc with a complicated expression, then staggered out of the field, clutching his chest. Have you ever felt that your blood is boiling? It feels like it's about to flow out slowly. Vladimir said suddenly. Really? But I feel that your blood is slowly flowing out. LeBlanc counterattacked calmly, while quickly forming seals with one hand. Her illusions are generated by her thoughts. As long as she wants the other party to feel any kind of pain, then the other party will feel what kind of pain. Even if they are unscathed. The nerves in their minds will still convey the pain. One way, I am injured, very seriously. Such a concept. LeBlanc also used this trick at that time, which almost caused Lu Chuan to die. Fortunately, at the critical moment, God gave him a hand. As LeBlanc said. Vladimir did feel a burst of blood boiling at this time. The methods that had been used on others in the past were returned to him intact at this time. That kind of blood must follow the flow of blood. The feeling of blood vessels overflowing was obviously not what he wanted. Hemomancer. Vladimir remained calm, but there was a slight hint of surprise in his tone. He didn't believe that there was a second hematologist in Valoran, but the feeling of blood flowing out was so real. But it is obvious that Vladimir is not a person who sits still. While he was talking to LeBlanc, he had also targeted LeBlanc. He could control LeBlanc's blood flow. Whatever you think, but I will definitely win this contest. LeBlanc tightened the long rope in her hand, pulled hard, and pulled Vladimir directly in front of her. At the same time, his eyes suddenly stared. Another illusion entered Vladimir's mind. At this time, in Vladimir's eyes, the scene he saw was exactly the same as what happened in the real world, without any difference. But he didn't realize that he had slowly walked into LeBlanc's trap. Chapter 258. The illusions performed by LeBlanc are false, but they are real. Although it is true, it is also false. Now Vladimir's consciousness has entered the space she created. She can be sure of this, just like Vladimir can be sure that he has controlled her blood. But LeBlanc was also scheming, and she was not in a hurry to amplify the most fearful side of Vladimir's heart. Because in such a duel, the opponent is not a fool. The next moment he suddenly falls into an environment of extreme fear. He will definitely notice it. The most unbearable thing about illusion is doubt. Once the opponent begins to doubt the illusion itself, then he is not far away from cracking the illusion. After all, illusion is just a mental blow and does not cause any substantial harm to the human body. And like LeBlanc is doing now, first create a fantasy world that is no different from the current development of events, and then cycle through it gradually, so that people can believe it to be true. In the eyes of Lu Chuan and others, LeBlanc and Vladimir were like two completely motionless statues, looking at each other without even blinking. In the illusion, the moment Vladimir was dragged by LeBlanc's long rope, he opened his mouth and exposed his sharp fangs. "Your blood must look very delicious." Vladimir smiled ferociously, stretched out his hands to restrain LeBlanc's shoulders, and bit her white neck at the same time. Pfft! The fangs broke into LeBlanc's neck, and a trace of blood spattered out. Everything seemed so real. Including warm blood with a hint of fishy smell. "Is your strength just like this? You are too vulnerable." Vladimir greedily sucked LeBlanc's blood while mocking at the corner of his mouth. "When you were sucking my blood, didn't you realize that your own blood was also being lost?" LeBlanc looked indifferent. Vladimir froze slightly, as if realizing something. He lowered his head and looked, only to find a sharp knife stabbed into his chest. "The blood is slowly flowing out." "When did you?" Vladimir's expression finally changed. Because he didn't notice it at all. When LeBlanc's dagger pierced his chest, he didn't even feel any pain. It was all too unreal. "Wait, not true. So you are an illusionist." Vladimir looked at the wound on LeBlanc's neck that was healing rapidly. This was in her world, controlled by her. He didn't bite her at all, and her dagger didn't pierce his chest at all, including the smell of her blood. All of these. It's all false. I have to say that Vladimir's reaction was very sensitive, and he caught just a small detail. LeBlanc's expression changed slightly and she quickly retreated. Just the next moment. Crack. The entire illusion world shattered like a broken mirror. LeBlanc also spat out a mouthful of blood, and her breath became much weaker. Every illusion cast by an illusionist is linked to their mental power. When the illusion world is subjected to powerful interference, it will be shattered and their spirits will be damaged. Your mistake is really fatal. If I caught such a serious mistake, then all your illusions will not be successful. Vladimir raised the corner of his mouth. The most fatal thing about an illusionist is that after someone discovers the first illusion, it becomes very difficult to successfully perform subsequent illusions. This is because people who have been hit by an illusion for the first time and successfully cracked it have enough vigilance. Once their vigilance rises, they will pay attention to many details, making subsequent illusions more difficult to succeed. And Vladimir is not an unarmed passerby. He can use this period of time when the illusion is shattered to do many things, such as bloom. Flower of blood. As he shouted loudly, his hands suddenly lifted up. Puff, puff, puff. Several more blood pillars appeared on LeBlanc's body. The blood in her body was constantly spurting out, as if catering to Francomir's shouts. The blood spurted out at an alarming speed. LeBlanc's face turned pale in proportion to the speed of the blood spurting. After just a few seconds, her face turned as pale as a thin piece of paper. You lost. Vladimir raised his eyebrows and tapped his fingers in the air. Bang! A cloud of blood exploded in front of LeBlanc, and her body fell backwards like a kite with its string broken. LeBlanc! Lu Chuan from the audience shouted hurriedly and stepped forward with one foot. I'm not going to let you go this time. Vladimir rushed up before Lu Chuan rushed up, his fingertips twitching. Bang bang bang. LeBlanc's chest kept bursting with blood, and the blood filled the air into a mist with a face of disbelief. She drained the last drop of blood in her body and fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were wide open, but he had no breath at all. You are really vulnerable. Just because the illusion has been seen through, you are now helpless. Vladimir snorted disdainfully. Suddenly, he felt a chill running down his back. Next to my ears, it felt like someone was breathing hot air. Are you sure, you really saw through my illusion? Cack. LeBlanc's chilling laughter, like a maggot attached to the bone, echoed in Vladimir's mind. Vladimir suddenly turned his head, only to find LeBlanc standing there intact, with a smile in the corners of his eyes as if he was looking at a clown. How did you do it? Vladimir's face changed wildly, and he finally realized that the matter was not simple. I have clearly seen through your illusion just now. You are also in the follow-up process. My blood is constantly being controlled by me, and I have no time to release the illusion. How could you? Do you really think that the illusionist, one of the most feared magic warriors in Valoran, can be defeated so easily by you? LeBlanc took out the dagger in his hand and moved toward her step by step. Vladimir walked away. Her illusion just now was too real, and she even took into account the reactions of others, so this is the reason why Vladimir fell into the trap. Originally, she watched LeBlanc being controlled by his blood and was about to kill her. While killing her, Vladimir was still slightly wary, fearing that this woman would play some tricks. But that vigilance disappeared until Lu Chuan rushed up. Because everything was so real, Lu Chuan's reaction didn't seem fake at all. However, he just missed it. Chapter 259. Everything Vladimir saw was illusion. Including Lu Chuan's reaction, his existence is illusory. It was a trap set by LeBlanc from the very beginning. LeBlanc knew that facing an opponent of Vladimir's level, an illusion alone was obviously not stable enough. So at the beginning, he used mirror reincarnation. This method was used when Lu Chuan and Tai Lung attacked the Purple Thorns at night. She had used it once when she was at the headquarters, but it was later destroyed by the mysterious woman behind Lu Chuan. The most terrifying thing about this illusion of mirror reincarnation is that it can reincarnate indefinitely, making it impossible for the user to distinguish between reality and the illusion world. The breath of blood can't deceive people. You just have to hang on for a while longer. Vladimir finally became angry at this time. He had never been like this. Being teased around. In the past, he had faced orders. A person who feels uncomfortable only needs to control the gushing blood flow and directly detonate his heart. But now that he was facing LeBlanc, he didn't even know whether the world he was in was real. Vladimir tore off his blood-red robe, revealing skin that was hidden under the robe and even had a trace of transparent color. The flow of blood in the blood vessels was clearly visible, as if pressing with a little more force could crush his blood vessels. Your end has come. I will pray to God for you and send you to heaven. Vladimir showed his long fangs, slowly stretched his arms to both sides, and clenched his fists tightly. Together. The blood in his body was seeping out along his skin, and slowly spreading out to the periphery with his control. Blood explosion. Just as he shouted loudly, the blood seeping out of the skin exploded in all directions at this moment, with a layer of fiery red color on the blood. When LeBlanc's body was accidentally stained with a little blood as she was about to get close to him, her whole body suddenly began to burn violently. Die. Vladimir smiled ferociously. LeBlanc looked calm until her entire body was burned by the blood fire, and the space in front of Vladimir once again cracked like a broken mirror. It was still the same world, but LeBlanc still stood in front of him intact. You can't escape, and you can't kill me. After you carelessly took my life rope. Your fate was firmly tied by me. As long as I want to, you will never be able to leave this illusion space. LeBlanc flicked her wrist, and a long rope came out across the air. Although this rope is not tied to Vladimir's body now, he knows that this is just an illusion, but his body is still bound by this rope. Damn woman, I will suck your blood dry, and I will peel off all your skin. Vladimir gritted his teeth, but he was helpless. He could no longer tell where his own body was. Just like a person sleeping in a dream would not realize that he was dreaming. Even if a very small number of people could still realize that they were dreaming in their dreams, he could not. Find out where he is. Hematologist, it is true that he is very powerful, but when your ability is not in the same interface as my body, you are helpless. This is your flaw. LeBlanc stared at she coldly. Vladimir grinned, the dagger in his hand flipping over. She is not a person who is good at using daggers, but she likes to end other people's lives with her own hands. You traitor, you will go to hell. Vladimir roared, igniting a blood explosion again, and LeBlanc was instantly burned to ashes. Crack. With the rupture of the barrier, there was still no change. Everything he did was in vain. Hoochie, hoochie, Vladimir gasped for air. The energy required to cast his skills is somewhat different from that of ordinary warriors. Vladimir uses blood as a price to cast skills. The two blood explosions did not have any impact on LeBlanc. But the blood in his body has already can't hold it any longer. Is this the limit? LeBlanc stepped on high-heeled leather boots, and the sound of stepping on the ground step by step was so harsh. She walked up to Vladimir and was about to stab him with the dagger in her hand. Boom! The entire illusion barrier suddenly shook. What's going on? LeBlanc's face changed drastically. This is a sign that the illusion has been broken. But in the real world, a man with brown hair swung two thin axes in his hands and rushed directly towards LeBlanc. Before he arrived, he threw the axes in his hands. What a waste of time, let Draven end it all. The man who called himself Draven had an arrogant air. Poof! The axe directly penetrated LeBlanc's chest. Draven quickened his pace, and finally rushed in front of LeBlanc, took the axe from her chest, and stabbed her neck again. Cut it down. Bang! At this moment, there was an explosion sound suddenly in front of LeBlanc, accompanied by a burst of smoke. Then Vladimir was also freed from his stiffness, and his face was a little paler than before. Oh. A clone. That's a bit interesting. Draven grinned, and his very dramatic beard also twitched, looking full of irony. Then let me think about it, here. Draven suddenly turned around and threw the throwing axe at LeBlanc, who sneaked around behind him. LeBlanc's face changed drastically. She didn't expect that the moment she used her clone and smoke to prepare for a sneak attack, this guy would notice her. Looking at the flying axe so close at hand, LeBlanc felt a little desperate. Ding! Just when the axe was about to fall on LeBlanc, a blood-red sword was placed in front of her, deflecting the flying axe. At the same time, Lu Chuan kicked Draven directly, causing him to stumble. He fell to the ground and rolled backwards several times before regaining his balance. It seems very disgraceful to suddenly interfere when others are dueling. Lu Chuan held the blood-drinking sword and looked at Draven with an eyebrow. Isn't it dishonorable? Axes, do you think so? Draven patted the ashes on his body. After standing up, he lowered his head to talk to his axe. And even leaned his ear against the axe, as if, listening to their voices, it seemed that Lu Chuan was not taken seriously at all. No, no, my axes said. This is very honorable. Draven raised his head again, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. The flying axe in his hand spun at high speed at this time, and the air caused by the rotation vibrated. The sound made the whole field buzz with a buzzing sound. Did you hear that? Death is knocking on the door, ahaha. Chapter 260. LeBlanc's illusion was forcibly broken by Draven from the outside without following the rules. Vladimir was rescued, but LeBlanc was seriously injured. Her chest was hit hard by Draven. Axe. When he was about to chop off his head, LeBlanc used his last trump card and split his life into 2 clones, thus escaping. This is a level 4 life potion. You should stop the bleeding off the court first. Lu Chuan took out a small jade bottle from his arms and threw it to LeBlanc. LeBlanc took a deep look at Lu Chuan, but in the end said nothing more and left the stage with the small jade bottle. The current battle situation is not something she can control. If it weren't for Draven's forced sneak attack, she could torture Vladimir to death and still save some strength to face the next one. Since she has chosen to fall to Lu Chuan, she must use her strongest strength to help Lu Chuan win, otherwise Noxus will not be ideal in dealing with the traitors. Are you the envoy from Demacia? It seems like your aura is the strongest in Demacia, right? Delavine sniffed the faint energy emanating from Lu Chuan in the air and sensed him. Strength. Lu Chuan looked at the very out-of-touch man in front of him, and the blood-drinking sword in his hand began to buzz slightly. This is a very troublesome guy. He can feel that Draven's strength is not inferior to that of Platinum. Noxus is indeed a crazy but crazy country with confidence. Platinum-level masters look at the entire Valoran continent. They are enough to dominate one side. But in Noxus, Lu Chuan has met no less than 10 Platinum-level experts. You will be split in half by Draven's axe. Before then, run around all over the place like a monkey. This way you can survive longer. Of course, there is probably only so much time. Ha! Ha! Draven threw the axe in the air and stretched out his fingers to indicate a distance of a few centimeters. The moment the axe fell, he picked up the axe and rushed directly towards Lu Chuan. Whoa! The axe launched a fierce attack and flew directly towards Lu Chuan. After Lu Chuan's horizontal sword blocked it for a while, Draven threw out the axe in his other hand. Ding! The flying axe exploded with a powerful collision force as it rotated at high speed. The circle was blocked by Lu Chuan from the front, but he was also shaken back several steps by the force. It seems that you chose to ignore the advice given by Delavine. Delavine's momentum did not decrease, and the speed in his hand became faster and faster. He quickly caught the falling axe and ejected it towards Lu Chuan again. Each axe blow carried extremely domineering energy, shocking Lu Chuan back again and again. No, we have to find a way. If he keeps forcing me like this, sooner or later I will be unable to bear it. Lu Chuan thought secretly in his heart. He has not yet had a head-on confrontation with Draven, but now Draven's offensive is more fierce and does not give him any chance to take action. The sharpness of the axe was no joke. If there was a slight mistake, Lu Chuan felt like one of his arms would be sliced off. At this moment, a voice suddenly flashed in his mind. You're stupid. Don't you have an absolute realm barrier? It was the voice of the gods. Apparently the gods were secretly watching everything that happened in the bead. Are you talking about the arrogance barrier? Lu Chuan answered, but that barrier can't be used in this situation, right? He can split my barrier with just one axe. So how could I recognize such a stupid apprentice like you? The god was a little crazy. Have you forgotten that your spiritual realm has been upgraded to the platinum level? Ah. Lu Chuan was a little confused. Although his mental power had increased to platinum, he didn't feel much enhancement. Perhaps it was because he rarely used his mental power, so he couldn't detect it. As long as your barrier can resist one of his axes. One axe is enough for you to condense a killing move. How do you think mental power is used? In addition to supporting the consumption of skills, it can help you condense it instantly use the skills you want to unleash. Is this so? Lu Chuan's heart moved. I'll give it a try. How long are you going to retreat? What's the difference between you and waiting to die? Draven kept flying his axe in his hand, approaching Lu Chuan step by step. At this moment, Lu Chuan put down his blood-drinking sword and pushed forward with one hand, arrogance barrier. Crack. The next moment, Draven's flying axe came from mid-air, just as Lu Chuan said, instantly splitting Lu Chuan's barrier. Huh, what the hell is this? It can't even hold up my axe. Can it be called a shield? Draven grinned happily, but the next moment, his smile froze on his face. He saw the blood-drinking sword in Lu Chuan's hand, which was flashing with several colors of light at this moment. Are you done laughing? Then it's my turn. 4 elements sword intent. Lu Chuan needed all 4 elements that had solidified in an instant into the blood-drinking sword. His huge mental power did not improve his own strength much, but the number of times he can cast his skills is no longer completely limited to his energy. Now his mental power can replace his energy as the release and consumption of skills. And at the same time, it will also greatly increase his concentration time. This is why Lu Chuan was able to form a powerful killing move in the slight gap when Draven struck the barrier with his axe. The 4 elements rays of light flashed, and along with the unrivaled sword energy, they drew an arc of light and quickly swept towards Draven. How could it be so fast? Delavine was shocked by Lu Chuan's lightning-fast move. It wasn't until the sword energy hit him that he realized what he was doing. He made a cross shape in front of him to resist the powerful attack. However, Lu Chuan did not give Delavine any chance to breathe. He had just been throwing axes at him crazily. Now that he was free, he had to find some fun for him. Anyway, the speed of skill condensation has been accelerated by several levels, and the strong mental power has become an endless support and supply. Lu Chuan is no longer stingy and directly uses his 2 more skilled skills back and forth. Under the shocked eyes of a group of people, Lu Chuan was seen waving the blood-drinking sword in his hand. And one after another brilliant and explosive arc-shaped sword energy was thrown out one after another, more like wonderful swordplay performance. Explosive cut. 4 lines of sword intention. Explosive cut. 4 lines of sword intention. Explosive cut. Explosive cut. Explosive cut. 4 lines of sword intention. 4 lines of sword intention. 4 lines of sword intention. Aha! One after another fierce sword energy wiped the air, and in just a few seconds, more than 10 sword energy blasted towards Draven. LeBlanc was still tilting her neck to drink the 4th level life potion given to her by Lu Chuan. However, after seeing this scene, she froze in place and didn't even notice that the small jade bottle in her hand fell to the ground. Peggy also stared at Lu Chuan blankly and murmured. Is he still a human, is he a beast? Chapter 261. Draven has never seen such a perverted opponent. His throwing axe is not a skill, but the most common attack, so he can always suppress others and even make others unable to fight back. But what about this guy? His skills seemed to be free of charge, and he was flinging them around in a hurry. He didn't even see the time to accumulate power, and the skills rushed towards him like running water. In the next moment, it was time for Draven to scramble to resist. He had no time to accumulate energy and condense a more powerful killing move to resist. He could only rely on the 2 axes in his hands, and the cynicism on his face was also there. Dissipated without a trace in an instant. Ding! In the end, there was only a crisp sound, and Draven's 2 axes were cut off by Lu Chuan's fierce sword energy. At the same time, a sword energy hit him directly. Poof! Draven spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his whole body shot backwards like a cannonball, hitting the ground heavily. Boom! After the ground trembled for a while, a big crater was made on the spot, and the subsequent skills, under the direct guidance of Lu Chuan, attacked several people on the other side who had not yet taken action. I told you guys, come on too. Lu Chuan was already having fun at this time. He felt that the spiritual power in his mind was continuously radiating out, becoming a supply for him to consume. After releasing several orgasms in a row. After the powerful skill, not only did he not feel exhausted, but he became more energetic. How arrogant. Swain raised his eyelids, Cled. Don't call my name, I don't listen to any of you. But this guy is a bit interesting. Both my lizard and I think he is a good prey. A person who looks like a big-faced cat with fried hair. The creature was only less than half a meter tall, but it was riding on a 2-meter tall lizard. It held a slender scimitar in its hand and rushed straight towards Lu Chuan. It's the same for everyone. Lu Chuan continued to release his skills, and threw out 4 or 5 sword chi in a row. Kled used the scimitar in his hand to scatter a few sword chi, but found that he couldn't resist them at all. Live this crazy guy. The lizard under his crotch saw that the situation was not good, and immediately threw Kled off, then bolted towards the distance. You coward. I can still fight without you. Run, run, run. Kled, who is only half a meter tall, moved his short legs and carried a scimitar that was longer than others. Because of his limited mobility, he held the handle of the knife horizontally with both hands, but his short legs were a fatal flaw. Before he could rush in front of Lu Chuan, he was knocked to the ground by several sword energy. Darius, let's go together. This guy's strength is not too strong. He may have used some kind of secret method. As long as he can resist him for a period of time, he will be no different from a useless person in the future. Not far away. Not far away, Swain frowned slightly. From the initial contempt to now he had to take it seriously. It must be said that Lu Chuan hit it very deeply. At this time, the voice of the god came out again. Be careful, the 2 guys on the opposite side are going to join forces. The guy with the big axe is about 4 platinum stars, and the one with the crow on his shoulder is more terrifying. Some, in platinum Samsung. Platinum 3-star, Lu Chuan took a deep breath. His normal strength was platinum 3-star, and he was probably the most powerful opponent Lu Chuan had ever encountered. Now, despite all his efforts, he only has 3 gold stars, which is a big gap between him and Swain. Looking back, Tai Lung and LeBlanc were both seriously injured. The main thing was that their auras were very weak, which was related to their injuries. Now they could barely deal with silver or gold warriors, but it is really a fantasy to have them fight side by side against a 4-star platinum and a 3-star platinum warrior. You can only rely on yourself. Even I can't allocate more energy to protect you. The god's tone also became solemn at this time. She originally helped Lu Chuan improve his spiritual realm just for this purpose. She was preparing for the battle. But she did not expect that the warriors on the Noxian side would be so powerful. When she came to Noxus hundreds of years ago, it was still a weak and pitiful country, and even the most powerful people in the empire had just broken through to the Silver Realm. I have to say that this country is a very hardworking country. Although their behavior is very bad, in order to maintain this bad behavior, in order to continue to invade and continue to inflict violence on others, they can only improve their strength. Improve it further, otherwise the revenge of those who were once oppressed will be too much for them to bear. But in this way, they will have greater motivation to move forward under great pressure. Looking back at the strength of the entire Demacia Empire, it was even one of the best empires in Valoran hundreds of years ago. However, just because it was used to a stable life, its strength became weaker and weaker with each generation. Then I'll just rely on myself, and kill 2 people in one fell swoop when they are unprepared. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. His words were a bit arrogant, but now that things have come to this, he can only continue to be so arrogant. Lu Chuan held the blood-drinking sword flat in front of his chest when Darius and Swain came on the stage and rushed toward him. He put his thumb on the sword's edge and made a light stroke. Pfft! Blood splashed on the sword's edge. Feeling the breath of blood, the blood-drinking sword trembled crazily at this moment, as if it had an independent soul. Blood Alliance. At the tip of the sword, a ray of fire spread like ripples towards the surroundings. Buzz. The next moment, powerful firelight with the color of blood burst out from the tip of the sword, like an aurora, pointing straight at Darius and Swain. Seeing them pause slightly and start to use defensive methods, Lu Chuan slightly raised the corners of his mouth. This is not over yet. What is going to be done next is the craziest thing. He held the sword hilt horizontally again, while his thoughts were changing rapidly. The mental power in his mind swarmed out like a tide, all surrounding the hilt of the sword. The vibration of the blood-drinking sword at this time was dozens of times stronger than before. Are you crazy? Even the gods can feel how much explosive power is hidden in the hilt of Lu Chuan's sword. Lu Chuan used all his mental power at this time. He wanted to use the last move to directly maim those 2 people. Your body will not be able to withstand this power. Do you know how huge the spiritual realm you have now? Even you yourself cannot fully control this spirit. God hurriedly advised. It was terrifying enough that all the spiritual realm of a platinum-level demon warrior exploded in an instant. Moreover, what Lu Chuan absorbed was the richest spiritual realm in the world that had been accumulated by the gods for thousands of years in this small bead. I originally wanted to give him the best so that he could grow as quickly as possible, but this guy's crazy and life-threatening personality made even the gods almost cry. Chapter 262. Lu Chuan was not crazy, but because he knew that if he didn't seize the time now, give them a fatal blow and drag them behind, he might be the one who died. There was no way Lu Chuan's sword energy could hurt his opponents who were a whole level behind them. If there is no way to hurt them, then even if you cast them without limit, it will be in vain. Don't worry, don't you still have you as my backer? I have always believed in you. I can't do it, I really can't do it. I really can't do anything in my current state. Your sword will destroy everything here. The heavy cost is not just a few people, thousands or even tens of thousands of people around here will be affected. They will all die. The gods were crying. Lu Chuan believed in her so much. But she couldn't believe in herself, because now she said that Patian was a soul body, and a soul body confined in a small bead. If Lu Chuan plays like this, there is no way she can help him recover. You can do it, believe in yourself. Lu Chuan was already reckless, or in other words, he left all the next matters to God to handle. He believed that this God, who had lived for thousands of years but still had the character of a little girl, could turn the tide. This is a feeling that he has never experienced with anyone before. It is a kind of dependence and trust. It's more of a belief. She is his God, so as a God, she will definitely find a solution. When Lu Chuan concentrated all his mental power on the hilt of the sword, the entire space began to shake, and finally there was a burst of shattering sound and it exploded. After all, this is just a self-contained world created by Swain. When the energy fluctuations erupted in this self-contained world exceed itself, the self-contained world will shatter. The scene in front of him had returned to the original building, but at that moment, the force from the tip of Lu Chuan's sword caused the entire building to collapse. Boom! The building collapsed, and the group behind Lu Chuan quickly retreated a certain distance. Even the expressions of Swain and Darius changed. How could this guy concoct such a powerful killing move? Is he crazy? If this sword energy is thrown out, I'm afraid the entire area of several thousand meters will be razed to the ground. Swain's eyes flashed with solemnity. If Lu Chuan's sword light was only aimed at the two of them, then he would still be sure, but Lu Chuan's sword clearly threatened the lives of all the residents living here. If he wanted thousands of people here to be buried with him, Nazwine would have to consider it. Are you ready to face fear? The corners of Lu Chuan's mouth raised, all his white teeth and bright red gums exposed. He was already going crazy. Already crazy to the point of fearlessness. You can only win, you can only swing this sword out. Otherwise you lose. Annihilate them all. Finally, when his mental power had solidified to a certain level, all the dust within several meters around Lu Chuan was swept away by the strong wind stirred up by that domineering aura. He slammed the hilt of the sword into the ground, and the entire space, covering several kilometers, was like a mirror, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing. Are you ready? Lu Chuan asked in his mind. The god's voice was trembling. She is not the god of Lu Chuan alone, she is the god of this continent. She wants to maintain the tranquility of this continent, but what Lu Chuan wants to do now will paralyze less than half of Noxus. If I had known I wouldn't give you my mental power, what are you doing? Just go and die. Go and die. The god stomped his feet in a daze. Now she was anxious again. There is nothing to do. By the way, I haven't asked yet, what's your name? Lu Chuan could hardly control the sword in his hand. The extremely domineering power was no longer something he could control. It's already this time, why are you asking people for their names? Because it will be more powerful when you shout. Then I said, you are not allowed to laugh. My name is Song Tsuehua. Okay, Zhang Tsuehua, I'm really going to do it this time. Lu Chuan let go of his wrist, and the powerful force finally lost control, forming a vortex like a black hole at the hilt of the sword. There is a subtle cyan blue static electricity. Go. Zhang Tsuehua. Okay. The god bit his silver teeth and his beautiful eyes suddenly stared. Immediately afterwards, a golden light flashed. And an exquisite little jade foot stepped through the void and passed out in front of Lu Chuan. Then came the pretty and delicate face of the god of heaven. Her face was sullen, and her eyes were fixed on the mass of rapid destruction. The whirlpool of power, two small hands placed on it. Stop, stop, we admit defeat, we admit defeat. At this time, Swain finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shouted loudly. He fears. He was afraid. He was afraid that Lu Chuan would detonate this black whirlpool, and this space would be razed to the ground within a few kilometers. He had to consider the safety of the residents living in this town. At the moment Swain said he had to admit defeat, Lu Chuan's ears heard the voice of God. Disappear. Besides, Lu Chuan, you are a bastard. Whoa. The next moment, what seemed like such a whirlpool of energy in front of them suddenly disappeared from everyone's eyes, including the delicate body of the God of Heaven, which also disappeared without a trace. The entire atmosphere seemed to freeze, and everyone became quiet. Swain's expression became ugly after being stagnant for a few seconds. You fool me. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chuan stared at Swain and suddenly laughed loudly, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. His laughter grew louder and louder, and he bent over with laughter, and tears were about to fall out of his eyes. Suddenly, Lu Chuan's laughter stopped abruptly, his face became extremely cold, and he quickly pulled out his sword from the ground and pointed it directly at Swain. You lost, you admitted it yourself. What if I regret it? Then come again and see who is afraid of whom. Lu Chuan curled his lips. Swain gritted his teeth, but he was afraid that Lu Chuan would suddenly take out another energy ball as destructive as before. He couldn't guess what Lu Chuan would do. Although Lu Chuan looked very weak now and his breath was listless, he couldn't tell whether Lu Chuan would have other methods. Finally, he lowered his hand feebly. You are so despicable, using this method as a threat. No, I'm honored. Lu Chuan put the blood-drinking sword on his shoulder, because I prevented a war that would kill countless people. Chapter 263. Late at night. At this time, it was dead of night and everything was quiet. Lu Chuan returned to the hotel, but he was no longer sleepy. He simply walked to the window, looked at the crescent moon on the horizon, and breathed out softly. Phew, it's finally over. In order to win this battle, he had prepared for a long time, and in the end he even did not hesitate to kill the residents of Noxus. He had to admit in his heart that he was indeed very despicable. If God had not transferred that spiritual power away at that critical moment, a tragic explosion would have occurred. There will be countless casualties. Although Noxus is a country that enjoys invading others, the lives of their residents cannot be taken away at will. But there is nothing I can do. In that case, if we don't do this, all of us will be buried there. Their intention to invade Demacia will not be stopped. Once the war starts, the number of deaths is not just in the tens of thousands. Lu Chuan seemed to be talking to himself, or as if he was talking to someone. Unfortunately, no one responded to him. Lu Chuan concentrated slightly and tried to penetrate the bead with his spiritual power, but was pushed back by a gentle force. Hey, are you still angry? Lu Chuan scratched his cheek and smiled bitterly. There is only one way in which he can't get inside the bead, God won't let him in. She was still angry that Lu Chuan made such a big decision without consulting her in advance and instead told her on the fly. Although the gods finally transferred the meager spiritual power away, if something happened, even the gods would not be able to bear the responsibility for the loss. Whenever you want to see me, I will apologize to you properly. Lu Chuan sighed softly again. Just when he was about to turn around and sleep, the roar of God came from his heart. Although it is a roar, the voice is still delicate and pleasant no matter how you listen to it. No, Lu Chuan shook his head, now is not the time to think about this. Go ahead and dream. I will never want to see you again in this life. You are just a bastard. God roared angrily. Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. The little girl was really angry and started yelling when she came up. But since she is willing to yell at herself, it means that her heart is shaken. If she really doesn't want to care about herself, she can control Xiaozhu to leave her at any time. Lu Chuan cannot stop this. Right. Who wants to hear you say you're sorry? Tell me. What if something happened at that time? What if I didn't have the ability to transfer that energy group away? Do you know how many self-contained spaces I created in that moment? They were all smashed into pieces by that energy ball. Only then did all its energy run out. It's not that exaggerated. Lu Chuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Usually, an ordinary self-contained space can be used by two strong men at the peak of the gold level to fight without shattering the space. From this, it can be imagined that the self-contained space is not made of soft tofu and will not break so easily. But in this way, the god directly created 100 self-contained spaces to completely consume the energy of the energy group. Do you think that the mental power in this little bead of mine is all rubbish? This is the mental power space that I have worked hard to save for thousands of years, compressed and compressed, condensed and condensed to create. You are absorbing it. The spiritual power here has reached the platinum level, don't you know its power? I don't know, Lu Chuan told the truth, but in the end, the little girl's lungs almost exploded with such words. You talk back. Don't dare, Lu Chuan didn't dare to make the god angry again. Having said that, how could the god in charge of this continent let a little girl do it? This is what Lu Chuan couldn't understand the most. Because she is a bit naive mentally. If she meets a guy with a bad temper, she plays with applause. What are you thinking? Are you trying to play with me? Lu Chuan finally understood why this girl could become a god. She could read minds. I'm warning you. I am a god, and gods cannot be blasphemed. Except for that time when you accidentally saw my body. If you dare to think about it, I will gouge your eyes. It's okay if God doesn't mention it. When God mentions it, Lu Chuan can't help but recall the scene in his mind, a delicate body with skin as white as snow, 2 small cherry blossoms in bud on the slightly raised breasts. And a flat and smooth belly. Above, below is the holy land of whiteness and purity that makes people forget to leave. You. The god was really so angry for the first time. She was angry and helpless. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to think about your naked body. It's just that you didn't mention it. It's okay if you mention it. Apologize. You actually care about the naked body of an underage girl. Sorry. That's pretty much it. Humph. Wait a minute, I found out. How? Is our topic going a little off topic? Lu Chuan was sweating. This little girl is really the king of off-topic topics. As long as you chat with her for more than 10 sentences, she can take the topic to who knows where. Oh. I seemed angry just now. Kneel down for me. Don't suddenly come to your senses. And what the hell is kneeling down? In short, after being so disturbed by the gods, she could no longer regain the angry feeling just now, so she simply stopped being angry. Can you please discuss with me when doing things in the future? Why didn't you find this problem before? The god sighed slightly, if you make such a fuss, I will lose at least 500 years of cultivation. Ah. Lu Chuan was stunned, really? Of course. Although I couldn't see the appearance of the god, from her tone, I could still imagine her flattening the corners of her mouth and looking a little aggrieved. I told you before, I am due to certain restrictions. You can't come out of the bead. Today I made an exception for you, and the power I used in times of crisis was all at the cost of my cultivation. After all, I am not the original body now. Lu Chuan was silent. He didn't expect that from his move, although he obviously made a profit. The girl behind him who helped him the most was the one who was hurt the most. What is the concept of 500 years of cultivation? Perhaps for a warrior with mediocre talent, perhaps given a lifespan of 500 years, he could only reach a higher level. But what about a god? It is probably difficult to estimate the benefits that a god with supreme talent can gain from 500 years of cultivation. Anyone else would probably tear Lu Chuan to pieces. But the god just yelled at him, and immediately he became angry with him again. Can you let me in? Lu Chuan said after being silent for a while. I want to hug you. Chapter 264. Let me say it first, I didn't want to hug you, I just thought, thinking, seeing how pitiful you are, as a god, just make an exception. It's healed once, can only be held once, hands must not be touched. The god suddenly began to stutter, muttering to himself, and finally removed the restrictions in a bead. Closed. The moment the small bead's restriction was closed, Lu Chuan's soul turned into a white light and sneaked into the small bead. Looking at Lu Chuan who suddenly appeared in front of him, the god's hands clenched the corners of his clothes with some inexplicable nervousness. His eyes also glanced at Lu Chuan somewhat erratically, and then looked away as if he was frightened. The next moment, she suddenly felt herself being held tightly in her arms. A warm and strong palm gently brushed her hair. What's going on with this feeling of soaring heartbeat? He was obviously very angry and wanted to kick him to death. How could he be carried away by a mere hug? Impossible. He is a god. Do you want to make God angry and try to please yourself with a hug? Dream. Don't even think about it. I'm sorry, please don't be angry. Lu Chuan buried the god's head in his arms. Okay, the god replied as softly as a mosquito. I really didn't know it would be like this. I thought you could do it, but I didn't expect you would have to pay such a heavy price. Lu Chuan said softly. Then, it doesn't matter because it's you, what am I talking about? It's all your fault that this happened. The god's mind became a little confused. Is there any way to quickly make up for your strength? Lu Chuan asked again. He knew that God had been so cautious and stingy with her cultivation. It must be for the sake of being of great use in the future. And today, for the price she paid for her madness cost her 500 years of cultivation. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan hugged the god a little tighter, and he could even feel her little heart beating fast. No, it's nothing. It's all of my own free will, so it doesn't matter. The god was a little dizzy and couldn't find the north. He kept humming in a low voice. With a pair of hands that had no place to put, and wanted to respond. He hugged Lu Chuan's waist, but he didn't dare, so he could only hover in midair. Do you know? I have always been treating you. Stop. Stop. The god suddenly pushed Lu Chuan away, and her face was so red that it was about to bleed. Hiss, hoo. She took 2 deep breaths, then patted her face, grabbed Lu Chuan's arm again, wrapped it around her waist, and threw herself into his arms. His voice was trembling. You, just tell me, I'm ready. What's wrong with you? Lu Chuan asked in confusion. No, please tell me quickly, the god rubbed back and forth in Lu Chuan's arms. Oh, I want to say, I have always regarded you as my sister. I am the only child in my family. Every time I see other people's sisters throwing themselves into my brother's arms and acting like a spoiled child, I feel envious. Sometimes I think about it. It would be great if I had a sister. Who is pretty, cute and smart, and a sweet brother. I can work hard to buy her beautiful clothes to wear. I can, Lu Chuan said to himself. He got up, completely unaware that the face of the god in his arms turned dark. Is this what you're telling me? God's tone became a little colder. What else? I think you agree with the standards of a younger sister, and I happen to be a year or 2 older than you, so why don't you just be my younger sister? Haha. Of course, this is just what I said casually. It's a joke, ahaha. Lu Chuan smiled and touched the god's head, but was suddenly punched in the stomach by her. Pfft. Lu Chuan bent down in pain, forming a shape like a prawn. Even though the god's fist is petite and exquisite, the power it unleashes is quite a lot. Who cares about being a sister? How shameless. How could I be a sister to someone like you? Don't even think about it. The god stared at Lu Chuan coldly. And then Lu Chuan's eyes darkened. Suddenly, just as he popped out of the bead, he took a few steps back before realizing that he was being driven out again. No, wait a minute, what's wrong with you? Why are you angry again? Lu Chuan looked confused. I will charge you for helping you. For those 500 years of cultivation, I will tell you how to make up for it in 2 days. Wait, didn't you just say you don't need to repay me? Just now. When did I say that? Why don't I remember? What I fear most is the sudden silence in the air. I thought you would say something. This is what a man like you is like. I thought too much. God suddenly said again. What's wrong with me? It's nothing, I'm going to bed. The god cut off the mental communication with Lu Chuan, and then she ignored him no matter what Lu Chuan called her. In the end, Lu Chuan could only helplessly slap his forehead and fall down on the bed. Women are troublemakers, whether they are mature women or young girls, this cannot be changed. The next day, Lu Chuan felt some itching on his face in a daze. When he opened his eyes, he found that Peggy was scratching his face with a piece of dogtail grass that she broke off from somewhere. Why did you just come to someone else's room? Lu Chuan suddenly sat up and secretly opened the quilt to check. He found that he was still wearing his pants and he was relieved. TCH, what's going on with that expression on your face? It makes you look like I'm doing something to you. Peggy pouted in dissatisfaction, then pursed her lips again. Well, I bought breakfast, and it's on the table next to me. Superior. Where's Sona? Did she go with you? I'm here. Suddenly a piece of paper appeared in front of Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan turned his head and found Sona lying quietly beside him, holding a pen and a small notebook in his hand. Holy shit. Lu Chuan jumped up from the bed in fright, swallowed, and asked with a guilty conscience, didn't I make any mistakes last night? Sorry, last night you. That's almost enough. The ellipses expressed in written words are weird, okay? Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Sona was teasing her on purpose. She probably lay down when she just woke up, just to tease her. Own. This scheming big-breasted girl is really happy and playful once she gets acquainted with her. Ahem, it's time to get up and have breakfast, have you forgotten? We made an agreement with the guys from Noxus yesterday to sign the agreement today. Peggy watched Sona flirting with Lu Chuan, feeling displeased. Said. Chapter 265. In the solemn atmosphere of the room, two groups of people stood opposite each other. This is the Noxian High Command, temporarily commandeered by the armed faction. Today was also the day decided after discussion to sign the Nord peace agreement. After Lu Chuan made such a big fuss yesterday, Swain, the supreme commander of the armed faction, finally chose to surrender. Although he surrendered, Lu Chuan obviously did not use his strength to win them over, but played some tricks. Therefore, when Lu Chuan led a group of people into the room today, the group of people from the Force faction, they all immediately became alert and put on a posture ready for war at any time. No, don't get me wrong, and don't be nervous. Lu Chuan put on a smile, pulled out a stool, sat down on it, and crossed his legs, looking very arrogant. Of course, he doesn't need to be polite to these guys who only want to invade others. According to the verbal agreement made yesterday, no war is allowed between Noxus and Demacia within 30 years. Everyone should have no objection to this. Right? Seeing that the group was silent, Lu Chuan turned his gaze again. It was placed on Swain. The 30-year ban on war is just a superficial agreement. If Noxus reaches a certain level of strength and even Lu Chuan cannot stop them, then they can invade wherever they want and no one can stop them. But for now, Swain can only agree. He was really afraid that this lunatic would stage another die together drama. I don't know where Demacia hired such a madman. Although he was crazy, he did achieve what he wanted in the end. After watching Swain stamp his special seal on a paper agreement made of high-grade wood, Lu Chuan smiled happily, put the agreement into his storage bag, and stood up to face Siwine again. Because he extended his hand, it's a pleasure to work together. Wait a minute. At this time, the voice of God only came to my ears. What's wrong? Lu Chuan responded to her with his heart. Send everyone out first and let me say a few words to him. God's attitude towards Lu Chuan still did not soften. She seemed to be more angry than before, and her voice towards Lu Chuan was cold. Cold, with a somewhat commanding tone. But now is not the time to pay attention to these details. The god who suddenly made such a request at this juncture must have her thoughts in mind. By the way, Mr. Swain, I want to talk to you alone about something. Is it convenient? As soon as Lu Chuan finished speaking, several guys around Swain stared at Lu Chuan. What else do you want to do? Lu Chuan just shrugged lightly, with a look like, if you have time, let's talk. If you don't, it doesn't matter, I have nothing to lose anyway. Swain's eyes like an eagle's sting first glanced at Lu Chuan's face carefully. After thinking about something in his mind, he slowly said to the people around him, you all go out first bar. Lu Chuan also glanced behind him, just leave the rest to me. You can go back first. Soon, Swain and Lu Chuan were the only two people left in the originally crowded room. Our direct agreement has been completed, is there anything else? Swain crossed his hands and stretched them on the table. Do you have a secret agreement with Zuan? Lu Chuan, oh no, it's not Lu Chuan, it's a god, but the sound came from Lu Chuan's body. At first, Swain thought there was something wrong with his ears. He glanced at Lu Chuan in surprise. No, it's not me. Now is the time for you to communicate. Just ignore me. Lu Chuan waved his hand, then walked to Swain naturally, took a teacup on his table, and poured it into the cup. Have a cup of tea and taste it carefully. At this time, the god continued, if you have a secret agreement with Zuan, it's best to stop it now. Although I don't know who you are, but you said something like this when you came up. Isn't it a little bit? Swain raised his eyebrows, are you a little too lenient? No matter whether we in Noxus or our ancestors Weatherin has any contact with her seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Brother, let me remind you, the little girl has not been in a good mood recently. You'd better pay attention to your tone when you speak. Lu Chuan was fanning the flames next to him. Swain was even more confused. He felt as if a stranger suddenly rushed up to him and told him, quickly, take off your underwear, or I will go up and slap your head. Absurd. Lu Chuan, explain it to him first. The god seemed to be playing a trick and directly handed over the explanation to Lu Chuan. Cough, Lu Chuan almost spit out a mouthful of tea, then wiped the corners of his mouth again and communicated with his mind, no, how can I explain it to him? Just say I'm a god. Others will think I'm crazy, right? And can your identity be exposed so casually? Even if you tell him, he won't dare to tell anyone. Just pass the message that I am a god to him. I will control what happens next. Then why don't you tell him yourself? Because when I say it myself, I always feel a little awkward, just like when I say my own name. The god was inexplicably squirming. Didn't you tell me your name before? Am I going to tell you that I actually made it up casually? Humph, how could you let you know a girl's name so easily? The god smiled as if he had succeeded in his mischief. Wait a minute, is our topic going a little off track? Lu Chuan glanced at Swain, who looked a little confused, and hurriedly brought the topic back. Then tell me quickly. Okay. Lu Chuan sighed helplessly and coughed twice. Mr. Swain, actually the person who was talking to you just now was the Lord God. Although Lu Chuan was prepared to be laughed at or even treated as an idiot, what happened next made him almost drop the cup. Brush. After listening to Lu Chuan's words, Swain stood up suddenly, then knelt down on one knee to Lu Chuan and said in a respectful tone, I have met the Lord God. Lu Chuan was completely dumbfounded. Well, brother, aren't you going to question it first? You believe it like this, which makes me feel a bit funny. Are you kidding? Who dares to question the identity of a god? You, on the other hand, don't kneel down and salute when you see a god. You are so brave instead, Swain preached to Lu Chuan seriously. This time, it was Lu Chuan's turn to be confused. He had no idea what was going on. Chapter 266. Just when Lu Chuan was confused, God gave him a few explanations at the right time, and Lu Chuan suddenly understood. It turned out that the god just used some small tricks to convince Swain. When a normal person hears a sentence, he will first analyze the form of the sentence and what it means, and then judge whether the sentence needs to be answered by oneself and how to answer it. For example, an ordinary person walking on the street hears someone say to him, Hey, I am God. That person's brain reaction system will first determine the form of the sentence, and then respond, You are an idiot. This is because his mind judged this sentence as completely impossible news and gave a negative answer. The little trick played by the gods was to change Swain's judgment into a positive judgment when he was about to make a negative judgment, and then proceed. This method is similar to mind control, but it is different from mind control because it cannot control people's minds and can only change people's way of receiving a certain sentence in a very short period of time. In other words, it is to force others to change their views. This ability is very partial. It was also acquired accidentally by the gods over the course of thousands of years, but in most cases it does not have much effect. Because this ability cannot change other people's deep-rooted thoughts, but can only change some slightly wavering thoughts. Therefore, it is unrealistic to use it for cross-talk, let alone other uses. However, I did not expect to achieve good results in this case. Let me ask you, do you have a secret connection with Zuan? The god asked again at this time. Because the identity changed in Swain's mind, Swain casually replied, yes. Then do you know that Zuan has recently been creating a batch of reptilian-like modified humans? When the god said this, even Lu Chuan was slightly surprised. How did you know? Lu Chuan communicated mentally. Isn't this nonsense? I am the god of this world. What can I not know? I also know that Jana is taking a bath now. The god realized that he seemed to have let something slip, so he hurriedly changed his words. Anyway, I have the ability. I can know what is happening in every corner of this continent. But this ability of insight is too broad, so it also has its drawbacks. For example, when someone casts an invisible barrier, I will not be able to investigate further. Tell me where Jana is first. Lu Chuan clearly heard what the god said just now. Hey, can't you hold it in anymore? Tianqian's tone was obviously a bit sour, but Lu Chuan ignored it, or didn't hear it at all. The moment he heard the news about Jana, he felt a little bad. After being separated from Jana for so long, why did he miss Jana? Missing the girl who had an indifferent temperament, but once she broke into her heart, she would put her first. I miss the girl who always wanted to share more for me, but could only watch the development of the situation anxiously from behind. The girl who shed anxious tears when she knew she was going to die. The first girl who promised to be his girlfriend but was too shy to raise her head. Humph. God suddenly snorted coldly, interrupting Lu Chuan's thoughts. You don't have time to go find her now. You have more things to do before that, so even if you tell her your position is useless, so put your thoughts away first. That's right. Lu Chuan sighed slightly. Judging from the questions the god just asked, he may be moving to Zuan soon. Maybe the gods discovered some clues about void creatures in Zon. After the mental communication between Lu Chuan and the gods, Swain also said at this time. Back to the gods, Zon does have such a technology being implemented, but it doesn't have much to do with our Noxus. The agreement between Zus and Zon is just for some more advanced weapons and military supplies. Is that so? God seemed to think for a moment. Okay, I understand, let's go, Lu Chuan. Have you finished asking the questions? Lu Chuan asked. Well, he doesn't seem to know anything, so we have to go and see it in person. But the batch of reptilian-like modified people I saw at that time is absolutely unmistakable. The kind of people they develop. What do strange species do? Maybe it's the perverted personal interests of those crazy scientists. Lu Chuan curled his lips. No, it's not a personal cry. When I noticed it before, the scale was already quite large. An underground base, similar to the assembly line of a factory, has been constantly producing and transforming. The number was even counted in the tens of thousands. Later. Maybe my insight technique was discovered, so they set up an invisibility barrier. After that, I could no longer see through it. Now counting the time, it has been 3 months since I discovered it. During this time, they may have created more. The transformation of people cannot be delayed any longer. Then shall we go to Zon now? Well, let's set off immediately. You have finished handling the matters here. And on the way to Zuan. There is a very good holy land for cultivation. There are not too many masters hidden in Zuan, but those who are full of strange ideas. The various artificial humans developed by scientists with weird ideas are quite powerful in transforming humans. You need to improve your strength in the process, so that you can stand firm in Zon. What should I do with this guy? Lu Chuan looked at Swain, who was still kneeling on one knee. Although he now unilaterally believed in the gods and was deeply loyal. It was only his personal thinking. Once it was with his men, after we communicate, he will have doubts. It doesn't matter. He will forget all this after a while. His memory will only be retained until he signs the agreement with you. That would be best. Get ready, let's go to Zuan immediately. There was a hint of urgency in the god's tone. Okay, I get it. In the hotel where Lu Chuan rented, several people gathered in the room. Peggy, take this letter, which contains the agreement. Take it back to Demacia. Then state my name and hand the letter to the palace soldiers. Jarvan, oh no, the king of Demacia. You will be summoned. Tai Long, things here are over for the time being. After this time, the martial arts faction will disappear a lot in the recent period. This is the best time for your other forces to expand. Go back and tell General Kiko, and inform Morrison, and they will make their own decision. Finally, Lu Chuan's eyes shifted to Sona. Sona, why don't you go back to Demacia with Peggy? It's safer there, and the king will provide you with a place to stay. Chapter 267. In the end, Lu Chuan took Sona on the road because God told him that Sona still had potential that had not been unleashed. Taking her along with her would be of great use in the future. However, when Lu Chuan asked what the potential was, the god didn't tell him, which frustrated Lu Chuan for a time. But there is no good way. Who can let someone be a god? Not only is she stronger than me, but she also has a bigger temper than me. Seeing that she tried her best to help him at that time, she will not care about her as a little girl. Too much. When he left, no one came to say goodbye. After all, Lu Chuan was just a transit point in Noxus. And to be honest, he was not popular with the people in Noxus. For example, Swain and the others wanted Lu Chuan to go there. This crazy guy should leave immediately. On the way to Zon, there is a small country not far away. Of course, that country is very small, maybe only as big as a town in Noxus. Just as Lu Chuan was on his way with Sona, God suddenly said something coldly. This little girl always likes to do this kind of thing, and she always says something, and her voice is not quiet. Lu Chuan was startled by her several times, and he didn't know whether she did it intentionally or unintentionally. Should we go to that country first? What's its name? Well, Jacob City. That country is not very prosperous. Although it is only a few dozen miles away from Zon. Compared with Zon's prosperous technology, the country there is as backward as a primitive society. It is still using the most advanced technology. They basically drill wood to make fire, and they also wear some clothes made of animal skins. God explained. Why is there such a big gap? Because you have to cross a mountain range to get there. The city is surrounded by mountains. It is not very convenient to get in and out. You also know that in our country, coastal cities are usually smaller than. The reason why inland cities are developed is transportation. Because the mountain roads there are rugged, no businessmen are willing to do business there, and there are no tourists coming and going. People in that small city are just walking around without even thinking about it. Where will the prosperity go? Is that so? But is the holy land of cultivation you mentioned in that small country? Lu Chuan nodded and communicated with his heart. Well. There is a natural hot spring called the Saint Spring in Jacob City. If you can go in and soak in it for 2 or 3 days, your strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. It can also be regarded as a layer of protection for going to Zon. The god responded. I'm already a 3-star gold player, how can I still improve by leaps and bounds? Shouldn't it be more and more difficult to improve my strength in the future? Lu Chuan asked doubtfully. After all, when he was still a newbie, it took a lot of time to upgrade from the Bronze Realm to the Silver Realm. Moreover, there are many warriors with poor talent who have stayed in the Bronze Realm all their lives, unable to take that step. Now God suddenly told him that he could make rapid progress by taking a bath in the Lashizi hot spring. This made Lu Chuan a little uncomfortable. Believe. Stupid, would I still lie to you? The god twitched his nose and said with some dissatisfaction, when you reach my level, forget it. Let's not say so much. In short, I can discover the entire continent of Valoran. It is the privilege of being a god to visit various holy places for cultivation, but these things are really of little use to me. The reason is very simple. For example, if you want to marry a warrior in the Golden Realm, isn't it very easy? That's true. Lu Chuan touched his cheek and nodded noncommittally. When I was in Dalmatia, I always felt that silver-level warriors were supremely powerful. However, after gaining the strength to travel around, my horizons broadened and I met more people. Now it is simply not easy to find a gold-level warrior. It's not a difficult task, and it's nothing to brag about. But for those brass-level warriors, it is even more difficult to meet a gold-level warrior than to reach the sky. So for the same reason, you think it is not easy to find a place to practice now, but as me, hee. The noble, extremely smart, lovely, beautiful and talented Lord God, it is not easy to find a training place around the gold level. As expected of the little girl's character, she never forgets to praise herself at any time. But having said that, I still have a question. Let's not talk about the place you found. If the effect of the Saint's Fountain is so significant, there should be many people fighting over that piece of territory. Right? And just take the distance. As far as Zon is concerned, they must have been the first to eat away at Jacob, right? Why are they still living in peace and harmony until today? Because the Saint's Fountain doesn't have much effect. It is indeed a big improvement for bronze-level warriors. But it is useless if you go up. So who would fight for a bronze-level training site? The god said this again, completely confusing Lu Chuan. Didn't you just say that even gold-level people like me can advance by leaps and bounds? Why is it that only brass is effective now? Why do you have so many questions? It's so annoying. This time it was good, the god was immediately impatient. Lu Chuan could even imagine her waving her hands impatiently. Let's wait until you go to the Fountain of the Saint. There happens to be a martial arts tournament over there in the next 2 days, and the champion will be rewarded with 3 days of use of the Saint's Fountain, so you can go and join in the fun. Okay, you have the final say if you have small breasts. Lu Chuan said subconsciously. As a result, before the god said anything, Lu Chuan suddenly felt someone tugging on his sleeve. Turning around, he found a piece of paper in front of him. My breasts are not small, do you want to touch them? Then, Sona took down the piece of paper, and a pair of magnificent waves wrapped in clothes appeared in front of Lu Chuan's eyes. He didn't know whether Sona did it intentionally or not. But she turned around, and followed the pair of waves. It was shaking and teetering, as if it was about to be shaken off by her. Out of sight is pure, out of sight is pure. Lu Chuan knew that this scheming girl was deliberately teasing him. If he were really good at covering her up, she would definitely avoid it. Wouldn't he be embarrassed by that? Could it be that he grabbed her wrist with one hand and said with a look on his face, "Little girl, don't run away, let me touch your breasts, just a little bit." What happened? I should have known I wouldn't have taken her with me. It turned out to be a disaster, huh? At this time, the god said sourly. Ahem. Where there are women, there is war. Lu Chuan could only cough lightly and not express his opinions in any way. Chapter 268. Just when Ada turned around to seek Lu Chuan's opinion, suddenly there was a noisy sound of horse hooves behind her, followed by a burst of chaos in the crowd. Get out, get out. Get away. Lord Brent's carriage is going to pass here. Don't block the way if you don't want to die. Lu Chuan cast his gaze forward and saw a dark-faced but burly man shouting loudly. He was shouting and driving the crowd away. Behind him, a barely adequate carriage was parked, and there were a few soldiers-looking guys accompanying the carriage. It's just that the armor on the soldiers is scattered, and even the parts of the armor are different in color. It's this old immortal Brent again. He only knows how to bully us in a small place all day long. Ada is a child who has no restraints and says whatever comes to mind. Lu Chuan looked at the pedestrians who were being driven around by the big man, and asked Ada with some curiosity, "Who is this Brent? Is he the king of Jacob City?" "No, he is just a foreigner." Ada said angrily, 3 years ago, this guy broke into our country. With some rhetoric, he said he could refine a potion that would extend the life of the king. In short, I don't know how he deceived the king, but he gained the king's trust, and regarded him as a guest, treated him with courtesy, and even ordered that everyone who saw Brent should salute as if you saw him. The king's connivance has made him so domineering to this day. Pharmacist? Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he couldn't see the guy clearly through the carriage, he could sense his general condition with his mental power. Soon, the mental perception was completed. It was a man in his 30s or 40s. But his figure was very bloated. It seemed that he had been very prosperous here in recent years, and his strength was not very strong. He was only in brass is about 1 star. Although the 1-star brass warrior was considered the top warrior in Jacob City, he still lacked the qualifications to be treated with great courtesy by the king. It must have been his status as a pharmacist that allowed the king to indulge him so much. 2 adults, for this kind of guy who cheats and drinks, but has very powerful power, we should just hide and go as long as we can. Although Ada is young, she is not stupid, and she also knows how to let Lu Chuan and Sua Na gives way temporarily. After all, he didn't know Lu Chuan's strength, so he just did what he thought was the right thing. Lu Chuan nodded and pulled Sona closer to the eaves of the street. Although it only took one hand to beat the fat man, Lu Chuan was not a person who liked to cause trouble. Finally, on a street that could only accommodate 1 carriage, all the pedestrians were dispersed under the eaves of the shops on both sides, either angry or with a somewhat frightened expression, fearing that Brent would cause trouble for them. Just as the carriage was slowly moving forward on the rugged gravel road, a little girl suddenly let out an exclamation. "Ah! My food!" Immediately afterwards, a petite figure was seen rushing into the middle of the road as the carriage moved forward. "Isn't that Maggie?" Ada seemed to know the little girl. When she saw her rushing to the middle of the road regardless of life and death, she suddenly became anxious and ran towards that direction. Maggie stepped forward to pick up the ingredients that her mother had asked her to buy and dropped in the middle of the road in a panic. When she was about to turn around and go back, she saw a big horse running towards her. How could the little girl react? "When I came over, I was stunned to the spot." "Ha!" The coachman stopped the carriage and winked at the dark-faced man. The man immediately stepped forward. "Where did you get that little girl blocking the road?" No, I just dropped the food in the middle of the road." "I picked it up, Maggie looked at the fierce man and cried out in fright. "Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. You're blocking Mr. Brent's way." The black-faced man flew up and kicked Maggie. Ada stood up at this time and stood in front of her, using her small body to block the big man's flying kick. A child who was only in his teens had no ability to withstand a blow. He was kicked in the back by such a strong man, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The big man kicked a teenage child, which aroused private discussions among passers-by. His face looked a little unsightly. In order to cover up his panic, he hurriedly shouted to everyone around him, "What's the noise about? Noisy. I just reminded you guys that Mr. Brent is passing by and asks you to get out of the way." If Mr. Brent hadn't been kind-hearted and spared this little girl's life, I'm afraid the wheels of the carriage would have been removed from her long ago. Got run over. Bah! A guy who got his current status by cheating, is arrogant and domineering in the entire Jacob City, can he be considered kind? Ada may feel that she has been kicked in front of the person she likes, and is humiliated. In order to save a little face, he showed off the momentum of a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took a sip of blood on the ground, turned to Maggie and comforted softly, "It's okay. You go first." "But Ada, you little brat, what did you just say? Are you tired of living? You are disrespecting Mr. Brent. See if I don't beat you to death. Let your parents educate you." As he said that, the big man raised his fist, hit Ada directly on the head. Anyway, the big man had made a good plan in his mind. If he was beaten to death by this little brat, it would be his fault for saying bad things about Lord Brent first. Besides, in such a poor and backward country, a human life it's really not worth much, let alone a child with little labor power. Ada was just talking, but when she saw the big man making a move, he panicked. The fist was so fierce that he froze on the spot. Crack! At this moment, a figure rushed over from not far away, blocked the big man's fist in front of Ada, and twisted it in the opposite direction. The whole street heard a toothache. The sound of bones and joints cracking. What does it mean for an adult to bully a kid? Come and bully me. Lu Chuan held the big man's arm with a sneer on his lips. Where did you come from, a wild dog? Do you dare to have a hand in everything? Although the big man was in pain, he couldn't lose his face after being watched by so many people. So he said harshly, and at the same time, he hit Lu Chuan on the cheek with his other fist. Come. Crack. Lu Chuan twisted his wrist harder, and the whole arm was twisted out of shape. Hiss, it hurts, it hurts. The big man gasped, and the fist that had not hit Lu Chuan's face softened. He said with a tone of begging for mercy, let me go. Chapter 269. Sir, Ada stared blankly at Lu Chuan's back. He had always thought that these two guests were just here to travel, not to mention their abilities. Who knew that he could subdue such a majestic man with just one move? You are indeed a piece of trash, can you only bully children? Lu Chuan kicked the big man directly in the stomach and compressed his strength to the minimum. Even so. He kicked the big man and rolled backwards. After a few laps, he lay on the ground like a dead dog. Okay. Although a group of passers-by had long been dissatisfied with the big man's behavior, due to their strength and fear of getting into trouble. A group of people just dared to get angry and dare not speak. Now when they saw someone who dared to take action, they all there was cheering. However, the cheers stopped abruptly when the straw curtain of the carriage was opened. A shy middle-aged man with a big belly stepped out of the carriage. The clothes he wore were extremely luxurious, which was in sharp contrast to the passers-by wearing burlap or even animal skins around him. His fat face was even more. His face was glowing red, and he seemed to be living a very nourishing life. This little brother, are you a tourist from outside? Since Brent was able to get to where he is today and play tricks on the king, it shows that he is quite scheming. He got off the carriage and first took a look at Lu Chuan's face. After dressing up, I found that his clothes were not bad. So he didn't get angry directly. Instead, he smiled and talked, but his eyes were almost buried in the flesh, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. Are you Mr. Brent? Lu Chuan suddenly looked terrified. You're almost done. Goddess has been watching the development of the matter silently. There is no need for her to take action in matters of this level. However, when she heard Lu Chuan speak, God still couldn't help complaining, what's going on? You can play with it. Hee, it's just idle time anyway. As long as you are happy, don't delay the mission. I'm going to take a nap first. The god yawned and made no sound. Brent, on the other hand, was a little confused by Lu Chuan's move. After being stunned for a long time, he came back to his senses and said, what? Have even the tourists outside heard of me? Of course. Lord Brent's heroic deeds are also very popular in other countries. Lu Chuan said with a flattering smile. The passers-by on the side suddenly lost a lot of favorable impressions of Lu Chuan. They originally thought he was a man, but it turned out that he was also a soft-hearted person. When they saw Brent showing up, they couldn't jump up, but instead they were trying to please him. Complimenting him. Lord Brent shouted. Brent was somewhat interested. Oh. What do people outside say about me? They said, Lord Brent. Say it. Brent suddenly wanted to know how he was evaluated by the outside world. They said Lord Brent is a fool. Lu Chuan shrugged casually. They actually said I was stupid. Huh, they are discerning. Wait a minute. You fucking say that again. Brent reacted and immediately found that Lu Chuan was scolding him, with a fat face. He was angry and turned blue and purple. Ha 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 ha. The crowd burst into laughter, and even Ada laughed happily along with it. Especially the expression on Brent's face just now that showed a bit of joy and then realized that he had been insulted. It couldn't be more exciting. The people who were bullied by Brent all day long had never seen him like this. I think you're going crazy too. Come on. Capture him. Brent's face darkened, and he commanded a few soldiers around him who couldn't even put together a complete set of armor. The soldiers pulled out their rusty iron swords from their waists and rushed towards Lu Chuan with great momentum. In the end, not even a second passed before they all fell to the ground, and the iron swords in their hands broke into two pieces. Huh. Anything else you want to say? Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and stood staring at Brent. You are very good. You will die miserably. You should know my identity. I am the king's most trusted person. As long as I say a word, I can mobilize the entire country's soldiers to surround you. No matter how powerful you are. Can you still be an enemy of the entire country's soldiers? How has Brent lived in the past 3 years? Who dares not to give him face? But for the first time, my face was swollen by an outsider who looked like a tourist. Without waiting for Lu Chuan to speak, Brent hurriedly called to his coachman to turn around and go back, looking panicked and embarrassed. In fact, Brent also knew that if he didn't leave, it would be even more embarrassing for him to be pushed to the ground and beaten up later, so compared to this, turning around and running away was obviously more elegant. But Lu Chuan didn't intend to give him this opportunity. Just when the carriage turned around and walked not far away, Lu Chuan hit him hard and took off the wheels. The entire carriage was unbalanced, and Brent's fat body fell directly from the carriage. He rolled out and fell to the ground. I think with your fat body, rolling back will be faster than a carriage. Let me give you a ride. As he said that, Lu Chuan waved one hand and raised a gust of wind, which gathered together. Pushing Brent's back, he rolled all the way. Ha 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 ha. Another burst of laughter broke out from the crowd, and the contempt for Lu Chuan just now turned into admiration. At this time, Maggie's weak voice came from behind, well, thank you, sir. Lu Chuan turned around, rubbed the little girl's head, chuckled and said, it's okay, go home quickly. At the same time, he glanced at Ada and said, you are young, but you are very brave. Hee hee, it's actually just a moment of excitement. Ada scratched her hair and smiled naively. Having this courage is enough. After all, everyone has someone they want to protect. They are not afraid of not being able to defeat their opponent, but they are afraid that they don't even have the courage. Lu Chuan said thoughtfully. Ada raised her head and looked at Lu Chuan in confusion, seeming to be thinking about the meaning of Lu Chuan's words. However, he was still young and could not understand the meaning of this sentence for a while. It's dark. But Lu Chuan was very embarrassed. Because he still hasn't found a place to live. Originally, according to what little Ada said, the best hotels here only cost 10 silver coins to stay in for a day, let alone those lower-grade places. But after what happened just now, even though everyone applauded Lu Chuan when he came forward, the news spread very quickly, saying that there was a foreign tourist with extraordinary skills who taught Brent a lesson. But when I really wanted to find a place to stay, I was repeatedly rejected by hotel owners. There was only one reason. They were afraid that after accepting Lu Chuan, Brent would come looking for trouble in the future. After all, Lu Chuan is just a passerby. He may play for a few days and then leave, but Brent is always there. When the time comes, no one can stop him if he wants to cause some trouble or something. So I kept asking until evening, but still no hotel was willing to take them in. If our place is not too small, sir, if you don't mind, you can stay at our house for one night. But it's a pity that the place is too small and can't accommodate 2 adults. Ada also looked embarrassed, and he looked confident as a tour guide, but as a result, the accommodation problem had not been solved by evening. It's okay. If it doesn't work, just make do with it for one night in the open air. Lu Chuan wasn't very particular. He still had a few temporary tents in his storage bag, so it didn't matter if he just made do for one night. But at this moment, a steady voice suddenly sounded from behind. If you two don't mind, you might as well go to my place and stay one night. Chapter 270. Lu Chuan turned around and found a man in a robe. The man looked to be in his 20s or 30s. His face had a somewhat clean smell. Which was different from the dark-skinned pedestrians he met today. Different, presumably he was born into a better-off family in Jacob City. I'm sorry to interrupt you all of a sudden. I am Fred Lumsden. You two can just call me Fred. I am the Prince of Jacob City. The young man who called himself Fred said with a somewhat aristocratic elegance. He raised his chest with one hand and bowed slightly to Lu Chuan. Logically speaking, it is a bit weird for a prince of a country to salute a stranger and then claim to be a prince. However, Lu Chuan is also a bold artist now, and no matter how bad it is, he still has the support of a god behind him. Even if she is still angry with Lu Chuan, if something happens to Lu Chuan, she will still fight to save him. And to take a step back, the overall strength of this country is not high, and Lu Chuan is not afraid of what tricks this strange guy who calls himself a prince will play. Lead the way. Lu Chuan just nodded lightly, without showing much respect. Even if he was really the Prince of Jacob City, he only belonged to their country and had nothing to do with Lu Chuan. Besides, he was in person this late at night. When he came to him, he must have asked him for help with something, otherwise Lu Chuan really couldn't think of anything else that would make the prince of a country stoop down to greet him personally. Perhaps he had anticipated Lu Chuan's attitude. Seeing that he just nodded lightly, Fred didn't care too much. Instead, he put on the hat on his robe and lowered the brim, as if he was afraid of being discovered. He was of ordinary status and walked in a hurry to lead the way. "Little Ada, it's getting late. You should go home first, don't make your grandpa worry too much." Lu Chuan turned around and gently rubbed the little guy's head. "Two adults, do you want to go with him? Although I haven't met the prince of our country, I have heard that the prince is indeed called Fred Lumsden, but I am not sure who he is." No, Ada was simply worried about Lu Chuan. "It's okay, have you forgotten? I taught Brent a lesson today, isn't it good now? Don't worry. Go back quickly, I will visit your grandpa when I have time." Lu Chuan took another hand from his pocket. He took out a few gold coins and handed them to the little guy. The little guy carefully put away the gold coins, and then turned around and waved to Lu Chuan. "Their family looks very poor. Why don't you give him more? Aren't you very rich? I can earn a few gold coins by playing a piece of music." Sona pulled Lu Chuan's sleeve and then handed it to him. "He has a piece of paper." Lu Chuan laughed dumbly and shook his head. "To help the poor is not to provide them with money. There are too many poor people in the world. No matter how rich I am, I can't make all of them rich. And if you give a poor person a lot of money, it will make them lose their purpose." Lost the target? Well, for example, Ada's family needs to work diligently every day to exchange for enough money to buy the food or clothing they need. But once they have a large number of gold coins, they don't need to work. If you have 100 gold coins on hand, will you still do a job that only pays you 1 silver coin a day? Sona shook her head. "So, they won't work anymore. And they will think about eating and drinking well all day long. But what happens when the gold coins are spent? People who are used to living in a wealthy life will have to live in a poor life and suffer the consequences. Are you okay? If you continue to do a job that only pays you 1 silver coin a day, can you still do it?" Sona nodded in understanding. Lu Chuan didn't explain much. In fact, this kind of situation is very common in his world. Some young rich second generations, because their families are well off, wander around. Eat the best, wear the best and play the best, but once their family suddenly goes bankrupt, I ask them to eat pickles with big white steamed buns, but they couldn't even swallow them. Money you did not earn by yourself will never be cherished. Fred walked very quickly in front, moving forward along the gravel road. Soon, he brought Lu Chuan to a small castle. The style of the castle is much more upscale than the thatched huts we passed before. "This is Jacob's palace, which makes you both laugh." Fred smiled lightly. Although this place is undoubtedly much more upscale than the thatched shed, as a country's royal palace, it is just a castle and is much inferior to other countries. There were only 2 guards guarding the door. After recognizing Prince Fred, they allowed the group to enter. Fred took Lu Chuan and Sona up to the 3rd floor and into his room. The room was very clean and tidy, and the decoration was very elegant. But as a prince's palace, it is really a bit shabby. Lu Chuan was inexplicably reminded of Damasia's Demi. She was a princess who had her own huge palace, and there were many small branches next to it. I don't know how that little girl is doing now. What Lu Chuan is more concerned about is the unknown child in her belly. After all, when she left, Demi said that she was pregnant. As for whether she was, if he told lies, Lu Chuan would not know. "It's really rude to invite you two to follow me, but I believe that sir can roughly guess the reason why I invited you two." The 2 of them took their seats. And Fred personally handed 2 glasses to Lu Chuan and Sona. "After tea, let's get straight to the point. Because there is no friendship between the 2 of you, so I won't pretend to be friends. I wonder how much you know about Brent, sir." When it came to Brent, Lu Chuan had some ideas in his mind. A prince, the person who will inherit the throne in the future. The other one is the guy next to the king who talks nonsense. Lu Chuan roughly guessed what the prince wanted to say. "I know something about it, but it's all hearsay. It is said that as a pharmacist, he used a medicine that can prolong life after taking it in exchange for the king's trust." So Feng Sheng, who was hanging around in Jacob's city, "The water is rising," Lu Chuan said. "Well, what you heard, sir, is true. If such a thing had not happened, there would not have been such rumors. It is true that Brent is a pharmacist. My father treated him naturally. Needless to say, in the past few years, he took advantage of his father's trust to do evil and did a lot of bad things. However, his father was getting older and his mind was a little confused, so he allowed him to continue like this and ruined the entire Jacob city. People are terrified. Chapter 271. Wait a minute. Lu Chuan interrupted Fred, you are telling me this, do you want me to help you get rid of Fred? Fred didn't expect Lu Chuan to be more direct than him. He tore open the thin layer of paper between the two of them and put everything on the table. Although this is our first meeting and entrusting you with something like this is a bit. Why don't you try to do it yourself? Lu Chuan waved his hand and asked, you are the prince of Jacob's city, and your power should be quite big. Facing a guy like a mouse, can you just eradicate him? Originally, it was possible, but it's not possible now. Fred sighed with a look of embarrassment, in the past. When he didn't show off his tricks, I let him go. After all, my father is old and has a lot of trouble. Everyone wants to live a few more years when they are old. Although this wish is very vague, it is not bad if there is a hope. Brent has brought such a false hope to his father, but it is also true for his father. I hope. Can you understand what I say? Yeah. Lu Chuan nodded lightly. He could understand Fred's approach. His father was already old, and there was a guy who talked nicely beside him to coax him. As a son, Fred felt a little relieved. But he used his father's trust to bribe the officials and generals around his father. When those officials saw that he had won the trust of his father, they were willing to be friends with him. In this way, his power became more and more powerful. He has grown bigger and bigger. And until now, the entire Jacobite city has almost been emptied out by him. He secretly used the power of the king under the eyes of his father, and no one dared to disobey him. If this continues, the entire Jacobite city will be destroyed by him. So it's already very difficult for you to get rid of him now, right? Lu Chuan rubbed his chin slightly. It's as difficult as climbing to the sky. Fred shook his head, if I could easily get rid of him, I wouldn't bother you, sir. Then why do you think that I will help you, or that I have the strength to help you kill him? Lu Chuan has been in Valoran for so long, and he has almost become a personal spirit, and now it's his time again, it's time to negotiate terms. There is no gratuitous help. No matter how pitiful Fred said it was, Lu Chuan was not a volunteer named Lei Mingfeng if he didn't offer some benefits. Of course, Mr. Trouble is also paid. There is a saint's fountain in the southwest corner of Jacob's city. Hundreds of years ago, there was a platinum realm power that broke through to diamond, and the fluctuations that escaped remained. It is within the spring and it stretches endlessly. If you are willing to help me, I will find a way to lend you the holy spring to soak in for 3 days. Lu Chuan smacked his tongue lightly. He was not in awe of the fountain of saints. This thing had long been heard in the mouths of gods. He was just surprised that a genuine diamond-level powerhouse had broken through hundreds of years ago. There are still energy fluctuations that have not dissipated yet. And these energies can make the strength of brass-level warriors soar. This shows how terrifying the diamond warriors are. At this time, the voice of the god floated into Lu Chuan's mind, actually, even though I am a god, my current real strength is only at the peak of platinum level. What exactly have you gone through? From a god-level power to a platinum level, Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. TCH, if I hadn't helped you several times, how could I be at the platinum level now? The god was a little angry when he mentioned this. I have already told you about my current soul state, and I have lost a lot of cultivation every time I help you. Lu Chuan was speechless. But I have to help you, so I won't talk about it anymore. After all, only you can help me reshape my body and ascend to the divine level again. That's why I have hope if you don't die. Otherwise, everything is empty talk. Then how about we get the qualification for the Saint's Fountain by then? Let's take a bath together. It's better to improve a little bit. Lu Chuan joked casually. As a result, the god inside the bead blushed, who wants to take a bath with you? Shameless. Porn. Perverted. Lu Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said it casually, but the girl actually took it seriously. Besides, what's so good about a little brat with boobs but no breasts and a butt but no butt? Even if she strips naked for him to see, he won't know how to. Well, take a look at most. Okay, take a look. Fine. Looking at the exquisite and sparkling little feet for half an hour is actually a kind of enjoyment. You bastard. Go to hell. You molested me again. You are the only one in the world who dares to molest me. The god's angry roar came in his mind. And Lu Chuan hurriedly stopped thinking. He almost forgot that this little girl that's the point of mind reading. Just when Lu Chuan was arguing with the god, Fred had already called him softly several times. Gentlemen. Sir, are you okay? He just saw Lu Chuan muttering something softly by himself, with a smirk on his face when he finished, which made his anus tingle a little. Could this guy have fallen in love with his own man? Ahem. Lu Chuan came back to his senses and hurriedly said with a straight face, "Is the saint's fountain that magical?" Fred's face was full of dark lines, and Lu Chuan's serious move caught him off guard. Finally, after the two people discussed for about half an hour, they finally reached an agreement. The terms of the negotiation were that Lu Chuan would help Fred get rid of Brent. And Fred would give him the qualification to soak in the fountain of the saint, without having to participate in any martial arts competition to obtain the qualification. To be honest, Lu Chuan was more willing to beat up that chubby Brent than to participate in a martial arts competition. After beating him, he could take a bath. Wouldn't that be a pleasure? It would be too troublesome and boring to participate in those tedious martial arts competitions and compete with bronze-level warriors round after round. But I would like to remind you, sir, that if you want to eradicate Brent, relying on force is the lowest option. Just when Lu Chuan yawned and was about to ask the prince to quickly arrange a room for them, Fred said again. How do you say that? Lu Chuan turned his head and looked at Fred in confusion. He had just planned to go and beat Brent up, but Fred said he wouldn't let him beat him. Brent's status is because he has gained the trust of his father and established relationships with the officers and generals. It is useless to force him to submit by force. Sir, you cannot stay here to suppress him forever. Even if you give in temporarily. He gave in, and he will still be the same after he leaves. Then what do you mean, let me expose his tricks? Let your father know that he is a damn liar. Once your father doesn't trust him, then his power will be lost. This will fundamentally change the situation. Should we get rid of him? That's easy to say. I'll get it done for you tomorrow. Give me a room first, I'm exhausted after traveling all day. Lu Chuan yawned again. Chapter 272. Whoa. Lu Chuan hurriedly stretched out his hand from the quilt. He finally realized what he had touched. Those soft, shapeless little buns, if they weren't the little breasts of a human girl, what else could they be? Cough. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. After Lu Chuan coughed awkwardly, he said with a smile, well, it's getting late today. Go to bed early. I'm going to bed too. Good night. After saying that, he seemed to be running away from the self-contained space, fearing that the god would jump up and slap him in the face. However, Lu Chuan, who had already run out, did not notice that Tianshan was lying on the bed secretly weeping, and said in a choked voice. You are a bad person, you don't marry someone, and you still touch them every day, I will beat you to death, woo-woo. The next day. Lu Chuan woke up from his sleep, rubbed his eyes and yawned loudly, then got up, dressed and washed with a pair of panda eyes. He really didn't sleep well last night. In the middle of the night, he dreamed of gods. His face was filled with pear blossoms and rain. He couldn't remember clearly what happened in his sleep. He didn't know what she said. In the end, she hugged him. I couldn't help crying. After washing up, Lu Chuan got into the beat again, but this time he was unexpectedly not blocked by the gods. It stands to reason that Xiaonizi would probably not let her in if she was angry after doing such an outrageous thing to her yesterday. Inside the small bead, the god was sleeping soundly on her small bed. The quilt also hung halfway to the ground while she was sleeping, revealing a large area of white spring color. Although her petite body was not very strong, development. But for Lu Chuan, it was also a crime-provoking scenery. With a feeling that he could not ignore it, he picked up the quilt and covered it with the god, and then ducked out of the self-contained space. According to the agreement he made with Fred yesterday, he was going to the palace today, which was the top floor of the castle, to visit his father and persuade him not to trust Brent easily. When passing by Sona's room, he found that the girl was also sleeping soundly. Sona was very quiet when sleeping. And the quilt was tightly covered. Lu Chuan then closed the door with relief and touched it with a wry smile. Touching his cheek, why do I feel like I have become a housekeeper, raising a group of young ladies? When I walked to the hall, I found that Fred had gotten up early, put on a light red robe, and had a bow tie flower on his chest. He was sitting at the dining table, cutting and smearing the flowers carefully with a knife and fork. Honey bread. After seeing Lu Chuan, Fred hurriedly stood up and greeted him with a smile. Sir, don't you want to sleep a little longer? Father will not get up so early. No, enough sleep. Sir, haven't you had breakfast yet? If you don't mind. How about having one here? Fred was not overly polite. He could estimate Lu Chuan's approximate net worth from Lu Chuan's golden robe. With his wealth, having a breakfast of bread and milk that ordinary people can afford is really nothing. However, Lu Chuan was not particular or polite, and sat down directly. Fred asked the butler to bring another piece of baked, soft and sweet bread in a cup of heated milk. Have you thought of a countermeasure, sir? Fred couldn't help but ask during the meal. If the problem can be solved with just fists, Fred doesn't have to worry so much. After all, he can faintly notice that Lu Chuan's suppressed breath is a little restless. This is because he is trying his best to suppress the breath. This can be seen from the casual lesson he gave Brent and his guards yesterday. But force is temporary, and the most important thing is to make the king who already has confidence in Brent doubt Brent. Do you have a pond here? A pond or a small river will do. After finishing breakfast, Lu Chuan pretended to wipe his mouth with a white square towel. In fact, he is more accustomed to wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, but after all, this is a palace, and there is a prince sitting next to him, so he should be more elegant when he should be elegant. Yes, there is a small pond about 200 meters outside the palace, which is used for enjoying the scenery. But I don't know what the purpose of looking for the pond is, sir. Fred became even more confused. Is it necessary to use a pond to convince his father? Or is it that the hidden master in front of me has magical magic that can cleanse human hearts with the help of water elements? However, Lu Chuan didn't say much, so it was inconvenient for him to reveal more. Seeing that Lu Chuan had already finished breakfast, and he was still slowly cutting the square bread into small pieces with a knife, it was inappropriate. So he simply grabbed it with his hands. He stuffed it into his mouth, poured another gulp of milk, then stood up and said, "Sir, please come with me, and I will take you to the pond." A small pond with a radius of only more than 10 meters is a bit shabby for a royal family to enjoy the scenery. However, for a poor country like Jacob City where residents still wrap themselves in animal skins to keep warm, Lu Chuan also don't worry about this anymore. He walked forward quickly, walked to the foot of a tree, and squatted down, as if looking for something. Fred was also a little strange. He leaned forward and wanted to see what Lu Chuan was doing. As a result, Lu Chuan reached out to fish for a long time on the water and found a few small bugs with transparent wings. The size of the bugs was not even half the size of a fingernail. What kind of insect is this? Will it be useful in persuading my father? Fred was puzzled. If Lu Chuan nodded seriously, Fred even suspected that this guy was deliberately teasing him. How could there be any use of bugs to convince others? The connection between the two is simply indistinguishable. This is a bug that can make people tell the truth. Although it is small, it has powerful magical abilities. Lu Chuan started to talk nonsense. Is it really that magical? Fred asked doubtfully. Whether it's a lie or not, you'll know later. I can't talk nonsense. If I see your father and I can't convince him, wouldn't I just shoot myself in the foot? Lu Chuan saying this made Fred feel a little relieved. Then Lu Chuan picked up a small jade bottle, poured some water into it, picked up a small leaf and stuffed it in, and finally put in the few bugs with transparent wings that he captured. He threw it into the storage bag. Okay, let's go back. It's almost time for your father to get up, right? By the way, ask your men to call Brent over. I'm going to expose his trick today. Lu Chuan showed an inscrutable look on his face. Mysterious smile. Chapter 273. The king of Jacob's city was an old man in his 60s or 70s named Franks. Perhaps due to some minor fertility issues, he only had a son when he was in his 40s or 50s, who is now Prince Fred. Although the poverty of Jacob City is well known, no neighboring country is willing to lend a helping hand to it, even if it is not far away from the city of Zon, which is famous for its advanced technology. However, the situation in Jacob City is not so poor that they can't even eat. On the contrary, the residents here are very hardworking because of their poverty. They get up at dawn and go to work in the fields. They go home with hoes in the evening when the sun goes down. Although it is hard work, they still have no worries about food and clothing, except for food and clothing. They are all of the lowest quality. Because of poverty, the security in Jacob City was surprisingly good. After all, everyone was so poor that the thieves couldn't find anything when they entered the house. In general, although life is hard, it can be regarded as joy amidst hardship. Although there is not a very good living environment, people can feel the tranquility of life better than the people of those superior countries. It can be regarded as a gain and a loss. It's just that this peaceful life began to be disrupted after a guy named Brent broke into the city. At first, Brent's visit, because of his identity as a pharmacist, won the favor of many residents. Because in the mountains around Jacob City, there are many ferocious beasts and tigers. And some firemen and hunters must go into the mountains to survive, and without effective anti-injury drugs, they are likely to die in the mountains once they encounter danger. With the arrival of Brent, a batch of wound medicine produced was sold at a low price, and his people were also well received by the residents. Such news reached the ears of King Franks, who hurriedly sent someone to invite Brent to the palace. After all, a pharmacist, even a first-level pharmacist, is not something that this small country of theirs can have, and now Brent comes to the door by himself. If he doesn't have something delicious to eat, just in case. The day someone runs away, it will be a loss to Jacob City. In order to stabilize Brent's heart, Franks also married his sister's youngest daughter to him. Let's talk about Brent. He originally ran away from Zon in anger. He used to work in an underground pharmaceutical factory in Zon refining medicines for the entire Zon army. His living conditions were pretty good, with a stable income every month. Rewards, but that's all. But where is Zon? It is a place where technology has reached its extreme level. Although it is all black technology, it is at least a manifestation of technology. In a place with such advanced technology, is there a shortage of talents? Therefore, a first-level pharmacist like Brent can only be regarded as the lowest-level agent in a secret pharmaceutical factory. He is ordered around by others all day long. If the person above him is unhappy, or if he fails to do something, the one who slapped him and kicked him laughed loudly with the other companions, and Brent could only break his teeth and swallow it. So Brent couldn't stand this anger for a long time, so he secretly ran out of Zon City overnight. But the problem arises again. Behind the prosperity of Zon's science and technology, there are also strict rules and systems. Once a country becomes particularly prosperous, without strict rules and laws, troubles will easily occur. Brent was an official of Zon City and suddenly ran away secretly. The official side must have known about the situation. Although he was just a soldier who ran away, the people above him were not happy. So once Brent was captured, he would probably it's a bit dangerous. So he thought about it, climbed the mountain road for several days, and hid in the remote Jacob City. After being admired by King Franks of Jacob City, Brent enjoyed the supreme treatment he had never enjoyed before. Food, clothing, and supplies were all the best rewards given to him by Franks. She is also the youngest daughter of an aristocratic family. She is tall and obedient, and she will do whatever she is told to do. For a moment, Brent felt like he was about to fly into the sky. Human beings are very strange. When they are humble, they can endure any hardships and sins. However, once they become successful and prosperous, they begin to feel dissatisfied. Brent was no exception. He could not enjoy these things anyway, but now that he is a pharmacist, all the pleasures he should have had are gone, and his heart began to be dissatisfied with them. Like the Noxian mob, his heart began to become violent. He found that treating others politely was far less comfortable than slapping them directly in the face. Talking softly to a lowly commoner is far less pleasurable than watching him trembling on his knees and apologizing repeatedly. So, Brent began to use the power given to him by the king to do evil. He was able to handle the small fights at the beginning, but after he bullied the poor for a while, he became dissatisfied again. He found that it was better to bully the nobles than to bully the poor. Although Jacob City was a small country, it also had its own aristocratic system, with some heroes related to the king, the previous king, and even previous kings. Be it relatives or relatives, passed down from generation to generation, there are quite a few nobles in this small country. But for you, an outsider, to dance on the heads of other nobles is a bit too much. The king will definitely be angry, right? So in order to further gain the king's trust, Brent made up a lie that he could make longevity potions. The king was old. And who wouldn't want to live a few more years? In addition, Brent was indeed a pharmacist. The king had not had much contact with pharmacists before, so he believed it and gave Brent special privileges so that Brent could easily find the materials for making potions. Brent's words are his words. This is incredible. Brent has the power of a king. Then, he randomly made a few bottles of potion that had no effect but could make people's meridians slightly smoother. Every time he drank it for the king, he would tell him that this was a potion that increases longevity. The king himself felt, oh. How do you feel that your whole body feels more relaxed? It seems this guy is telling the truth. Over time, the king became convinced of him. Brent also began to use his power to arbitrarily flirt with the good-looking girls of the nobles, and use coercive means to tease and humiliate them. Seeing their painful struggles and their desperate expressions after struggling to no avail and being abused, he felt a great satisfaction. And all the nobles who came to ask for explanations were beaten up and kicked out. There are also many nobles who can't bear it anymore. All the daughters they gave birth to were ruined by this beast. Do they still want to get married? So I went to the king in person to reason with him. Where will the king listen? Sanction Brent? Joke. If he is punished, who will give me longevity medicine? Therefore, Brent's viciousness became more and more severe and continues to this day. Not only did he plunder a large amount of property from the people of Jacob's city, but he also defiled the good-looking girls, which made the residents panic. The nobles dared not speak out in anger. Chapter 274. Franks had just gotten up and washed up under the service of the maid. Soldiers outside came in and reported that the prince had brought a strange man and asked to see him. The people brought by the prince must not be in much danger, and there is nothing to covet in this small country. Franks directly waved his hand and asked the soldiers to invite the people in. When he saw Lu Chuan for the first time, Franks was a little stunned because Lu Chuan was wearing a soft armor with silver-gold threads. And the trousers on his lower body were also made of very fine high-grade cloth. Such fine workmanship, I'm afraid even the best tailors in Jacob's city can't make it. His Majesty King Franks. Lu Chuan made a basic greeting, touching his chest with one hand and bowing slightly. Are you? Franks asked Lu Chuan, but his eyes looked at Fred. Before Fred could speak, Lu Chuan stepped forward and introduced himself as if he was familiar with it. I am an explorer who travels around the Valoran continent all year round. My name is Ezreal. Akiu. Xiao Huangmao, who was trying hard to dig a strange plant at the foot of the mountain far away, sneezed. So Mr. Ezreal, what's the matter? Franks asked. It's like this. I heard Fred say that you have been deceived by a cunning guy, so I want to let your majesty see the reality clearly. And by the way, I can borrow your spring water. Lu Chuan got straight to the point and asked Fred to almost slipped and fell to his knees. Sir, Fred pulled Lu Chuan's sleeves with cold sweat on his head. Although he entrusted Lu Chuan to handle this matter, he did not let Lu Chuan say it so directly. To say that the king was deceived by a cunning guy is to say that the king is stupid in disguise. Can you be fooled if you are not stupid? How does a king who is used to being complimented suddenly feel when someone calls him stupid? Oh. Sure enough, Frank's face darkened, and his tone was a bit displeased. I'm not here to listen to Mr. Ezreal's jokes. I am the king of this country, and I can do anything. You don't need to be lectured by outsiders who have just arrived. If there is nothing else, please go back. Perhaps because Lu Chuan was wearing gorgeous clothes, even if Franks was unhappy, he didn't say anything particularly harsh and just asked him to leave. Before driving me away, I only ask one question. If His Majesty the King can answer it, then I promise to leave this country obediently and never take another step. Lu Chuan's eyes suddenly became sharp and straight. Staring at Franks, he felt a slight chill on his back. This guy has such a strong aura, Franks was secretly shocked. Okay, you can ask. As long as I know something that doesn't involve national privacy, I will answer you. If the answer is right, I hope Mr. Ezreal will keep his promise and leave this country. Franks calmed down. Snorted coldly. The question is very simple. Does His Majesty the King know how long he can live? Lu Chuan said directly. As soon as this question was asked, the atmosphere in the whole room suddenly solidified. The maid holding the wash basin behind her turned pale, and the soldier beside her had quietly touched the handle of the sword at her waist. Behind Lu Chuan, Fred was sweating profusely and his legs were a little weak, as if he was showing signs of being unable to stand at any time. If I had known that I would kill myself, I would not have asked a guy like this to help me. Isn't he too incompetent to speak? How can one ask the king of a country, how long can you live? Such a taboo question. Looking for death. Kill him. Franks shouted coldly, and the guard soldiers around him had drawn out their sharp swords and rushed towards Lu Chuan. Father, wait a minute, Mr. Ezreal means absolutely no harm. Fred tried to dissuade him somewhat feebly, but he couldn't stop the king from killing someone he wanted to kill. Lu Chuan was very calm at this time. Looking at the sharp sword piercing his chest, Lu Chuan said quickly, His Majesty the King actually has no idea in his heart. Does he? You don't know how long you will live, right? Then why would an outsider, and only a first-level pharmacist, know something that you don't even know? Kill him. Franks shouted again. The soldiers rushed forward faster and faster, but Lu Chuan continued to chatter. In other words, if you can predict the future and see your Majesty 30 years later, then these 30 years are your destined lifespan. And it will not change because of anything, because 30 years from now you will still be alive in the future, so you will definitely be alive in 30 years. But if your Majesty can only live for 1 year, then your Majesty will still die after 1 year, and it will not change because of anything, let alone a bottle of I don't even know what kind of potion it is. Even if this kind of longevity potion really exists, it can't be as intuitive as the strength potion, and the effect can be directly seen. Then why do you believe so deeply, Brent? Is what you said true? Stop. Just when the infinitely magnified sword tip was reflected in Lu Chuan's pupils, Franks shouted again, and the soldier hurriedly stopped the attack. Franks was sweating profusely at this time. As if he had just gone through a very fierce ideological struggle, panting and asked, then how can I believe you? You are not telling lies. Deceive me? Then use this to suppress Brent and gain my trust yourself. This situation also exists, but I have already said what I want. All I need is the fountain of saints in your country. I don't want anything else, so I have no other ambitions. You wouldn't do something so embarrassing. Lu Chuan said seriously. After Franks was silent for a while, he slowly raised his head. After listening to what you said, I have to say that what you said makes some sense, but it only makes some sense. There is indeed the possibility that Brent has deceived me, but there is also the possibility that you have deceived me. Just saying it by words is useless. You need to confirm it. Confirm it to me. The potion developed by Brent is fake. Only then will I believe you. After Franks finished speaking, Prince Fred sighed bitterly. This was a situation that he had anticipated before. He originally wanted to remind Lu Chuan that it was best to bypass this layer and avoid this problem. Because no one knows whether the life-increasing potion is useful or not. Whoever lives an extra day may be his or her destiny. Or it may be the effect of the life-extending potion. But no one can say for sure that the extra day you live is the effect of the medicine. After all, no one knows how long they can live. In this case, how to prove whether the longevity-enhancing medicine is useful? This seemed to be a dead end and an unsolvable problem, but Lu Chuan agreed with a smile. Okay, I will confirm for you right away that his potion has no effect. Thank you for the tip from Suzwarue. Chapter 275. Your Majesty. At this moment, a fat guy suddenly ran in from outside the door. Everyone took a closer look and saw that it was Brent who had been pushed all the way back by Lu Chuan. Perhaps because of his fat body, he did not suffer serious injuries, but there were still many scratches on his face, and there must be many scratches under the skin covered by clothes. He was called over by Prince Fred, or in other words, called over in the name of the king, saying that they wanted to see him for something. Of course, this was also Lu Chuan's idea. After all, if the person involved was not present when he exposed the trick, he could make up some lies to deceive him later. Lu Chuan just wanted to give him no chance to make a comeback. Speaking of which, the two of them didn't have much grievances. How Brent behaved in this small country had nothing to do with him, Lu Chuan. But who let Brent stop Lu Chuan? It's you. Brent saw Lu Chuan standing next to the king at a glance. How could he not remember Lu Chuan? The guy who made him extremely embarrassed yesterday was actually standing next to the king today. Intuition made Brent secretly feel uneasy. His two thick caterpillar-like eyebrows twitched and he said to the king, Your Majesty. This man has no good intentions. He spoke rudely to me on the street yesterday. And even hit me, and all the injuries on my body were caused by him. That's enough. Franks suddenly shouted, making Brent's heart tremble. Logically speaking, if such a situation had occurred in the past, the king would have ordered his personal soldiers to drag Lu Chuan out and chop him. After all, Brent was a guest of Jacob City and a first-class pharmacist extremely noble. But who would have thought that the king's expression was a little unnatural now, especially when he looked at himself? There was a bit of doubt in his eyes, which made Brent increasingly panicked. Did this guy really say something before he arrived? Just in time, Brent is here now. You are in front of me and in front of him. Please confirm it. After waving his hand, Franks turned and sat on the king's chair. Brent was able to thrive in Jacob's City. If he wasn't smart, he would have been hammered to death. When he heard the king say this, his eyes rolled slightly, and he immediately guessed that it might be related to the longevity potion. But he felt relieved instead. After all, whether that thing is useful is the same as whether there are ghosts in this world. Some people say there are ghosts, and some people say there are not. Who knows? I'm also very curious about how this gentleman confirmed it. Brent grinned and glanced at Lu Chuan with a bit of disdain. Mr. Ezreal, Fred whispered for Lu Chuan. If Lu Chuan failed this time, then Brent would really have no one to deal with. Ahem. Lu Chuan coughed lightly, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, he pulled out a small jade bottle from the storage bag. Fred recognized the bottle. Lu Chuan had just caught a few small bugs by the pond and closed it. Inside. Then, he took out a small bowl from the storage bag. Your storage bag is really a garbage recycle bin. Why does it even have a bowl? Tianshan, who hadn't had any bubbles in a long time, suddenly said. Okay, don't complain at this time. Lu Chuan replied carefully, then poured the few bugs in a small jade bottle into the small bowl. What kind of bug is this? Franks asked curiously. Your Majesty, this kind of insect is called a mayfly. It lives and dies every day and has a lifespan of less than a day. Lu Chuan was not sure whether there were small creatures like mayflies in the world at first. But last night he browsed through the Valoran encyclopedia and found this creature after searching for more than half an hour. So early in the morning, after breakfast, he ran to the river to fish for it. Live and die, only 1 day to live. Franks looked surprised. This was the first time he had heard of this kind of life, and the 1 day lifespan was even more incomprehensible to him. What is the meaning of such a short-lived creature living in this world? Franks murmured to himself. Lu Chuan chuckled lightly, Your Majesty, there is no need to dwell on this issue. The longevity turtle can live for thousands of years. If it has thoughts, then in its eyes, the few decades we humans live are meaningless, but for us humans for me, this life is enough to bring out the most brilliant brilliance. Are you going to test it with mayflies? Frank seemed to have thought of something, with a look of enlightenment on his face. No one knows whether life-increasing potions have any effect, because human lifespan is not fixed. But in the face of this little guy who only has 1 day to live, whether the medicine has any effect or not is only a matter of tomorrow. Wait a minute. Brent stopped him in a panic, are you kidding me? Can bugs be compared with humans? How can something that works on humans have an effect on bugs? What Brent said seemed to make sense, and Franks turned his attention to Lu Chuan again, wanting to see how he explained it. As a result, Lu Chuan suddenly fell silent. Heh. A trace of sarcasm appeared on Brent's lips. Inside the beads. Tianshan was sitting on the bed with her knees folded, watching the show, when she suddenly heard Lu Chuan calling her. God, Lord God. What's wrong? Go and steal an energy converter for me. The god almost lost her seat and fell off the bed. After she stabilized her center of gravity, she raised her fist and said, Are you a pig? How can you ask the supreme god to steal things? We don't have time to talk about this. I'll give you whatever compensation you want later. There are so many black technologies in Zwan, so it should be easy to get an energy converter, right? Lu Chuan said quickly. Then, well, remember what you said, you can give me any compensation. After the god agreed, he closed his beautiful eyes and drew a strange pattern in the air with his jade fingers. Okay, let's take a look at your storage bag. In an instant, the god stole an energy converter for Lu Chuan, which made Lu Chuan sigh. It was so reliable to have a supreme god as his backing. The energy converter was pulled out from the storage bag. The thing looked like a small motor. Since Mr. Brent said so, I'll just convert the energy a little bit. Lu Chuan took out a bottle of strength potion, this is a first-level strength potion. Franks glanced at the soldier beside him. The soldier stepped forward to take the potion, took a sip, and nodded to Franks. Lu Chuan took the remaining half bottle and poured it into the energy converter. How do you control this thing? He asked the god again with his heart. It seems to be controlled by thoughts. Whatever energy you want to convert into, it will be converted into the equivalent energy for you. The god pouted. It's quite advanced. Lu Chuan muttered and began to use his mind to convert. Chapter 276. Energy conversion successful. Lu Chuan handed the potion that was converted into speed to the soldier. After the soldier took a small sip, he nodded to Franks. There is no problem with this energy converter. So this will solve the problem that something that can be used by humans cannot be used by bugs. Next, please ask Mr. Brent to give you the life-enhancing potion you refined. Give me a bottle. Lu Chuan looked at Brent with a smile. Cold sweat kept flowing down Brent's forehead, God knows where this damn guy took out an energy converter. In Brent's memory. This kind of advanced technology is generally difficult to obtain. They are all kept by the senior executives in the scientific research basement of Zon. Why does this guy have one in his hand? But now he couldn't do anything. All eyes were staring at him. If he made any excuses at this time, I'm afraid the king would deepen his suspicion of him. It doesn't matter if I give you a life-enhancing potion. Anything that is effective can be effective on anyone. At this time, Brent sneered again. He didn't say this just a few minutes ago. This man really knows how to go with the flow. Lu Chuan took the potion and meditated for a while, converting the potion for humans into energy that could be used by insects without any harm. Then he took out a small bowl and divided the mayflies in the bowl into two. Yes, there are a few in one bowl. At the same time, he filled the bowl on the left with clean water, and the bowl on the right with clean water and the converted longevity elixir. Mayflies are ephemeral creatures. If the medicine has an effect, the result you will see tomorrow is that the mayflies in the left bowl will die naturally, and the mayflies in the right bowl will still be alive. If it doesn't work, then the mayflies in both bowls will die naturally. Death, the result will be very obvious. Lu Chuan stared at Brent with a smile, and found that his eyes were a little erratic at this time, and his face was very ugly. This is indeed a very good idea. Frank seemed to agree with Lu Chuan's method. At the same time, he also sent an order to his men to call a few more guards to guard the two bowls in shifts. No mistakes were allowed. Although the process is very funny, with several soldiers guarding two bowls and the bugs in the bowls, the result can determine the fate of Brent. Then I'll take my leave first. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'll go back and catch up on my sleep. After Lu Chuan waved his hand. He ignored the murderous intent in Brent's eyes and said to Franks and Fred. After that, he walked out of the palace. After returning to her room, the little girl couldn't help but ask again. Aren't you afraid that Brent will cause trouble? Making trouble? How could he cause trouble and send someone to assassinate me? Oh no. God waved his little hand and said, aren't you afraid that he will do something to the mayflies in your two bowls? How to do it? His only hope now is to see live mayflies tomorrow morning. It's easy to kill the mayflies in the bowl. But if he wants to keep them alive, he probably doesn't have the ability. Lu Chuan fell on the bed. She pulled the quilt over her body. She couldn't sleep well in the middle of the night because she was tortured by God last night. That's it. Xiaonizi nodded as if she understood, and said with a hint of longing, Hey, don't tell me, I notice that you sometimes have so many clever ideas. Please, that's called resourcefulness, not a clever idea. Lu Chuan yawned. Humph, let's forget it. By the way, how do you want to compensate me? God suddenly remembered that Lu Chuan still owed her some compensation, and became excited again. Take you to a hot spring. Go to hell. The god said shyly. Haha. Lu Chuan laughed twice. After teasing the soft and cute god, Lu Chuan closed his eyes with satisfaction and began to catch up on his sleep. The next day, Lu Chuan jumped out of bed energetically today. He woke up in the middle of the night last night, sat up and concentrated on his cultivation for a while. But now Lu Chuan's golden 3-star realm is very stable, he just lacks the energy to improve his strength. After walking out of the room, he saw Prince Fred, who was still cutting bread sticks elegantly and calmly in the hall not far away. After seeing Lu Chuan, Prince Fred showed a smile that was a little more cordial than yesterday, and invited Lu Chuan to sit down. Shared breakfast. His Royal Highness is so happy, have you got the news? Lu Chuan looked at Fred's face with a bit of joy while he was eating. Well, at midnight last night, the last living mayfly also died. When I woke up in the morning, my father was furious when he learned the news. Now he is sending troops to capture Brent. The nobles who have tolerated Brent for a long time are also coming one after another in the morning. I'm afraid that if I give Brent 8 more lives, he won't be able to survive. At this point, Fred suddenly paused, stood up, faced Lu Chuan, and knelt down on one knee. Mr. Ezreal has no repayment for his great kindness to this country. I am here to thank you for all the people of Jacob City. I can't bear such a grand ceremony, and we have agreed that I will help you kill Brent, and you will lend me the Saint's Fountain for a few days, so it is a mutual matter, and there is no need to thank you. Lu Chuan helped Prince Fred up. Whether these princes or kings, why do they always kneel down when they disagree with each other? Lu Chuan has been kneeled down by many princes and kings in the past year, and he feels that his lifespan has been shortened a lot. After the two had breakfast, they headed to the palace, only to find King Frank sitting on the throne with a gloomy look on his face. Father, what happened? Fred stepped forward and saluted, and Lu Chuan also bowed slightly and saluted. Although his hidden strength could even destroy this small country, the etiquette should still be polite. You can't bully the elderly and the children just because they are weak, right? That cunning Brent may have guessed the result and ran away overnight. It's really abominable. He deceived me for so many years. Frank slammed the chair. Seeing the king getting angry, Lu Chuan's expression was very calm. He had already guessed Brent's choice. If Lu Chuan wanted to be more vicious, he could intercept him at night. But you have to be merciful and merciful. Brent and Lu Chuan have no deep hatred. To put it bluntly, he is just a chess piece to make Lu Chuan more convenient. If he runs away now, he will run away. When necessary, leaving a way for others to survive is also a kind of kindness. As expected, he was still too kind. Lu Chuan couldn't help but praise himself, but he was despised by the gods again. Shameless. Then please, Lord God, please don't frequently use mind reading on me, a shameless person. Lu Chuan responded expressionlessly. Ahem. The god blushed, looked up at the sky and whistled, shush. The shush sound was because she didn't blow it. Chapter 277. Is this the fountain of the saint? In a country surrounded by mountains, in a dense forest at the foot of the mountains in the southwest, there was a pool of hot spring water in front of Lu Chuan. Just standing by the spring water, you can feel the strong. Well, it's a subtle energy fluctuation. This energy has no effect on Lu Chuan at all. But since God said that cultivation can be quickly improved here, Lu Chuan will just believe it for the time being. Although that little Nizi always puts on an air of, I am a god and I am radiant, but the words that come out of her mouth are quite practical. Well, this is the place where a diamond-level powerful man ascended hundreds of years ago. Since you have agreed to this, sir, please feel free to use this hot spring during these 3 days. Prince Fred stood forward. Taking a small step, he made a strange gesture with his hands, and soon, a colorless barrier in front of the hot spring quietly disappeared. So there is a barrier. Lu Chuan whispered in his heart. It seems that he was right to go directly to the hot spring without being instigated by the gods. Once the barrier is broken, the caster will definitely notice it. Although even if they were aware of it, there was no good way to deal with Lu Chuan. But if he did that, there would be no difference between Lu Chuan and the guys in Noxus. TCH, who is inciting you? I just don't want to waste time. You can break this barrier with just one punch. The god immediately defended. Although having you here can be of great help sometimes. Really, actually it's okay, I didn't help much, the shy god. But your practice of using mind-reading skills to spy on my inner activities all the time is really perverted. Go to hell, you bastard. The expressionless god said. Your tone changes too quickly, Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. Then I won't disturb Mr. Ezreal's training. After Fred nodded slightly, he turned back through the dense forest. Now you should tell me the secret of this hot spring. After confirming that Fred was gone, Lu Chuan asked the god. It's very simple. It's just under this pool. The god pointed downwards. Under the pool. Well, maybe that diamond-level kid was so ecstatic because of his breakthrough that he forgot an energy magic core here. Diamonds, a side dish? Lu Chuan found that comparisons between people are infuriating. People with diamonds' power are strong people everywhere in Valoran. They are people to look up to. But in the eyes of the gods, they are not worth mentioning. Side dishes. Just fall under the pool. Nonsense. Otherwise, how do you think it would be possible for this pool to maintain energy fluctuations for so long? There is a magical beast demonic core at the bottom of this pool that is at least the 4th level peak. Oh no, it is an energy demonic core. If a samurai wants to absorb the energy in the magic core, he needs to transfer the magic core to the energy magic core before he can absorb it, and the converted magic core will definitely lose part of the energy. The magic core that can reach the peak of level 4 under this situation is probably a level 5 magic core when it exists in the body of the monster. A 5th level magic core, a monster that has reached the diamond realm. Although it sounds ridiculous, it is actually like this. I also estimate that the guy must have got carried away and left this magic core here. The god sighed and spread his hands. With Lu Chuan's current strength, a diamond-level monster will be killed instantly. So even if he encounters it, Lu Chuan can only run away, but now it is equivalent to giving him a diamond-level energy magic core for free. This is not a big improvement to Lu Chuan's cultivation. Ah! Rogue! In the exclamation of the god, Lu Chuan took off his clothes in 3 strokes, leaving only a pair of shorts, and threw himself directly into the pool. It's not like you haven't seen anything about gangsters or not. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and dived directly into the steaming pool. The god was still struggling, although I was watching. Those who have seen it say, but that situation is not what I want to see, and I didn't expect you to be like this, Lu Chuan. Sister, it's me who suffers, right? I feel so embarrassed, and a grown man's whole body is exposed by a little girl with no hair on his head. Lu Chuan answered the god as he dived. Who said my hair didn't grow all the way? I was just, God, born. Who told you about that kind of hair? It's childish. Although Lu Chuan was calm on the surface, there was still a slight ripple in his heart. A natural white tiger, tut, a rare breed. Fortunately, the gods are so busy now that they don't have time to read Lu Chuan's mind. Otherwise, Lu Chuan would probably drown in the water. 'Cause of death, knowing too much. The water in the pond was not too deep, so Lu Chuan dived to the bottom of the pond in a flash and saw a small black stone. This should be the energy magic core, right? Feeling the strong fluctuations contained in it, Lu Chuan was sure. Perhaps it's because of being under the water for hundreds of years and being constantly washed by the water, it has become as solid as a stone. But if the skin is cut open, the inside is like the liquid of a raw egg, and all the energy will be lost to leak out. I think it's best if you release the energy directly. God suddenly reminded warmly, because with your current physique, you can't absorb so much at once, and release all the energy in this pool. It dilutes the energy. It makes sense. Lu Chuan nodded, and then gently shook his hand. Crack. The eggshell-like protective film shattered in response. Hiss. All the energy spread out with a buzzing sound. The majestic energy shocked Lu Chuan's fingers, as if they were jolted by something heavy. He threw away the egg reflexively. Look, if you don't have me by your side, I really don't know how you can survive. The god shook his head. Thank you very much. If you weren't next to me, I might have thrown the shell into my mouth. Lu Chuan looked numb. Soon, after the infusion of energy, the originally clear pool became very turbid at this moment. The energy of Warcraft is like this, chaotic, but with an unrivaled momentum. Chapter 278. The small pool filled with majestic energy made a sound like boiling water at this moment, and bubbles continued to bubble. Although it seemed like this to the outside world, Lu Chuan felt unusually comfortable while soaking in the pool. The water temperature was not as high as expected. This temperature was just acceptable. After the energy was diluted by the water, it penetrated into the water bit by bit. Lu Chuan's limbs and bones. Lu Chuan found a shallow place at the bottom of the pool and sat down, with his upper body exposed. At the same time, he calmed down and then slowly entered a state of cultivation. Seeing that Lu Chuan was fully committed to it, the god also changed his habit of dying if he didn't complain and chose to calm down. As the pool water surged, the vigorous energy continuously penetrated into Lu Chuan's body. Lu Chuan hurriedly introduced it into his meridians with his mind. It's just that the energy of high-level monsters has been refined into energy demon core. For Lu Chuan, who only has the third golden realm, it is still a bit violent. But Lu Chuan, who had already endured the painful task of tempering his soul, no longer found it difficult when he faced this small test. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and allowed the energy being directed in to impact his meridians. He needs to widen his meridians so that more energy can flow throughout his body, so that he can quickly break through the realm. The meridians on the warrior's body are the necessary places for energy to flow. Only when every meridian is unobstructed can energy flow freely in the body. And then be controlled by the warrior to decide whether to use the left fist harder or the right fist next time. The legs work harder. In other words, if the meridians on a warrior's body are compared to a complex, winding but coherent road, then the energy is like a carriage traveling on the road. If the road is blocked, then the carriage will not be able to pass. Therefore, the most basic requirement for becoming a warrior is that the meridians must be unobstructed so that energy can be used. After a warrior improves his level, his meridians must also be broadened. This reason is also very simple. Since energy represents a carriage, which one has more impact, a slow carriage or a running carriage? What are the prerequisites for a carriage that can charge smoothly on the road? The road should be wide. If it is on a road that just accommodates a carriage, but if you go a little crookedly and the carriage will get stuck, the carriage will not be able to run, right? Therefore, if you want to use high-level skills and release more powerful energy impacts, you must ensure that your meridians are wide enough. Otherwise, a gold-level warrior can only release silver-level energy, so no matter how powerful he is, it will be of no use. Lu Chuan knew this very well, although in the past he had expanded his meridians bit by bit. As slowly as water drops solidifying into stone, because his strength had also improved very slowly in the past, but now the realm is different. If you want to upgrade from 3-star gold to 2-star gold, you need the supply of cultivation from the previous great realm. So Lu Chuan clenched his fists and desperately directed the energy flowing into his own meridians. Now it was as if an iron carriage was hitting both sides of the narrow road crazily, forcibly breaking out of a road. The pain was naturally self-evident. The god was watching quietly from the side. Seeing the veins on Lu Chuan's forehead bulging out, his fists clenched, and his teeth locked, she felt an inexplicable feeling of distress. She has also experienced this painful feeling, and she has come up step by step in this way. There is no shortcut in martial arts. And vain strength will only harm herself. Lu Chuan knows this better than her, otherwise Lu Chuan would not. He will continue to consolidate his cultivation crazily. Even though he already has the strength to break through the 1-star gold level, his cultivation level has always been stuck at the 3-star gold level. Continuous compression. Recompress. Until finally he couldn't hold it any longer, and Lu Chuan began to release. Aha! When the majestic energy hit Lu Chuan's meridians, the cultivation level in Lu Chuan's body was like a lake embankment with rising tide. The cultivation level erupted at this moment. And a medium-sized body was formed under Lu Chuan's body. The whirlpool, the water swirling around him crazily, even the ground on the shore next to the small pool was trembling faintly. This guy, how much cultivation has he compressed, and now it is so amazing when released. The god's red and cherry-like mouth opened slightly, and there was a look of astonishment on his delicate face. This cultivation has been compressed to the extreme. If he had wanted to, he would have reached the platinum realm by now, right? Although if he really only pursues the realm and rushes to the platinum level, his aura will be very vain. Opening up meridians is a very long and very painful process. If you want to improve yourself and make yourself stronger in the future, it is useless to kneel before God, burn incense and kowtow. What's more, Lu Chuan's god is by his side now, and he can only watch him slowly climb up step by step. Time passed from morning to noon, and from noon to afternoon. Finally, when a curved moon hung in the sky, everything became quiet. Only the Saint Spring where Lu Chuan was soaked was left. The whirlpool of water was still spinning around Lu Chuan at a crazy high speed. Around Lu Chuan, 2 elemental colors were swirling. One was the fire element. The other one is the earth element, which looks a bit dazzling at night. Obviously, these 2 elemental cores were also taken into consideration by Lu Chuan, who mobilized their power and wanted to merge into the pool to help him quickly absorb the energy in the pool water. Well, the progress is not slow, and 1/3 of it has been completed. The god felt it a little, and showed a happy smile. She didn't know why, but seeing Lu Chuan's rapid improvement in strength, she always felt happier than her own strength. She had never experienced this strange feeling before. In other words, no one can make her experience it like this. After all, she is a girl who has been alone for thousands of years. Sha sha. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from the grass next to the dense forest. The goddess Lu frowned slightly, and slowly reached out his consciousness to discover that it was a python about 3 meters long. Encircled in the grass. The scarlet snake Shinzi quickly stretched out and retracted, a pair of cold eyes staring at the light radiating from Lu Chuan's body. Oops, it's a gold-level needle-tailed snake. Could it be that the light attracted it? What should I do now? With my current strength, I'm afraid I'll fall to the gold level if I go out. I can't beat it if I go out. By the way, Lu Chuan is obviously unable to defend himself in his current state. God was a little panicked. The strength of an area is lagging behind, but it does not mean that the strength of the ferocious beasts living in this area is also lagging behind. Moreover, the ferocious beasts have abnormal perception. Keenly, it was obvious that the needle-tailed snake sensed the majestic energy in the water and wanted to get a share of it. And the way the ferocious beasts share the pie is kill, then plunder. Chapter 279. Hey, Lu Chuan, the god's face turned a little pale, looking at the needle-tailed snake crawling over slowly, and then turned to look at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan still had his eyes closed at this time, having devoted himself wholeheartedly to absorbing energy, and was completely unable to sense any movement from the outside world. But, damn it, how could I be a great god? How could I be frightened by a snake? In fact, the god's voice was a bit trembling. Apart from her status as a god, she is just a little girl. When seeing a creature like a snake, it is instinctive to be afraid. Ah! He made a sound like he was cheering for himself, and the god flashed out of the bead with a whoosh, holding in his hand the blood-drinking sword that Lu Chuan had stored in the bead. Humph, your death is already, bang. Before Tian Shenhua could finish speaking, the blood-drinking sword fell directly from her hand to the ground, making a medium-deep pit in the soil. She forced herself out of the bead, and her cultivation level was greatly reduced again. Now she only has the gold level left, and she can't even pick up the blood-drinking sword. The god raised his head in embarrassment, looked at the needle-tailed snake not far away, and with a somewhat flattering tone, he said in what he thought was the cutest voice, that, Mr. Snake, hello, hey, look, I'm so cute, you won't have the heart to hurt me and my friends, right? After saying that, the god even put his hands in front of his face, making a V-shape, revealing a cute and adorable smile. Soon, her smile froze on her face. Sand the snake took another step forward. Killing people. The god was so frightened that he jumped 3 feet high and took a few steps back. Then he dropped the blood-drinking sword that was deeply embedded in the ground, leaving the needle-tailed snake with a perfect back. Hoochie, no, how could I? The great god, be so frightened by a snake. Behind a big tree, the god leaned his back against the trunk and gasped for air, and then secretly poked out his little head to steal a breath. He glanced at the snake several times. She found that the snake was actually licking Lu Chuan's blood-drinking sword. The god soon understood that the blood-drinking sword has a special ability, which is blood-devouring. It can absorb and seal the blood of enemies it has fought with before. Now this sword must be filled with very rich blood energy. No wonder pintails are attracted. What should I do? If Lu Chuan finds out that I have sold his precious sword, he will beat me to death. No, I have to take it back. The god bit his silver teeth and then stretched out a stick from behind the tree trunk. Only exquisite and white little jade feet. Soon, the thief-like figure of the god came out from behind the tree trunk, and moved forward slowly step by step, dodging from one tree trunk to that tree trunk, and then dodged behind the next tree trunk while the snake was not paying attention. In this roundabout way, finally, the god was only a few meters away from the needle-tailed snake. She picked up a pebble and tossed it in her hand. As long as I throw the pebble not far in front of it, it will successfully attract its attention. When it uses its instinct to explore, I quietly went over and put the blood-drinking sword back into the bead. Well, that's it. The god nodded, calculated the strength, and then, hey! After the stone drew a beautiful parabola in the air. It landed on the needle-tail snake's head accurately. After 3 seconds of silence. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. I was wrong. It's all because I'm young and ignorant. Don't chase me. The god turned around and ran away, with the needle-tailed snake behind him twisting its body crazily and chasing after me. Since the god had been running wildly, he had no time to choose a path and unknowingly ran to the edge of a cliff. Ah! Feeling the cold wind constantly blowing her hair, and with the high cliff behind her, the god's face was ashen. Turning around, the needle-tailed snake slowly advanced towards the god while spitting out snake bites. Stop dreaming. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. The god showed a sad and indignant expression that he was forced to marry and had no choice but to fall off a cliff and would rather die than marry a local bully. Then. Yes, this little girl really jumped off the cliff. Feeling the constant sound of wind in her ears, she slowly closed her eyes and showed a smile after success. Sister, I can fly, are you stupid? Stay in the air. Whoa. The body continued to fall. I didn't adjust my condition well just now. Nothing will go wrong this time. I'm stuck in the air. Aha. Wait for me, stay in the air, stay in the air, stay in the air. In the midair, only the panicked voice of a girl could be heard, as well as her body falling rapidly. It's over, I'm going to die. After my cultivation reaches the gold level, I can no longer fly in the sky, someone come and save me, I'm still young. I'm not married yet, it doesn't matter who it is, as long as if you save me this time, I will definitely give you my life. With an extremely miserable cry, the god fell down, and she was so scared that she closed her eyes. She had already imagined her tragic death in the wilderness, being thrown beyond recognition. She was probably the first god to be thrown to death in the history of Valoran. Tap. Suddenly, the god felt himself falling into a warm embrace. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Lu Chuan with an expressionless face. Hey, you, why is it you? The god jumped down from Lu Chuan's arms, his eyes a little dodgy. I had already guessed that you would cause trouble for me. So I specially set aside my mind to watch you. As a result, I fell off the cliff without noticing you. You are really capable of causing trouble for me. Lu Chuan was a little helpless. Sighed. God is a little girl, especially after Lu Chuan became more familiar with her, the more he felt that this little girl liked to cause trouble for him. Ahem, no matter what, I am here to save you. The god began to put on an expression that said, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in such a mess. Okay, let's go back. Lu Chuan was still wearing only a pair of flowery underwear. He just heard the god scream. He suddenly opened his eyes from the pool and rushed here quickly. Oh. The god who made a mistake behaved extremely well on the way back, burying his head low along the way. Halfway through, the god secretly glanced at Lu Chuan and said, I'm sorry, I interrupted you while you were improving your cultivation. She knew that forced interruption during cultivation was the most hurtful, but now she had no other choice but to apologize. It's okay. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known there were such good things under this pool. Lu Chuan was not angry with the gods about this. By the way, the god suddenly lowered his voice, and his two fingers were constantly entangled. How? Did you hear what I just said? What words? Just, use, my body, anyway, it's fine if I didn't hear it. It's okay. The god showed another smile. Oh. Lu Chuan nodded. Oh you ghost, the god said angrily in his heart. Chapter 280. Although he was interrupted by the gods midway and damaged part of Lu Chuan's cultivation, he could still make up for it as long as he seizes the time to absorb the energy in the pool. However, in order to prevent another mistake, Lu Chuan learned wisely this time and applied several layers of shields to the small pool before concentrating on practice. In this way, unless a ferocious beast above the platinum level comes over, it can be resisted for a while. After the god made that mistake, he chose to stay in his little bed in Shaozhou for the rest of the time, wrapped in a quilt and sleeping soundly. Lu Chuan was finally able to truly settle down and practice. As he continued to refine the energy in the pool water, time passed unknowingly for 2 days and 2 nights. In the evening of the third day, however, Jacob City has entered a state of silence. After all, it is a poor and backward country, so there is not much entertainment life at night, and there are no merchants choosing to set up stalls on the roadside. So when the most lively moment of the day in other countries has just arrived, Jacob City has already entered a dormant period. Many farmers who have worked hard for a day have returned home and started to rest under their quilts after eating. However, the tranquility did not last long and was broken by a burst of noisy footsteps. A group of reptiles, like the product of a combination of man and beast, stood on a mountain top, looking down at the poor land below. In front of them, a man wearing a light brown windbreaker stood at the front. There was a large black suitcase in his hand, and a fat man followed beside him. If Lu Chuan were here at this time, he would definitely find that this fat man was Brent, who ran away after the incident was revealed. Lord Carlos. This is the Jacob's City I'm talking about. The average strength of the guys here is very low, and the highest level has not reached the silver level. It is the best choice for experiments, because they won't resist. Brent looked at the man next to him wearing a light brown windbreaker and a pair of white gloves with a flattering expression. Carlos didn't say anything, but took out a pair of glasses from the inside of his windbreaker. Glasses are a high-tech product of Zon that can clearly display the characteristics of surrounding life forms through data through walls and obstacles. The characteristics of life forms up to 10,000 meters away can be seen. After putting on his glasses and looking around, Carlos nodded with satisfaction. Well, they are indeed a group of high-quality experimental subjects, with a total of 6,372 people. In this way, we can use the mutant potion newly developed by Lord Mondo. The data was fed back to him. Carlos put down the suitcase in his hand, entered the password with his fingerprint, and the suitcase opened in response. There are densely packed but neatly arranged small syringe-shaped medicine bottles inside. Each small bottle is only half the size of a little finger. There are tens of thousands of them in this large suitcase. Go, take the reptiles of Group A and call everyone in this city over here. In the open space over here. Carlos pointed to an open space not far from the foot of the mountain. The open space is very large. Enough for 5,000 to 6,000 people to gather here. Mr. Carlos, Brent rubbed his hands, hesitating. Don't worry, as long as the statistics of the mutated potion this time are perfect enough, I will help you cross out the account of your absconding from Zon City. Carlos said calmly. Thank you, Lord Carlos. Brent bowed to Carlos excitedly, and then quickly led a group of reptiles down the mountain. Carlos stood quietly on the top of the mountain, looking at the city immersed in sleep. Jacob City is really a weak and pitiful country. In that case, tonight, I will let your country bloom with the most brilliant sparks. Of course, just this once. He pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose and showed a vicious smile. Bang bang bang. A violent banging on the door woke up a farmer who had just fallen asleep. The farmer looked about 30 years old. He rubbed his eyes and just got up and opened the door. He was frightened by the scene in front of him. "Ooh, Master Brent, these are..." He saw Brent's fat figure. At the same time, he also saw a bunch of strange reptiles that he had never seen before following Brent. It has a human face and human limbs, but it has a pair of wings as hard as steel, and it crawls on the ground on all fours. It looks more like a humanoid cockroach and is disgusting. "Stop talking nonsense. Get out of here. Call your whole family out," Brent said fiercely. Is something wrong?" The farmer swallowed and asked cautiously. Bang! Brent punched a hole in the wooden door at hand. "Let your whole family come out, stop talking nonsense." The farmer had no choice but to wake up his wife and his elderly parents. 4 people stood in front of Brent and a bunch of beasts. "Are these all the people in your family?" Brent glanced into the dark house with no lights on. "Yes, Lord Brent," the farmer said quickly. "Go to the open space to the south and wait." Brent pointed to an open space not far behind him. Although the farmer was confused, he didn't know what kind of disgusting and terrifying reptiles Brent had brought. He could only endure it, squeezed his wife's hand slightly, and said softly, "It'll be okay." At this moment, a timid voice came from behind the door. "Mom, where are you going so late?" A little girl of only 5 or 6 years old poked her head out of the door, rubbing her eyes. "Huh? Are you lying to me?" Brent narrowed his eyes and stared at the farmer. The farmer's heart skipped a beat and his face turned pale. "Sir Brent, there is only one child in our family, please let her go." The farmer knelt down directly. He had a vague premonition that Brent and this group of reptiles knocking on the door in the middle of the night would be up to no good. So he deliberately did not bring his children with him. Who knew that his wife made too much noise when she got up and woke up the children? Anyway, the child's genetic value is unstable, and there is no point in using it for testing. "And don't you hate me very much? Aren't you the happiest people who laughed when you saw me being wanted by the king? In that case..." Bulunt sneered coldly, stepped forward, grabbed the little girl's collar, and lifted her up. "No, don't," the farmer grabbed Brent's trousers. Brent kicked the farmer away and threw the little girl directly into the reptiles behind him. "Please enjoy your dinner." "Ah!" A childish and strenuous scream sounded behind him, but soon, as if his neck had been bitten, the sound stopped abruptly. Then, a small bloody severed arm flew to his feet, and was picked up by a reptile and thrown into its mouth. The farmer's family looked ashen and lay limply on the ground. "If you're full, come with me to the next restaurant. Your dinner is very sumptuous, don't be in a hurry." Brent raised his leg and knocked on the door of a nearby house. Chapter 281. Everything in Jacob's city was quiet. Of course, this was the scene an hour ago. At this time, Jacob's city was already in flames, with cries, and the blood stains everywhere on the ground were stained with a layer of scarlet. Brent found it troublesome to knock on doors door to door, so he simply set the country on fire. After all, most of the residents of Jacob's city still live in thatched huts. If one house catches fire, the fire will quickly spread to the next house. Each house will pass the fire to it, and Jacob's city will soon be plunged into chaos. Into a sea of fire. "Everyone gather over there. Hurry up." Brent held a bloody axe in his hand, followed by a group of reptiles, and shouted loudly to the people who had just escaped from the hut. Some people who had not yet figured out the situation were confused and obeyed Brent's instructions obediently. However, some people who had doubts in their hearts and refused to let go, were struck in the forehead by Brent with an axe. Under Brent's cruel methods, finally, most of the residents of Jacob's city had gathered in the open space at the foot of the South Mountain. There was a dense group of people, and some even tried to escape from the fire. People who didn't have time to put on clothes. Standing in front of everyone was King Franks of Jacob's city, whose castle was lit by Brent himself. "Brent! What are you doing?" Franks was trembling with anger at this time. His country was plunged into a sea of fire. All the residences of his people were burned down by a fire. And some people were killed on the spot. Death, this cruel act made him so angry that he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. "Father, don't be impulsive. Calm down." First Fred stood beside him and supported him. "Guards! Guards! Kill all these demons who have just barged in." Franks was still calm at this time, directing hundreds of soldiers behind him in soft armor to come forward. However, the combat effectiveness of an army composed of warriors with only 3-star brass or even lower strength was too weak. Almost as soon as they rushed forward, they were wiped out by dozens of reptiles behind Brent. Frank's heart was bleeding. The troops he had carefully cultivated were defeated in front of this group of inhumane guys without even being able to last a single round. Why don't you just be my puppet? Why do you have to tear your face apart? Brent walked forward with a grin, holding an axe. Brent. For the sake of my father's kindness to you in the past, stop this senseless massacre. Fred held a long sword in front of his father. Treat me well, the way to treat me well is to make the whole city want me. Is it too late to beg for mercy now? Okay, if you keep playing, you will kill all the experimental subjects. At this time, a cold voice came from behind Brent, and Brent's ecstatic face suddenly became restrained. He hurriedly retreated, bowed to Carlos, who was wearing a windbreaker, and said, Sir Carlos, most of the residents in Jacob City have been driven here, and the remaining guys in the city may also be driven here. The fire burned him to death. When the residents of Jacob City saw Brent talking down to another man, they immediately concluded that he was the one talking here, so many residents came forward and knelt on the ground, begging bitterly. Sir, the residents of our small town have never done anything bad. Please let us go. Yes, sir, I have seniors and juniors who all want me to raise them. Brent stepped forward with an axe in his hand and said with a ferocious expression, Shut the hell up. Or I'll chop you to death. At this time, Carlos stretched out his hand to stop Brent. Idiot, did I let you speak? Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Carlos. Brent's sweat dropped from his forehead. Carlos turned his head again and looked at a group of people kneeling on the ground begging for mercy with a smile. He pushed up his glasses and said. Of course we can let you go. We have no grudges in the past and have no grudges in recent times. We are looking for you to come here today. I just want to ask you all to do a small favor. As he spoke, he placed the suitcase in his hand on the ground and opened it, pointing to the syringes inside and said, Come in line to get them, one for each person, and just stick it on your arm. Is it enough to just do this? Can we gain freedom by doing this? Someone asked aloud. Of course, as long as you cooperate, how can I bear to hurt you? Carlos smiled warmly. Finally, a strong man from the crowd came out, took the syringe and stabbed it directly in his arm, then looked at Carlos with some confusion. You're free. Carlos spread his hands, and then the strong man left the crowd alone and walked toward the mountains, but no one stopped him. Seeing that the strong man could leave after just one injection, a group of people rushed up, shouting Give me one. Give me one. It was obviously something more dangerous than before. The small syringe contained a medicine that was enough to mutate people, and if the mutation failed, they would die violently, but it made everyone start to scramble for it. Sometimes, you don't have to use violence to make others do something. Carlos pushed up his glasses and glanced sideways at Brent. Yes, yes. Brent wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Under the rush of everyone, the mutated potions were quickly snatched away, and they were all pierced into their arms one after another. Okay, you're all free. Carlos picked up the suitcase from the ground, raised his wrist and glanced at the time. Sir Carlos, are you going to let them go back like this? Go back. Carlos raised his lips slightly. They can't leave as long as they take the potion. Their bodies will start to mutate in 3 minutes. As for what they will mutate into, this is also Lord Mondo entrusted me to record the data, we just need to wait here quietly for these 3 minutes. With no one to restrict their freedom, most of the residents began to flee. Their homes could not go back and had been destroyed by fire. Out of their inner instinctive fear, they could only go deep into the mountains. Go ahead. This group of lunatics should be kept as far away from them as possible, and the strength of those reptiles is terrifying. Just as the residents of Jacob City were quickly evacuating, Fred also took advantage of the chaos to help his father up and followed the crowd back. They didn't take the potion, they just mingled with the crowd. When Carlos said they could leave, they mingled with the crowd and left. My country, Frank's voice was trembling when he spoke. He really couldn't believe that a few hours ago everything was fine and nothing happened, and then a few hours later, a fire destroyed his country and destroyed all his people's families. Father, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's leave the further away the better. These guys probably came from Zuan. With our current strength, even if all the people are united, there is nothing we can do. Fight them. Fred advised. Although a country was destroyed in an instant, it was a lifelong humiliation for him as a prince, but there is currently no way to save him. There were only 2 options before him and the king. One was to flee to the mountains with the crowd, and the other was to turn back and die. Chapter 282. Fred chose the former. He wanted to take his father and escape from this sea of fire. As long as the guys from Zon behind him kept their promise and didn't catch up, Fred knew a way to the outside world from the deep mountains and forests in front of him. However, many things always go against what people think. In other words, the plan cannot keep up with the changes. Just as Fred and his son were walking forward among the crowd, suddenly a burst of screams broke out from the crowd in front. What's going on? Fred thought to himself, and helped his father take a few steps forward. He saw a guy who looked like a human but not human. His right arm had become more than 5 times thicker than before. His eyes were in it turned into blood red at this moment. Waving his right arm as thick as a tree trunk, and suddenly hit the person next to him. Tamaya, are you crazy? She is your wife. Beside the man who seemed to be in madness, an old woman held his wrist and persuaded him hard. The man pushed the old woman away with one palm, and at the same time, he grabbed a woman who was lying on the ground and lifted her up by grabbing her neck with his hands. The surrounding residents pushed aside one after another, fearing that it would affect them. Tamaya, the woman was grabbed by the man's neck and lifted up. It was very difficult to even speak. Die. The man roared like a wild beast, then he lifted her and slammed her against the tree trunk next to her. Bang! The woman's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white things scattered all over the floor, and her body twitched twice as if in extreme pain, and then lost all signs of life. Ah! Everyone around them screamed and turned back towards the original road. But who knew that the road leading to the foot of the mountain would be blocked by Carlos and a group of reptiles? I allow you to leave, but I don't allow you to come back. Carlos pushed up his glasses and showed an extremely cruel smile. Come on, the killing feast. Start now. If you want to get out of here alive, you have to kill everyone around you, only in this way can you be qualified to live. How could? Fred was mixed in the crowd, with a look of despair in his eyes. This guy has no intention of letting his group of people leave here alive. He wants to drive everyone away. The people of Jacob City were just his experimental subjects. He only wanted to record the differences in the experimental subjects after taking the mutation potion and record the data. As for these experimental subjects, of course, it's best to be dead. Dead people are more peaceful, right? At this moment, the crowd on the left once again erupted into screams. The mutant medicine had a huge effect on a small man, rapidly changing the genes in his body. He was originally short, but at this moment he continued to grow bigger, bursting the clothes on his body. No, it hasn't stopped yet. His body continues to grow, reaching more than twice its original size. Even the skin on the outside is bursting due to the sudden increase in size. And blood continues to flow from his body. Coming out, the bright red muscle tissue also erupted outwards at this moment, like tender meat that had been torn open. Well, let's see. Carlos pressed a small button on his glasses. The image of the mutated guy reflected in his glasses was a human body composed of a set of data. The data in the human body was constantly changing. Experiment no. 4358, is it expanding? Carlos' glasses can record everything, and he does not need to manually record the data. Go to hell. A low roar broke out from the crowd on the right, and one person. No, it can no longer be called a person. That guy has mutated into something that cannot be described in words. All the joints are weirdly twisted to the point where ordinary people cannot twist them. And his face has become very strange. Twisted, and finally transformed into something that no one has ever seen before. Experimental subject no. 2976, unknown, this data must be kept separately. Carlos took out a gun as long as an arm from the storage bag in his sleeve, pulled the trigger, and the gun sprayed out light blue colored gas. Wherever the gas passed, even the air began to solidify rapidly. When it came into contact with people, those who were fleeing were instantly frozen into ice cubes. Soon, a small area in front of Carlos was completely frozen, and people were frozen into ice sculptures. Carlos stepped forward and pushed aside the person in front of him. The figure that had been frozen into an ice sculpture shattered with a gentle push from him and fell down. He stood in front of the unknown experimental subject and gently uprooted it and put it into a storage bag. Then, he raised his wrist and looked at the time. 5 minutes are up. The number of mutants is 153. The mutation percentage is about 2. This batch of newly prepared mutant medicine seems to be somewhat unsatisfactory and cannot be invested. Used in the military. Carlos sighed softly and turned to glance at the group of reptiles behind him. Clean this place up. Everyone can eat it. It's all your food. As his words fell, the reptiles roared and then rushed into the crowd. Their rampage smashed the people who were frozen into ice sculptures to pieces. Their goal was the remaining group of people. No mutations occurred, and no one was frozen. Soon, there were screams one after another in the mountains, each one more miserable than the other. "You will go to hell, you beast, you actually destroyed my country, my people." Looking at the scene of blood and flesh in front of him, Franks was trembling all over, and he pushed Fred away. Drew out the long sword worn on his waist, and rushed towards Carlos with old steps. "The God of Jacob will judge you. Suffer death." Frank struck Carlos with a sword. Ding! There was only a buzzing sound, and the sword in Frank's hand broke, but Carlos was not damaged at all. He turned around slowly as if he had just noticed someone rushing over, and glanced at Franks. "If I remember correctly, you are the king of this country, right? You haven't mutated. But that's not important anymore." Carlos touched his chin. "How about tonight's feast? You will definitely feel it. Are you very happy? Your country is so beautiful with the fireworks blooming at this moment." Carlos turned sideways, and behind him was Jacob's city burning with fierce flames. "You devil!" Franks picked up the broken sword and rushed forward again. Bang! Carlos kicked Franks directly in the abdomen, sending him flying backwards. At the same time, he took out a tissue from his windbreaker pocket, wiped his shoes gently, and looked at him coldly. Franks, who vomited blood, said, "You are an old man, so you shouldn't imitate other people's sword-playing skills. What should you do if you flash your waist?" Fred rushed forward at this time, picked up his father, turned around and ran towards the mountains. As he ran, he gritted his teeth and tears rolled in his eyes. He had never suffered such humiliation, but he had no strength to resist. Unbeatable. Can't beat it no matter what. These guys are really too strong. Oh. There's another one. Carlos pulled out a small caliber pistol from his storage bag and pointed it at Fred's right leg. Bang! He whispered, and then the bullet flew out quickly and hit Fred's right leg accurately. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Crack! This was the sound of a bullet being loaded. Fred turned over with difficulty, only to find that Carlos had already walked in front of him, looked down at him, and put a gun against his head. "Good night, sweet dreams." Carlos smiled and pulled the trigger in his hand. Brush! At this time, a sound of breaking wind came from not far away. And then Carlos seemed to be attacked by a heavy object. His whole body flew backwards like a cannonball, breaking several tree trunks one after another. It dragged a deep ravine on the ground before it could stop. A figure slowly emerged with raging green-blue static electricity all over his body. Under his feet, a gust of wind was spinning at a high speed like a whirlpool. Suicide, I only give you 3 seconds. Chapter 283. Carlos was kicked by a black shadow and flew backwards like a cannonball. After breaking several tree trunks in succession, he was able to stop. The clothes all over his body were also scratched countless times. His face was gray and he looked a little embarrassed. But he only looked embarrassed. In fact, he was not injured at all. Carlos slowly stood up straight and dusted himself off again. The data glasses he wore on the bridge of his nose also had a broken lens at this time. It's really a pity, but the data has been passed on. Next, he casually threw his glasses on the ground aside, raised his head and squinted slightly to look at the guy who sneaked up on him. "You're not from this country, are you?" Carlos stared at Lu Chuan, who was covered in blue lightning. "There are no such strong people in this country." "So I said." Lu Chuan twisted his neck and made a crackling sound. The next moment, his piercing gaze shot towards Carlos like a knife. 3 seconds are up. Then what? Carlos stood there without moving at all, not even dodge his eyes, but stared straight at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan couldn't feel any energy fluctuations from him. This guy is not a samurai at all. But why is he so calm? Of course, these questions were quickly forgotten by Lu Chuan. Regardless of whether he was really calm or pretending to be calm, he had to twist his head off his neck first. Lu Chuan is not a god, and he is not a savior at the moment. In fact, if he doesn't have much conscience, the death or life of the people in Jacob City has nothing to do with him. But from the crying voice of the god just now, Lu Chuan felt a hint of the great responsibility. Because Lu Chuan's barrier and the god's cultivation were once again weakened. The god was unable to sense what was going on in the outside world. It was only after Lu Chuan successfully soared to the Platinum Realm and walked out of the mountains that the god sensed what was happening below. A tragedy. The god's voice and expression at that time actually made Lu Chuan feel guilty and ashamed. They're all life, aren't they? I am their god, I should save them, right? But I can't do it, I can't protect them. Then let me protect them. Lu Chuan replied. How could you go back on your word after agreeing to the crying girl's request? Bang! Lu Chuan pushed his hands to both sides, and all the energy in his body exploded to the side like raging thunder and lightning. The aura of the Platinum Realm surged crazily at this moment. Since he couldn't see through the guy in front of him, let's use him as a whetstone. Lu Chuan's feet lightly stepped on the ground. When he ran out, even the ground showed traces of cracks. As fast as the wind. As if teleporting, Lu Chuan's figure appeared behind Carlos, then grabbed his collar and easily lifted Carlos up. Let go again. The moment Carlos landed, a diagonal kick hit him hard in the stomach. Bang! Carlos flew out upside down, and a deep ravine was created between his body and the ground. Brush! Lu Chuan's figure once again appeared in front of Carlos, who had not stopped retreating, and punched him suddenly. Pfft! Carlos spat out a mouthful of blood and turned a little pale. Lu Chuan turned his wrist and lifted the blood-drinking sword in his hand. Is that what the guy who set fire to the mountain has to do? He stabbed Carlos in the chest with his sword. Hee hee. Unlike the expected scream from Carlos, Lu Chuan heard his weird laughter. Where are you fighting? A voice came from behind. Lu Chuan suddenly turned around, only to find Carlos standing intact. Illusionist? No, it's not. This was not an illusion, because the guy Lu Chuan stabbed to death was a disgusting reptile. This is not an illusion, it is a form of transformation. Soon, Lu Chuan discovered something like a remote control on Carlos' hand. The remote control was very small, only half the size of a palm, but it had many complicated and delicate buttons. Tell me, is it your sword that is faster, or your data transmission speed? Carlos pressed a button again while speaking. Whoosh! Another reptile appeared where he originally stood, and he swapped places with the reptile. How's it going? Do you feel very desperate? How about trying this? Ta! Carlos pulled out an extended rifle from the storage bag and pulled the trigger with his palm. There was a crisp sound. But the bullet was already gone. Attacked in front of Lu Chuan. This is the B-Class MT-186 supersonic single-tube newly developed by Zwan. When you hear the sound of shooting, it may have pierced your chest. Carlos smiled slightly and was about to put the gun in his hand. When the gun was taken back. Only to find the bullet seemed to be blocked by something. In front of Lu Chuan, there was an invisible film, and the bullet was quickly intercepted after being shot on it. Impossible, the penetrating power of this single-barrel bullet can easily break through the shield of a gold-level warrior. Even a platinum-level warrior will not be so safe. Carlos frowned slightly. Then try this. Boom. As he said that, he once again took out a cannon from the storage bag that looked like an arsenal. The steel muzzle looked very cold under the penetration of the moonlight in the forest, but the power of the cannon was shockingly terrifying. No matter how powerful a person's ability is, it is not as powerful as this kind of technological gun, because if a person wants to consolidate his power, he needs to practice continuously for years, decades or even hundreds of years to consolidate his strength. Many other factors must also be taken into consideration, and some energy that is too violent cannot even be absorbed. But guns and bullets are different. Especially in a black tech city like Zon. Just assemble the guns and bullets. No matter whether the bullets explode immediately after being fired, they can even flatten a mountain. But as long as you have this, the power is enough. It can accommodate all energy and can forcefully compress any fluctuations. Because the bullet is lifeless, it will not feel unbearable pain because its energy is too majestic. This is a cannon that can blow up an entire mountain. Go to hell. Carlos' eyes flashed with a hint of madness. At the same time, he took out a lighter and lit the fuse at the end of the fort. SSS also. Carlos couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Feel this blow, it's enough to make you melt without even a single bone left. Just like the mountain you're standing under. It will collapse in an instant. Carlos controlled the remote control in his hand, and in a few moments while moving, he switched positions with several reptiles and ducked directly to the foot of the mountain. Chapter 284. Lu Chuan, there are still many residents of Jacob City alive here. They are only injured, but there are still signs of life. We can't let the cannon be fired. The god yelled in the small bead regardless of his image. She was originally a god, but in order to help Lu Chuan and for her own selfish desires, she lost a lot of cultivation, and now she can't even prevent the current disaster. The only person she can rely on now is Lu Chuan. But to be honest, the god himself didn't have much confidence. This abnormally powerful heavy weapon is no less powerful than the desperate energy wave that Lu Chuan erupted in Noxus last time, but that time it was in a downtown area, and this time it was in the mountains. The power of heavy weapons can easily surpass the skill power of platinum level or even diamond level warriors. After all, human power is limited. No matter how powerful one person is, he can level a mountain to the ground, but what about two? What about a country? But the ultimate weapon that reaches a certain level of power can directly wipe out a country. But the god had no choice. This time she was really at her wit's end. The god could no longer produce the ability to transfer majestic energy into a small bead and let it explode. Don't worry, it's okay. Lu Chuan just said something softly, but it made the god feel inexplicably relieved. Because his voice was so calm, it was as if he was not facing a super heavy artillery that was about to blow up the mountain, but an insignificant slingshot. Whether you are a messenger of justice or you have that stupid heart to help others, you can choose to go to the west and die, ha 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 ha. Carlos laughed at the foot of the mountain. He was looking forward to it. Expecting a huge explosion like fireworks all over the sky. Think about it, how magnificent it feels, and a mountain is about to be razed to the ground. And when he is witnessing this moment, only he can witness this moment. Why? Because everyone else is dead. Is there anything more exciting than this? No, there is nothing more exciting than blowing up a mountain. Carlos' eyes widened, beads of sweat rolling down his excited forehead. The body was trembling slightly. Break it into pieces. Explode. Turn into dust. He almost screamed. However, 30 seconds later. The artillery that should have shown its infinite power long ago and blasted the mountains into powder has not been ejected from the mouth of the fort. What happened? Carlos thought anxiously. At the same time, strangely enough, there were gods, as well as Prince Fred hiding under a tree trunk behind Lu Chuan, and Franks, who was only breathing. Why didn't it explode? Fred carefully stretched out his head and looked not far away suspiciously. At this time, the god's eyes widened and he almost rolled off the bed. She used Lu Chuan's perspective to see what Lu Chuan saw. Directly in front of Lu Chuan, the cannonball that was about to emit infinite power was stuck in the fort. No, not stuck. It was more like it was blocked by something. Even God could see the dark, round artillery shell as big as a head, right at the muzzle of the fort, trying desperately to spray out from the muzzle, but he couldn't squeeze it out no matter what. Blocked by an invisible wall. The god secretly sneaked into Lu Chuan's mind, and soon she emerged. So that's how it is, the god murmured in a low voice. So, in this crisis situation, you shouldn't sneak into other people's minds casually, okay? It will easily distract me. Lu Chuan said slightly angrily. This little girl really gets into other people's bodies regardless of the occasion. He is now doing his best to intercept the artillery. What's the danger? Such a low-level barrier like the arrogance barrier can be controlled without any effort, okay? The god obviously breathed a sigh of relief, got up from the ground and sat back on the small bed and said, but I didn't expect that you would actually use such a crooked thing. This is called making the best use of things. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Yes, the reason why the cannonball is now blocked in the muzzle of the fort is because Lu Chuan used the arrogance barrier. As Lu Chuan's strength continues to improve, the actual effect of the arrogant barrier has been minimal. High-level warriors can easily break this arrogant barrier with one move, so Lu Chuan has almost forgotten this ability. The biggest double-edged sword of this barrier is that as long as you think you can break it, you can break it. If you feel you can't break it, then you can't break it no matter what. This is a mental barrier, and the way to break it lies in the enemy's mental state changes. But do cannonballs have moods? Can it feel temperature changes? Or is it happy yesterday and sad today? It has none of these. Its movement method only follows the natural force of this world and has nothing to do with the cannonball itself. The cannonball is just a dead object, so it has no thought. Then it will not be able to break through this layer of arrogance. Therefore, there is a situation where the mouth of the gun is blocked. I'm afraid Lu Chuan is the only one in the world who uses this kind of barrier to do this kind of thing, otherwise the gods wouldn't be so surprised that they would roll off the bed. But Lu Chuan, I feel like this cannonball seems to be going to explode. God suddenly thought of something. Although the cannonball is blocked by the barrier, it does not mean that it will not explode on the spot. Arrogant barrier, surround. Lu Chuan did not rush and directly move the arrogant barrier from his body to the fort's body. In this way, a radius of about 10 meters from the center of the fort becomes an explosion point, but the power of the explosion cannot break out of the barrier no matter what. Boom! The cannonball finally exploded in the fort, and the entire barrier was filled with smoke. How could this happen? Carlos was dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine that such a powerful cannonball didn't even shake the earth when it exploded. It just rolled up a piece of smoke, and the smoke it was still shrouded in a circle and couldn't even spread. I'm really sorry to disappoint you. It seems that compared to your high-tech methods, I am stronger. While Carlos was stunned, Lu Chuan had already dodged to his side and stepped away from him. He grabbed the remote control from his hand. Although Carlos has a lot of high-tech tricks, his reaction speed is only that of a normal person, so a stun gap is enough for Lu Chuan to do a lot of things. For example, Lu Chuan bent down and picked up a small stone from the ground, scanned it with the remote control, then used all his strength to throw it into the air. Soon, the stone disappeared into the horizon, leaving only a shallow cross-star mark. Then, Lu Chuan turned around and smiled at Carlos. I heard that you like teleportation, right? No, don't. Lu Chuan pointed the remote control directly at him and pressed the teleport button at the same time. Whoosh! Carlos' figure disappeared instantly, and the pebbles thrown by Lu Chuan just now slowly landed where Carlos was standing. Chapter 285. The troublesome guy was dealt with, but Lu Chuan was still worried. In the 3 days since he left, he had told Sona to be a little aggrieved and not wander around in the house. After all, Sona had no strength at all, but she had a pretty face that was troublesome. Once no one is with her, big trouble will easily happen. Even if the residents of Jacob City are simple and kind-hearted, there is no guarantee that they will understand any evil intentions after seeing her. After all, no matter how peaceful the city is, there will always be evil-minded people, and no matter how violent the city is, there will always be people who want to live a stable life. People. But Sona agreed wholeheartedly, but now these guys set fire to the entire Jacob City, and now Sona's situation is very critical. There are only two possibilities. One is that he was mixed in the crowd and was forced to take the mutation potion, and then died in the chaos just now. Second, he hid in the house without being discovered, but the current fire is probably more serious than that. I'll search here, you go back to the city to find it. The voice of God sounded in Lu Chuan's mind at this time. But can you still come out of the bead? Lu Chuan hesitated for a moment. It's okay, I've become so weak anyway, so I don't mind being weaker again. God said with a relaxed tone. But Lu Chuan also understood the entanglement in her heart. He is obviously a first-level god, the supreme power of the god level. But in order to help him again and again, he does not hesitate to compromise his cultivation again and again, and uses almost all of his cultivation that he has condensed for thousands of years on him. This made Lu Chuan feel very guilty. As if he had seen through what Lu Chuan was thinking, the god turned into a white light and flashed out, wrapped in a long cyan dress, and stood in front of Lu Chuan handsomely. I told you it's okay, don't think so much. If I help you like this, I am also helping myself. My strength will grow quickly. Go quickly, maybe she is still alive. She whispered. Looking at the little girl in front of him, whose strength was only at the silver level, Lu Chuan felt inexplicably distressed. But at the moment, he couldn't care less about the entanglement. In a few flashes, Lu Chuan killed all the surviving reptiles. At the same time, he sensed that there was no one with aura above the silver level nearby. In this way, the safety of the god will not be threatened. Otherwise, if she helps him so much, she will be in danger. I am afraid that Lu Chuan really doesn't know how to face this little girl who is a bit distressing. I'm going to find Sona first. Be careful yourself. If you are in danger, just use your mind to connect with me. If you find Sona here or her body, tell me too. I know there is a way to revive her. I know, go quickly. God urged again. Lu Chuan raised his legs and walked out a few steps, then paused again and asked softly without looking back, if we solve these things and return to our own world in the future, will you be willing to go back with me? What came in exchange was a moment of silence from the god, and then she said slowly, we'll talk about it later, it's more important to save people first. Looking at Lu Chuan's figure that disappeared from the spot in an instant, the god sighed inaudibly. How can we go back together? One of us must die. In fact, Lu Chuan had no idea. Today's Jacob City can only be described as ashes. Those thatched houses can be burned to ashes in just a few minutes in the fire. Now about half an hour has passed. And even the fire has turned into ashes. It was gradually extinguished because there was nothing to burn. Even if there was someone inside, there was probably no hope. But regardless of whether there is hope or not, Lu Chuan has to go looking for her. He brought the person out, so no matter what, he has to take the person back. As long as Sona's body can still be found, she can be resurrected. What Lu Chuan is most afraid of now is that Sona's body was burned to ashes in the fire. In that case, there is really no way to save it. Although it is too cruel to say this, I would rather she die on the side of the gods, at least leaving a whole body. Lu Chuan's tone was a little heavy. After the fire, Jacob's city was burned to ashes everywhere. Accompanied by billowing smoke, and some highly toxic gases that would be released after burning mixed in the air. Not to mention just now, even now. An ordinary person would probably choke to death from the air here if he came in. Even Lu Chuan had to hold his breath and move forward quickly. According to the vague identification, Lu Chuan came all the way to the palace. He was still praying whether the palace built of stones would be able to escape this disaster. However, until he saw the collapsed palace, his heart became cold. Half of it. Are these damn guys receiving special treatment because it's the palace? Lu Chuan was sure that the group of invaders must have taken violent measures against the palace. Otherwise, fire alone would not be able to destroy the solid stone. The combined palace burned and collapsed. Although hope was almost zero, Lu Chuan still walked into the ruins. Raising his hand slightly, a soft strong wind gathered in the palm of his hand. Under the influence of this strong wind, the rubble piled up like a hill continued to rise into the air. Then, with a wave of his hand, Lu Chuan scattered all of it. Both sides. Soon, he discovered a body that was completely charred and black, so burnt that the original human shape could no longer be seen. Sona, Lu Chuan stepped forward and squatted next to the corpse, gently touching the corpse with trembling fingertips. It was completely unrecognizable. Sona, who was originally like a fairy, now looked like this. If she hadn't chosen this time to improve her cultivation, she might have been fine. If I had been tougher and asked her to go back to Demacia with Peggy, would she have been fine? It's my own fault. I'm sorry. Lu Chuan found that he couldn't even say a word other than sorry. His throat seemed to be stuck with something, and he was choking. At this time, he suddenly felt something hitting him behind him. Turning around, he found a guqin floating slightly in the air. Isn't this Sona's piano? Chihuahua. Lu Chuan's expression was slightly startled, and then he saw the guqin fluttering back and forth in midair. Then, it flew towards a place not far away, and finally hovered on a pile of rubble a few meters away. You mean, Sona is in here? Lu Chuan stood up almost rolling and took a few steps forward to shake the pile of rocks away. A face that was stained with dust and became a little embarrassed appeared in front of him, with his eyes tightly closed. Sona, Lu Chuan breathed faster and lifted all the stones that were pressing on Sona's body. He found that except for a lot of ash on her body, Sona's whole body was intact, with no trace of being burned by the fire. It's a pity that Lu Chuan can't feel her breath anymore. At this moment, the guqin that Sona carried with her suddenly hit Lu Chuan hard on the back. Although it was not painful for Lu Chuan, its behavior made Lu Chuan feel very surprised. Are you angry because you couldn't save Sona in time? Or does it mean something else? After all, it spanned the communication between species. Although this guqin was said to have spirituality, what it expressed was still a bit elusive to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan simply relaxed his body and wanted to see what the guqin meant. At this time, the guqin kept exerting pressure on Lu Chuan's back, bending him over, and finally pressed the body of the guqin on his head, pushing Lu Chuan's head down. Hey, Lu Chuan was caught off guard and kissed Sona directly on the mouth. Chapter 286. Several people crowded into a small temporary tent. Fred helped Frank sit down and looked at Lu Chuan with a questioning look. He just discovered that Lu Chuan was the most powerful person. He had been lurking beside them before and hid his aura very well. At first, Fred thought that although Lu Chuan had hidden his aura, he was just a silver level person, but the strength he showed. But it is platinum level. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered a strong man of this level. Now that this strong man was right across from him, Fred swallowed in shame. She actually bothered him to help her before, and he actually agreed. This was what surprised Prince Fred the most. But Fred quickly figured out something. How could a platinum-level expert focus on a small fountain of saints? There must be some mystery hidden in the spring water that they didn't discover. But these are no longer important. Now, outside the small tent, there are still a small half of the residents of Jacob City. About 2,000 people. Although they were lucky enough to survive the mutated potion, most of them are still alive. Some of them have been separated from their wives and children, or their families have been destroyed, and they are already homeless. Their last hope lies only in the king and prince in this small tent. I have to say that this is also a tragedy of human nature. When they were running for their lives, they never thought about the king or the prince. And they all fled around on their own. But now when things calmed down, they began to involuntarily he relied on the king of Jacob's city. Lu Chuan even thought to himself that if he became the king, he would definitely ignore these guys. Wouldn't he run faster than anyone else? Of course, with his personality, he really can't be a king. Anyway, I'm very grateful to Mr. Ezreal this time. If it weren't for Mr. Ezreal, we in Jacob's city would probably. Fred was about to salute when he was stopped by Lu Chuan. You're welcome. I helped you because my friend was deeply involved and was almost killed by them, so I am so angry. After finishing speaking, Lu Chuan seemed to feel that something was not right, and secretly glanced back, only to see Sona behind him looking at him with some trepidation, while the god was crossing his arms with an unhappy look on his face. By the way, this little girl has never gone back since she jumped out of the bead. Her strength is also declining rapidly, from the peak of silver level to the second level of silver level. Fred couldn't help but let out a sigh. It was irritating to see people comparing themselves to each other. Others just saved a woman and by the way saved a country. There is really no comparison. Although we may still need to trouble Sir, we are at a loss now. If Sir is willing, could you point out a clear way for us? The whole country of Jacob's city will be very grateful to you. Franks coughed twice. When Carlos kicked him hard just now, he probably hurt his ribs. Although he was feeling unwell, he had to endure the pain. He still has more than 2,000 people outside who are waiting for news about him. These 2,000 people are not too many, but they are still a lot. After all, they will need him as the leader of a country for their future food, clothing, housing and transportation. The Lord's men will take care of it. In the eyes of Franks, Lu Chuan is a strong man at the platinum level. Once his strength reaches the platinum level, there will naturally be many people willing to make friends with him, and his network will be wider. As long as he is willing, he can find a new place for them. Sheltering is also a breeze. The biggest question now is whether Lu Chuandong agrees or not. Seeing Lu Chuan's hesitation, Franks discussed with Fred privately, looking at Mr. Ezreal's expression, he doesn't seem to want to help. Father, we have already troubled him once, and he helped us resolve the crisis just now. Now we want to trouble him again. This is the third time. I'm afraid it would be inappropriate if we don't give him something as a gift. Let's open this mouth. Then, why not betroth your cousin to him? Isla is still alive. I saw her just now. Father, my cousin is only 8 years old. Fred's head was covered with black lines. Have you seen the little girl behind him? She looks young. Maybe Mr. Ezreal will just like this. There is nothing we can do about it. Now our country is ruined and our family is ruined. If we don't beg him, there is really no place to go, and if it was midsummer, it would be okay, but the house would be burned down and rebuilt, but now it's almost winter, and I really can't live without a place to live. After being silent for a moment, Fred could only nod helplessly. I'll go bring Isla in. Then he nodded to Lu Chuan and said, Sir, I will go out for a while. Soon, when Fred came in again, he led a very cute little girl, about 8 or 9 years old, with thin skin and tender flesh all over her body, and a pair of big round eyes with a strange light. Lu Chuan was picking up a cup of tea and was still wondering why he brought a little girl in at this time. When he saw Fred gently pushing the little girl's back, she rushed over and hugged Lu Chuan's thigh. Husband, marry me. Pfft. Lu Chuan spat out a mouthful of tea, and the faces of God and Sona turned dark. Fred rubbed his hands in embarrassment and said, Mr. Ezreal, this is really the most solemn gift we can give. Lu Chuan suddenly understood something and winked at the god. The god understood and stepped forward to hold the little girl's hand. You are so cute, little sister. Can you take me out to play? All in all, the picture is very joyful, with a little girl holding the hand of another little girl. I will help with the matter, but you don't need to pay for her life's happiness. I will charge additional fees for helping you. Lu Chuan put down the tea and said slowly. The king and the prince looked at each other with relief in their eyes. In any case, as long as Lu Chuan agrees, then the more than 200 people outside will be considered settled. It's already dawn now. You go gather everyone and let them make some preparations to bury their dead relatives properly. We're about to hit the road. There's still a long way to go. Lu Chuan glanced at the sky, which was slightly glowing. I got the fish belly white. And after struggling all night, it was almost dawn before I knew it. Okay, I'll make the arrangements right away. Fred showed a hint of joy and hurriedly walked out of the tent. Chapter 287. Noxus. Supreme Executive Department. Swain was dealing with a batch of documents on hand, which was about an agreement between the Peace faction and them to manage the East Bloc. If it were the previous Peace faction, they would not have had the courage to issue such an agreement. But since a troublemaker came not long ago, it broke all this pattern and allowed Noxus forces to start a new chapter. A big shakeout of the wheel. Although the current supreme leader of Noxus is still the militant faction headed by Swain, the Peace faction and the Dukatsau family have also seized a lot of territory and power in the reshuffle. Perhaps there is someone behind it. It made their speaking tone become much tougher. Just when Swain was having a headache, thinking about how to minimize the damage to the interests of the Marshall faction, his subordinates suddenly came over to report. "Sir, the guy from last time is here again." "Who?" Swain looked up, his eagle-like eyes exuding power, making his men shiver involuntarily. "It's the one from last time," his subordinates gestured and finally made it clear who was coming, and Swain almost slipped off the chair. "What? Why is it him again? Didn't he say he wouldn't cause trouble again?" Compared to the Peace faction's agreement, that guy Lu Chuan was the one who gave him the biggest headache. He said he hoped that the commander would help a little more this time. The subordinate carefully conveyed the message. "No help. Let him go. If he continues to push further, I really want to get back what he asked for with interest." Swain snorted heavily. It wasn't Lu Chuan he was afraid of. He was afraid it was just Lu Chuan's desperate spirit that Lu Chuan dared to threaten the lives of the residents of Noxus, so Swain had no choice but to agree. But if that damn guy wants to treat him as a puppet that he can manipulate at will, that's impossible. If things get really urgent, Swain is not someone to be trifled with. But, he has brought about 2,000 people with him, and he is standing downstairs at our headquarters. His subordinates' voices were trembling, and he could feel the anger in Swain's heart in front of him. But the guy who can make Swain angry and helpless is the most terrifying, right? Bringing more than 2,000 people with him. Does he want to overthrow the headquarters? Damn that guy. Swain slapped his palm heavily on the table. After being silent for a while, he sighed lightly. "Tone, let him in, alone." That's what happened. In the room where Swain worked, Lu Chuan finished telling what happened with a smile on his face, but it was that smile that made Swain angry. This time he was begging for help. "Since it's a beg, you might as well kneel down and kowtow a few times and say a few compliments. Maybe I can help you. You have a mysterious smile on your face that makes people want to punch you twice when they look at it, okay?" Before Swain could refuse, Lu Chuan continued, "Noxus is such a rich country. It should be very simple to arrange hundreds of more residences, let several of them squeeze into one room, and arrange a job for them. Right?" Swain almost flipped the table. "See how easy it is for you to speak. Why should I help you? Do I owe you anything? Let me tell you, I have tolerated you over and over again. If you keep doing this, I will really tear my face apart. Isn't it the small group of residents that you threaten?" Swain said coldly. "Don't be angry, don't be angry." Lu Chuan really didn't dare to quarrel with Swain now. After all, he had more than 2,000 people with him. If Noxus had no place to settle, would it be possible for him to take this person with him? Want people to return to Demacia? There is definitely no need to talk about returning to Demacia. As long as he says a word, Jarvan will naturally help him arrange it, but the journey is too far, and it is winter now. The weather is freezing, and these people have no spare time. There was no food, bedding or clothing, so it was possible to freeze to death on the road. So you have to hold on to the big fat sheep of Noxus and plucking the wool. Well, no, since you are asking for help, you have to be tactful. Hug your thighs hard. I'm sure I won't let your work go in vain." Lu Chuan approached Swain as if he was familiar with him and put his arm around his shoulders, like a good friend who has known him for many years. Swain was contemplating whether to take out a knife and stab him to death. These people are very poor. Normally, a family's annual income is only about 2 or 3 gold coins. There are more than 200 people. If there are 500 households, their total annual income is only more than 1,000 gold coins. And the average salary here is not low, right? The most common restaurant busboy must be paid at least 1 gold coin a month, right? So, Lu Chuan showed a smirk. Swain frowned, as if thinking about Lu Chuan's words. "Don't think about it. I have brought more than 200 laborers to your country, and they are the cheapest according to that calculation. Their total income per year is only more than 100 gold coins. Even if it is calculated as 200 for them coins, and based on the cheapest labor remuneration in your country, you can still have 100 gold coins left. Then we can split it in half. How great." Lu Chuan encouraged again. But if that was all, Swain was a little shaken. Although 200 laborers are not much, and 10,000 gold coins are not a big deal to him, these are all given for free. I originally thought that Lu Chuan was here to trouble him, but looking at it this way, it was not really a trouble. Arranging accommodation and work for 200 people was just a matter of his words. After all, he was the highest commander in the country. You are quite shameless. You talk about helping others, but you are taking kickbacks. Swain glanced at Lu Chuan with disdain. Lu Chuan plucked his ears disapprovingly. Help always comes at a price. Otherwise, if people all over the world ask me for help for free, who would be willing to help them? Although it sounds a bit sinister, it is actually the case. If Lu Chuan is particularly good to these residents, Jacob's king and prince will worry about whether Lu Chuan has other intentions. If they are harsher on them, and even Lu Chuan takes part of the kickback, they will feel more at ease. After all, this has been discussed before. Man is such a strange creature. Seeing Swain's hesitation, Lu Chuan encouraged him again. Look, who among us is following the other, right? Lu Chuan smiled brightly. When I heard what you said, I suddenly didn't want to help you anymore. Swain looked disgusted. No, good brother. Swain couldn't wait to cut Lu Chuan's brown candy into pieces with thousands of knives. He knew how to cut his flesh every day. Then I will help you one last time. This time I agreed, it is really the last time. If you dare to bother me again in the future, I will fall out with you. Swain snorted coldly. Of course, of course. Then this time I'm going to trouble my brother, so I won't bother you. I'll take my leave first, Lu Chuan muttered as he walked away. Wouldn't your face turn over if you stand on your head? Get out of here. Swain roared, and Lu Chuan disappeared instantly. When Lu Chuan walked out of the headquarters, Prince Fred looked at Lu Chuan with a hint of uneasiness. Until Lu Chuan made an okay gesture, a group of people cheered happily. Lu Chuan is their savior. If it weren't for him, a group of people would really freeze to death and starve to death in the mountains during this winter. Now that the crisis has been solved, they can still live in a big city, and they can still get paid. It really can't be more beautiful than this. When people face the sun, they forget the sadness of loss. Standing upstairs and looking down through the window, the corners of Swain's mouth raised slightly inexplicably. Looking at those happy people, he seemed to have gained something that he had never gained in his heart before. Is it touching? However, this feeling did not last long, and his face quickly darkened again, because he saw Lu Chuan, standing in front of a group of people with his hands on his hips, laughing, and saying something else. It's okay, it's all what I should do, no need to thank me, ha ha ha, I said it's okay. Chapter 288. Do you know why I don't kill you? No. Why don't you lead the way? Why are you looking around? Lu Chuan kicked the fat man in front of him on the butt, causing him to stagger and roll to the ground. This fat man was Brent, who had escaped several times without success. After several twists and turns, he was caught by Lu Chuan again. As the saying goes, enemies never get together. Of course, Lu Chuan was an enemy to him, and he to Lu Chuan. A guy with a bronze rank, Lu Chuan really didn't take him seriously. Brent clenched his fist in humiliation, and when he was about to stand up, he was kicked to the ground by Lu Chuan. What fist are you holding? Do you still feel aggrieved? Very angry? You think you have been greatly humiliated. No, how dare you? Brent forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. You have no right to be angry. You ran away obediently the first time and no one took you seriously. But you insisted on coming back to harm others. Thousands of people were killed by you. Now you still want to tolerate it. Are you trying to survive? The god hummed softly from the side. Why don't you go back? Lu Chuan put his hand away from his mouth and asked the god in a low voice. If you don't go back, you won't have much cultivation anyway. Just come out and forget about it. You'll be suffocated to death in a small bead every day. The god pouted. Lu Chuan felt the aura of the god for a while, and her current strength. It seems that it has fallen into the realm of brass and 5 stars. It's true that I don't have much cultivation, so I can't get rid of it at all. By the way, when you first met me, what was your level of cultivation? Lu Chuan asked curiously. God pressed his chin with his index finger, raised his head and recalled for a while. It seems to be a diamond star. Cold sweat was pouring from Lu Chuan's forehead. A 1-diamond supermaster, just to protect himself, now had his strength reduced to a brass 5-star. The more he thought about it, the more guilty he became. However, the god secretly smiled and murmured in a low voice, "Are you guilty? Are you feeling guilty? Then make it up to me, please tell me to make it up to me." "Okay then," Lu Chuan sighed slightly. Just when he was about to say something, Sona came over and leaned directly on Lu Chuan's body. Eh? The god's expression froze, and then his whole face darkened. "What's wrong? Are you tired? Let's take a rest." Lu Chuan saw that Sona was sweating on her forehead, and her fair cheeks were slightly pale, as if she was losing strength. But thinking about it, this girl probably didn't get much rest in the past 2 days. The fire last night almost killed her. After being rescued by Lu Chuan, they rushed to Noxus overnight. Lu Chuan was walking very fast, but he couldn't go fast with his family. After all, there were 2,000 people behind him. So he could only stop and go. Sona also followed him and walked and stopped. In the morning, Jacob, after the residents of the city were settled, they rushed towards Zuan without stopping. It could be said that the group of people had been on the road all day. Lu Chuan was fine. And it was not a problem for the little girl from the gods to be energetic. Only Sona was left as an ordinary person, and her physical strength must have been a bit too much. Really, how can you not be tired with such a pair of big breasts? They weigh 10 pounds. Right? Seeing that Lu Chuan was very concerned about Sona, the god immediately crossed his arms in displeasure and frowned. Talking sarcastically to the side with his mouth closed. "You are still a child, can't you be considerate of others?" Lu Chuan turned around and rolled his eyes at the god. Why am I not considerate of others? Things in Zon are more urgent. It's not like I didn't tell her at the time that she could stay in Noxus or go back to Demacia to rest if she had to come here. I'm still shouting tired halfway through. God only felt a little aggrieved. Lu Chuan originally taught her a serious lesson. But aside from her status as a god, this little girl is just a real underage girl. She is extremely immature in her thinking. She just says whatever is on her mind, regardless of what Sona has heard. Uncomfortable. Fortunately, Sona was not a person who liked to argue. She just pulled Lu Chuan's sleeve and waved her hand to him, indicating that she had nothing to do and could continue on her way. However, Lu Chuan couldn't bear to see Sona looking like she would fall if she took just a few more steps. "Forget it, I'll carry you on my back." "Oops, I sprained my foot. I need to take a rest," the god shouted expressionlessly. "Can your acting skills be improved a little? Besides, you were the one who said the matter was urgent and opposed to rest, right?" Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. "I don't care, I just want to rest." The god simply acted like a child. "There's really nothing we can do about you, so let's take a rest." Lu Chuan found that women were too difficult to coax. Whether she is calm like Janna, playful like Ari, soft-spoken Sona, or a childlike deity, everyone is hard to tease. Finally, after several people took a nap for a few hours, Sona's fatigue disappeared, and the group finally started to continue on their way. This stop is Zon, a city that combines dark magic and black technology. It is no exaggeration to say that Zwan is a place of black magic. Before getting closer, you can see a black mist shrouding the air in the distance, like some dark barrier, protecting the city. Zuan City is heavily guarded. Even if you enter or leave the city, you need to verify your identity. How to sneak in is a big problem. The group stopped not far from the city gate. The god held his chin with one hand and said, "If it were before, if you were like me, you could easily get away with it, but I'm afraid it won't be possible now." "But I see no one is guarding the gates of their city," Lu Chuan said doubtfully. Zun's technology is no less advanced than Piltover. Now it has replaced the original manual services with semi-mechanization. For the most basic things like guarding the city gate, they have also adopted information management. Everyone's internal blood and cell tissues are all different. By inputting these into the entire Zon management library, you can get an identity authentication card, which is equivalent to the ID card in our world. When leaving or entering the city gate, you need to just scan the ID card. The god explained a lot. In other words, can we just get a few ID cards? Logically speaking, that's the case. The god nodded. Lu Chuan turned to look at Brent. What are you looking at me for?" Brent suddenly had a bad premonition. As a person from the city of Zon, you should keep things like identity cards well, right? After all, when the last resort comes, you will at least have someone to belong to, right? Indeed there is. Brent gritted his teeth. Lu Chuan spread his palms and said with a smile, "Give it to me." Chapter 289. Drop. Identification in progress. Getting ID card information. Checking. Verification successful, citizen no. 32,876, Zon City welcomes you. Following waves of emotionless electronic synthesized sounds, a small iron electronic gate in front of Lu Chuan slowly opened. He walked into the city of Zwan so easily. Standing still, Lu Chuan was shocked by the high-tech scene in front of him. On the shiny black asphalt road, cars were passing back and forth one after another. The sidewalks on both sides were smooth and paved with fine stones and were very flat. The shops on both sides of the road are filled with a variety of products, and the elegance and high-end decoration are self-evident. Looking up, there is a clear blue sky above the head. The blue is so touching that a few pure white clouds like cotton candy are slowly drifting away. Although the sun is just right, it is not dazzling and can make people feel just right. Warmth. Compared to the scene outside the city that was shrouded in smog, it was completely different. And this world is probably even more prosperous than the one Lu Chuan was in. Because he saw a lot of small aerostats in mid-air, which were like motorcycles in his world, but without wheels, they were replaced with jets, and they could take off from the ground by turning the handle. At this moment, a person walked by Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan didn't pay much attention to him at first, until he suddenly left the ground with his feet and started flying in mid-air. Lu Chuan then discovered that the passers-by walking around in the city were all carrying a small backpack behind them. He only had to gently press a button on the watch on his wrist. And the backpack behind him would spray out a powerful wind to transport people to heaven. At the same time, people floating in mid-air can also freely control the direction and even the speed, which may be related to the anti-gravity device in the backpack. The technology in this city is really too advanced. Even though it is on a main road, it looks cleaner and tidier than my own home. The wealth of a country can indeed change many things. However, the purpose of Lu Chuan's visit this time was not to visit, and the residents here seemed very unfriendly. Even strangers, after looking at each other, felt as if they owed him a lot of money. Disgusted, with an extremely gloomy face. If a country is too rich, it will also make people feel arrogant. Because everyone is rich, there is no need to ask anyone. And naturally there is no need to please anyone. Over time, this problem seems to be contagious. Adding a lot of distance to this wealthy city. But no matter how rich the city is, there will still be alternatives. Lu Chuan muttered in a low voice while looking around. His primary purpose of coming in this time was to grab a few identity cards first. After all, the gods and the others are still waiting outside the door. Of course, talking about robbing, Lu Chuan would not rob passers-by for no reason. Firstly, this kind of behavior is not very good, and secondly, it is also easy to get into trouble. Before knowing the details of this city, it is best to act rashly. Not advisable. Soon, Lu Chuan walked and searched, and finally found a small winding alley. After standing at the entrance of the alley and thinking for a moment, Lu Chuan suddenly smiled slyly. Wow! A crisp and sweet sound sounded on the road, causing all the passers-by to look sideways. This is the most familiar sound that can only be made by gold coins. Passers-by focused their attention on a young man, who saw him blushing and panicking, picking up gold coins scattered everywhere on the ground. The gold coins were piled all over the ground, and the number seemed to be at least tens of thousands. The young man whispered, sorry, I was too careless. Then he quickly put the gold coins into a small bag, then turned and walked into an alley. At this time, in a room on a tall building not far away, a guy dressed in fancy clothes was holding a cigarette with long ash in his mouth, and he was scanning with a pair of binoculars in his hand. What? Hee, that girl is actually taking a shower in broad daylight. Damn it, those girls are so big and round, and the girl's head is also pink and tender. I really want to pinch her, but it's such a pity. No, I can't see clearly down there. Third brother. What are you looking at? I asked you to find someone who can attack you. Who the hell asked you to spy on others taking a shower? I will also take a look at which building the girl you mentioned is located. Another one. The bald man stood up from the sofa and snatched the binoculars from the man's hand. In Unit 306, 11th Street, Area A. A thin and lean man on the side pointed out in a flattering manner. Hey! The bald head seemed to have found the right target and let out an excited smile. Hey, brother, am I right? Well, those girls are indeed the best. I want this girl. I will find a way to get her on the bed within 3 days and ask my second son to locate her information. Okay. The third child nodded repeatedly and shouted at a guy not far away who was controlling several large screens and his fingers were flying. Second brother, the eldest brother asked you to locate a girl. What girl? What's your bust size? The second child continued to stare at the screen without moving, his fingers tapping the keyboard faster. The visual inspection is at least 34D. The eldest brother said to get her into bed within 3 days. The third child approached and found the second child playing a game. Why do you know how to play games all day long? You know what the heck, this game is called Honor of Kings and it is currently the most popular game in the entire Valoran continent. I can reach the silver rank soon. Hey, silver rank, how come it has the same name as the warrior realm? Moreover, in the entire Valoran continent, only we in Zon and Piltover can play with high-tech products such as computers. Right? Ionia counts as half. By the way, hurry up and find someone, the boss will get angry later. The third child seemed to have remembered the topic. Right away. The second child responded, and suddenly cursed, fuck, why is that Levi across the way such a bitch? He jumped out of the grass and beat me to death. What the hell? Levi. Why such a vulgar name? Huh. At this moment, the boss suddenly made a low voice of doubt. What's wrong? The third child turned his head. The boss suddenly stopped talking, but kept staring at a certain place with a telescope. Did boss discover the best thing again? After a while of silence, the boss suddenly threw the telescope in his hand on the sofa next to him, picked up his jacket and quickly put it on himself, shouting, second brother, third child, follow me. Business is coming. I just saw a silly boy strutting through the market in broad daylight with tens of thousands of gold coins on his body, and I saw him entering the alley on 3rd Street in District B. Don't take the main road, but take the small alley. This don't you make it clear that you deserve to be robbed? As soon as he heard that the business was coming, the second child dropped the mouse in his hand, and the third child's eyes also lit up. Tens of thousands of gold coins, that's a lot of money. If this is done, we won't have to start work for at least a few years. Chapter 290. Buzz. The buzz of several motorcycles came from the alley. Brother. That kid hasn't gone far, and I can see his back. The second brother jumped off the motorcycle and swung an iron rod from his sleeve. The other two people also jumped off the motorcycle and chased directly into the alley. This kind of alley is simply the best place to kill people and buy goods. That stupid boy chose to go this way because he wanted to die. No wonder they were ruthless. Stop. The boss shouted sharply, and the boy in front slowly turned his face. When he saw a few men dressed in menacing looks, he was frightened and ran forward. Still want to run? Chase. The boss gave the order, and the three of them chased the kid madly. Lu Chuan was running in front, deliberately slowing down his pace, but a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he did this on purpose. In a strange city, when you haven't even figured out the city's survival rules yet, if you want to get something quickly, the only way is to get robbed in this way. Every citizen of Zon would have the ID card that Lu Chuan needed, but if he wanted to get it from them. If he snatched it from them, it would be difficult to solve the problem in the future if he grabbed the head of a big shot. After all, God Ci also said that he wanted to sneak into Zon's research base to cause trouble. It would definitely not work to make a big fuss right away. After much deliberation, it was the most appropriate way to be robbed. They did not dare to say anything about their citizen cards being robbed. After all, they were the ones who had the idea of robbery in the first place. During the gap when Lu Chuan slowed down, the few people behind him quickly caught up with Lu Chuan, and the three people surrounded him. Boy, what are you doing with so much money in broad daylight? Why don't you borrow some money from me and spend it? The boss said. At the same time, he took out a knife from his waist and gestured in front of Lu Chuan for a while. According to the script, Lu Chuan should be trembling and struggling at this time and say, Yezhudai, this is my life savings, it is my wife's book, you can't take it away. Then after being punched and kicked, Lu Chuan said, don't kick me in the balls, I'll give you the money. Then the three brothers spat on Lu Chuan, took the gold coin bag, and walked away laughing while holding the gold coin bag. In other words, another script is that Lu Chuan is very honest in nature. He was so frightened that he peed when he saw the knife being taken out. He directly handed it to him with both hands. The final result was that the three brothers walked away laughing while holding the bag of gold coins. Brother. At this time, the second child poked the eldest brother's arm and pulled him out of his fantasy. What? The boss was interrupted from his fantasy and looked unhappy. Look at that kid, he doesn't seem scared. The second child pointed at Lu Chuan, and the eldest brother also looked over, and then noticed Lu Chuan's expression. Not only was he not afraid, but he stared at them with a mocking look on his face and raised his middle finger at them. Boy, you are asking for death. Have you seen this knife? If you don't hand over the money, the white knife will go in, but the red knife will come out. The boss made a gesture of wiping his neck. Okay, the game is over here. Hand over your ID cards and I will let you live. Lu Chuan picked his ears nonchalantly. After Lu Chuan finished saying this, the atmosphere at the scene froze for a few seconds, and then a burst of laughter broke out. Brother, is this kid's head broken? Said the second child. Not only is it broken, I'm afraid he hasn't figured out the situation yet and doesn't know that we are robbing him. If I ask him to stab him in the stomach first, he will be honest, Lao San said. This is a good idea. The boss nodded and was about to walk towards Lu Chuan with the knife in hand. Bang! Before the boss could see clearly what was going on, he flew backwards and bounced back and forth on the walls on both sides like a rubber ball several times before falling to the ground. At this time, the boss was already bruised and swollen from the fall. Brother! The second and third eldest brother shouted hurriedly. Don't worry about me. This kid is a bit evil. Come on together and kill him. 3 seconds later. Brother! The second and third children were lying next to the boss, both with bruises on their noses and swollen faces. You trash! Just when the boss was about to say something, he found that Lu Chuan had walked up to them and stood in front of them, looking down at them with a smile. You, what do you want to do? The boss subconsciously propped himself up with his arms and shrank back. Didn't I just tell you? Take out your ID card and let you live. Lu Chuan picked up the knife that the boss was holding just now from the ground. Otherwise, I will use the white knife to go in and the red knife to go out. Why do these robbers nowadays have no professional qualities at all? They are robbing after all. How can they just accept their fate after being frightened? They should at least resist twice. Lu Chuan clapped a few pictures in his hand with satisfaction. I walked out of the alley with my ID card. Soon, he left Zuan city and brought the celestial god and his party who were waiting not far from the city gate into the city. Perhaps the only one in the group who felt shocked was Sona. Her rosy little mouth was round and pouted. And she looked around a few times. It was a pity that her inability to speak was a flaw, otherwise she would definitely have to marvel a lot now. Sounded. Even if you use literal words to express your surprise, it will be difficult to convey this feeling. Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at the 3 exclamation marks drawn on the small notebook held by Sona. After several twists and turns, we finally arrived at Zuan, so what happens next? Lu Chuan turned his attention to the god, and was about to ask her what her next plan was. After all, it was God's wish to come to Zuan on the way, because she discovered something incredible, so the next step of the plan still depends on how she arranges it. As soon as he turned around, he found that the god was staring directly at a shop selling snacks not far away, and he almost drooled. Ahem, sister. In front of outsiders, the god regarded herself as Lu Chuan's sister, otherwise it would be difficult to explain her sudden appearance. However, Lu Chuan also thought about why it was so difficult to explain the sudden appearance of a girl, but why everyone took it for granted when a sister suddenly appeared. Has this world been assimilated by sister control? Tianxian came back to her senses and realized that Lu Chuan was calling her. What's wrong? What's the next plan? Lu Chuan asked. Next, let's go have a big meal. Raise your hands if you agree with having a big meal. The god raised his little arm, and Sona immediately raised her arm. After the fat man Brent hesitated for a while, he saw God glaring at him again, and he immediately raised his arms cautiously. Very good, 3-1, we decided to have a big meal and fight first, let's start now. The god high-fived his 2 allies, and then the 3 of them walked away laughing, leaving behind a black line on their faces. Lu Chuan. Hey, we promised to save the world. Chapter 291. The just right and pleasant water temperature relaxes all the pores in the body. Soaking in the warm water seems to refresh your spirit. This hot spring does have some healing effects, and it is more comfortable than the hot spring Lu Chuan soaked in Jacob before. After all, Jacob's hot spring contains very violent energy. Not only does it not feel comfortable, it also makes people's skin swell and hurt. However, these are also things that must be endured in order to practice. It seems like it's good to relax once in a while. Lu Chuan folded the towel into square strips and covered his forehead, feeling that his whole body was about to melt away from the comfort. I opened one eye slightly and glanced at Brent aside. I found that he was also lying half up in the pool, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan suddenly became angry. This guy seems to be a prisoner. Why can a prisoner live such a comfortable life, eat delicious food with them, and then come to the hot springs with them, just like he's alright? It has to be said that Brent is also a spirit-like existence. He seemed to feel Lu Chuan's gaze. Brent opened his eyes slightly and smiled kindly at Lu Chuan. Thank you for your support before I die. During these days, I experienced such a comfortable feeling. That cafeteria is a very famous restaurant in Zon. When I worked in Zon before, I never had the opportunity to go there and enjoy it. The hot springs of Autumn Wind Hotel, the bathhouse, is also famous far and wide, but the high cost also stopped me from going there. Lu Chuan snorted lightly and did not answer. He wanted to see what Brent had to say. I didn't expect that I could enjoy something that I couldn't enjoy after working so hard, but after committing such a deep sin, I really died without any regrets. Brent sighed softly. Is there anything else you can't enjoy? Lu Chuan sneered. Brent shook his head helplessly. The life in Jacob's city is not as beautiful as you imagined. The first thing when I open my eyes every day is to worry about whether I have been exposed. After all, the feeling of being a thief is not, it feels better, and now that I have put aside everything and just quietly waited for death, I feel more comfortable and don't have any worries anymore. Before this, I've had enough bullying. If it were you, working in an environment where you are punched and kicked every day, your personality would become distorted over time, wouldn't it? Brent looked up and looked at the stars. The sky was slowly falling into night. I would think, why do I have to endure such a thing? Or, damn it, sooner or later I will kill you with my own hands. Or even more extreme, I will take the sins I have suffered. Take revenge on everyone who is living a very comfortable life at this time. Once such an idea arises, it will be difficult to erase it. Bad people always have their own excuses, and they explain themselves so that they look like good people. Lu Chuan said calmly. Then let me ask you, sir, what do you think are good people and what are bad people? Brent suddenly said at this time. Just such a simple question, the difference between good guys and bad guys, stumped Lu Chuan. What is a good person? Are you kind to your relatives and friends, eager to help your neighbors next door, and can you treat people you don't know with sincerity? Sorry, that's what was written in primary school textbooks. Lu Chuan never thought that kind of people were called good people, that kind of people should be called fools. Because in this world, everyone has their own concerns and thoughts. No matter how good a person is, it is impossible for him to reveal all his possessions and his heart to others. So what is a bad person? A person who does many evil things, does everything, and breaks through the bottom line of human common sense and morality time and time again. It cannot be generalized. After all, everyone is not a bad person from birth. He has embarked on the path of a bad person, burning, killing and looting. This has something to do with the education he has received, the environment he lives in, and the people and things he encounters. Great relationship. Just like what Brent said just now, working in an environment where you are punched and kicked every day will distort your heart over time. Seeing Lu Chuan thinking, Brent said slowly. My definition of good people and bad people is very simple. Good people will treat the most important people around them as treasures and are willing to give everything, while bad people can betray even the most important people around them. It's a very rough classification. Lu Chuan glanced at Brent lightly. Because we can never define a guy. Did a guy who is now enthusiastic about helping others kill people many years ago? Did the cold-blooded killer who kills people every day have an unknown period? In this case, we cannot point to someone decisively and say that he must be a good person because he looks like a good person. And the definitions of good guys and bad guys are relative. They are two roles defined by everyone in order to protect their own interests. Oh. After hearing what Brent said, Lu Chuan did become a little interested. Are good guys and bad guys just labels given by everyone to protect their own interests? There is something interesting about this statement. How to protect one's own interests? Lu Chuan asked. Look, in the eyes of ordinary people, what should a good person do? He should be willing to help others, right? He should treat others with sincerity. Then what he does is just because it is good for everyone. So everyone thinks he is a good person. If, on the other hand, he kills people like crazy and is very unfriendly to the people around him, he is even called a devil. Everyone is afraid when they see him. He destroys other people's families and other people's rights to live, so he is called a devil. Called a bad guy. Brent paused and continued. All of this is linked to the interests of others, not to what he himself has done. People are selfish. If you do something good to me, I think you are a good person. You have done something right. If I do something bad, then you are a bad person. If the logic is reversed now. In a situation where a human being can never be killed and cannot feel pain, then the original bad person stabbed someone else twice with a knife, and the other person there is no damage at all. And those people who were originally good people enthusiastically help will always be in bad luck afterwards. In this way, will the positions of good people and bad people be reversed? Lu Chuan nodded lightly. Although the truth is a bit complicated and cumbersome, it does sound like that. So, human beings are all selfish. As long as their own interests are not involved, good people and bad people have nothing to do with him, right? Brent said with a bitter smile. Chapter 292. So, by saying so much, are you trying to clear your name? Lu Chuan stopped the previous topic. No, no, no. Brent waved his hands repeatedly. I have never thought that I did anything wrong, but according to common sense. If I am wrong, then I will be punished accordingly. I have already seen through this. The reason why I tell you this, sir, is just to say something that has been hidden in my heart for a long time. When Brent said this, he showed a sad expression. It's quite funny. Sir, you have nothing to do with me. Instead, you are the person who is about to end my life. But sir, you can listen quietly. The one who fulfills all my inner thoughts. It doesn't hurt to give the dead more space. After all, who is going to care so much about someone who is about to die? Lu Chuan stood up slowly. And the water droplets on his body slid down. He dried his body with a towel, took it and put it aside. The towel on the shelf was wrapped around his waist. Enjoy it, there may not be such good things to enjoy in hell. After Lu Chuan waved his hand, he raised his legs and was about to walk out of the hot spring room, when Brent behind him stopped him. Zuin's secret research base is located in the 12th block of Area D. It is underneath an abandoned steel mill. There is a trail in the southeast corner that can lead directly to the underground. Lu Chuan paused and turned back to look at Brent. Brent smiled crazily at this time. Yes, this is the correct entrance to the trail. The address I told you before is the gate of the Zon Research Institute. If you enter from there, you will definitely die. Why did you suddenly change your mind? You have to thank the little girl with you. Originally, I thought that since I was caught by you and treated in such humiliating ways, I would also want you to taste the revenge I deserve. But that little girl arrived. The first thing after Zwan was not to look for a base, but to take me on a day trip. Originally, a prisoner like me was not qualified to enjoy this. Brent pointed to the hot spring. Lu Chuan suddenly realized. At first, he thought that God was just a kid, unable to walk when he saw delicious food. He felt lazy and wanted to take a bath, but he agreed only after he couldn't resist her. Who knew that little girl was trying to win people's hearts? No one would be so kind to a prisoner, so she was so kind to a prisoner, and she was not deliberately being nice to Brent, but in a vague way, as if Brent had become their partner. It was this casual feeling that changed Brent's mind. Actually, I also know that she is buying people's hearts. Brent looked at Lu Chuan and said, but I accepted this favor. Rather than watching you die, I want to see those bosses who have treated me badly before kneel down. The look on the ground begging for mercy. Do you really think we can destroy that base? Lu Chuan chuckled. He found many interesting highlights in Brent. Although what he did was sinful, his character was much better than that of a hypocrite, and he could say many things straightforwardly. Whether you die in the base or all the researchers in the base are killed by you, I won't lose anyway, right? Brent spread his hands. The two grown men slowly looked at each other. I love taking a bath, my skin is good. La la. The god was gently stroking the smooth skin of his thighs with his hands, humming a tune in his mouth, when he suddenly heard the sound of two men coming from the men's hot spring pool next door. Big laugh. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Damn, you're retarded. The god swore in a low voice. The next day. It's just dawn. But the four of them, Lu Chuan and others, had already appeared at the entrance of an abandoned factory in Block 12, District D, Zon City. This place belongs to the suburbs of Zon, and there are abandoned factories everywhere. Perhaps because the resources nearby were drained, the factories closed down later, so they were abandoned. In addition to the reinforced concrete buildings, there are wild grasses that are half a man tall. They are swaying in the wind. They are the best cover for Zon Research Base. Some of the new species successfully bypassed the sight of some residents living nearby and were smuggled out. Of course, now it has provided Lu Chuan and the others with quite a bit of shelter. By the way, this is already the southeast corner, right? God lowered his voice, as if he was an agent performing a national secret mission. Louder, it's like a mosquito humming so no one can hear it clearly. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Say. Here. Just. Oops. Just as the god opened his voice to roar, Lu Chuan flicked him on the forehead, and he immediately squatted down with his head in his hands, a look of grievance on his face. Looking for death. Didn't you say that my voice was quiet? You did it on purpose, right? A little bit. The god stuck out his pink tongue. Why do you always want to play? Lu Chuan looked at the god helplessly. Hey, I'm just relaxing, so that everyone won't be nervous to death. I'm cute, right? The god touched his temple lightly with his fist and blinked. When she came back to her senses, she found that Lu Chuan and the others had already walked away. Oh, wait for me. The god hurriedly chased after him. I remember this is here. About 100 meters away from an abandoned factory, Brent squatted down, bent over and groped for a while on the nearby haystack. Soon, he pressed his hand on a piece of land where the weeds were obviously shorter than the surrounding grass. The soil is very soft. That's it. Brent dug a few times with his hands and dug out a large hole easily. Seeing the slightly stunned expressions on Lu Chuan's group, Brent smiled proudly. This is where I sneaked out. Zuin has very strict management of internal staff. All internal staff must be orphans. Because this can ensure that the work will not be leaked, and internal staff are absolutely not allowed to go out. It is also to protect the work content from being leaked. Are your freedoms restricted? Then don't the people who work here have to stay here all their lives? When Tianshan was strong enough in the past. Although she could sense the situation here, the work system and system here were not hers. Don't know anything about it. Well, and they are not allowed to fall in love, get married and have children. As long as people are not emotionally concerned, they will not do some extreme things. Anyway, we are all orphans. We have been alone since childhood. Living a life of one meal and one meal. Suddenly, someone took us to a strange environment. As long as we worked every day, we would have enough to eat, and the food was not bad, and the pay was not low. For those of us who have no worries, what else is better than this? Is there anything more irresistible? As he spoke, Brent had already dug out a hole big enough to accommodate one person. Going down from here is the ventilation duct. There will be no cameras in it. It is very safe. After saying that, Brent took the lead and got in as a show of sincerity. Chapter 293. After the man's voice ended, there were waves of mournful sounds coming from the iron cage, with a hint of panic. It's Hanno, this guy has actually been working here for so long. Brent seemed to recognize the voice, paused and said, Hanno is a staff member who specializes in supervising these orphans. He is known behind the scenes as Devil Instructor. The orphans imprisoned here will undergo physical training every day. Of course, that level of physical training is difficult for adults to eat, let alone those who have not eaten enough since childhood. Orphans who are hungry for food. Lu Chuan frowned slightly. What is the detection method? You must pass their customized physical training goals. As long as you pass it once, you will be taken out of the prison and start arranging work. If you fail, you will be tested for up to a month. If you still haven't passed it within a month, through physical training, they will be abandoned. So at that time, for our group of people, how happy it was to be able to become the staff here. Indeed, compared to death, doing some dark scientific research is really insignificant. It is a pity that even this kind of shady scientific research invention is not something that everyone is qualified to do. Is the person Hanno took away this time for a physical fitness test? No, they are to become experimental subjects. Brent said in a heavy voice, the numbers of the people under test start with AA. Only the numbers of abandoned orphans will start with a single letter. Then these people, God asked nervously. They will all die. Brent breathed out softly. Lu Chuan, save them. It's already pitiful that they lost their parents and no one wanted to adopt them, but now they have to be treated like this. The motherly love of the god began to overflow. In other words, this is the heart that one must have after becoming a god. Only gods who love the world are qualified to become gods, otherwise they are demon gods. Lu Chuan frowned. In fact, for him, he really didn't want to save these people. The reason why they were so safe until now was because no one would install cameras in the ventilation ducts. But it will be different once they go down. There are probably dozens of cameras that can capture them immediately. But we went back and found the experimental site that produced terrifying creatures, and we have to go down. Can we go down early? The god said with a bit of pleading voice. Lu Chuan was still hesitating. The god didn't care at the moment, and just acted like a child. I don't care, anyway, if you don't save them, I will save them myself when the time comes. If you are willing to watch me be caught and killed, then you can leave them alone. She knew that perhaps just a few words of pleading could not move Lu Chuan's face, because Lu Chuan had not yet become a god, and he would not have that caring heart for the world. So she simply tied herself to those orphans. Lu Chuan sighed helplessly. Let's take a look first, don't be impulsive. I didn't say I wouldn't help. It really made that little girl of God anxious. It was really possible for her to do something like that. Besides, when Lu Chuan was in danger before, God almost helped him at all costs. Now God needs help, and Lu Chuan also, we cannot sit idly by. Hey, I know you are the best to me. The god's tone was a little ambiguous. But Lu Chuan didn't hear it at all. He cast his gaze below and saw hundreds of orphans wearing prison uniforms with numbers written on them and anklets on their feet, walking out of the iron gates. They have no right to resist, even if they know what they are about to face. As the group of orphans marked for death moved below, Lu Chuan and his group on the ventilation duct also moved with them. Soon, the group of people stopped in a large room. Hanno knocked on the door gently. Lord Mondo, the experimental subject you need has been brought to you. Bring them in. A rough and hoarse voice sounded from inside the door. Mundo. Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment, then thought of something else. The door was pushed open, and hundreds of orphans walked in. In the room, there are operating tables of various sizes, with at least dozens of them placed. On the side are some surgical tools that are so cold that it can make your heart suffocate. Under the illumination of the incandescent lamp above your head, they exude a cold feeling of light. Hey, man, help surround their eyes, ears and mouths. I hate noise. A guy with purple skin and muscles that looked like they were exploding said to Hamno. He was Mondo. It originally looked more like an animal, but it was wearing a white coat, which made people feel very ridiculous. However, the man who was called the Devil Instructor did not feel any discomfort after being ordered. Instead, he was very obedient and took out a large amount of cloth from the drawer on the side. He surrounded the eyes and ears of the orphans one by one. Both the mouth and the mouth are blocked. Finally, there was a thin guy, shaking like chaff, whimpering in a low voice, "No, I don't want to die, let me out, you have no right to take our lives, Zhu Wanzheng, if the government finds out, it will punish you. Let us out quickly." Perhaps his fearful mood infected the people around him, causing the originally quiet room to become very noisy, with cries and cries coming one after another. Who would want to die? Especially for people who already know that they are about to die, the desire to live is infinitely magnified. Government? Mondo suddenly turned his head and said hoarsely, "You are going to die anyway, so it doesn't hurt to tell you. You were bought by us through the government. Those who captured you people are all government troops, quack quack." "No, it's a lie, I don't want to die." The boy was overwhelmed by fear, turned around and ran towards the door. "Hamno. What are you doing?" Mondo suddenly glared at Hamno standing next to him, causing him to tremble and hurriedly agreed, "Leave it to me." After a flash, the boy who had escaped to the door was caught again. "Since you don't like silence, let me help you quiet down." "Hamno, hold him down." Mundo turned around and took out a sharp scalpel from the surgical tools next to him. Hamno pressed the boy on the operating table, pressing his limbs tightly so that he could not struggle even half a minute. In the boy's extremely panicked eyes, which widened, the sharp scalpel gently opened his chest. You. The boy's mouth was blocked and he couldn't make any sound. He tried to struggle desperately, but he couldn't move. Pfft. Like slicing tofu, the skin on the chest parted to both sides, revealing bright red internal organs and a beating heart. Mundo reached out and grabbed the boy's heart. Creak. Creak. The entire operating table was trembling crazily at this moment. But the trembling didn't last long. After a bright red heart was torn out, the boy stared at his twisted eyes with a mixture of pain and fear, and there was no more movement. All the orphans in the entire laboratory fell silent at this moment. I wish you all a happy new year in advance. In the new year, boys' shoes should be more handsome and girls' shoes should be more beautiful. Chapter 294. The entire laboratory fell into silence. The children who were used as experimental subjects saw with their own eyes the heart of a guy who was originally imprisoned with them, having his heart cut out alive. Even some normal people would probably feel nauseous and vomit when they see a living person's heart being ripped out in front of him, right? What's more, this group of children knew that they would also end up like this. They were so frightened that they fell into such a state of panic that they forgot to even cry. Another seriously contaminated heart, without any value. Mondo casually threw the young, still beating heart that had just been dug out into the trash can next to him, and then raised his head. Hanno, bring the next one over. Yes. Hanno walked towards the children like an obedient deputy. There was nothing but fear in the children's eyes. They could only open their mouths and watch the tall and thin instructor walking towards them. They even forgot to run away. Lu Chuan. If you delay it any longer, it will be too late. The god's breathing was rapid and he pinched Lu Chuan's arm hard. I know. Lu Chuan sighed silently. Sure enough, it is best not to bring women around when performing tasks, because women are usually emotional. Under such circumstances, emotion will only do bad things, but in the face of the god's request, Lu Chuan had to help. Creak. The ceiling above the laboratory suddenly rang, and then a top cover connected to the ventilation duct was opened, and a figure jumped out, holding a long sword glowing with blood-red light in his hand. Eyes awe-inspiring. Lu Chuan's sudden appearance caused Hanno's movements to pause. Mendo also stared at Lu Chuan in surprise, as if wondering why this guy suddenly appeared in front of them. Then he saw the vent duct cover, which was wide open. Actually, I made a request to the superiors a long time ago, asking them to install cameras in the ventilation ducts. This will be foolproof, but those arrogant guys always think it is unnecessary. No. Something happened now. Mondo shook his head, walked back to the operating table, took out a scalpel that looked more like a kitchen knife, and pointed it directly at Lu Chuan. Hey, kid, if you know your heart, hand over your heart and let me see if it has been contaminated. If it is a high-quality heart, you will be made into a specimen full of honor. You want my heart? Lu Chuan smiled and said, how about we make a deal? You let the children go, and I give you my heart. No, 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 I hate dealing with you guys who look so treacherous. You only have two choices. Either hand it over yourself, or I will pick it up. Just as Mondo was about to take a step forward, Hanno arrived in time. Lord Mondo, let me do this little thing. Get rid of him quickly. I don't want my laboratory except the operating table to be stained with blood. Mondo returned to the operating table. Before he could put down the kitchen knife, he heard a dull sound beside him. He turned his head and looked around, only to find Hanno flying over and lying straight on the ground. He rolled his eyes and didn't know whether to live or die. There was also a scar pierced by a sharp sword on his chest. Oh. He hesitated for a moment, and when he turned around, he saw that Lu Chuan was still standing there, but there was a trace of blood on the long sword he was holding that was quickly being swallowed up by the long sword itself. You look like you still have some strength. Mondo turned around. If you don't have diamonds, you won't get the porcelain job, right? Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. I wonder if you are interested in kitchen knives. Mendo suddenly threw the kitchen knife in his hand towards Lu Chuan as he spoke. It looked like just an ordinary kitchen knife, but it wiped out a streak of fire in the air at an indescribable speed. Ding! Lu Chuan blocked the kitchen knife with his horizontal sword, then quickly drew his hand and fired two sword energy, which bounced towards Mondo. Unexpectedly, Mondo's strong and majestic body like a hill did not become an obstacle to him. Instead, he very nimbly dodged the two sword energy and allowed them to chop at the wall behind him. The white ash suddenly flew away. Falling, the whole laboratory was shocked. The heart of a strong man is my favorite organ, because it can make many living weapons. Hand over your heart. Mundo roared, and a circle of flame appeared on his body. It was spinning around him. His speed and strength had also obviously improved dramatically. Mundo pulled out another kitchen knife and rushed directly towards Lu Chuan. Bang! A blow struck Lu Chuan on the forehead. Lu Chuan twisted to the side, and the kitchen knife hit the ground directly, but a crack burst out. Mundo's strength at this time was terrifying. With such accuracy, wouldn't it make sense to perform surgery on others? Lu Chuan twisted around and kicked Mondo on the chest. He waved the blood-drinking sword with his hand and threw out two more sword energy. This time, Mundo was unable to react while being knocked away. He swallowed two sharp sword energy abruptly. Many wounds on his body began to burst open, and blood spurted out. Interesting, such an interesting test subject. How could I let you go? Mondo's breath became obviously weak at this time, and he took out a green syringe from his white coat. Without hesitation, he stabbed directly into his body. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from his mouth, like the roar of a ferocious beast. The skin all over his body became more and more purple at this moment, and his muscles became stronger and stronger, directly removing his clothes. To burst. Woo! At this time, Mundo had completely lost the shadow of the orc, and had completely transformed into a ferocious beast. He stepped on the ground with all four limbs and rushed towards Lu Chuan like a tiger. Buzz! The moment he hit his face, a fierce strong wind was brought up. The strong wind had nowhere to go in the small room. As it dispersed, it stirred up a whirlpool of wind, causing the entire laboratory to become a mess. Unfortunately, the children were hugging each other tightly at this time to avoid hitting the wall with the wind. With the current wind force, just blowing them up and hitting the wall would be enough to kill them. Lord Mondo is actually so strong. A group of people still hiding in the ventilation duct have been paying close attention to the situation below. Brent couldn't help but exclaimed after seeing Mondo being able to explode with such powerful strength. I always thought he was just a madman engaged in scientific research. I didn't expect him to be able to explode into such a powerful fighting force. This is beast transformation. After the evolution of orcs, they have possessed human wisdom, but their own strength will also degrade a lot. Platinum-level warriors have difficulty resisting platinum-level ferocious beasts. But they can use wisdom to defeat platinum-level warriors. But if a platinum-level ferocious beast also possesses human wisdom, then the scale of this battle will be infinitely tilted towards the side of the ferocious beast. The god also clenched his fist tightly. Now with her ability, she can no longer help Lu Chuan. Although Lu Chuan also holds a killing move in his hand, if he gathers his strength and releases the killing move, everyone here may be crushed to powder in an instant. In this case, it would run counter to the previous behavior of saving people. Sacrifice your body. Become my test subject. This is your highest honor. Become my living weapon. Mondo roared and rushed in front of Lu Chuan like lightning. In the reflection of his widening pupils, he slashed straight down with the sharp kitchen knife. Did this guy take stimulants? How could he be so ridiculously strong in an instant? Lu Chuan gritted his teeth. Before and after the beast transformation, Mondo had advanced far beyond a major level. Ding! The kitchen knife struck the blood-drinking sword, and the incomparable force knocked Lu Chuan away. He rolled around on the spot, stabilized his body, and quickly stood up, just as he was about to use his skill. At that moment, Mundo's figure suddenly swooped up again. Damn it, I can't spare any time to cast my skills. Lu Chuan braced himself and raised the blood-drinking sword again, but without any surprise, it was once again knocked away by the majestic force. At the same time, his throat felt sweet and a mouthful of blood spurted out. I remember Mr. Lu Chuan's strength isn't that weak, right? Why doesn't he have a chance to fight back? Brent, who was hiding in the ventilation duct, looked secretly anxious. If Lu Chuan dies, then their group will never get out alive. With Lu Chuan appearing in the laboratory, the alarm of the entire Zon underground base may have been conveyed to every corner. Now there may be a large number of reinforcements heading towards this place. Bien came. He needs time, even a few seconds. Now Lu Chuan can't even squeeze out the time to condense his skills. Mondo's attack after turning into a beast is too violent. The god's delicate brows furrowed tightly. Then what should we do? Brent asked anxiously. Hey, fatty. At this time, the god's voice suddenly became calmer. Ah. What's wrong? Are you willing to die? Just buy him a few seconds. The god's young and beautiful face was full of seriousness. Sister, are you kidding me? I'm afraid I'll be killed instantly if I go down. Brent was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Let him, a silver 5 scumbag, block the solo of a platinum boss. It will be turned into gray in seconds. I also know you don't dare. Forget it, this kind of thing needs to be done personally by the god. The god shook his head, and then looked at Brent seriously. If I jump down later and am killed, please help me pass a message to that guy named Lu Chuan. What are you talking about? Tell him, Jinshin's little face blushed slightly, I actually quite like him. After saying that, she jumped up, rushed out of the ventilation duct, and landed directly on Mondo, who was constantly attacking Lu Chuan, and wrapped her hands tightly around his neck. Beat you to death. Beat you to death. Hit your head with a small fist. Ahem. I'm here. I'll update it twice a day until it's over, although it won't be long before it's over. I also ask you to put down the watermelon knife in your hands. Let's read the novel quietly together and be an elegant young man. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Chapter 295. Lu Chuan was stunned to see a girl falling from the sky, riding on the head of Mondo who looked like a beast, and punching and kicking him. It's a pity that now that the strength of the god has degraded to only the silver level, any of her attacks have no effect on Mondo, but are more like scratching an itch. Are you crazy? Lu Chuan came to his senses and yelled at her. Such a dangerous move was undoubtedly courting her own death. Hurry up. I can't hold it back anymore. The god kept drilling into Mundo's temple with his fist. He's really looking for death. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and raised the blood-drinking sword. Energy light groups began to emerge and solidify. Where did the mosquitoes come from? They're so annoying. Go to hell. Mondo shouted, grabbing the god's hair with his backhand and lifting her directly into the air. It hurts, it hurts. You have to be gentle with girls and don't pull their hair. Don't you know this? When has the goddess ever been so wronged? Her whole body weight is supported by her hair, and her whole body seems to be hanging on the sunny day outside. The window is like a doll swaying in the wind. Shut up. The next moment, Mondo punched the god directly in the lower abdomen, and her whole body was ejected like a cannonball, hitting the wall heavily. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth immediately, and the aura of the god dissipated rapidly. God, Lu Chuan's pupils shrank suddenly. Don't mind me, kill him first, get rid of this guy, otherwise we'll all die here. The god struggled to stand up, but was exhausted and fell heavily. He fell to the ground, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. He stared directly in Lu Chuan's direction, and the luster in his eyes quickly dissipated. You dare to bother me with such a weak force. Your body has no value at all, so it won't be a pity to destroy it. Mondo gave up on Lu Chuan for the time being, turned his head, raised his leg and stepped on the god. No, stop. Lu Chuan's face instantly turned pale. Unfortunately, the time God bought for him was only a few seconds, which was not enough for him to do anything. Puff! As Mundo stepped down violently, blood broke out like an exploding balloon, splattering on the surrounding walls. In an instant, the walls were dyed red with blood. Ding-ling! The blood-drinking sword in Lu Chuan's hand fell to the ground, and the half-solidified skill instantly dissipated without a trace. Seeing the people around him being killed so cruelly, Lu Chuan felt that his heart was tightly grasped by a big hand, as if he wanted to break it. I can no longer muster any strength. Friend, you seem to have encountered some difficulties. At this time, a clear voice sounded in Lu Chuan's ears. Lu Chuan raised his head dully, only to see a dark-skinned boy standing in front of him, holding a unique-looking weapon in his hand. To be precise, it looked like hands pulled out of a huge clock. Is she dead? It seems that I arrived a little late. But, the young man put his hand on his waist with a smile. On his waist. There was a small piece of hair coiled around his waist. It was something like an electrical appliance, and he just pulled it gently. Every rule needs to be broken once, what do you think? The young man smiled at Lu Chuan, with a strange luster in his dark and bright eyes. Afterwards, the entire space was like a broken mirror. In front of Lu Chuan, a movie was played like rewinding, with the pictures flowing rapidly. Whoa! The scene stopped abruptly, and then time began to move normally. Mondo, who was in front of him, picked up a syringe filled with green liquid and injected it into his body. His body was obviously not transformed into a beast yet. This was a few minutes ago. Lu Chuan raised his head in a daze and looked at the ventilation duct. Don't look at me, go beat him up. The god waved his hand to Lu Chuan and said anxiously. What happened just now? That guy, could it be Ike? Lu Chuan shook his head and didn't think about it for the time being. The top priority right now is to deal with this guy who is about to turn into a beast. In a few minutes, he will become an unstoppable berserk and kill the gods. Then let's deal with him now, before he completely transforms into a beast. Every rule must be broken once. Lu Chuan curled his lips slightly, holding the blood-drinking sword tightly in his hand, and a strange and dazzling light burst out from the blood-drinking sword. I think I should change the name of this move. Lu Chuan held the blood-drinking sword that erupted with light in both hands tightly. How about calling it Time Standstill? Whoa! The next moment, as Lu Chuan thrust forward fiercely, the blood-drinking sword seemed to have submerged into the space. The entire laboratory was like a frozen lake, and everyone seemed to be petrified, motionless. Lu Chuan walked up to Mondo, took out the uninjected syringe from his hand, threw it to the ground and crushed it with his feet. Because the energy required to condense the space was too huge, Lu Chuan could only complete this action, and then time began to move normally again. You can't beat the perfect form, but it's not a problem to deal with the semi-perfect form. Lu Chuan raised his hand, and two sword energy burst out. What did you do? Mondo saw the broken syringe. He remembered that Lu Chuan was still far away at the last moment. Why did he appear in front of him in an instant? Valoran's top assassins don't have this kind of ability that makes people unaware. Right? I'm just letting you have a little sleep. Lu Chuan smiled, held his hands lightly, and the two sword energies of different colors quickly merged together and slashed directly on Mondo's body. Mundo, who had not yet fully transformed into a beast, his body's defense was completely unable to withstand the fusion of the two sword energies. A large gash was torn in an instant, and blood oozed out continuously. It's over. Lu Chuan flicked his wrist, and the fused sword energy suddenly exploded in Mondo's body. And clouds of blood mist burst out. After the blood mist dissipated, Mondo's body was already riddled with holes. He fell to the ground, leaving only a lingering breath. You guy, can you control time? Mondo finally realized something. No, you may have made something wrong. To be precise, Schwa. Lu Chuan pointed the blood-drinking sword directly at Mondo's throat. I should be the controller of space. Outside the door, a dark-skinned young man leaned against the wall with his head in his hands, and whispered, Kiran, I have done everything for you, so you must teach me that move. The second update is over and will be updated tomorrow. Chapter 296. Is it over? No, this is just the beginning. Hello, intruders. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded outside the door. The door to the laboratory that was originally closed was opened at some point. Standing outside the door was a little old man in a white coat. Perhaps it was because his body was too small. Or perhaps because his clothes were too big. Seems a little funny. He wore a pair of glasses with swirling lenses on his face, and his whole hair exploded as if struck by lightning. Maybe guys who have reached the extreme level of scientific research are so weird. Professor Stanrick. Brent, who was lying in the ventilation duct, exclaimed as soon as the little old man came out. Shoo, keep your voice down. God made a silent gesture and said, Who is he? Look at you so panicked. He should be the core figure of the entire Zon technology. The top hex technology in Zon was developed by him. Brent wiped the sweat from his forehead subconsciously. This is the first time I have seen him. I have never seen him in person. But in the past I only saw him giving orders on electronic communication equipment, asking us low-level scientific researchers to do some experiments. Hex technology, Goddess frowned, I have heard of it a few times before. It is said that this technology uses the resonance between hex genes and all things to achieve a perfect fit, and then according to the characteristics of all things feature development creates a mess. You know a lot. Brent said slightly surprised. Humph, no matter what, it's God, cough. God did not continue. However, the hex technology mentioned between the two of them is indeed the development of Zon from a small and poor country to today, becoming one of the cores of top technology in Valoran. Hex gene, it can resonate with everything and can instantly analyze everything about the thing itself. To put it simply, if a person's heart is completely seen, no matter what he thinks, it will be penetrated by others, then all of this person's thoughts, next actions, including his own secrets, and any knowledge he possesses, will be known. Hex technology is such a magical technology. Not only can it resonate with highly intelligent creatures, it can also resonate with those inanimate things, thereby understanding its generation and structure. In this way, what else can stop hex technology? Don't understand. Parse. Will not. Observation. Unknown. Read. Any new technology is based on the continuous progress of past technologies. When a technology can stand on its own and include all technologies, then this technology will undoubtedly become the best. This is true of hex technology. The large and small technologies used by Zon now are all more or less related to hex technology, or they are variants of hex technology. Behind Stanrick, Lu Chuan also saw a large number of robots. These are all made with hex technology, please be careful. At this time, Tianshan communicated with Lu Chuan in his mind. Are there any flaws in hex technology? Lu Chuan asked in a deep voice. I don't know yet. Even though I'm a god, I'm also very busy, okay? I don't have time to care about these things. Anyway, just be careful. That's right, God. Lu Chuan suddenly said. What's wrong? I have something to say to you. Is this, here, no, not very good, now is not the time to talk about this, although I seem to be a little interested in knowing what you want to say, but the current situation, the god blushed and hesitated. Thank you for trying so hard to buy time for me just now. Lu Chuan said simply and clearly. Huh. The god stared at Lu Chuan below in confusion. He was so embarrassed that he told him this. And there are some incomprehensible words. What does it mean to fight for time regardless of one's own safety? Didn't you just lie there and not move? However, Lu Chuan didn't have extra time to explain this to her. He raised his sword and temporarily ignored Mondo, who was lying aside and was extremely weak. The reason why he didn't kill him was that as a hero, Mundo had some use value. Secondly, with Zon's messy black technology. Even if Mundo is killed in front of him, this little old man may have some weird ways of resurrection. It's better to save some of his physical strength and see how this little old man can be revived. How to deal with it next. Lu Chuan also knew in his heart that the fact that the group rushed to someone else's lair had been exposed, and they would either have to fight their way out, or they would have to wait here to die. Although I appreciate your courage, that's it. No outsider can walk out of here alive. And you are no exception. Stanric pressed the remote control in his hand, and a group of robot armies behind him as if a power supply had been activated. He rushed towards Lu Chuan. Before they could rush in front of them, they suddenly blocked their bodies, raised their arms, and flew towards Lu Chuan with their huge mechanical arms. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Chuan hurriedly rolled on the spot. Bang! The mechanical flying claw not only has a very fast speed, but also has amazing destructive power. When Lu Chuan rolled on the spot, mechanical fists were smashed down one after another around him. The entire platform was made of special materials. The ground was smashed into craters. If he were hit by one of the arms, two of Lu Chuan's ribs would probably be broken. Even in this world that advocates force and magic, the huge power brought by technology cannot be underestimated. Accelerate. After missing a hit, dozens of robots immediately retracted their arms with cables and made an emotionless mechanical sound. At the same time, the entire mechanical body continued to emit steam. Whoa! The next moment, their speed made a qualitative leap, as if they had two rocket launchers on their backs, and they rushed in front of Lu Chuan in an instant. On their arms, a dark blue static current flowed, making a thunderous sound. If it were just one machine, Lu Chuan could still avoid it with his flexible body, but dozens of machines surrounded Lu Chuan, undoubtedly cutting off his escape route. I have no interest in the purpose of you invaders. Anyway. You can't take what you see and hear here to the outside world. Just say goodbye. I just feel sorry that you can't see the rapid development of future technology. It's a pity. Stanric walked in with his hands behind his back, and then pressed another button. Zitzizi. This is the sound made by the crazy movement of energy. They fill the arms of the row of robots, and the violent energy molecules continue to create static sparks in the air. With a voltage intensity of 1 million volts, even a platinum-level warrior will be scorched by electricity in an instant, let alone this voltage of tens of millions of volts. Stanric took out a light-blocking spectacles strap from his arms. After all, the feast of angry thunder that follows is not something that the human eye can accept. Chapter 297. Crack. The thunder was deafening. This is not the natural lightning that erupts in the open air during the season of thunderclouds. This is tens of millions of electrical energy erupted by dozens of robots with hex technology cores. Stanric had even turned on the insulation. The places other than these robots are surrounded by a special kind of ripple. In this way, no matter how big an explosion occurs, the current will not leak out and cause any damage to the entire base. However, the development of things was a little too unexpected for him. That majestic ball of energy condensed with tens of millions of voltages, not only did not explode in Lu Chuan's body, but instead, it was more like recharging energy for him. At this time, Lu Chuan's whole body was filled with dark blue static electricity, and his hair stood up due to the static electricity. He's absorbing electricity. How is it possible? This guy, Stanric, has never seen such a shocking thing. Even a magic warrior who specializes in thunder cannot withstand such a powerful voltage, right? What Stanric didn't know was that Lu Chuan had already inherited the power of the demigod-level thunder demon warrior Zerath when the Shurima Empire was resurrected. The electric energy flowing through Zerath's body was many times stronger than this electric energy. Lu Chuan was able to withstand it. Now, Lu Chuan can almost absorb all of this electric energy. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the dark blue light on Lu Chuan gradually dissipated, and his pupils turned from black to light blue. Deep in the pupils, there was a cluster of electric sparks. Thank you for the hospitality. Lu Chuan smiled softly, clenched his palm into a fist and smashed it forward. Boom! Under Lu Chuan's punch, several robots flew backwards. A piece of the iron skin on their bodies was smashed, and some parts were scattered everywhere. Static electricity emerged from their bodies. Several machines were completely scrapped. Thunder-type warriors are most afraid of water, but I'm sorry. I happen to have some abilities in the water type. Lu Chuan understood the ability of the water type from the sword intention. Sometimes it is gentle and steady, sometimes it is turbulent. But without the crystal stone of the water system to cooperate with him, Lu Chuan has not understood the skills of the water system for so long, so he can only have a superficial understanding of the energy of the water system. However, for their naturally incompatible attributes, this little bit of fur is enough to destroy all the robots in front of them. Bang! Snapped. Tum! The robot was knocked away like a torrent, and the copper and iron walls that originally surrounded it became vulnerable at this moment. Hahaha, it really surprises me, but as I said, this is not your back garden. Even if you have the powerful thunder attribute, you still can't get out of here. Stanrick took out a small. The remote control was pressed gently. Suddenly, the entire ground began to shake, and a straight crack was separated from the middle on the ground. Below the crack, 3 huge statues stand. No, it's not a statue, it's some giant robots of different models. Although hex technology is used in a wide range of fields, it is obviously the most suitable to study these advanced mechanical products. I think you should like them. Stanrick clapped his hands and used a vulture-like expression. A harsh voice shouted, Blitzcrank. Nautilus Titan, and Zack, there is an important guest coming to visit today, and I decided to let you entertain him well. The 3 behemoths slowly rose up along with the elevator on the ground. Their skin was obviously very hard, because as the elevator rose higher, their heads had already pierced the ceiling. Oh, sorry, I forgot to activate them. It really made outsiders laugh. Stanrick reached out and pressed the button in his hand, and the 3 behemoths opened their eyes at the same time. The orange-red, light white, and dark green pupils radiate the energy provided by the hex gene. Rumble. As the 3 inanimate bodies that were forcibly given life awakened, the ground was shaking with every step their huge bodies took forward. This is an absolute symbol of strength. Notice. Ask all members in the base to evacuate Area A. There is about to be a battle here. Stanrick was very thoughtful and did not immediately order the 3 giant robots with the core of hex technology to take action. Instead, let some members of the base leave the area first. After all, once the power of these 3 big guys breaks out, it is really easy to destroy these buildings. In short, Stanrick did not activate these 3 big guys for no reason. Judging from the strength Lu Chuan showed just now, he can still solve them even if he uses other means. It is better to just drag out the trump card to avoid wasting it. Time. Looking up at the 3 behemoths, Lu Chuan felt a twinge of heart palpitations. There is terrifying energy dissipating from their bodies. This is energy that normal people cannot carry, unless they reach the demigod level or even higher warriors. However, as a carrier, these robots do not feel any pain, as long as the chips in their bodies can. If they can withstand it, then they can withstand the huge energy. The reason why high-level warriors are precious is because they can emit very powerful energy, and their fighting power is countless times that of ordinary people, so they are sought after and will be respected wherever they go. But the human body is not a bottomless pit, there will always be a point that it cannot bear. If they simply put energy into their bodies, I am afraid that the people in the entire Valoran continent would be above the platinum level on average. Because in this continent where force and magic are intertwined, even the air is exuding strong or weak energy fluctuations. If it is just poured into the body, then it is really simple to improve the strength. Therefore, compared with human warriors, this kind of iron skin can explode with powerful strength as long as it is installed with a powerful chip, which is too convenient. Each of these 3 guys has the same strength as Mondo after he transformed into a beast. I'm afraid they are even better. Lu Chuan clenched his fists. He is not fighting against people, but against technology. This kind of inanimate thing made Lu Chuan feel very troublesome. If he were to face an ordinary person and cut off one of his arms, his strength would be greatly reduced. But even if 2 of their legs are cut off from such a big pile of iron blocks, they will still be able to explode with huge strength unless they are blasted into pieces. How about trying to find the place where their chips are hidden, and then destroy them one by one? At this time, the voice of God sounded in Lu Chuan's mind. Chapter 298. Find the chip. Easier said than done. Lu Chuan looked up at the 3 huge machines. Their shells looked very thick. Different from the pile of iron sheets just now. The glossy shell was obviously made of a special material. If it could be easily scratched with 2 knives, Stanrick would not be so confident in letting them clear the area. Generally, the chip is just in the heart, or in the brain, right? God said again. The question is how to destroy it. Lu Chuan held the blood-drinking sword in his hand, flicked his wrist, and a blade flew out. Crack! The sharp and fast blade just made a crisp impact sound with the metal shell, but did not leave even a scratch. This is too hard. At this time, even the god opened his red mouth slightly and was at a loss. The hesitation of Lu Chuan and others does not mean that the three behemoths will also hesitate. They have already activated and have locked Lu Chuan as the target of attack. Although they are huge and walk very slowly, because of their huge size, one step is enough for people to run with all their strength for several steps before they can catch up. Zitsizi, the dark yellow shell on the far left, is the Blitz machine. At this time, a pair of blood-red mechanical eyes. A blood light is rapidly condensing, and the next moment 2 rays are sprayed out from its eyes, shooting towards Lu Chuan like a laser. Bang! Lu Chuan hurriedly took a few steps back. The laser landed not far from Lu Chuan's feet, leaving 2 deep ravines on the ground. This kind of laser ray has very strong penetrating and cutting power. Lu Chuan dared to conclude that as long as he was touched just now, he would be cut into pieces now. Fuck, you're crazy. Lu Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Followed by 2 more rays. The speed of these rays was comparable to the speed of light. Lu Chuan could only pass through the energy stored in the Blitz's pupils. You can use force speed to determine when it will launch and avoid it in advance, otherwise it will not be able to beat the speed of light anyway. Be careful. Seeing Lu Chuan jumping left and right to avoid the rays, God's little heart was a little panicked. At this time, Lu Chuan's feet were completely destroyed. There were potholes everywhere and crisscross ravines. If he wasn't careful, he might end up in the west. This was not over yet. To make matters worse, the titan next to Blitzcrank, it was too troublesome to call him by his full name, so I simply used the name that everyone compared with his attributes. Slowly lifted the huge anchor in his hand. Boom! Then, the anchor slammed towards Lu Chuan. Although the speed of the anchor was much slower than that of the ray, its power was stronger than that of the ray. It was almost like a small explosive bag. Every time a single throw can blast a large crater into a piece of ground. The most terrible thing is that the soft machine on the right is as soft as a piece of gummy, Zack. Compared with the skills of the other 2 machines, the Zack directly inflated its body into a balloon and ejected towards Lu Chuan. Bang! Lu Chuan held his head and rolled on the spot, and heard an explosion behind him. Zack exploded directly on the spot, but due to its physical characteristics, the smashed gummies squirmed again. Hug each other again. This was equivalent to forcing Lu Chuan to death. First, he has to look at the charging level of the laser in Blitzcrank's pupils to determine which direction to dodge next. Then, he has to get out of the explosion range of Titan's anchor as much as possible. Finally, he has to beware of Zack's self-destruction. Sphere. Does the shield work? The god on top was so worried that he almost cried. His eyebrows were tightly knitted, and he felt regretful. If she hadn't had a bad temper and forced Lu Chuan to go down and rescue those children, I'm afraid Lu Chuan wouldn't be in such a mess now. The group of children were indeed running in the chaos and no one could be seen, but Lu Chuan might not be able to hold on for a few seconds. I'm afraid the shield won't work. This kind of mechanical skill has huge penetrating power. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth, and just after he finished his answer, he let out a low drink the next moment. Due to his carelessness just now, he was accidentally affected by Zack's self-destruction. At this time, Lu Chuan's entire back was covered in blood and flesh. Ah! Be careful. God looked at the fully charged laser, screamed in fear, and covered his eyes at the same time. Lu Chuan suddenly turned around and looked at the ray that was already close at hand with some despair. It's over now. Lu Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Full mock. At this time, a mechanized voice mixed with a human voice sounded behind Lu Chuan, and then the man shouted coldly, "Gravity magnetic field." Buzz. As his words fell, the entire ground began to tilt violently. The place where Lu Chuan was lying was on a high place, and he slid down to the lower place. The laser beam barely missed his neck. Don't pretend to be dead, I can't guarantee that I can save you every time. The voice shouted coldly again. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan got up from the ground and retreated quickly. Although the skin on my back was now raw and painful, surviving was obviously more important than these. Oh. Reinforcements. Stanrick looked from a distance and spotted a man wrapped in a mechanical shell. Professor Stanrick, I wonder if you still remember me? The man said lightly, but his voice changed slightly. If he was just indifferent when talking to Lu Chuan just now, then his voice when talking to Stanrick now has become a little cold, and there is a murderous intention in the cold. It was as if she hated him deeply. Stanrick was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. He laughed softly at first, but the laughter became wider and wider. Ha ha ha, I thought you would spend the rest of your life in boundless hatred and anger until death. I didn't expect you to have the courage to appear in front of me. It's been so long. My old friend, Victor, maybe should I change my title to Mechanical Pioneer? Stanrick also stared at the man coldly. Victor? Lu Chuan ran away in a hurry and didn't pay attention, but now he turned around when Stanrick mentioned it. This body was completely wrapped in metal, with a mechanical hand hanging from the back of its neck and hanging on top of its head. This look, who else could it be if it weren't Victor? I really can't understand why you, who plagiarize other people's work and use it as your own invention, can be so shameless and say these things to me without blushing or heartbeat. Victor snorted coldly. Although you stole my hex device invention, you didn't make it yourself, so you will never gain true understanding. As soon as Victor said this, Lu Chuan and the gods were shocked. This awesome invention of hex is actually Victor's patent. And this Stanrick is just a despicable plagiarist. Chapter 299. So what? It's enough for me to get this core, because this perfect invention can help me save all my thinking. I only need to take it with me and look for objects that can perfectly resonate everywhere. There is life. Whether they are real or lifeless, their resonant sounds will never lie, Victor. I know you hate me very much, but I have to praise you, you are indeed a genius. Stanrick rubbed his two old bark-like palms together, letting a generation of geniuses die here seems to be a very good choice. As I said just now, you can only steal my ideas, but you can never steal my thoughts. Why can you conclude that I will not invent a second type of hex technology besides hex technology? Stanrick's laughter stopped abruptly, and there was a hint of shock and disbelief on his face, which was full of the smile of the villain after he succeeded. You have spent your whole life just researching hex technology. It is impossible for you to research other technologies, although he said words of disbelief. Stanrick's huge clothes, and couldn't cover up his body that had begun to tremble slightly. He was afraid. From the beginning to the end. He was just a thief who plagiarized the work of others. As a scientist, he was unqualified and even untalented. The integration of Blitzcrank's mechanical products into the ideas of hex technology was also the idea he obtained from Victor. Those who plagiarized it used the most despicable methods in the world. But he still had a hint of reverie. Victor has known him for more than 60 years, so he should be a Twilight person like him by now, right? What good things can a person who is about to bury half of his body in the soil come up with? Victor has used hex technology for 50 years. How many 50 years can a scientist without any samurai talent have? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He was just scaring himself. Stanrick comforted himself in this way. Victor was just trying to make himself fat. Once the shell of his metal armor fell off, he would have a face as old as him, and a body that was weak and vulnerable. Kill him. Blitzcrank. Stanrick tried his best to calm down, but the screams in his mouth were so hoarse. It was as if a soldier on the battlefield felt that way after seeing the enemy leader. Scared, but wanting to take off his head. Charging is complete and you can shoot at any time. Kill him. At this time, Stanrick kept saying the same thing over and over again. Zitzi. Blitz fired a ray at nearly the speed of light, targeting Victor. How can a Twilight old man resist rays with near light speed? Boom. The ray hit Victor's metal shell accurately. Stanrick's eyes widened, full of excitement and anxiety. He looked forward to seeing the charred corpse lying on the ground. But he was disappointed. After the billowing smoke dissipated, Victor still stood there, never wavering, with no scratches left on his metal shell. No, impossible, he must be holding on. Blitz, shoot him. Stanrick roared as he nearly collapsed. What was completely different from his roar was the rapidly weakening sound of the Blitzcrank. A failure occurred. The system power supply is weakening. Buzz, buzz, the light in Blitz's eyes dimmed, and his entire huge body stopped in place. Titan. Anchor attack. Like Blitzcrank, Titan also became statue-like, unable to move. Stanrick looked at Zack again and saw the same situation. Stanrick's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and he turned his head little by little, looking at Victor with a stiff face. You have to know that hex technology was developed by me. From the beginning to the end, you have not helped at all, so I know better than you how to stop them and control them. I have already planned this revenge. It's been a long time. If someone hadn't rashly broken in here this time, I might have had to lurk for a while longer. But I'm still very grateful to them. My young life, like mine at that time, is full of determination and perseverance. Victor said with one hand. He slowly stretched forward, then opened his palm, and a small transparent and colorless bead lay quietly in his palm. Chaotic storm. Victor said calmly, but the glass ball in his hand began to tremble crazily at this moment, and an element that Stanric had never seen emerged from it. Its rage, its majesty. Very much like destruction. Yes, just after Stanric thought of such an adjective, his body was already sucked into the storm. His last glance was staring at Victor. There was unspeakable regret in his complicated eyes. But some hatred cannot be forgiven after the person involved repented. The supergravity storm named destruction, in an instant shorter than the speed of light, shredded Stanric's body without a trace, like a meat grinder. However, not a single blood stain was spilled. The frequency of the storm was so fast that even before the blood sprayed out, all the blood stains were wiped out. To be precise, Stanric's cells were minced into pieces. After doing all this, Victor sighed heavily. He personally ended the person he had hated for many years, but he still felt empty in his heart. For so many years, although Victor has resented Stanric and resented him for taking away all the honors that should belong to him. But if it weren't for Stanric, I'm afraid he wouldn't have gotten to where he is today step by step. It was Stanric who gave him such a strong desire for revenge. Before this, he thought about revenge all the time. When he was at his most glorious, all his inventions were stolen by a thief, but no one rehabilitated him. Those guys all believe that Victor's talents are just bragging, and the one who can really show them is Professor Stanric. In such regret, Victor aged faster than ordinary people, until he was about to burn out the last light of his life. He still wants revenge. If this hatred is not settled, I am afraid that even if I die, I will not feel at ease. Victor came up with a bold idea. He planned to transform his body. Human life is limited. After a person ages to a certain point, replacing any organ will not help. But machinery is different. As long as a chip is replaced and parts are replaced regularly, the machinery can always run. Later, he succeeded and became an immortal. He had more time to research the new generation of hex technology. After researching it, Victor did not name it. Just researching it is enough, because many things will not belong to you after you name them. Adventurer, what's your name? Pulling away from his memories, Victor glanced at Lu Chuan beside him. Hello, Mr. Victor. You can just call me Xiao Lu. Lu Chuan scratched his cheek in embarrassment. He had nothing to do with him. Victor could do it all with just one big move. Thanks to him, I was nervous for a long time, but it turned out to be soy sauce. No need to be so formal. This time, I have to thank you too. Victor said solemnly. Thank me? Lu Chuan was confused. Can someone who is emotionally obsessed get an Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actor? Wait a minute. Isn't I the protagonist? Well, if it weren't for your rash action, I'm afraid I would still be reluctant to take action. You gave me a reason to take action. Victor shook his head when Stanric saw me. I could feel he is afraid, but I am not afraid. I now have endless life, and I am afraid that after I kill him with my own hands, I will lose my goal. Just like I am very confused now. Old man, what you said is a bit wrong. Lu Chuan coughed lightly. Goals are never given by others, but set by yourself. Whether it is revenge or to complete something, these are not imposed on you by others. But what you want to do. As long as the old man, do you think there are more goals that can be accomplished, such as researching some new gadgets? Or, for example, developing some powerful nuclear bombs? Nuclear bomb? A super large bullet that can kill an entire city with one blast can completely become a status symbol for protecting your country. Who dares to mess with us? Isn't it a pleasure to have an atomic bomb teach you how to be a good person? Once Lu Chuan started running trains. He couldn't hold back. But his words gave Victor a lot of inspiration. Although he hated Stanric and all the people who did not support him at that time, he loved this land more than those. Who doesn't love the place where they were born and raised? Even though I dislike them in every possible way and say all kinds of bad things, once a foreigner says a slanderous word, I want to tear them into pieces. No matter how bad it is, I can say it, but you can't. This is a sense of belonging and an honor. A nuclear bomb? It's a very interesting idea. It seems that I have to set a new goal for myself. Embrace progress. Come on, old man. The god jumped down from the ventilation duct at this time and made a V sign of victory to Victor. Okay, just now you were hiding in the ventilation duct and shivering, now you're starting to get shivering, right? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes at the god. So is trembling, I'm not worried about you, Tian Shenhua said halfway, his face turned red, and his voice suddenly became quieter, humph, who would be worried about you? I won't even wipe a single tear after you die. Brent shook his head repeatedly. Women are really duplicitous creatures. Chapter 300. This is what I want to give you. In the morning, as soon as Lu Chuan and the gods knocked on the door of Victor's house, Victor handed the gift he had prepared into Lu Chuan's hands. What is this? God looked closer and played with it for a while. This is Hextech. Pfft. Lu Chuan almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. He just thought about it for a moment yesterday, but he didn't expect that Victor really gave him hex technology. Gun. Victor said calmly at this time. Lu Chuan almost fell down. Can you always finish your sentence? You may be scared out of your wits. Although it is also a derivative of hex technology, the hex technology gun has a considerable background. At least in the game, the synthesis price of this famous gun is very expensive. Although Lu Chuan rarely used this equipment when playing games before. What is the function of this gun? God asked at this time. Fire the laser. Victor took the gun from the god and shot it at the wall of his house. Bang! A big hole was pierced through the wall. Not only that, but the wall next door was also pierced. Through the four walls. A middle-aged uncle could be seen taking a shower over there. There was a hole in the wall of his bathroom, and he immediately covered his lower body and screamed. Ah! There is something perverted. Cough, Victor coughed awkwardly, and Lu Chuan quickly pulled Tianxian into his arms and covered her eyes. Children, don't look around. The god actually didn't see anything. She only knew that she was being hugged by Lu Chuan and surrounded by a warm and strong arm. Her whole body became a little stiff, and her face turned red as if she had a fever. The power of this gun can be adjusted. What I showed you just now is its 10 power, because if it is fired at 100, it may burn this place to the ground. Although Victor said it very calmly, Lu Chuan's heart was very shocked. With just 10 of the power, it can penetrate 4 walls continuously. Not even one of his sword energy can reach this level. Although Lu Chuan's great skill can do it, it requires accumulation of energy and consumes his own physical energy. But this gun was different. The laser shot was almost as fast as the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, the rays flew out. This reminded Lu Chuan of the rays that erupted from its eyes when fighting the Blitzcrank. If nothing else, it is indeed strong. There is also a small button here. In an emergency, it can emit a gravitational magnetic field, which will greatly restrict people within the magnetic field. It can change the influence of gravity and slow down their speed. Victor said again after fiddling with it for a while. Under the gravity field of the technology gun, Lu Chuan suddenly felt as if his feet were being sucked by something, and it was a bit difficult to lift his legs. Anyway, this is a thank you gift for you, just take it. Victor threw it to Lu Chuan with a nonchalant expression, and Lu Chuan hurriedly took it. These big men in science are really scary. They can create such horrible things in one night, and in his opinion, they are just like dumping goods that can be given away casually. Finally, after talking to Victor and contacting him again, Lu Chuan also planned to start looking for the whereabouts of Jana and Ari. After a few months, their moods should probably have calmed down. Now if they go over to them and apologize more sincerely, they might be forgiven. After Lu Chuan's careful decision, he planned to leave Sona in Zon and also serve as Victor's deputy. First, with Sona's beauty, it would be too dangerous to stay in Noxus, and it might be a good choice for her to return to Demacia. With the protection of Jarvan and others, she would be relatively safe. But the journey back to Demacia is long, and I still have to look for Jana, and I won't be able to go back for a while. I can't let Sona, a cute and soft girl, go back by herself, right? What should you do if something unexpected happens on the road? It would be good to simply let her stay in Zon and learn some skills from Mr. Victor. Although girls can be as beautiful as flowers, wouldn't it be better if they have skills? Of course, when this decision was made, Sona disagreed life and death. She successively adopted text communication, tearful offensive, and chest thumping. They were all immune to Lu Chuan. In fact, Lu Chuan really didn't dare to mess around with others. The two people at home hadn't settled the matter yet. He went there to apologize this time, and he had to be sincere. Go back and bring a soft girl with breasts bigger than Jana and Ari. What will Jana and Ari think when she sees her? At that time, I'm afraid it won't be an apology, but a breakup. Okay, where's the direction? Standing outside the gate of Zuan city, Lu Chuan glanced at the god. Southeast, go straight. The god pouted his lips in dissatisfaction. Remember what I told you before, Lu Chuan was impatiently interrupted by the god before he finished speaking. I know, I will get into the bead myself when the time comes, so I won't cause you any trouble. Humph. Why do you feel a little angry again? At the same time. Within the great elf clan, the room of Saint Janna. Your Highness the Holy Maiden, what's wrong? Asar's gang has already rushed in with a group of people. A maid ran in from the door in a panic and asked Ali, who was talking heart to Janna, was startled. After hearing what the maid said, Janna's delicate brows knitted together. Can't you control your ambition anymore? Ari's slender fingers clenched into a fist. We might as well fight them. Being bullied by them all the time is not an option. They have long wanted to rebel. It turned out that not long after Janna became a saint, Asal, a descendant of the elf king, led a group of his men and began to look for trouble with Janna, with the purpose of overthrowing her throne. It was just a little trouble at the beginning of the period, but it became more and more troublesome later on. He even did not hesitate to have a conflict with the orcs, and finally pretended to put down his harsh words and said that he was a member of Her Royal Highness the Saint of the Great Elf. The current situation of the Great Elves is not good. Since there has not been a saint for several generations, their inheritance has been greatly affected. It is incomparable with the orcs, who are at the peak of their power at this time. Moreover, the orcs are ruthless and unreasonable. When they heard that the newly succeeded saint was responsible, they immediately became angry and rushed in with a group of orcs. The battle at that time made many great elves suffer. In order to prevent the wounded from spreading further, Janna had to swallow her anger and contribute some of her treasures to calm the matter down. But Asal was not satisfied with this, but kept looking for trouble with Janna. To this day, he could no longer restrain his inner ambition and directly led a group of men to rush forward, making it clear that he wanted to seize the throne. If you ask me, just fight them. Ari shrugged a pair of furry ears, a stern look flashed in his eyes. Seeing Janna being bullied made her feel uncomfortable. Janna's face looked a little ugly. After calming down for a while, she calmly said to the maid, let Asael come in alone. I will negotiate with him first. Janna. You've been bullied like this, why are you still negotiating? If it were Lu Chuan, he would have raised his sword long ago. Ari. It was the first time Janna spoke to Ari in such a cold tone, which made Ari's words freeze and he did not continue. Then Janna softened her tone again, now my status in the great elf clan has been shaken due to Asal's repeated troubles. If I choose to fight him head-on at this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to summon the subordinates. No matter how much there is, you will still lose if you fight, so if you can negotiate, try to negotiate first. Okay, Ari's ears lay weakly on his head. Let Asael come in. Janna said again. Yes. The maid nodded and left. Chapter 301. Your Highness the Saint, how have you been lately? Soon, a burst of laughter came from outside the door, and Asal walked in with a big smile. But underneath the laughter, there was a disgusting scheming hidden behind it. It's okay. Janna just replied lightly, as was her indifferent temperament. She reached out and poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Asal. No matter how much she hates him in her heart, Janna, as a saint, must have these proper etiquette. On the contrary, Ari had no such scruples and stared at Asal with a look of disgust, muttering in a low voice, I won't kill you if I drink. Of course, these unrestrained words were also heard by Asal. A trace of displeasure flashed across his face, and he hid it well. Now that I'm here, I must be as smart as your Highness the Saint, and you should understand why I'm here, right? Asal stared directly at Janna's flawless cheeks, with no trace of greed in his eyes. Janna just picked up a cup of tea and sipped it, not in a hurry to answer his words. I won't hide it anymore. Now that I'm here, I'll make it clear. Now in the entire elves, everyone is panic-stricken and frightened all day long. In such an environment, the elves have no choice. If you practice well, even some daily life will be greatly hindered. Therefore, they have begun to discuss your actions in private. Before Asal could finish what he said, Ari slapped the table. Pointed at Asal and yelled, nonsense. Others don't know what they think, but you don't know what you think. Isn't it your fault that the great elves have caused the current state of panic? You still have the nerve to come and say such things. Oh. Asal just spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. Miss Ari, do you have any evidence to point out that the current situation of the elves is caused by me? Although Ali knew it well, she was asked to come up with evidence. How could she come up with it? If you don't have evidence, don't spit on anyone. Asal stood up, walked slowly to Ari, reached out and held her jade-like fingers. Don't touch me. Ari's face darkened, and he hurriedly took out his hand, intending to slap him in the face with his backhand, but he grabbed his wrist tightly and could no longer move. Although Asar is a villain, his strength is much stronger than Ari and Janna. As a descendant of the great elf king with pure blood, his current strength has reached the peak of the gold level, and he is far away from there is only one threshold left to reach the platinum realm. Let me go. Ari's pretty face was livid, but she could not struggle away from his hand. With such a disgusting man holding her wrist, Ari felt nauseated. Didn't you look so arrogant just now? A mere silver-level guy dared to challenge me. I'm giving you face, right? What else does a woman like you do besides having a pretty face? Do you think I don't know that you are from the Spirit Fox clan? As early as ancient times. You Spirit Fox clan were just servants of our great elf clan. And you are still the kind of servant who satisfies the sexual desires of the men and women in our clan. Asal's words made Ari tremble with rage. The race she was so proud of was being called so lowly. The most annoying thing is that she can't beat this guy. Okay, let her go. If you have anything to say, just say it clearly. Janna put the teacup down gently. Asael let go of his hand, but he also used a secret force to make Ari take a few steps back and almost fall down. You. Ali May's eyes widened, but she was helpless. She could only rub her wrists angrily and muttered in a low voice, "It would be great if Lu Chuan were here, I would definitely beat him to pieces." Ari's muttering quietly drifted into Janna's ears, and her delicate body also trembled slightly, and then returned to calmness, but there was a complicated look in her pupils. Since Her Royal Highness the Saint has said this, I won't stop writing. The current situation of the Great Elf clan is very embarrassing, with cluttered hearts. And there are many pairs of eyes from the outside world secretly staring at us. Although the Great Elf clan has inherited generations, it's not as good as the previous generation, but the resources occupied by the Great Elves are very large. Since you can't lead everyone back to the top, why not give up your seat? This time, Asal did not beat around the bush. Instead, he directly asked Janna to give up her position. If it had been earlier, Janna might have given up her seat without hesitation. She doesn't want to be a saint at all. Compared with paying attention to this etiquette every day and paying attention to that etiquette every day, and having endless things to deal with every day, she misses the days when she was by Lu Chuan's side. As if traveling, free and unrestrained. You will often encounter danger, but it is better than living in this kind of environment. But things are different now. As a saint of the Great Elf tribe, she has completely integrated into this race within a few months. Although she was originally just a member of the Wind Elf clan, the people of the Great Elf clan were very kind and gentle. When she first came to power, she didn't understand many things. There were many elves who helped her. This also made Janna want to promote the elves even more. If you give up your position at this time, let Asal, who is not a good person at first glance, lead the entire elves. I'm afraid that by then, the elves will decline rapidly. So this position cannot be given up. Janna shook her head gently. Although she didn't speak, she already showed her determination. Don't worry, I've already expected your reaction like this, but I hope you can take a look outside. Asal opened the curtains on the side. Outside, there was a dense group of elves standing. Apart from Asal's men, there were more, but they were people from the Great Elves. Janna frowned tightly. Do you think I want to get this position for my own selfish desires? I am only thinking about the elves. They are worried every day, for fear that one day they will encounter the invasion of the orcs again. Besides, in addition to the orcs, there are many other races that are eyeing our territory. But you do not have the ability to defeat them. As a saint, your ability is only at the silver level. Asal paused and then added, the window is open. In this way, the sounds from outside also came in. Janna. Give up your position. It has been so long, and not only have you not made any contribution, but you have also allowed us to be invaded by the outside world again and again. You are not worthy of being a saint, get out. Give your position to Lord Asal. Get off. Such words were heard over others, making Janna's face look ugly. Asal smiled as if he was a villain. The people who were shouting so hard outside were naturally the ones he arranged to get into the crowd and make noise. This was his idea. Although those kind-hearted and over-the-top elves would not do such a thing, people's hearts will be shaken. After these few shouts, coupled with Janna's recent actions, it is completely enough to infect their emotions. You see, the people's will is what the people want. I don't have the final say. Asal paused and said, even if you don't agree, I'm afraid these elves will get angry and barge in directly. By then the situation will become extremely troubled, and a civil war will break out among the elves, which is not what you want to see, right? Are you threatening the saint? Ari couldn't stand it when he saw Asal's aggressiveness, but was interrupted by Janna waving her hand. Ari, don't speak yet. Ari was stunned for a moment, and saw Janna pressing her forehead with one hand, her expression a little solemn. Janna was thinking. What Asal said is true. If they don't give up their position, the people are now panic-stricken. As long as they experience another invasion of the orcs, I am afraid that their tolerance for Janna will collapse, and the spearhead will all point at her as a useless person. Leader. But if the position is given away, it will only be a matter of time before the elves are destroyed. Is there a third option? This is what Janna is thinking about now. In addition to giving up the position or not giving it up, can there be a third situation? As if he had seen through Janna's thoughts, Asal said at this time, actually, I have another idea. If you want to hear it, I can tell you. If you don't listen, get out. Ali wanted to kick Asal out. This bad guy definitely doesn't have any good ideas. Speak. Janna's beautiful eyes swept over Ari, signaling her not to say anything yet. Asal smiled proudly. My idea is very simple, you marry me. You're so beautiful. As soon as he finished speaking, Ari met with firm opposition. Ari. Janna shouted loudly, you get out first. Ari had never seen Janna get so angry before. She suddenly became weak, snorted, and walked to the door helplessly. Asar continued, I just said that I don't want this position, I just don't want to see the elves go to destruction. As long as you agree to marry me, I can legitimately use my power to help you. Our descendants of the elf king are not weak in strength. With our protection, who in the outside world dares to touch a hair of our elf clan? As long as you promise me, I will immediately go out to calm their restlessness, and the throne will still be I won't touch even half of yours. That's what he said, but in fact Asal had been coveting Janna's appearance for a long time, and he wished he could quickly strip her naked and throw her on the bed to ravage her. Such a beautiful elf is a leader among the elves. It would be wonderful to be able to enjoy her body. But Janna, as a saint, has a certain status in the clan, which makes Ansar dare not mess around, so he simply came up with such a method. Not only do I want to take your position, I also want to take your body before I take your position. This is what Asal really thinks. How could Janna not know, but now she has no choice. Regardless of whether he gives way or not, it will be very detrimental to the current situation, and the third point Asal raised, marrying him, is the best thing for now. With the help of the descendants of the Elf King, at least the orcs would not dare to invade directly. I promise you. After repeated hesitation, Janna gritted her teeth and agreed with great difficulty. Looking at her beautiful and delicate face, Asal smiled silently. Finally, are you going to get this top-notch beauty? Then you prepare today, and we will get married tomorrow. So fast. Janna looked up in confusion. Of course, do you want to make a joke about the future of the people? No one knows when the orcs will invade. The sooner I get married to you, the more I can convince my forces to help the elves. Asa, you said with hypocritical concern. It's getting late, you should have a rest early, don't tire yourself out. Yeah. Janna nodded numbly, and she still didn't regain her composure until Asal walked out. Did you just sell yourself out? Another familiar yet unfamiliar shadow appeared in her mind. From the beginning, he was regarded as a pervert and almost killed him, but later on, he fell in love with him so much that he couldn't help himself. Then, because of some things, I had to leave his side. Do you like him? Love him? The answer is yes. If you don't love someone, you won't have his shadow in your mind every day and every night, and you can't get rid of it. If you didn't like him, you wouldn't feel the heart-wrenching pain in your heart when you see him holding other women. But all that has passed. He must not like himself that much, right? It's been so long, and I haven't seen him looking for him. There's not even any news about him. That guy, maybe he has forgotten about himself a long time ago, right? He is so talented and has so much potential, it is foreseeable that he will become a big man who dominates the team in the future. And what about yourself? His talent is mediocre, and he even has a very indifferent personality. He rarely smiles at him, and doesn't treat him well. Even after becoming boyfriend and girlfriend with him. If he wants to kiss him, he will slap him, and this has happened more than once. I'm afraid he already hates himself, right? Janna, what are you still hoping for? He does not belong to the happiness that you can grasp. It's time to let go. You are not worthy of him. Janna murmured to herself. At this time, Ari walked in and was surprised. Called. Jana. Why are you crying? Did that bastard Assault bully you? Jana was startled, and when she came to her senses, she realized that she had already burst into tears. She hurriedly wiped away her tears and shook her head with a hint of sobs. It's nothing. Where are the Asser people? He left with his group of men. What did he say to you? No. Jana just shook her head, but refused to say anything. Although Ari was very anxious, she had no good solution unless Jana said anything. After a moment, Jana spoke softly, Ari, can you get me some wine? The kind made from the 1,000 curtains in the clan. Wine. Have you never drank wine? And Qianlian liquor is very intoxicating. Bring it here. Jana just said. Oh, okay. Ari nodded lightly, and then fetched the wine. Before he could put it down, Jana snatched it away. At this time, Jana seemed to be going crazy. She raised her slender and white neck, directly put the wine bottle to her mouth, and drank it fiercely. She had never drank wine before, and it was a very spicy wine. As soon as the wine entered her throat, Jana started coughing desperately. There seemed to be a hot burning sensation in her throat, which made her miserable. People often say that drinking wine relieves sorrow. But why? She drank. But it can't relieve the sorrow. Chapter 302. Tonight, you will all become my prey. Enjoy it, you will be so comfortable that you will be unable to extricate yourself later. Ha ha ha. Asal smiled and threw himself on the bed without hesitation. Jana and Ari's eyes were full of despair. I didn't expect that I would be defiled under such circumstances. And he couldn't even resist at all. It's over, this was the common thought of Jana and Ari. At this point they couldn't figure out how to escape. But just at this moment, there was an explosion-like sound outside the door. Then you can see that the two doors were instantly shattered into pieces by a violent impact. Old dog. If you dare to touch a hair of my woman, I will cut you into pieces. A voice that was extremely angry burst out, and a black shadow was seen flying in from outside the door. He kicked Asal hard on the back. Because Asal was focused on the two women, he had no time to react to the sudden incident. He flew backwards like a cannonball, directly smashed through a wall next to him, and fell outside. Lu Chuan. Looking at that familiar figure, they were almost crying. Lu Chuan glanced at these two lovely people whom he had not seen for a long time. Seeing that their clothes were still intact, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, I'm not late, am I? No, you want to have sex with me? It's 100 years too early. Although Ali's tone seemed to be joking, tears were quickly gathering in her big eyes. It's been so long since we last saw each other, it's impossible to say that I miss him. Not only did she think about it, she even dreamed of him every day, dreaming that he came to look for her, but when she opened her eyes, it was just an empty room. Jana's heart was even more complicated, and she almost gave up. But fortunately, finally, he came. It's okay. Lu Chuan's gaze at the two women suddenly changed from gentle to harsh in the next moment. Lu Chuan, be careful, that guy is already at the peak of the gold level. Ari said at this time. She vaguely remembered that when she and Jana left, Lu Chuan was only at the 5-star gold level, and it would probably be difficult to deal with an opponent who had 1.5 feet into the platinum level. Who is it? Dare to break into my uncle's wedding room? At this time, outside the wall, Asal had slowly stood up from a pile of bricks. He looked a little embarrassed and his hair was messy. Oh. Are you the trash from Golden Peak? Lu Chuan frowned and looked at Asal. Asal only felt a chill on his back. He had never felt such an angry aura before, as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. But Lu Chuan's aura only had 5 golden stars, which made him feel relieved immediately. A person without strength is just rubbish if he pretends to be pretentious. As soon as Asal finished speaking, he felt as if his abdomen was torn open by some sharp blade. He didn't expect Lu Chuan to be so fast. No, it's not even speed. At that moment, he seemed to have frozen the entire space, and then he appeared in front of Asal the next moment. Asal looked at his abdomen, where a sharp blade with blood was inserted. The blood was slowly and continuously flowing out of his body, but it was being absorbed crazily by the sharp blade. That's rubbish, you can go die. Lu Chuan sneered. No, you can't kill me, I am a descendant of the Elf King, if you kill me, you will make the entire elven clan your enemy. Asal's hands and feet were cold, and he saw something like a ferocious beast general gaze. I'll tell you again, I will kill any woman who touches me, even if she has even a hair, even if she is a god. As he spoke, Lu Chuan had already drawn out the blood-drinking sword and covered his face with one palm. Boom! Immediately, a fire dragon rushed out from Lu Chuan's palm and directly covered Asal's head. In the fire at such a close range, Asal's whole body burned. As Lu Chuan continued to exert force, the temperature of the fire dragon became higher and higher. Until finally, a trace of ashes slowly floated down from where Asal originally stood. Wow, turned into ashes. Ali's mouth opened wide, with a look of surprise on his face. But there was no sympathy for Asal's tragic death. If Lu Chuan hadn't arrived in time, she and Janna would have been tainted by now, right? It would be a shame for such a person to die. After directly killing Asar on the spot, Lu Chuan walked to the bedside, picked up Janna in one hand and Ari in the other. I just made a lot of noise, and this guy is already dead. If he continues to stay here, there will be some trouble later, so let's get out of here first. But Lu Chuan, Janna was afraid that if she left like this, all the descendants of the saint and the elf king would disappear. In the future, the elf clan would be leaderless and could easily be bloodbathed by the outside world. I know. I mean to leave for now. You guys have a good sleep first and come back tomorrow to deal with the next thing. No matter how big the matter is, it cannot affect the quality of my wife's sleep. Otherwise, when the time comes it doesn't look good. Lu Chuan, Janna's eyes were so gentle that they almost overflowed when she looked at Lu Chuan. After not seeing each other for a long time, she had so many things she wanted to say to Lu Chuan, but she didn't know where to start, so she could only hug his neck tightly. Okay, we were all in love with each other as soon as we met. I didn't know who said who Lu Chuan was just now. Why have I never heard of this name before? Ali pouted at the side. Ari. Janna squeaked, blushing with embarrassment. Those words she said were just words of anger. Why didn't Lu Chuan come to her for so long? Now that Lu Chuan came to her door and saved her in such a critical situation, Janna's little girl's heart was almost melting. She couldn't say any words of complaint and just wanted to hug Lu Chuan tightly. Ha! Landing at the foot of a big mountain not far from the elves. Lu Chuan withdrew the blood crow wings and placed the two girls on the ground. This place is far away from the elves. Even if they are looking for it, they will not be able to find it for a while. I haven't been able to find it for a while. There happens to be a cave in front of here. I also have a few blankets in my storage bag. You guys can spend the night here tonight. I'll watch over you and nothing will happen. Lu Chuan smiled softly. By the way, how did you find your way here? And you showed up at such a critical moment. I almost suspected that you were hiding at the door and eavesdropping. You waited until the most critical moment to rush in to save the beauty. Ari twitched her nose and said, although you were indeed handsome just now. Cough, Lu Chuan coughed dryly when he mentioned this. His ability to locate his position so quickly and accurately was entirely dependent on that little girl of God. You must know that Lord Human and God has the sky eye. She used to use this to peek. Oh no, she was looking after the entire continent of Valoran. She knew everything that happened. It's just that as a first-order god, he is busy with a lot of things, so naturally he can only deal with big things and turn a blind eye to small things. But the situation is urgent now. Although what happens to these two women has nothing to do with God. But if something happened to them, Lu Chuan would definitely be very sad. In order not to make Lu Chuan sad, God told Lu Chuan what was happening to the elves now. Ali was dragged from the room by a sneaky man. Go out. This made Lu Chuan furious. He was originally expected to reach the distance in several hours, but he suddenly sprinted with all his strength and arrived at the elves in just over 10 minutes. Fortunately, he was not late. Chapter 303. In the continent of Valoran, in addition to some elemental attributes on the surface, such as fire, thunder, wind, water, etc., there are also some more extreme attributes, such as the fire attribute that Yadi just mentioned. A kind of talent that has reached the ultimate level. Lu Chuan had heard a little bit about this attribute, but this was the first time he encountered someone with extreme attributes. A warrior with such extreme attributes can practice that elemental attribute several times or even 10 times faster than ordinary people. Wow, is it so powerful? Ari turned his head to look at Yadi again. In other words, it might take 10 years for a warrior with fairly good talent to break through to the gold level, but for a warrior with extreme fire attributes, it might only take 1 year to break through to the gold level. Because their perception of the attribute of fire has reached the extreme, even the fire attribute in their bodies can automatically help them absorb and convert the energy sources in the world, so they can practice with half the effort. But people with this kind of attribute generally, when Lu Chuan said this, his voice gradually dropped. What's going on? Like a curious baby, Ali asked the question. Let me tell you. Yadi smiled generously. Generally, warriors with extreme attributes. Although their cultivation speed is several times that of ordinary people, their lifespan is also several times shorter than that of ordinary people. A normal person, if we have a lifespan of 100 years, then we may only have a lifespan of more than 10 or 20 years. This, Ari was speechless. A second ago, she was still envious of other people's amazing talents. But after learning that none of them would live long, Ari began to sympathize with them again. How could this happen? Because although ordinary warriors practice hard, their bodies can fully relax when they are practicing, but we can't. Artie paused and continued, even if we want to rest, our bodies, the fire element, is still continuously helping us absorb the energy of heaven and earth. In this way, our body will automatically start refining. In other words, when we seem to be sleeping, our body is still functioning. Over time, for the load on the body is very heavy. Alas. Ali sighed softly, Sister Yadi, aren't you going to be alive soon? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chuan covered his mouth. He smiled apologetically at Yadi, the little fox is not sensible and talks without thinking. Don't pay attention. Yadi shook her head and chuckled, what she said is true, so it doesn't matter. That means, Sister Yadi, you are a fire attribute, so you are not afraid of the cold. Ari asked again. Yes. Yadi nodded, I heard that there is a place full of holy lotus flowers on the top of the mountain in Freljord. It is said that the flower can increase people's lifespan after being refined and taken. So that's the purpose this time. Violence to extend life. Lu Chuan was stunned. What about life extension? The three women all looked at Lu Chuan in confusion. Nothing, it's just that I suddenly wanted to write a few poems at this time. Put me down, you are the only one who can write poetry. Ali said contemptuously. Don't believe it, I'm just afraid that if I read this poem, it will cause chaos. Read it. Ali's eyes widened, and the other two girls also blinked and stared at Lu Chuan. Ahem, since you forced me to do this, you can't blame me. Please listen carefully. Lu Chuan waved his hand and opened his mouth. Nurse, secretary, wedding dress. Whip, candle, cucumber. Classic, HD, uncensored. Aha. How many dolls have been sacrificed? After reading it, Lu Chuan was still secretly happy in his heart. Fortunately, these girls didn't know what he was talking about. If they knew, they would have to skin him alive. But after all calculations, Lu Chuan ignored another person. Do you think I don't exist? You actually read such a stupid poem. A cold snort from the god came from Lu Chuan's heart, which made Lu Chuan secretly think that it was not good. How could he forget this little girl who belongs to the same world as him? But anyway, since you men are so virtuous, I'm used to it. Fortunately, the god only came out to scare Lu Chuan and didn't care too much about him. Because Yadi and Lu Chuan's group had similar destinations, they simply walked together. With Yadi's natural fire body, Lu Chuan and his group didn't feel so cold. Even the snow that Yadi walked on would be turned into a puddle of pure and clean water. Yes, as we walked, the water flowed all over the ground, oh no, it melted all over the ground. Look at others, and then look at you. You claim to have multi-element attributes. But even if the cold weather asks you to make a fire, you won't be willing to come out. Ali was close to Yadi, and at the same time he was not willing to make a fire. Forget about despising Lu Chuan. As soon as my fire is ignited, it will no longer be cold, and you will all be familiar with it. Lu Chuan could only make a bitter look on his face. Although he also possesses the fire attribute, his fire attribute is difficult to control. A fire dragon will emerge just as soon as he lifts it. It will no longer be cold by then, but Ari and Jana will probably be dripping with water as they walk. That's evaporated sweat. According to what Yadi said, after walking for a long time, a small town could be vaguely seen ahead. Great! I must take a hot bath tonight. Ali cheered and disappeared in a flash. This guy runs faster than anyone else when something good happens. Lu Chuan shook his head. As a result, after a short while, Ali scurried back again, his face ashen. What's wrong? Seeing that Ali looked wrong, Lu Chuan asked hurriedly. Let's take a detour, there's something not quite right about that town. Ari seemed to have seen something terrible, and he still hasn't recovered yet, his forehead is all black. Speak clearly first, forget it, I'll go and see for myself. As soon as Lu Chuan raised his legs, Ali hugged him tightly. Don't go, you will die, Ari, who has always been a troublemaker, used a very serious tone. What happened? That's not a place where humans live, it's a beast, it's not an orc, it's just a race of ferocious beasts. And I just saw that they were holding a ceremony. And the sacrifices were all living tourists, they are eating people. Ari's lips turned a little white. Perhaps she had just encountered the bloody scene where the ferocious beast opened its bloody mouth and bit off half of someone's body. How about, let's take a detour? Even Jana hesitated. In such a small town, there is no place where people like them can go, and their heads will be bitten off in their sleep. Just when Lu Chuan and his party were hesitating, Yadi waved her hands towards Lu Chuan and the others. If you feel it's dangerous, then say goodbye here. If you want to cross the mountain, the only entrance is behind the small town. After that, she walked towards the town with her long legs. Because there is a holy lotus on the top of the mountain that can keep her alive, she has no other choice. Chapter 304. Sister Yadi. Ali looked at Yadi, who walked towards the town without any hesitation, and then looked at Lu Chuan. What are you looking at me doing? She might die. Ali couldn't bear it. Women are emotional animals. Perhaps for men, the life and death of a person they meet and are not too familiar with is not a too serious problem for them. But for women, even if an unrelated person dies in front of them, they will burst into tears. Lu Chuan, why don't we follow up and take a look at the situation? And Yadi also said just now that if you want to get to Freljord, you have to climb over the mountain in front of you, and that is the only mountain pass leading to the mountain. Jana also advised. Lu Chuan raised his eyes and looked at the towering mountain tops in front of him. At this height, he was afraid that his blood crow wings would freeze due to the low temperature halfway through the flight. It would not be possible for him to fall from midair by then. Just kidding. It seems that there is indeed only one way out from that town, so let's follow and have a look. Lu Chuan sighed helplessly, and then followed Yadi's footsteps closely. Before approaching the town, Lu Chuan could hear waves of low roars coming from inside. The source of the sound was indeed not coming from human mouths. What Ari said was correct, it was a group of beasts. Looking a little closer, you can see that an open area in the town is surrounded by a group of ferocious beasts, which look more like giant bears. Although they have the bodies of complete beasts, they possess a certain degree of intelligence, and they keep roaring in a strange beast language. It seemed like some kind of sacrifice was being performed. Each orc tribe has its own different customs and habits, but there are all customs for offering sacrifices. Even our spirit fox tribe will make sacrifices on a specific day. Although the sacrifices are only some wild fruits and mountain springs. But their sacrifices are obviously living people. Ali stretched out a trembling finger and pointed at the altar surrounded by a group of bears. On top of it, dozens of humans were hung by ropes. They dress in different ways, but one thing is certain, they are all travelers and adventurers from all over Valoran. Unfortunately, when they were trying to cross the mountain, they were captured by these ferocious beasts of the bear tribe and used as sacrifices. Where's Sister Yadi? Ali's eyes kept glancing into the distance, but he didn't find Yadi. At this time, Lu Chuan and his party heard a familiar voice. Let me go. I don't mean any harm. I just want to pass by. Let me go. A figure was picked up by the beast's claws and then heavily thrown on the altar. Isn't that Sister Yadi? Ali, who has sharp eyes, saw Yadi's figure at a glance. I thought she took advantage of the chaos to escape into the mountains, but she was caught back. It seems that there are guards guarding the entrance to the mountains. Lu Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Let's go in quickly and rescue her. And rescue those innocent people by the way. Ali was about to take a step forward when Lu Chuan held her shoulders. Wait a minute. Hey, what? Ali turned around in confusion, only to find Lu Chuan with a serious look on his face. Don't you think things are a little weird? Lu Chuan looked past Ali and looked at the altar not far behind her. Weird? Ari and Jana said in unison. Yadi has a fire attribute. I just walked with her for a short distance, and I could feel a very violent flame breath from her body. Even from the perspective of the fire element, her fire element is stronger than mine. Lu Chuan raised his index finger. Under normal circumstances, when a person is caught and about to be killed, how will he react? Death struggle? As soon as Ali finished speaking, she suddenly covered her mouth as if she thought of something. You mean? Yes, normal people will try their best to resist before death. This is an instinct to survive. Unless it is the natural law of birth, old age, illness and death. But Yadi looks too calm. But hasn't she been shouting? She's been struggling. Ari didn't believe it. For weak ordinary people, this kind of behavior is normal, but for a warrior with some ability, he will use his most powerful killing move to resist anyway before dying, right? But from just now to now, not even a spark was released. It's so weird. Although what Lu Chuan said made some sense, Ari and Jana also hesitated. But at this moment, a scream suddenly came from his ears. Lu Chuan turned his head and found that a tourist was thrown into the mouth by a giant bear with white hair on the altar. Blood stains could be seen between the bites. It sputtered out like spilled tomato juice. This can't be fake, can it? Ali frowned and looked back at Lu Chuan. It's a good thing to be cautious, but if you are so cautious about everything, everyone else may die. Lu Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Ali without making a sound. If you don't save me, I will save you. Ali rushed straight into the town. Ari, don't be impulsive, Ari. Lu Chuan. Jana shouted anxiously at this time and pulled Lu Chuan's sleeve. You don't have to save that woman, I can understand it, but Ari Tanuki, you can't just watch her die like this, right? I really lost to you. Lu Chuan sighed helplessly. But he still felt that things were very strange. Ari was originally a weird person. Although women were said to be emotional, they wouldn't risk their lives for someone they had only met for a few minutes, right? Could it be? Lu Chuan suddenly remembered that Ari seemed to have some alone time with Yadi just now. Since then, Ari has been particularly affectionate towards her, treating her like a sister Yadi. Something must have happened during that time. Although he came to this conclusion, Lu Chuan could not watch Ari jump into the fire pit. He quickly caught up with Ari and grabbed her arm. Lu Chuan, you. It's better to let a man do things like follow me and take the lead. Lu Chuan pulled Ali behind him and stepped into the town without looking back. Looking at Lu Chuan's back, the corners of Ali's mouth raised slightly. Sure enough, he was not wrong about the person. This man regarded her as his treasure from the bottom of his heart, but he was embarrassed to show it with his mouth. Chapter 305. Humans, this is not a forbidden land that you can just break into. Just when Lu Chuan stepped into the glacier town and before he could find a place to hide, a cold and slightly deep voice sounded in his ears. Like the roar of a ferocious beast. Lu Chuan turned his head and discovered that a giant bear had appeared in front of him at some point. It turns out that the whereabouts of his group were exposed early. So that he was being watched by special agents as soon as he stepped into the town. And although the giant bear in front of him has not transformed into a beast, his IQ is undoubtedly the same as that of ordinary people, and he can even master human language and communicate with it. This alone is enough to prove their talent. Why do you block the entrance to the mountain and kill humans as if they were dinner? Ali stared at the giant bear angrily. Aren't you afraid that the strong men of the human race will attack you? Grunt. This is an interesting word, but in the words of you humans, the sky is high here and the emperor is far away, no one can care about it. Right? Besides, this is our territory, and it seems we have decided whether to seal the mountains or not. Forget it. The giant bear stared at Lu Chuan and his group in a condescending manner, seemingly not taking them seriously at all. Lu Chuan, kill him and let him see what it means to be a strong human being. With Lu Chuan, a super wife protecting maniac, behind him, Ari didn't feel scared at all. He stood behind Lu Chuan obediently and waited. He drew his sword and beat the guy in front of him to death. When the time comes, whether to give way and whether to let people go is not a matter of just one word from Lu Chuan. Of course, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Ali just shouted, but didn't hear a response. When he looked back, he found that Lu Chuan had disappeared. Is this guy moving so fast? When Ari was still confused, he saw that Jana beside him looked a little pale and pointed forward with trembling fingers. Lu Chuan, he. Ali turned her head suddenly, and the last scene she saw was that the giant bear easily picked up Lu Chuan with its claws and threw him into its mouth. Almost swallowed with bones and skin. Is this your biggest reliance? Then I can tell you clearly now that your reliance is dead. The giant bear let out a sharp laugh. You bastard, you actually made Lu Chuan. Li was so angry that her whole body was trembling. The next moment, her original blue eyes turned into blood red, and several fox-like whiskers appeared on her pretty face. Like lines, two slender fangs are growing crazily at this time. The big fluffy tail behind him was now divided into 9 pieces, and each fox tail had a blue energy light ball suspended on it. Then the energy light group on the 9 tails formed a huge energy ball. Give it to me, Lu Chuan, spit it out. When a person is the most angry, he will burst out with power beyond himself. Ari's speed was astonishing. She controlled the huge blue light ball in her hand with one hand. Her entire body seemed to be flying, leaving a faint scratch in the air and immediately appeared on the giant bear's abdomen. The ball of light was sent into the furry belly of the giant bear. But there was no earth-shattering explosion as imagined. The ball of light seemed to be swallowed up by the light white hair on the belly of the giant bear, and it was like a stone sinking into the sea, without making any more noise. How could, Ali stood there blankly. That was her full blow just now, but it didn't even damage the hair of the giant bear in front of her. Humans are really weak. In the words of you humans, they are like hitting a stone with an egg. The giant bear let out that sharp laugh again, and then a blue light ball shot out from the light white hair on his abdomen. That was obviously Ari's skill just now, but the giant bear used its abdomen as a buffer zone, and then bounced it back after accumulating power. The ball of light hit Ari's chest hard at an astonishing speed. Poof! Ari spit out blood and flew backwards. After breaking several big trees behind him, he fell heavily to the ground, his life or death uncertain. Jana was left standing alone, her hands and feet cold. Jana had not yet recovered from the blow of Lu Chuan being swallowed up, and saw that Ali had been severely injured, and her life or death was uncertain. At this moment, she felt as if the sky was falling. We can't play anymore. It's time for the boss to scold me again later. The giant bear seemed to have remembered something, and then used its paws to lift Jana up, then took 2 steps forward, and also lifted up the desperate Ari. Got up. As a sacrifice to be submitted to the glacier dragon this year, with the 2 girls in hand, 50 people are enough. As for the kid who just swallowed it, just treat it as a secret profit. The giant bear carried Jana and Ari back to the altar and threw them heavily on the altar. The giant bear with white hair standing in front of the altar said displeasedly, "Why have you been here for so long?" "Boss, I got playful and played with these humans for a while." The giant bear lowered his head in shame. "Can your problem be corrected? How many times have I told you that the human essence and blood submitted to Master Long is the top priority? Otherwise, Master Long will be so angry that none of us can bear it. Don't forget, the reason why our White Bear clan can transform from a weak race that can be bullied by everyone to such a strong race is entirely with the help of Master Long's blood essence." The giant bear who seemed to be the leader of the entire clan was scolding after talking for a while. He set his sights on the altar. On top of the altar, in addition to a bunch of humans suspended in mid-air, there was also a transparent vessel 1 meter wide below. At this time, the vessel contained less than 1/5 of the blood. Obviously, the sacrifice has just begun. Jana looked at everything in front of her in confusion, and she even felt that she had become a little numb. Is this the end? Lu Chuan Ali, are they just going to die like this? Only the most useless version of myself is left. Will someone bite off my neck soon and let the blood in my body drain to death? In the past, Jana and Lu Chuan had gone through many things together, but every situation was never like this, with no room for recovery. But now Jana can't think of any way to save her. Let's operate on these 2 people first. White Bear grabbed Ari who was lying on the ground and was about to bite her neck off and let her blood drip into the vessel when an emotionless voice spoke from the side. Got up. I have completed the task of seducing humans for you, can you let me pass now? Yadi looked at the huge white bear in front of her with a gloomy face. All these 50 people were introduced to this territory by her using the same method. Chapter 306. Sure enough, it's really you, cough cough. Ari slowly got up from the ground tremblingly. At this time, the corners of her mouth were full of blood stains, and even her clothes were stained with blood. But his shaky movements made him look like he might fall down at any time. Ari. Seeing that Ari was not dead yet, Jana hurriedly ran towards her. You killed Lu Chuan, if it hadn't been for you, nothing would have happened. Ali clenched her fists and walked toward Yadi step by step. Yadi just glanced at Ari coldly, it's just a small use of your sympathy. This is no reason, I can't let you go. Ali's whole body was shaking, and tears quickly gathered in her eyes. She saw with her own eyes that Lu Chuan was swallowed alive by the huge bear. Ari's eyes turned red as she recalled the tragic situation of those human sacrifices when they died. If she hadn't been so willful, Lu Chuan wouldn't have died. Obviously he had advised him before this, and he had even doubted Yadi. But it's all my own fault. Ari, calm down. Jana stepped forward to help Ari, but she pushed him away with a slap. Pay me with your life, pay me with your life. Ari roared like a madman, roaring like a wild beast. Behind her, a huge shadow of a demonic fox appeared, even bigger than the white bear. A bloody mouth slowly opened, and 9 coquettish fox tails floated in the air. Jana looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. At this time, a calm voice came to her ears. This is the awakening of blood power. It was a girl's voice, which sounded a bit ethereal and clear. Who are you? Jana tried to find the source of the sound, but found nothing. No need to look for it, you can't see me. Then what is bloodline power awakening? In ancient times, the Linghu clan had a demon fox that was a powerful god, so its descendants all have god-level blood. However, as it is passed down from generation to generation, this blood is diluted and diluted, making it almost impossible for future generations to enjoy it. She has achieved any gain. In the words of our world, she has experienced an atavism. In the words of your world, she has awakened the power of her blood. Ari is a god now? Jana's eyes widened. Ha, you really know how to dream. The voice snorted disdainfully. For some reason, Jana always felt that the voice seemed to hate herself and Ari. Although the actions she is taking now are all to help them. Such a weak spirit fox, even if it has the bloodline awakening, can only survive at the peak of the gold level. It can't fight against this group of bears with the dragon bloodline. Do these bears all have dragon blood? No wonder, Jana murmured. Forget it, although the power is still very weak, it is still better than nothing. While she can tangle with those guys for a while, you come with me. There is a more important matter for you to handle. The voice said again. Road. What happened? Jana looked at Ari, who was already rushing forward like crazy. When she was about to attack Yadi, she was stopped by a giant bear. For now, there is not much difference between her and the giant bear, because now is the time when the ancient bloodline is burning vigorously, but as time goes by, it will only be a matter of time before Ari is defeated. Do you still remember that Lu Chuan was swallowed by a giant bear just now? At this time, the voice said lightly. Do you know Lu Chuan? Jana glared suddenly. Ha! The god smiled contemptuously, thinking that not only did I know Lu Chuan, but I was also the one who let him be eaten by the giant bear. Then what should I do next? Is Lu Chuan not dead yet? Can I save him? Jana stood up helplessly and looked around. Of course, as long as you do as I say, start by holding your nose with your hands. Ah. Why, although she was full of doubts, but the current situation didn't have time to think about it so much, Jana still did it. Then stick your tongue out. This is a strange request, but Jana always felt that things were developing in a strange direction. Hey, I said that's about it. Where did you get your bad taste, little girl? This bear's belly stinks so much. I always feel like this bear eats everything. Maybe even shit. At this time, God Lu Chuan's voice came from his heart, and he really felt sorry for Jana. She was obviously just an underage girl, but she made the mature and steady Jana look like a fool. Okay, I really can't do anything about you. You are really a crazy wife protector. The god spread his hands helplessly. Your request is boring to begin with, okay? Tell me how to get out. It turns out that you don't need any of Jana's power to get out of the bear's belly. The god just wanted to play a trick on Jana. As for why, I am afraid only God himself knows. First you crawl up his belly. Hey, there's a lot of oil. This belly is full of fat. It's impossible to climb up. Then use flying ones. See that beating heart? Although I saw it, why did I use such a strange adjective as bang bang? This heart is really big, damn, I'm afraid it's half as big as me. Nonsense, the heart of the giant bear tribe is just kidding you. Just tear out the heart and the bear can die. Then what? Because the giant bear tribe has received the blood of the ice dragon, they have the bloodline of the giant dragon. If you squeeze out the blood in the heart and drink it, you will be strengthened, although it is only temporary. The god raised a little finger. As soon as Tianqian's voice fell, Lu Chuan tore out the heart of the giant bear that swallowed him in one gulp. Roar! At this time, Jana saw a giant bear not far from her suddenly roaring sadly and falling to the ground. What happened? While Jana was still wondering, she saw a familiar voice coming out of the giant bear's mouth. Lu Chuan. Jana shouted. I'm fine, I made you worry. Lu Chuan smiled at Jana, but his smile was a little oozing at this time. After all, he had just finished drinking bear blood, and there was blood oozing out from between his white teeth. But what the god said is indeed true. The bear itself is a representative of strength, and its heart is the place where the essence and blood are richest in addition. This giant bear is not an ordinary giant bear, but a giant bear with the blood of a giant dragon. Lu Chuan now felt that the blood all over his body was on fire, and a majestic force was rushing through his body without vomiting or feeling unhappy. Chapter 307. Buzz. Ari felt a wave of dizziness in her brain, and then a feeling of weakness came from her limbs. Because her ancient bloodline was too weak, it didn't last long before it died. At this time, the white bear roared and slapped her with its huge paw, knocking Ari down from mid-air to the ground. "Are you okay?" At this time, a pair of strong hands behind her hugged her waist. Ali turned around and realized it was Lu Chuan. You're okay. That's great." Ari burst into tears and hugged Lu Chuan's neck. Okay, I just got out of the bear's belly, and now I smell very bad." Lu Chuan smiled softly. "I don't care about this. I don't like other men no matter how sweet they are. I just like you." Maybe it was because he believed that Lu Chuan would definitely die. Now that he came out safe and sound, Ali was really happy. Before she restrained herself and now said such hot words directly. Lu Chuan, who was as shameless as Lu Chuan, blushed and gently carried Ari to Janna's side. Immediately, the blood crow's wings spread out behind him. "You guys wait here, I'll be back soon." "Yeah." Ari and Janna both nodded. Even Yadi stared at Lu Chuan flying into the air with a complicated expression, and murmured, "Isn't this guy already dead? Why did he appear again, and his aura? Whoa." Accompanied by a whistling wind, Lu Chuan floated in mid-air holding the blood-drinking sword, staring straight at the white bear in front of him. He is the leader of the giant bear clan. Human. There was a hint of cruelty in Bai Xiong's eyes. Lu Chuan frowned and raised his palms, and a fire dragon erupted from his palms. "Since you won't open the door and let us pass, then I have no choice but to fight my way through by myself." Lu Chuan controlled the fire dragon and roared towards the white bear. "Seeking death. Roar." I saw the white bear clasping his palms together violently, and a trace of blue thunder and lightning appeared in front of his eyes. Along with his roar, several thunderbolts struck in the sky. "Are you Thunder Roar?" Lu Chuan's eyes suddenly turned. "White bear, and the only one who has the power of thunder, is that guy. Don't you think that even humans know about the reputation of our giant bear clan? But even if you surrender now, it will have no effect, all humans will die." After the thunderous roar, several more angry thunders struck Lu Chuan. "But I'm sorry, what I'm best at is also the thunder attribute." Lu Chuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and a few tiny electric sparks flowed out of his body, and then violent thunder elements swarmed out. Bang! Snapped! Tum! In mid-air, a man and a bear were fighting fiercely. Since both of them used the attribute of thunder, the noise of the fight was even more loud. Layers of shock waves rippled in the sky. If this fight happened on the ground, I am afraid that even the surrounding houses and trees will be overturned by the shock wave. All the giant bears on the ground were stunned. As their leader, Thunder Roar's strength is natural, not to mention blessed by the dragon's bloodline, but the human in front of him, who looks like he can be crushed with a slap, has been fighting with their leader for so long. So strong, Janna and Ari both stared blankly at the sky. "Hey, Ari." Janna spoke slowly at this time. "What's wrong? Do you feel that Lu Chuan has become a little strange now?" Janna's beautiful eyes were raised to the sky again, looking at the fierce fight in mid-air. Lu Chuan was very close in front of her. You can see it just by looking up. You can see his resolute and serious face. The face that tried its best to protect itself. But Janna felt that Lu Chuan was out of reach, and she couldn't touch him even if she stretched out her hand. In the short half-year since he left her, too many changes had taken place in him, and there were too many stories that he had no way of knowing. His strength has also risen from the 5-star gold level when he left him to the current platinum level, which is even much stronger than the average platinum level. You just like to think too much. Janna turned her head to look at Ari. Lu Chuan is still the same Lu Chuan. No matter how he changes, his feelings for us will never change. Isn't this good? How much more of him do you want? Ali said with a smile on his face. Janna blushed when she looked at her like this. I don't remember when I gave Lu Chuan to you. TSK. TSK, a woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. She will fall out whenever she wants. I don't know who said in the clan that she didn't like Lu Chuan at all. She had already given up on him and said he would leave him to me. Ali provoked. Looked at Janna. You, don't talk anymore. If you talk about me, I'm angry. Janna was so embarrassed that she felt ashamed. Although she did say these words not long ago, she was so helpless at that time that she said these words. If it was possible, who would make fun of her own feelings? Why are you so calm? At this time, a woman's slightly cold voice came from the side. Ari and Janet turned around, only to find it was Yadi. Because the giant bears on the ground were all paying attention to the battle in the sky at this time, they had no time to care about the ground. And to put it a step back, even if all these people run away, if their leader thunderous roar defeats that human and then captures them, where can they go in this short time? It's you. After seeing it was Yadi, both Ari and Jana looked cold, especially Ari, who glared at Yadi angrily. You still have the nerve to come here. I can't wait to tear you into pieces. Is that so? Yadi just glanced at the eyelids indifferently, looked up at the battle in mid-air, and said softly, I just want to survive. From my perspective, there is nothing wrong with me. People are always selfish. So this is the reason why you almost killed us? As soon as Ari took a step forward, Jana grabbed her arm. Ari, calm down. At this time, Yadi turned to look directly at Ari and Jana. Although it is a very unwise choice to come here to meet you at this time, but it doesn't matter, my identity has been exposed anyway. If I wait, if Thunderous Roar wins, we will still die, and if your friends win, they obviously won't let me go, right? Humph, you are self-aware. Ali snorted coldly and calmed down. You two seem to like that man very much. It didn't matter if Yadi didn't mention it, the mention made both girls blush with embarrassment. Although they do both like Lu Chuan, and they all know that the other person also likes Lu Chuan, they still feel a little embarrassed when someone says it to their face. Of course, what happens next? What do you want to say? Ali glared at Yadi. I'm just curious. You two obviously like the same person. Why do you two seem to have such a good relationship? It's like you are like sisters. This may be an optional question for other people. Compared with well. If you can run to a small corner and hide now, you might have a chance to escape later. But for Yadi, the answer to this seemingly boring question is of great significance. Chapter 308. Ari and Jana looked at each other. Why are they still as close as sisters after knowing that they both like the same man? Maybe there will be a quarrel or falling out over some other things. But regarding Lu Chuan's matter, they had never quarreled. They seemed to have a tacit understanding in their hearts, and they both knew how to give in. Even if you ask us about this kind of thing, Ari gently put her hair behind her ears, actually, we don't know what the answer is, but in other words, the more people you like, the more people you like. Others like it, so it proves that he is better, doesn't it? Yadi frowned slightly, as if she was not very satisfied with the answer. When something you love is recognized by more people, you should laugh instead of cry, right? But the people you like are different, right? People are selfish. Especially women. When you meet someone you like very much, you can't wait to take him as your own. This is the most correct thing to do, right? Yadi shook his head. Clenched his fists. But if you do this, someone will always be abandoned, and the abandoned person will be very sad, right? Ali's eyes became softer. She was very grateful that Lu Chuan didn't kick her away as soon as he learned that she liked him. Although to outsiders, this is undoubtedly a kind of philandering behavior. But Ali, who was in the midst of it, understood that this was just a gentle way of doing things. He couldn't bear to hurt himself, nor could he bear to hurt Jana. If Lu Chuan is flirtatious, he can use strong methods to trick him or Jana into sleeping with them, and then dump them when he gets tired of playing with them. But he didn't do that. He never even did anything excessive, even when Ari tempted him in every possible way. Is such a man really bothered? It doesn't matter if others are abandoned or hurt, but what does this have to do with me? As long as I get it, it's fine, right? What does the life and death of others have to do with me? Yadi was a little hysterical. Shouting loudly. Sometimes you have to think more about others, and then others will think about you. Jana spoke up at this time and sighed softly. Boom. At this time, a huge explosion came from the top of the mountain, interrupting Jana and the others' conversation. Everyone on the ground looked up. At this time, Lu Chuan and Thunder Roar were both seriously injured. It seemed that they had suffered a lot from the fierce confrontation just now. But compared to these, there is another thing that deserves everyone's attention. They discovered that the originally towering mountain peaks were shaking slightly, and large tracts of white snow were falling. At first it was just a small snowball about the size of a palm. By the time it reached the mountainside, it had condensed to the size of a small house, and its size was still growing rapidly. This is an avalanche. Yadi reacted immediately and exclaimed. Is it because the two of them were fighting so loudly that the snow on the top of the mountain was shaken down? Janna asked. Let's get out of here first. When that snowball rolls down, I'm afraid it will flatten the village, and there will probably be a large amount of snow falling behind it. Ari grabbed Janna's arm and ran out quickly. Go. No one stopped them at this time. Because those giant bears know better what this avalanche represents. Even if they have a very strong body and strength, the impact of the snowballs rolling down from such a high mountain is enough to smash the village into ruins. So they ran faster than anyone else, and dozens of bears rushed out of the village. Janna and Ari were almost trampled to death by the rushing bears several times. They barely managed to steady their steps in the rushing bears, but Ari saw Yadi running towards the rear from the corner of his eye. What is she doing? Ari's words made Janna turn around. She wanted to save those people. Those who were used as sacrifices were still hanging in the air. Janna exclaimed and looked up at the snowball that was about to fall. What's going on with this woman? Ali's eyes flashed with confusion. She was the one who deceived these people who were originally used as sacrifices by taking advantage of the sympathy of others. She was originally just a person who sacrificed irrelevant people for her own selfish gain. But now the righteousness she showed made Ali a little unsympathetic. Let's go, Ari, it's almost too late. Hey, Ari. Before Janna could finish her words, she saw Ari break free from her grasp and rush towards Yadi. I'll help her. These people are actually quite pitiful. If we hadn't been accompanied by Lu Chuan, I'm afraid we would have had the same fate as them. Ari ran away without looking back. What are you doing? It's too late. Janna looked up anxiously at the snowball that was about to fall, and stamped her feet angrily and helplessly. There's enough time. At this time, a familiar voice sounded in her ears. Lu, ah. Before Janna could finish speaking, she felt herself being picked up, and she exclaimed in fright. The blood crow wings behind Lu Chuan opened wide, and the next moment a streak of blood-colored light was drawn in mid-air, rushing toward the altar. Whoa! Lu Chuan's speed was astonishing, and he passed by Ali and Yadi in just a blink of an eye, causing the two of them to gradually raise their heads and look forward. Lu Chuan, Ali murmured as she looked at the figure rushing over her head in the blink of an eye. Yadi also stopped, and there seemed to be something more in her eyes. After rushing to the altar, Lu Chuan raised the blood-drinking sword and cut off all the ropes with a few swords. It's almost too late. Janna looked up, and the huge snowball was already close at hand. Even if Lu Chuan rescued them all, now Lu Chuan can run away with Janna and the others, but these people can't get out. And if they couldn't escape, what was the purpose of saving them in the first place? Everyone, come here. Lu Chuan clenched his fists and roared. Those who were dealt with were very obedient and moved closer to Lu Chuan. Whoa! The next moment, a huge protective barrier was built around Lu Chuan. He exhausted all his strength and used all the protective skills he knew. The snowball finally hit hard at this time, and the ground shook for an instant, followed by a larger area of falling snow. The small town where the giant bear tribe originally lived has now been buried in white snow and turned into a sea of snow. The roar of thunder slowly floating in the air was not affected by this avalanche. He saw that his tribe had fled to a safe location. It's just that why does this guy want to save some unrelated people? Lei Lei's roaring eyes were full of doubts. Caven, I took a day off yesterday. Chapter 309. After Yadi finished speaking, Lu Chuan raised his head and looked at her carefully, raised the corners of his mouth and said, how about killing first and then killing? It's up to you. Yadi was still very indifferent. Lu Chuan was stunned at first, then looked at Yadi with interest. You look very calm. Anyway, after I made that decision, I was also prepared to die. Yadi was referring to the introduction of tourists to the territory of the giant bears. Humans, if you do too many bad things, you will be punished by God. Having said that, the truth is not necessarily right. If a bad guy is strong enough, after he puts on the cloak of a good guy, he can get away with it. Lu Chuan had a different view on this. Yadi looked at Lu Chuan deeply, as if she understood something from his words. I haven't considered killing you. Lu Chuan turned to the side road and said slowly, people are selfish, and there is nothing wrong with that. In order to survive for yourself, you use other people's lives as stepping stones. It's the very right thing for you to do. There was a hint of complexity in Yadi's eyes, and then she saw Lu Chuan waving his hand. Don't be too impatient to be impressed. I'm not a good person. Maybe I was once in other worlds. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and said. Although I don't intend to kill you, but you almost killed my friend. You must also be prepared to pay the corresponding price. Yadi didn't say anything. She probably guessed that Lu Chuan would say this, but it was a pity that with her current strength, she couldn't match Lu Chuan. It's just what he says. After all, when she wanted to cross over from the territory of the Giant Bear clan to Freljord, she was captured by the leader of the Giant Bear clan. She tried her best to escape, let alone like Lu Chuan. This battle with Thunder Roar lasted for 300 rounds. First of all, let me lend you some fire elements. It's a bit cold here. After Lu Chuan finished speaking, Yadi noticed that his face was a little blue at this time, and even his eyebrows were covered with a thin layer of ice crystals. After all, his coat was thrown to him. Yadi immediately raised her hand, and a faint light of flame enveloped her whole body. This fire element was somewhat different from Lu Chuan's. Not only was it not at all violent, but it had a touch of warmth and softness. In such an ice cave, which was probably about 10 degrees below zero, the circle of fire immediately warmed Lu Chuan. Sure enough, warriors with extreme fire attributes have reached the pinnacle of fire control ability. Lu Chuan couldn't help but admired. If it were him, it would only be a small cluster of flames that could only burn in the palm of his hand. That kind of thing, your palms may be warm, but your legs will be frozen. Or just summon a fire dragon out. If the ice cave melts, the thick snow above his head may fall directly and crush him to death. That's the accumulated snow on a high mountain. By the way, speaking of it, Yadi suddenly thought of something at this time. I have lived in the Giant Bear tribe for more than a month. I usually help them attract humans to the territory during the day, and I will live there at night. In a room they temporarily vacated for me, I once heard them discussing the Ice Cellar Cave. Could this be it? Ice Cellar Cave? Lu Chuan was stunned, then raised his head and looked around for a moment, and found that the landform here really matched the name of Ice Cellar Cave. What else did you hear? Lu Chuan asked again. It is possible that what Yadi overheard was the source of the information they found for the exit. They said that it's time to hand in the sacrifices again. As long as the human blood essence and the ice dragon's blood are blended, you can get a large cup of dragon blood essence. Later, because I was almost discovered, I didn't dare to continue eavesdropping. But the location where they mentioned the blending of blood essence and dragon blood was in the Ice Cellar Cave. Shoo! Lu Chuan suddenly put his finger to his mouth and made a silent gesture. After listening for a moment, he asked aloud, "Did you hear the sound of water flowing?" "The water flow is over there. It's coming from over there." Yadi listened carefully and heard the sound of water flow. Could it be a glacier river? It shouldn't be like that. The water flow here is very slow. It's more like a small stream. It can't be compared with that large-scale glacial river. Lu Chuan shook his head and rejected Yadi's conjecture. Anyway, let's go first look ahead. If you find the water flow, you can always find the exit by following the direction of the water flow. After a short discussion, the two of them walked in the direction of the sound source. After a while, they appeared in front of a water source. The water in front of you, which can be called a creek, is crystal clear, and even exudes dots of light blue light floating on the water. There are translucent ice cones everywhere in the ice cave. After reflection, the entire cave appears translucent. Incomparable. So beautiful. Yadi, who always had a cold face, couldn't help but murmur lightly at this time. Her eyes were blurred and she was a little absent-minded. But soon, Lu Chuan's next words interrupted her fantasy. "This is not water." "What?" Yadi looked sideways and found that Lu Chuan was already squatting by the brook and stretched his hand in. "How could it be? What is this if it's not water? It looks so clear and translucent." Lu Chuan did not continue to speak, but answered with actions. He grabbed a handful of water from the river and threw it directly towards the wall. Yes, a handful of water was grabbed from the river. Pa! The ball of water hit the wall directly, but it didn't look like water as expected. It splashed on the wall and then splashed to the ground. It was more like sticky egg white, sticking tightly to the wall and slowly sliding down the wall. Yadi was dumbfounded. She didn't know where the water would be so sticky. At this time, Lu Chuan grabbed another handful of water, brought it to his nose and sniffed it gently. "How is it?" Yadi asked curiously. "It smells a bit fishy." Lu Chuan threw the water ball into the creek, but some was still stained on his hands. Immediately, he lit up a ball of flame in his palm. Under the burning of the flame, the sticky water stains on his hand were slowly baked and dried by the flame. But after the flames dissipated, a small bead as big as a glass ball appeared in Lu Chuan's palm. The color of the beads is the same as the sticky water in the river. You see, normal water will evaporate directly after being dried by fire. After the water in the viscous water evaporates, the impurities form crystals in the fire. Wait a minute, Yadi seemed to have thought of something and looked at Lu Chuan with some uncertainty. Do you think, could this be the blood of the ice dragon? Chapter 310. Blood of Ice Dragon. Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment, and then heard what Yadi had just said. One of the contents of the conversation she overheard was to fuse human blood essence and ice dragon blood, so that dragon blood essence would be produced. If that's the case, Lu Chuan turned over his hand and took out a small dagger, and lightly scratched his thumb, and thick blood immediately overflowed. Lu Chuan dropped blood into the glacier. Zitsizi. As if a chemical reaction occurred, as soon as the blood with human body temperature fell into the river. A trace of white smoke appeared, and the drop of blood also condensed into a drop of blood particles. Lu Chuan fished it out of the water with quick eyes and hands. This drop of blood seems to contain an energy wave. Yadi also came up. Since she is a fire attribute, she is particularly sensitive to the energy wave around her. Even though Lu Chuan didn't feel it at all, but it was felt. Is there any energy fluctuation? The flames rose again in Lu Chuan's palm, but this time the flames were to refine the drop of blood. After a short period of refining, the blood was absorbed into Lu Chuan's body, and Lu Chuan could feel an extremely subtle improvement. But the smile on his lips grew wider. In the end, he couldn't help but let out an almost crazy laugh, which echoed throughout the ice cave and seemed a little deafening. Stop laughing, I'm going to go deaf. Yadi squeaked and covered her ears with both hands. It's a God-given opportunity. I don't know if it was planned by the gods. After all, she is a god. Lu Chuan murmured to himself. Falling into such an ice cave with the bloodline of a giant dragon was obviously something he didn't expect. Could it be that God's little girl had already factored all this into it? In other words, her coma was not due to exhaustion of strength in order to increase the level of shield for herself. Instead, maybe it opened a way to the cave for him. Don't look at this as just a slight improvement. But you must know that Lu Chuan has now reached the level of Platinum 3 stars. Ordinary energy fluctuations can no longer benefit him in any way. If he wants to improve again. In addition to his own talent, he also needs to have extremely rich energy. Energy support is enough. The essence and blood of the dragon is obviously one of the best supplements in the world. Just a drop of blood can achieve such a huge improvement, but what if all the blood in the body is the price? Of course, this crazy idea only flashed through Lu Chuan's mind. Although improving one's cultivation level was the top priority, it would definitely not work if a person ran out of blood. Do you want to become stronger? Lu Chuan suddenly said to Yadi at this time. Ah. Yadi was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and stared at Lu Chuan with a hint of teasing. Are you afraid that I will sneak up on you while you are practicing? Lu Chuan blushed, but he did not deny this fact. After a warrior enters the realm of cultivation, he is also at his most vulnerable. As long as he is slightly disturbed by the outside world, his cultivation state will be interrupted. If the interference from the outside world is severe, he is likely to be backlashed by the incompletely refined energy. Injured, or even killed. This is no joke. Lu Chuan and Yadi had only known each other for such a short time, so he was naturally worried that while he was practicing, Yadi was squatting next to him and watching him practice. The best way is to knock her out first, tie her up with a rope, and then enter the cultivation state yourself. However, this approach is also risky. If she breaks free of the rope, the fate waiting for Lu Chuan will be even worse. So it would be better to invite her to practice together. Without competing interests, most people would be willing to be more tolerant. But I still have a question. Yadi said again. Say it. If we want to combine this kind of dragon essence and blood practice, then our own blood supply is the key. If we directly cut a wound and jump in, then the dragon blood in this river will definitely swallow up all our blood. By then I'm afraid my cultivation level has improved a lot at that time, but people also died in this river. Yadi's words made Lu Chuan react suddenly. I was so happy just now that I forgot about this incident. If you want to get the essence and blood of the giant dragon, you must first fuse it with your own blood. However, if you enter the cultivation state, you will not be able to feel the blood loss. No matter how much the blood is lost, it is very likely that you will die suddenly during the cultivation. So I have an idea. Yadi paused and said, when one of us jumped into the river, the other person was guarding the bank. After the river absorbed a certain amount of blood, one person jumped into the river. Move the other person to the shore, and wait until he slowly absorbs all the blood essence, and so on. Lu Chuan's eyes narrowed. There was indeed no risk in doing so, but it conflicted with what Lu Chuan was worried about in the first place. Lu Chuan didn't trust her with his life. Don't worry, I would rather sacrifice so many irrelevant people just to continue to become stronger. Only when my strength becomes stronger will I have a longer life. In that case. Now there is a person who is worthy of my strength. The opportunity for substantial gains is before me. If I take the opportunity to sneak up on you while you are practicing and kill you, no one will carry me ashore when I lose too much blood, and I will not be able to benefit from it. Yadi spread her hands. Lu Chuan looked directly into her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Chuan agreed. Okay, I will believe you this time. As Yadi said, she came to Freljord to become stronger. In such a place, even if she really killed Lu Chuan, she would not have the chance to become stronger. Also lost. The dragon's essence and blood are much more valuable than Lu Chuan's life. Of course, Lu Chuan had encountered so many situations and risks along the way. And he was no longer a young man who believed in others casually. He also had a thought in his heart, and quietly formed a barrier with his hands to stop time. The skills are temporarily stored in the body. As long as Yadi does anything wrong while he is practicing, the time stop he has formed in advance will be triggered, buying Lu Chuan a few seconds. When Lu Chuan truly recovers, it will not be certain who will live and die. Having made up his mind, Lu Chuan cut a wound on his arm with a dagger without leaving any ink, and jumped into the cold and sticky dragon's blood. Although the river water is extremely cold and biting, there is never a shortcut in the journey of cultivation. Hey, didn't you agree that I would go first? Yadi stamped her feet anxiously when she saw Lu Chuan jumping in. Now that we've opened up, let me go first. Lu Chuan had no intention of pitying her at all, even though Yadi was also a great beauty. In fact, the main reason why Lu Chuan is so eager to be first is, what if Yadi starts practicing first and becomes stronger than him by then? Even if he had time to hold still in his hands, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat her. After all, the improvement brought about by the dragon's essence and blood is no joke. Where's your gentlemanliness? Feed the dog. Yadi looked dumbfounded as she looked at Lu Chuan, who had slowly entered the state of cultivation. As the traces of blood merged with the dragon's bloodline, they quietly turned into tiny bloodlines visible to the naked eye, slowly poured into Lu Chuan's body. Actually, from a selfish point of view, you are more selfish than me. Yadi shook her head helplessly. And then a complicated look appeared in her eyes, but I still want to thank you for giving me such an improvement. Opportunity instead of directly driving me to death. No wonder those two women like you so much. If I were an inexperienced little girl, maybe I would also be fascinated by you. As he said this, Yadi's eyes suddenly became mist-filled, as if he was recalling some sad past event. After all, he just sighed softly. The sigh echoed slowly in the ice cave, just like those crystal-clear ice sculptures. Beautiful, but accompanied by biting cold. Chapter 311. Ha ha, Ali took that step with difficulty, even though her feet were as heavy as lead. White mist kept coming out of her mouth, and the tip of her nose became wet due to the low temperature. Blushed. We're finally here. Janna's feet softened and she knelt down on the snow-covered ground. It is very difficult to continue walking outdoors under such extremely low temperatures, and the goal of the two of them is to climb the mountain before dark. Although there are steps carved out of ice, it will be difficult to wait until dark. When they actually reached the top of the mountain, both girls were exhausted. Janna, no, it's not the time to rest yet. Although Ari was struggling very hard, her legs were so soft that she could hardly lift them up. And even her furry ears were covered with a layer of frost, but if she was in this situation, if you don't have a place to rest, I'm afraid you won't be able to get up later. The two girls had no choice but to cling to each other and continue walking forward. Fortunately, they didn't go very far. They finally saw the building not far away. Since Freljord is a land of ice and snow, the houses also adopt the warmest semicircular buildings. At a glance, they look like snow packs one after another. However, what makes people relieved is that the houses are all it emits warm light. Let's go, there's a house ahead of us. Ari and Janna looked at each other and quickened their pace. But when Ari and Janna finally arrived at the door of that house, no one answered the door after knocking for a long time. It's strange. There is a light in the house, why didn't anyone agree? Ari's delicate brows frowned slightly. Just as he was about to knock, Janna pulled his sleeve. Ari, let's go ask the next family. Janna shook her head gently. Okay. Ali nodded in agreement, and the two of them came to a nearby house with lights on. Hello, is anyone here? Ali tried her best to keep her voice as soft as possible, hoping to let the people in the room know that they didn't mean any harm. This time, someone in the room answered. It was the voice of a middle-aged uncle. Who is it? Jana also took a step forward at this time, approached the door and said, Hello, we are travelers from Dalmatia. Because it is dark now and it is very cold outside. We are looking for a place to stay temporarily. Of course, we will pay you. Before Jana could finish her words, she was roughly interrupted by the voice inside. Get lost. We don't welcome outsiders. How do you talk like this? We live here to give you face, but you still use such a rude way. Ali has always been a straight-tempered person. When he heard this, his temper came out and he was about to kick him away. Jana grabbed her arm as she opened the door. Ali, we are unfamiliar with the place here, so don't cause trouble. Let's go and ask elsewhere. I'm telling you. Don't let me see your face if you can. Otherwise I'll beat you to a pulp. Ari didn't forget to show his fists in protest after being dragged away by Jana. Okay, others don't have to agree to us staying overnight. It's a bit unreasonable of you to do this. Jana just advised softly from the side. Mainly because of his attitude, it's really irritating. Ari said with a sullen face. The two of them came to the door of the third household again. This time Eugenia gently knocked on the door, while Ari was still sulking on the side. Hello, Jana repeated what she said to the first two residents. This time, one of the residents inside slowly opened the door a crack, glanced at Jana and Ari from outside, and then quickly opened the door. Close. I'm sorry. After the apology, there was no more sound. Next, the two girls knocked on the doors of many households, and the results they got were basically the same. What's going on with these people? Even Ari was a little surprised this time. If some residents are stingy, or don't want to cause trouble, and keep away strangers, this approach is not incomprehensible. But now Ari and Jana have visited no less than 20 homes, and every house has the same cold attitude, which makes Ari feel that something is wrong. Ari, at this time, Jana's voice suddenly softened. Ari turned around, only to find that Jana fell straight to the ground. Jana. I'm fine, I'm just a little cold. It took almost all of her strength to climb up the mountain. In addition, she hadn't eaten for a day. At this time, Jana was hungry and cold. She originally looked at the bright lights in the homes of the residents. The warm light that rises is also the hope in her heart. But after visiting more than 20 people in a row and being turned away, Jana's physical strength was finally unable to support her, and she fell straight on the snow. Damn guys, all of them are so hard-hearted. Ari didn't care about anything else and hurriedly squatted down next to Jana. He breathed to warm his palms and began to rub them. He looked at Jana's face, hoping that she would be warmer. It's true that guy Lu Chuan actually left the two of us and ran away to live happily ever after. If I see him again this time, I will definitely bite him to death. Ali said through gritted teeth while working on his hands. Jana weakly stretched out her hand and held Ari's wrist. If Lu Chuan was okay, he would have come here long ago. I'm afraid he is also in danger now. Jana. Ali, you are stronger than me and have better physical strength than me. Don't worry about me. You can look for it yourself. Maybe there will always be a family willing to take you in. If this continues, you may also meeting. Stop joking, do I look like the kind of person who would leave you alone? Ari said angrily. But Jana found it difficult to even speak at this time. She felt that the temperature in her body was decreasing little by little. This was not a good sign. The cruel reality reminded her that death was not far away. At this moment, Jana felt warmth on her lips. Her eyes widened, but she found that Ali lowered his head and came forward, kissed her lips, and kept breathing hot air into her mouth. Although we are enemies in some things, you are also my best friend. Ari smiled softly, her eyes blurred, and she lowered her head again and kissed Jana's lips. The two girls just fell to the ground in the ice and snow, hugging each other for warmth. Well, at this time, a little boy's voice came from behind. Can I interrupt? If you don't mind, please come to my house. Ali turned his head when he heard the sound, and found a little boy standing at the door. Behind the little boy, there was a middle-aged man and woman standing. They were looking at him gently with smiles in their eyes, and they were surrounded by him. Jana in her arms. Ah! Ali exclaimed, her face suddenly turning red. No, it's not what you think. She and I are just. Come in quickly, it's cold outside. The woman smiled kindly and invited. Chapter 312. The next morning. At dawn, Jana got up from the warm bed, cautiously, for fear of waking up Ari who was sleeping next to her. But Ari still rubbed his eyes and looked at Jana drowsily. Well, what time is it? Well, it looks like 6 or 7 o'clock. There is no clock in this room. You can still sleep for a while. No, didn't we agree yesterday that we would go find Luchuan today? Even the severe cold could not resist Ali's determination. She breathed in the cold air and jumped up from the bed while shivering. It's so cold. It's so cold. Jana handed over the clothes, and then there was a knock on the door. Are you two awake? It was the woman's voice. Good morning, sister. Jana opened the door and nodded to the woman very politely. Morning. The woman nodded with a smile and took out 2 more sets of plush coats. If you plan to go out, put on this coat. The climate in Freljord is much lower than that of Demacia. Even here, it's at least 20 degrees below zero during the day, and your thin clothes can't stop the cold temperature here. I'm asking you to bother me again. I'm really grateful that you let us stay overnight. I'll pay for the cost of these clothes. Jana didn't have the nerve to take the coat directly. Living here is already enough to cause trouble for others. After all, most of the current residents of the Freljord are very resistant to outlanders. No, it won't cost much. The woman waved her hands repeatedly. Ari had already put on his clothes and walked up to Jana unconsciously, and quietly pulled her sleeves. Jana understood and took out a gold coin from her pocket and handed it to the woman's hand. It can be seen from the living environment and food of this small family that their family is not too wealthy. These 2 warm coats may be nothing to Jana, but to their family, they are probably half months of expenses. However, Jana didn't give more. Although she still had several thousand gold coins in her pocket, which were all the pocket money Luchuan usually gave her, and she had been saving them. But 1 gold coin is definitely enough to buy 2 coats. Giving too much would be a bit insulting. The woman declined several times, and Ali also tried to persuade her, so she reluctantly accepted it. In that case, you can stay at my house for a while longer. I will use the extra money to buy some food. The woman smiled awkwardly, but the meaning of her words was obviously not the same. I don't want to take advantage of Jana and Ari. Then I'll bother you, sister. Jana smiled softly, then took Ari's hand and the 2 of them left the house. Since he was wearing an extra warm coat, walking in the temperature of -20 degrees had no big impact. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ari also wore a furry hat and covered his ears. Covered. So we two look like people from the Freljord, right? Ari Jana looked at each other and couldn't help laughing when she saw that each of them was as round as a sphere. Okay, let's go. Find that dead guy and see where he is hiding and living happily. Ari shouted, and slowly went down the mountain with Jana. It's getting dark. Ari and Jana returned to the top of the mountain feebly. Although they searched for nearly a day and a night, they still couldn't find any trace of Luchuan. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, the 2 girls had no choice but to return again. At this time, Ali's ears suddenly twitched and his expression became alert. What's wrong? Looking at Ari with a strange expression, Jana asked in confusion. There were cries. What's the meaning? Freljord, I heard a lot of crying and screams. Oh no, something happened. Ari hurried forward, with Jana following closely behind. However, when they first entered the Eternal Ice Tribe controlled by leader Sejuani, the sight before them made Ari's face turn pale. The originally pure white snow was now dyed red with dazzling blood. There were corpses lying on the ground. Judging from the clothes of these corpses, they were dressed like the native residents of Freljord. The doors of nearby houses all seemed to have been broken open from the outside with violence, and all the heartwarming lights in the houses were extinguished. At a glance, it was pitch black, leaving only the pale moonlight reflecting on the snow. Even that light seemed to have a hint of coldness. What the hell is going on? Jana also took a breath. Originally, they were fine before going down the mountain today, so why would this happen when they came back again? Uncle Zar and his family are in danger. Ali's eyes widened and he ran straight towards Zar's family. Jana turned on her wind and followed closely behind. When they arrived, the killing by the group of unknown saboteurs was in progress. They were a group of creatures that looked like apes, but their hair was as white as snow. However, after endless killings, the blood dyed their manes red. They had no weapons, but their sharp claws could casually broke open a wooden door. Ari watched helplessly as one of the monsters pulled out a human from the wooden door. Its sharp claws were like grinding tofu, tearing the man in half in an instant. Ugh, Jana almost retched when she saw the bloody scene. Although Ari was in a panic at this time, her goal was very clear: first save the Zar family. At this time yesterday, she and Jana were cornered and almost died tragically. No one was willing to take them in as outsiders. Only Uncle Tsar's family enthusiastically extended a helping hand to them. The family, which was not rich to begin with, once again had to bear the living expenses of 2 additional people, but they did not ask for a penny from them. Jana, give me the wind shield. The blue flames in Jana's eyes were burning brightly. On her delicate cheeks, a few lines like fox beards slowly appeared, and the fangs at the corners of her mouth were growing crazily. The white fox tail behind him is divided into 9 parts. Ari, you have to be more careful. I really can't help you, I look too weak now. Jana said with some worry, raised her hand slightly, and said for Ari, Tanuki put on a wind shield wrapped in strong wind. You should find a place to hide first, perhaps because of the burning of ancient blood. Ari's whole temperament suddenly became colder. She glanced at Jana indifferently, and then suddenly stepped on the ground with the soles of her feet. Buzz! The white snow under her feet was spread outward, revealing a circular surface. The next moment, her shadow disappeared from the place like a blue ghost. We must catch up. Jana looked at Ari's retreating back, intertwined their fingers, and murmured. Chapter 313. Please, let us go, we are just ordinary people, we have never done anything. In Tsar's house, women knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. At the last moment, in order to protect the children, her husband Zale was knocked unconscious by those guys who suddenly broke in. At this time, the furniture that was originally neatly arranged in the house became lopsided and scattered. The little boy Ali hid behind his mother and trembled. Stupid and lowly Freljordians, your existence has threatened Master Deval's energy demand for this ice and snow world. You have frequently reproduced offspring. And offspring have reproduced offspring. Your energy needs have been far exceeded. This balance, all you greedy ones will go to hell. The snowman with white hair growled, and stabbed the woman's throat with the sharp claws in his hand. Mom! Ali shouted in fear. The woman hugged Ali tightly in her arms and closed her eyes. Bang! At this time, a sudden change caused the woman to slowly open her eyes. She saw that the huge monster was hit by an impact and hit the wall directly. Where it originally stood, there stood a woman with a pretty face shrouded in frost. Those who unscrupulously deprive others of their lives are the ones who deserve to go to hell, right? The fangs on both sides of Ari's mouth glowed with a sinister cold light, and the lines on his cheeks also seemed to be burning at this moment. Kill her. The snowman who was knocked down roared angrily and rushed towards Ari at the same time. In addition, the other 2 snowmen who broke in also rushed towards Ari. Be careful. Before the woman could finish her words, she saw 3 snowmen flying backwards towards the door. A round blue light ball the size of a palm was spinning crazily on Ari's fingertips. The situation reversed at this moment, leaving both the woman and Ali stunned. Ari flicked his fingers, and the blue light at his fingertips rushed towards the 3 snowmen, hitting them hard. Boom! After a burst of explosions, the original ground had become scorched black. Ali glanced at the woman and Ali indifferently. Are you guys okay? No, Ali looked at Ali blankly. His young heart was filled with ripples like a boulder falling into water. Originally, he thought that Ari and Jana were just 2 beautiful young ladies who came to visit the Freljord. But the fact in front of him now is that this young lady is not only very beautiful, but also extremely strong. In the blink of an eye, she killed 3 monsters that were enough to kill his whole family. Recalling all the disrespect he showed to Ali yesterday, Ali shrank with a chill down his spine. What's going on with these people? Ali glanced at the woman and Ali. The woman slowly lowered her head, as if she had something to hide. It's okay if you don't want to tell me, but I won't help you anymore. Now, what else do you have to hide? Ali withdrew his gaze coldly and walked towards the door. Their lives were saved by themselves, but until now, they are still hiding something about themselves, let alone Ari. Anyone else would lose the idea of helping them after seeing their hesitant appearance. Wait a minute. The woman said slowly, please don't be angry, because this kind of thing has always been strictly forbidden in our tribe. Leader Sijuani once told us that if anyone leaks the news, if anything is leaked, they will be expelled from the tribe, so I am so hesitant. But when your lives are almost gone, the one who comes to save you is not your leader Sijuani, but me. Ari pointed to his nose, a pair of eyes filled with coldness. This kind of chill is not under Ali's own control. It almost bursts out naturally after activating the ancient bloodline. Not to mention the woman and Ali in front of her, even Jana felt it when she was standing next to her just now. A chill. Okay. The woman nodded slowly and finally told the story, you must have heard the conversation between a few of them just now, right? As for Derval's identity. Derval is a real dragon, a frost dragon. It came to the snow-covered area of Freljord thousands of years ago because this environment was very suitable for it. However, it was not simply looking for a place to live, but to recuperate. Recuperate? I also learned about this legend passed down from thousands of years ago from my grandmother. There is no way to know the specific situation. After all, it is too old. But it was passed down in this way at that time. It is said that it was because of Master Derval. He was seriously injured while fighting the flame dragon, and had no choice but to flee the most energetic area of Valoran, and chose to recuperate in the remote Freljord. But what does this have to do with this group of monsters that suddenly launched an attack? Ari asked in confusion. It has something to do with it. They are not the real creatures you see. The woman told an astonishing fact. You mean? Yes, the lives of these monsters were actually given by Master Derval. Lord Derval is a giant dragon that has survived from ancient times to this day. The power of the dragon is the strongest on this continent, but it is only given to a person. It's not that difficult to make snow blocks live. But why are these monsters attacking you? Ari asked the second question. The woman's expression dimmed slightly, and then she slowly said, actually. Our large tribe of Freljord was also a resident of the central area of Valoran a long time ago. However, due to some disputes and conflicts, at that time our ancestors took the tribesmen out of the central region and came to the remote Freljord. At that time, the ice dragon Derval was already living here, right? Ari asked. Yes, but at that time Lord Derval was seriously injured and had no extra energy to drive away these humans who had taken root and multiplied in his territory. The woman nodded. That is to say, in the final analysis, you Freljords are the third party who broke into other people's territory and took root and lived. That's not good. Before Ari could finish her words, she only felt a wave of dizziness on her face. The flame patterns on his body quickly receded, and the fangs at the corners of his mouth gradually recovered. Because her ancient bloodline power is too weak, it can only last for a while, and after the power ends, she will become exhausted. This is the price that must be paid for using the ancient bloodline. Chapter 314. Thank you, I'm fine. The weakened Ali returned to her original state, and the woman helped her to the back room. The main room was already completely destroyed. In other words, the conflict between you and Ice Dragon Derval is about the competition for energy? Ari said again at this time. Well, in this continent, everyone has more or less strength. Those with high strength can develop into warriors. In order to continuously improve their own cultivation. The demand for energy will definitely increase day by day. One day old, especially once our entire tribe settles in the Freljord, our numbers will only grow as generations pass. The woman nodded. So this has led to the Ice Dragon Derval starting to take action against you. It's no wonder. If all the people in the Freljord are killed, then the energy will only be occupied by it. It's really what a selfish dragon. Ari sighed helplessly. Although this matter is essentially the fault of the Freljordians, because they not only occupied the territory of other dragons, but also competed with the dragon for resources and energy. It is understandable that the dragon would be so angry. But the giant dragon's current approach of killing everyone is really too much. Of course, as a small silver-level warrior, Ari really has no qualifications to dictate such matters. Even if she asks her ancient ancestors to jump out and fight the Ice Dragon Derval, whether she can win or not is a matter of course. Something happened. Creatures like dragons possess enough power to destroy the entire continent of Valoran. Actually, this kind of thing had never happened as early as half a year ago. The woman hesitated for a while and then added. How to say? Half a year ago, the entire Freljord was still a big tribe. At that time, our ancestors obviously expected that this would happen in the future. He once personally searched for Lord Derval. As for what he talked about with him, no one knows. But since returning from that day, our ancestors have made 3 sacred artifacts to deal with Derval. These 3 sacred artifacts are used together, and even Master Derval has to temporarily avoid the edge. So these thousand there has been peace and harmony for 100 years, until after the collapse half a year ago, the 3 holy artifacts were separated with the separation of the 3 leaders. Lord Derval began an endless attack. Sejuani who lived at the mountain past the leader's tribe is the primary victim. In this case, why don't we unite again? We obviously have weapons to fight the ice dragon, but we have to split them into 3 pieces. Ari frowned delicately. This, I don't know. Small people like us only know some legends that have been handed down from ancient times to the present. But we have no ability to intervene in these things. The woman sighed worriedly. Tonight's night attack is obviously more violent than before. In the past, the attack was just a warning and did not hurt people's lives, but this time. The woman's voice was choked with sobs, but Ali had come all the way and understood that the mountains of corpses outside had made it clear that this night attack would not stop until everyone was killed. And her ancient bloodline has been used once, and now she is exhausted. Not to mention using it once, even if it has not been used, with Ari's power, it is still a drop in the bucket against these invading armies. After all, snow clots are everywhere in the mountains of Freljord. If you want to give life to the blood clots, you only need to move your little finger casually, and a snowman will stand up. Boom! At this time, there was another sound outside, followed by the footsteps of several snowmen rushing into the door. Why are the lights still on in this house? Go in and have a look. If there is anyone, kill them all. Master Duval said that anyone who performs well in this attack can be permanently given life. Huh, what a wonderful thing that sounds like. Listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer, Ali's heart skipped a beat and thought something bad was wrong. The woman's face was also pale at this time. Unexpectedly, she had just escaped the disaster and another group of monsters came. Bang! Finally, the door to the back room was punched open by the snowmen. As expected, there were 3 people in the room, 2 women and a child. These 3 people were the first ones I discovered. Don't steal my prey. One of the snowmen, who looked slightly bigger, twisted his neck and made a sizzling sound, and then raised his fist towards Ari. Come step by step. Ari secretly clenched his fists and tried to awaken the ancient bloodline again. It's a pity that because her body is too weak, she can't muster any strength now. Go to hell. Ugly humans. The snowman grinned ferociously and punched Ari in the face. If this punch had hit hard, Ari's head would have exploded like a watermelon. Bang! This was the sound of a fist hitting the shield. Ali was startled. When she looked up, she found a bald uncle with a big curly beard standing in front of her. In front of the uncle, there was a piece of ice that looked like it was carved out of hard ice. The giant ice shield, the snowman's seemingly powerful punch hit the ice shield, but not even a single crack was created. When the situation gets worse, just call Braun. Braun grinned at Ari, and then the cruel look in his eyes overflowed. He picked up the ice shield that seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, but the ice shield seemed as light as snowflakes in his hands. It whirred as he danced, and at the same time, the shield hit the snowman's face. Bang! Poof! Tum! A few shield blows knocked the snowmen away one after another, and they fell to the ground not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Hold on, Leader Sejuani's support force will be here soon. Before that, I will go outside to kill more threatening monsters. Braun stretched out his generous palm and placed it on the head of the little boy Ali. He pressed it, then picked up the big shield and walked toward the door with heavy steps. Is it Lord Braun? Are the vanguards of Eternal Ice finally standing up to fight back? A look of excitement flashed across the woman's face. Outside the house, such exciting shouts could also be heard, mixed with the miserable screams of the monsters. People in despair seemed to see light and feel warmth at this moment. Unlike the woman who seemed to have seen hope, the solemn look on Ali's face became more and more serious. I'm afraid it's not that simple, she tightened her face. Since the Ice Dragon Duval launched a large-scale attack this time, there is no reason why he would be defeated so easily. Otherwise, what was the point of launching this attack? Chapter 315. Just as Ari had guessed, less than half an hour had passed. The Eternal Ice Vanguard, which was originally unstoppable, seemed a little exhausted in front of the Yeti monsters that kept emerging from the ground. Hubba, hubba, even the strong Braun was holding the ice shield with one hand at this time, breathing heavily. He had lost count of how many snow monsters he had killed. 100. Several hundred. Thousands of them. But these monsters seem to be inexhaustible, even if their bodies are broken up, but not long after they fall on the ground, they will fuse together again like regenerating cells. Obviously, the Ice Dragon Duval had already expected this. The dragon's wisdom and strength were obviously not comparable to humans. Braun, how are you? At this time, a tall and strong woman beside Braun slowly walked over. She is the leader of the Eternal Ice Tribe, Sejuani. Chief, Braun is fine. Braun patted his chest. Reporting to the leader, more than half of the vanguard troops are wounded. Although the strength of those monsters is not very strong, their regeneration ability is too abnormal and they cannot be killed at all. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before our entire army is annihilated. In addition, on the side, a seemingly small boy was riding a huge monster, a hairy snow monster. Well, I understand. Nunu, please take all the troops and retreat temporarily. I will try to contact the leaders of other tribes. Sejuani nodded solemnly. Yes. Nunu quickly disappeared on the long-haired snow monster. Braun placed the ice shield on the ground and looked at Sejuani. Chief, do you want me to notify the leaders of other tribes? No need. Sejuani waved her hand. Braun was stunned. The rhetoric just now is just to stabilize the morale of the army. To be honest, the attack launched by Ice Dragon Derval is far from enough to rely on the defense of our tribe. These monsters with extremely strong regeneration capabilities are enough to destroy our tribe. Then why? They won't help us. Sejuani looked up at the sky. Snow is falling all over the sky, and in Freljord at night, the snow is getting heavier and heavier. This undoubtedly caused the number of monster legions to increase in disguise. They should also understand the meaning of death and coldness, right? If our eternal ice perishes, it will be their turn next. Braun clenched his fist. But what if our tribe is extinct? Sejuani glanced at Braun. Braun shuddered and suddenly thought of something. You mean? Yes, if our tribe is exterminated, then the eternal chain in my hand will be taken away by them. Although Derval is very powerful, it is not impossible to deal with it. The way to compete with it is to gather together 3 holy weapons. The 3 holy weapons were scattered during the separation. The only way to collect them all is to snatch them from other leaders. However, the strength of the 3 of us is equal, and no one can do anything to the other. So the current situation is what they want to see the most. Even if they ask for help, they will not lend a helping hand. The reason why I go to ask for support is simply because I don't want the soldiers to lose sight of hope. But Sejuani slowly stretched out her hand, and a falling snowflake fell on her hand. Do we really have hope? Braun lowered his head, clenched his fists and remained silent. He is a warrior, and it is his duty to shed blood and sweat on the battlefield. He cannot think about this, and he does not need to think about it. He only needs to use his strong arms to stand in for the common people in the tribe to withstand the coming storm. But when the cruel facts were placed in front of him, he found that even his arms were so fragile and vulnerable. Leader Sejuani. At this time, Braun shouted. Huh. Sejuani turned her head and looked at the big man. He seemed to have infinite strength. But in such a special situation, there is no way to win by relying on strength. Braun will fight until the last moment. Braun looked fiercely, picked up the ice shield, and strode forward. In front of him, dozens of snowmen had gathered at this time, their eyes flashing coldly. Come on together. Show me your true abilities. Roar. The snow monsters swarmed forward, but Braun slapped them away one by one with an ice shield. But soon, the monsters that he had photographed into tiny snowflakes merged together again, like snowmen piled up. Come again. I'm not soft yet. Braun shouted angrily, with veins on his forehead, and he kept waving the ice shield in his hand and slapping it hard. The beaten enemy stood up again. Braun clenched the ice shield in his hand and swatted it away again. How can I let my subordinates fight alone, haha. Sejuani looked at Braun, who was fighting hard in front of her, and her heart was touched. Crack. She took off a chain from her waist, and an iron ball covered with spikes was tied to the bottom of the chain. The next moment, the iron ball was thrown suddenly, hitting one of the snowflakes heavily. Strange body. I saw that it was riddled with holes from nails, but those wounds healed quickly in a very short moment. Chief, Braun looked behind him blankly. Braun, come on, this level of power is not enough to protect our homeland. Sejuani said with a faint smile. Yes. Braun roared loudly, slamming the ice shield in his hand on the ground. Boom. There was a loud noise, and even the ground was smashed by the explosion. A deep ravine was opened, and the ice and snow exploded. Above this diameter, all the snowmen could not stand still. Fell to the ground one after another. At this time, Sejuani stepped forward with quick eyes and hands, and swung the iron ball held by the chain in her hand with a whirring sound. Every time it fell, it would smash the body of a snow monster. Snowflakes splashed and scattered all over the sky. Is this, the spirit of the Freljord? Ari watched from a distance. She looked at Braun, at Sejuani, and at the soldiers who were still fighting in all directions. Even though their aura is getting weaker and weaker, the number of enemies is increasing and increasing, like ants crossing the border. But they clung to this land and refused to take a step back. It's just a shame. After a moment, with the appearance of a huge monster, the vanguard troops of Eternal Ice were all knocked to the ground after the huge monster raised its feet and fell heavily. The defense chain formed at this moment was quickly disintegrated. Countless snowmen took advantage of the situation and held many residents hostage. Even Ari was stunned and had sharp claws pressed against her throat. No matter how much you resist, the ants will never be able to stir up the waves. I will send you to hell. The huge snowman monster, which had been enlarged several times, suddenly used his fist, which was as big as a small house, to smash to the ground. An invisible shock wave spread in all directions, and the force contained in it caused the ground to collapse wherever the shock wave spread. Under such circumstances, if this impact force hits people, they may die suddenly on the spot. Braun seemed to have made some decision. He clutched the shield in his hand tightly and ran forward in large strides. Braun! Come back! Sejuani saw through Braum's thoughts, and she knew how dangerous Braum's next move would be. But it's too late. Braun used his fastest speed, and before the shock wave spread further, he rushed to the monster's feet and slammed his shield to the ground. This approach is undoubtedly the most dangerous. When the shock wave spreads in a circular direction, its power will gradually weaken as it continues to spread. Before the shock wave has fully spread, standing in the center of the shock wave at close range will withstand nearly most of the energy collides. Even half of the energy impact caused by such a giant monster's charged punch would not be something that Braun could withstand. But Braun had to do it. Of all the people here, he is the only one who can withstand this energy collision. If he waits until the shock wave is completely spread, his size will not be able to block the force. Only while it is still within a controllable range. Stop it. Snapped. Like a thunderous sound, the shock wave mixed with the extremely violent cold wind hit Braun's ice shield hard. Chapter 316. Crack. A thin crack burst out on the ice shield that was harder than iron. In the blink of an eye, the cracks quickly spread throughout the shield. Poof. At this time, Braun spit out a mouthful of blood. And his chest seemed to be hit by a huge boulder. His whole body shot backwards into the air. In this cold night where the snowstorm was getting bigger and bigger, his body was like it is a small boat in the vast ocean, swaying precariously in the wind. Wow, 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 is this your strongest strength? It seems like you are reaching the end, wow, wow. The giant snow monster's sharp, strange laughter echoed throughout the snow. At the same time, its huge fist was raised again. Apparently, this guy was going to hit the ground with another hammer blow. But now there is no one who can withstand this attack. Everyone's eyes dimmed, with a hint of gray called despair in their eyes. Humans are so vulnerable in front of dragons. Even the snow monster it casually gave life to was so powerful that no one could match it. When it appears, what kind of storm will it cause? Shatter together with the earth. The giant snow monster roared, and a punch wiped out blue light in the air, and the strong wind it brought made everyone almost unable to open their eyes. There is no doubt that this punch contains far more energy than before. Snapped. At this time, in a corner where no one would notice, a figure slowly emerged. He caught Braun, who was about to fall to the ground, and gently laid him flat on the ground. Braun seemed to have fallen into a coma at this time. Thank you, my warrior. He whispered, and then took steps. Boom. This is the subtle sound made by shoes stepping on the snow-covered ground. No one would notice that subtle sound in such an environment. Everyone put their arms across their foreheads, turned their heads and half-squinted their eyes to resist the howling wind. It was at this time that the figure had walked in front of everyone inadvertently. He stopped, raised his head slightly, and looked at the fist that had hit the ground. Boom. The fist collided with the ground, making a huge sound, and the shock wave spread in all directions like an invisible tide. Are you really going to die this time? Everyone thought so. I am afraid that even the arrival of gods cannot save this disaster. Everyone clenched their fists as if giving up. After all, this is not a competition on the same level at all. Shoo. At this time, the man who had stood in front of everyone at some point slowly raised his finger and put it to his mouth. It's too noisy, he said. Something strange happened. The impact that was originally enough to kill everyone and shatter the earth eerily dissipated without a trace at this moment. Crack. Some are just fragments that are constantly withering from the sky. It was as if the scene at the previous moment had been frozen into a mirror and finally broken. At this time, everyone finally discovered the figure that appeared in front of them without realizing it. Lu Chuan. Ali shouted excitedly when he saw that familiar figure. The snow monster holding her hostage said impatiently, "If you yell again, I will strangle you to death." Ali said even more impatiently, "He is my man, turn around and let him strangle you to death." The snow monster felt an inexplicable coldness on his back. Jana, who was hiding behind a house not far away, saw a layer of mist forming on her eyes after seeing Lu Chuan. "Sure enough, I knew you would come," she gently wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. "Oh. I really can't get through this day. Being recognized when you are pretending to be in competition is the most embarrassing thing." Lu Chuan scratched his cheek in embarrassment. How well did he create the way the leading actor appeared in a blockbuster movie? Ah. Those cold eyes and firm steps. Next, as long as you defeat the guy in front of you, you can become the focus of everyone's attention. Holding the Huascar statuette in your hand, holding a stunning beauty in your arms, stepping on a golden mountain under your feet, and laughing heartily. Such an atmosphere was ruined by Ali's shout. "Lu Chuan. Beat him to death. He almost killed us all just now." Ali shouted again. "That's it." Lu Chuan nodded slightly, raised his head and looked at the giant creature in front of him. Where did the little guy come from again? He looks very arrogant, but in fact he can't even stop me with a finger. The giant snow monster hummed disdainfully, raised his arm at the same time, and stabbed Lu Chuan with one finger. One of its fingers is even bigger than Lu Chuan's entire body. Whoa! Lu Chuan made a move and held the blood-drinking sword in his hand. He slashed it forward lightly, and the snow monster's fingers were cut off by the roots. "Ha ha ha, do you think this will pose any threat to me? My whole body can regenerate. As long as there is enough snow. I will never be defeated. What have you done?" The snow monster's big smile. The laughter stopped suddenly, and he stared down at his palms in shock. The severed finger was now burning with fierce flames. Under the devouring flames, his palms soon began to melt and turned into a pool of cold water, which quickly dripped on the finger. On the ground. He turned his eyes and looked at Lu Chuan again, only to find that his sword had been covered in a layer of flames from unknown time. You actually have fire element." "No, impossible," the giant snow monster finally panicked at this moment. For frost elements like them, the fire element means destruction. The reason why they can continue to regenerate is because snow cannot be chopped or crushed. But fire can turn them into water, and then evaporate into the air, leaving no residue behind. I have to say that your Lord Ice Dragon is indeed very intelligent. In order to make the plan foolproof, he created an illusion. Lu Chuan raised the burning blood-drinking sword and pointed it at the snow monster. The disintegration and separation of the three major tribes of Freljord has nothing to do with the Outlanders. It is due to the mental control of your Lord Ice Dragon. Right? Create a situation that makes everyone mistakenly think that the Outlanders are interfering in it. This leads to the illusion of tribe separation. As a result, it will be difficult for all tourists and adventurers who come here to enjoy themselves to survive in this excluded environment. The giant bears at the foot of the Freljord Mountains were also bribed with a little bit of the dragon's essence and blood. They became the first line of defense to stop outsiders from coming up the mountain. As long as you block the outsiders, you are equivalent to blocking the steps of the fire warriors. In such an icy and snowy environment, the Freljord residents themselves cannot become fire warriors. This is equivalent to blocking the ice warriors. The attribute that Ronval fears most is completely isolated from the outside. So you guys have become unkillable monsters. Am I right? What are you talking about? A little fire element is not enough to kill us, so stop dreaming. The giant snow monster said as if to comfort himself. A little? Everyone, please raise all the wooden sticks in your hands. Lu Chuan snapped his fingers, and everyone behind him looked down. Huh? When did I get this stick? It's funny, where does this come from? A group of people found it incredible. But they still raised their sticks high. Lu Chuan actually returned to the ground from the ice cave early. The reason why he came out at that moment was not to be cool, but to defeat the giant snow monster in front of him. He relied on his fire element alone. The power is indeed not enough. So he and the god who had woken up ran to a large forest in the east of Demacia and chopped countless dry firewood. As for why it is possible to travel back and forth quickly from such a long distance, it was because God told Lu Chuan that she actually had a powerful summoner skill called teleportation, but she had never been willing to let Lu Chuan use it. saying that she was afraid that he would set up the teleportation point in the bathroom where a beautiful young lady was taking a bath, and go there to watch it every day. Lu Chuan was furious at this and said that he was not that kind of villain. Of course, if Lu Chuan had really learned this skill a long time ago, not to mention more, he would definitely have one in his bathroom. Janna and Ari's perfect snow-white bodies, you can't let outsiders take care of your wealth, right? Just after everyone raised the dry firewood in their hands, Lu Chuan suddenly raised his sword, and a fire dragon spiraled out. Under Lu Chuan's control, it passed in front of all the residents. Buzz! Suddenly, the dark night turned into a fiery sky under the illumination of hundreds of torches. Above it, there was a fire dragon hovering eagerly. The surrounding temperature also rose sharply at this moment. The little snow monsters that hijacked the residents also became limp and weak because of the rising temperature, and quickly melted. Don't come over, the giant snow monster kept retreating at this time. He felt the breath of death in his face from the scorching heat. The time has come to fight back. Revenge for those relatives and friends who died. Lu Chuan raised his sword and waved, the fire dragon roared and rushed towards the giant snow monster, leaving a faint trace of fire in the air. Traces, followed closely by numerous burning torches. FF group. Burn him to death. God came out at some point and stood next to Lu Chuan and shouted. Chapter 317. Impossible, ah. After the giant snow monster let out a shrill scream, its huge body quickly turned into snow water, falling to the ground like a rapid waterfall. Succeeded in repelling them? Someone shouted in the crowd, and the Eternal Ice Tribe suddenly burst into cheers. No one can understand this feeling of escaping from death better than them. At the last moment, the guy named Death had passed them by with a sickle. Lu Chuan. At this time, Lu Chuan was staggered by Ali and almost fell to the ground. Great, you're fine, you've worried me for so long. Ari breathed a sigh of relief, but his eye circles were still slightly red. Although he said, such a perverted porn maniac should die as soon as possible, Ari was still very excited to see him return safely. Brave, thank you for saving our Eternal Ice Tribe. At this time, a strong female voice sounded next to him. Lu Chuan turned his head and found that Sejuani was reaching out to him. Lu Chuan shook her hand politely, and then Sejuani invited, the enemy's attack has been temporarily repelled. If you don't mind, sir. Can you come to my home to discuss future matters? Of course, although this kind of invitation is a bit abrupt, but if sir is willing to help, the reward will definitely not be less than your share in the future. Sejuani did not mince words. She was very fond of Lu Chuan's strength. If such strength could help their Eternal Ice Tribe, it would undoubtedly be a reassurance for the entire tribe. While Lu Chuan was still thinking, he saw Ali holding his arm and smiled softly. Of course you can go to her house to discuss it, but you have to take me with you. The meaning of the words is very obvious, don't even think about secretly having an affair with other women under my nose. Lu Chuan could only sigh helplessly. Although Sejuani is very heroic and a hero among women, he really doesn't like that. Presumably most men will choose the petite and cute girl between a petite and cute girl and a wild and spicy man. However, the purpose of Lu Chuan's visit this time was for the ice dragon Devar. He thought about it for a while before agreeing to Sejuani's invitation. But please sir, please wait here for a while I handle the follow-up matters first. Sejuani nodded politely to Lu Chuan, then turned to her soldiers and said. Count the casualties. After counting the people whose houses were destroyed, we moved out all the spare military tents for them to stay temporarily during this period, and sent a few more people to carry Braun to the treatment room. I'm afraid that guy is very weak now. Turning his head to look at Sejuani giving orders from a distance, Lu Chuan suddenly remembered something and looked around for a while. Huh? Where's Janna? Why isn't she with you? Ah. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten it. Ari suddenly slapped her head. She vaguely remembered that he asked her to find a place to hide temporarily after activating the ancient bloodline. Ahem, I'm here. At this time, Janna coughed lightly and walked out from behind the house. She had seen Lu Chuan when he showed up, and Janna had been following them after the battle. Perhaps it was the womanly temper that suddenly rose in her heart, which made her want to see when Lu Chuan would remember her. Seeing Janna coming out, Lu Chuan hurriedly greeted her, but gave Ari a cold shoulder. Ari pouted unhappily, but didn't say anything, and then followed his footsteps and walked forward. I hope you're okay. Janna stared at Lu Chuan with a wave of eyes, and just said such a faint greeting. Her temper has always been like this. Even if Lu Chuan's status in her heart is one of the best, Janna will not hug him in front of so many people like Ali did. That would make her too shy. How could something happen to me? Not only was it okay this time, I also found a paradise-like place. Lu Chuan chuckled and reached out to pinch Janna's cheek, causing her delicate and pretty face to become stained. Light pink color. I noticed that you have bad luck every time. What kind of treasure did you pick up this time? Ali curled her lips. Classmate Ali, please pay attention to your words. What is shitty luck? This is called the hero's halo. Lu Chuan corrected with a slight cough. But only Lu Chuan himself knows why he has been so lucky along the way. What I am today is entirely a gift from God. Every opportunity one encounter is no accident. It is all done by that little girl behind the scenes, although the biggest beneficiary is indeed him, Lu Chuan. By the way, that woman before, did you meet her later? At this time, Ari poked Lu Chuan with his elbow and asked. Which woman, Yadi? Well, heavy snow covered the whole town at that time. Janna and I also searched for you later, but we couldn't find your shadow, nor that woman. Could it be that she is dead? Who knows, that guy, haha. Lu Chuan sneered twice, hiding something from Ali. But Janna on the side took Lu Chuan's expression into consideration, but didn't say much. After Sejuani gave the order in an orderly manner, she led Lu Chuan and his party to her residence. It's simpler and cleaner than expected, and it looks more like a house where civilians live. I didn't expect that a leader-level person would live similar to ordinary people. Ali walked around the room and said casually. After the tribe split, our tribe's capital chain is somewhat tight. Before we can enjoy it ourselves, we must first improve the quality of life of the common people. Faced with Ari's casual question, Sejuani answered seriously. Ari could only smile in agreement. I heard them tell me about your tribes on the way here, so let's keep the story short. Lu Chuan sat across from Sejuani. Sejuani glanced at Janna and Ari in surprise at first, but then thought that they might have asked local residents to find out about the situation, so she said with relief. Since Mr. said so, I will tell you directly. Well, some of the speculations you made just now are actually very consistent with what I thought. What? What's the kiss? What's the kiss? Ali stuttered when he heard the word kiss. Coincidence means that two people want to go together. Janna said calmly while holding a teacup. Lu Chuan wiped a drop of sweat from his forehead, looked away from Ari and said. My idea is that since the sacred weapon united by the three tribes of you will make Deval feel a little afraid, then we might as well just let's bring the three holy weapons together to deal with it. Ahem. Sejuani just picked up the tea and took a sip. She almost choked when she heard Lu Chuan speak so lightly. Without waiting for Sejuani to speak, Lu Chuan continued, I know what you are worried about. After dawn tomorrow, I will go to His Highness Ash and Queen Lysandra to negotiate the matter. Before that, please give us some time. Let's arrange a tent, maybe a bed on the ground. I've been here for the past few days, I haven't had much sleep. Sejuani stared blankly at Lu Chuan, who was stretching in front of her. She was completely confused. What just happened? I also planned to have a long talk with him to formulate a detailed plan to prevent Derval from attacking again, but he dismissed it with just a few words. How could Ash and Lysandra be able to reach an agreement in just a few words? But looking at him with a confident look on his face, it didn't look like he was trying to shirk or lie. Ari smiled slyly at this time, and whispered into Sejuani's ear, don't worry, since he said so, he must be sure, so just let him be a lobbyist. Sejuani turned back to stare at Ari. Ali winked at her and said shyly, he has a very good oral skills. Chapter 318. A Night of Silence. In the early morning, Sejuani got up early and led Lu Chuan and his party towards Ash's palace. Although the three major tribes have separated, since the group of subordinates led by Ash are of the orthodox Freljord bloodline, if there is any big event, the gathering place of the three major leaders will still be in her palace. She won't kick us out, right? I heard before that the relationship between your three families is very bad. As they walked on the road, Ari couldn't help but ask worriedly. How shameless is it to go all the way to someone else's house, only to be kicked out? Although the relationship is not that good, Ash shouldn't be able to do this. She is just waiting to see my jokes. Sejuani answered seriously. Lu Chuan, you have to work hard, you must convince them, otherwise there will be no place for my young face. Ali trotted to Lu Chuan again and encouraged. You don't need to tell me that I can do this, and don't I usually put my old face where I can? Why do I become a young face when I come to you? Humph, sister, I am naturally beautiful and have tender skin. While Ari was still saying something, the group of people were already walking further and further away, so she could only stop being nervous and hurry up to keep up with the large army. Freljord Palace. The palace here also has a very regional style. The entire palace looks like it is made of ice sculptures, shining brightly. A palace maid who looked like a waiter stepped forward to guide the way after seeing Sejuani. This made Ari sigh in a low voice. You said that Ash is too ignorant of etiquette. At least Sejuani is too. A leader of a generation actually sent a palace maid away. It's none of your business, just follow me honestly. You just don't want the world to be in chaos. Lu Chuan pinched Ali's cheek, causing her to cry out in pain before he stopped. The palace maid brought Lu Chuan and others into the main hall. From a distance, one could see a woman sitting dignifiedly and elegantly on the king's chair in the center of the hall. The woman had hair as white as snow. Although she looked pretty, there was a faint coldness between her eyebrows, as if she was very indifferent to everything in the world. Next to the woman, there was another tall woman wearing clothes that looked like they were made of ice. The one in the middle is Ash, and the one next to her is Lysandra. I sent my men to inform them last night that we had something to talk about today. Sejuani introduced them to everyone in a low voice before striding up. You must have heard about what happened in our tribe last night, right? Sejuani is not a smooth person. It can be seen from the conversation between her and Ari that Sejuani takes everything seriously. Meticulous. When such a person meets someone he hates, the expression on his face will naturally show it uncontrollably. Just as there was no smile on her face at this time, instead she raised her head and looked directly at Ash and Lysandra with a cold look. It's really a pity that your tribe didn't become extinct. Ash held her chin in one hand and glanced at Sejuani lightly. Sejuani didn't want to be polite to her, and she didn't have to smile at Sejuani. You. Sejuani was choked by Ash's words and couldn't speak. Her eyes widened and she pulled out the silver chain from her waist. Oh. Don't be presumptuous. Show some respect to Her Majesty the Queen. A group of palace guards also drew their swords and pointed at Sejuani. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. I didn't expect that Queen Ai she actually has a poisonous tongue. Even more vicious than me. Ari stuck out her little tongue. She usually cursed Lu Chuan mostly as a joke, but this Ai she was better. She immediately cursed others to annihilate their clans. Everyone, calm down first. At this time, Lu Chuan's voice slowly came out, and both Ash and Lysandra looked towards him. Is this the brave man who single-handedly saved the entire Eternal Ice yesterday? Ai she looked at Lu Chuan with half-squinted eyes. Obviously, she has people in the Eternal Ice tribe. Otherwise, we would not have received the news so quickly after something happened. I can't even call him a brave man. He's just playing some tricks. Lu Chuan waved his hand and chuckled. Then the purpose of coming here with Sejuani this time is to convince us and join forces with Eternal Ice. Ai she seemed to have already understood Lu Chuan's thoughts and refused bluntly, sorry, one of us no tribe has any intention of lending a helping hand to Eternal Ice. They said it when they split. After the split, no matter what happens. Other tribes have the right to refuse to help it. Moreover, Sejuani, Ash paused for a moment as she said this, then looked at Sejuani with a provocative gaze. You shouldn't be unaware of the balance of interests between us, right? If it were you, you would definitely stand by and watch when our Freljor tribe was going to perish, wouldn't you? In response to Ash's rhetorical question, Sejuani could only clench her fists. But there was no way to refute it. Although Ai she said it without any mercy, what she said was the truth. Even if it were her, she probably wouldn't help, but now she brought Lu Chuan and his party to seek help from Lysandra. Obviously some nonsense. Either we go back. Sejuani whispered, but Lu Chuan waved his hand and smiled at her, don't worry, you won't know until you try. But, Sejuani was about to say something else, but Janet gently held her hand from behind and smiled softly at her, leave it to him. Yeah, even though that guy seems overconfident, he succeeds every time. Ari also echoed from the side. Okay. Sejuani nodded and said nothing, choosing to wait and see what happened. At this time, Lu Chuan said, hello, Queen Ai she, I think you made such a decision because in this case, the interests are maximized for you, right? Of course. Ai she looked indifferent. Once the Eternal Ice is destroyed, the chain of frost in Sejuani's hands will change hands. If Ash gets it, Lysandra may also choose to surrender unconditionally. After all, the existence of the frost sacred artifact itself is a powerful symbol. If you own two of them at the same time, you have a very high right to speak. If we could collect all three sacred artifacts, even the ice dragon Deval might be afraid. How could something be so bad that even a giant dragon would be afraid of it? But what Lu Chuan said next made both Ai she and Lysandra tremble. But have you ever considered what if the dragon is also interested in these sacred artifacts? Lu Chuan looked at Ash and Lysandra with a smile and said slowly. Chapter 319. Both Ash and Lysandra really wanted to get the sacred artifact in Sejuani's hands. But they all ignored one problem. What if the ice dragon Deval is also interested in this sacred artifact? Seeing that both Ash and Lysandra were silent, Lu Chuan took another step forward and continued, you all know that after gathering the holy weapons, even against the ice dragon Deval, there is a lot of chance of winning, but does Deval also know? What about this matter? If it grabs the holy weapon before you do, you will lose your last hope, right? She hesitated to speak. I wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Lu Chuan was right, if as early as yesterday's night attack, Deval had sent someone to seize one of the sacred artifacts. There is no need to collect 3 pieces, only one is enough, so that the defeat of Freljord is only a matter of time. So it is inevitable for the 3 tribes of you to join forces. Lu Chuan exhaled heavily and said word by word. Eternal Ice Tribe. In Sejuani's home, the dining table in the living room was filled with a lot of sumptuous food. Because the temperature here is too cold, many plants cannot survive. The only food we can eat is the fish caught in the glacier river. Please don't mind if the hospitality is not good. Sejuani showed a rare smile. No, the Freljord's glacier fish is very famous throughout Valoran. I've wanted to eat it for a long time. But unfortunately I never had the chance. Ari waved his hand and put it in his mouth. It was stuffed with fish meat, and the cheeks were bulging. Mr. Lu Chuan is not only powerful, but he is also very sharp with his words. He convinced Ash and Lysandra with just words. This is something I never expected. Sejuani looked at Lu Chuan, with something in her eyes. A touch of appreciation. Stop it, don't try to recruit him as your subordinate, he is mine. Ali said hurriedly when she saw something was wrong. Okay, I can't control your mouth when you eat. Lu Chuan stretched out his hand and tapped Ari's head lightly. Ari whimpered and started eating big mouthfuls of rice again. Janna was chewing her food methodically and slowly. Speaking of which, is there really no big problem for your tribe with Queen Asha's plan to go out in 3 days to defeat the ice dragon Derval? Lu Chuan looked at Sejuani and asked. You must know that before this, Eternal Ice lost a lot of soldiers in a night attack. No problem. If the ice dragon Deval is not eliminated, our tribe will not be able to live in peace. Compared with some casualties, eradicating him is the most important thing. Sejuani said seriously. Then come on, let's each get what we need and work together. Lu Chuan raised the cup, which contained the special soju that is only available in Freljord. In this icy and snowy environment, it was a sizzling hot drink. The soju went into his throat, which immediately warmed his body a lot. Come on. Several women also raised their cups and clashed with each other. The cold windy mountain top. At this time, 3 days after formulating the expedition plan, Ash and Lysandra each led the elite troops, merged with the Sejuani tribe, and headed towards the top of the mountain. In the Freljord Mountains, there is the highest mountain, which is also called Dragon's Peak by the people of Freljord. Rumor has it that the ice dragon Deval lives here. Every time you climb 100 meters up Dragon Peak, the temperature will drop by 20 degrees. Now that Lu Chuan and his party are standing on the top of Dragon Peak, the temperature here has reached. The thermometer is at the bottom. Ari shook off the thermometer in her hand and shrank her nose. At this time, her little face was already red from the cold, like a persimmon. What is the lowest count on this thermometer? It seems to be minus 40 degrees, but actually when we reached the mountainside, the bar in the thermometer reached the bottom. Ari shrank her nose again. Now even if she opens her mouth to say a word, the heat in her mouth when it comes out of your mouth, it will instantly freeze into ice cubes. Ha! As he said that, Ali breathed another sigh of relief, then took the hot air that instantly turned into ice chips in his hand and handed it to Lu Chuan. Here, eat it. Go to hell. Lu Chuan looked indifferent. Kissing between lovers is tolerated even if the other person's saliva is involved. And the hot breath coming out of my sister is so fragrant. I don't know how many men are watching. This is a way of loving a woman. You can't even love your beloved. You dare not eat the heat coming out of a woman, but you have the nerve to say you love me. Ali flirted with Lu Chuan in a coquettish way. Even if you say so, I think ordinary men wouldn't be so bored, right? Such a heavy taste, right, Janna? Lu Chuan turned his head and looked at Janna. Ha! Janet took a breath of heat, held it in her hand and handed it to Lu Chuan, saying expressionlessly, "Eat it, it's delicious." Lu Chuan wanted to strip the two girls naked and push them to the ground to execute them on the spot. Isn't this what the so-called 3 days of not having a roof over your head is like? If you don't train them properly, they won't even know their last name. At this time, Sejuani slowly took a step forward, put her hand in front of her forehead and looked away. The place in front should be the dragon's eye. As she said that, she pointed forward, and Lu Chuan and the others also looked forward. Less than 500 meters away, there was a small ice-blue vortex spinning crazily in midair. Even before you got close, you could feel the biting chill emanating from it. Are those the dragon's eyes? Ari asked doubtfully. No. Sejuani shook her head. Dragon Eye is just a name. This is the lifeblood of the ice dragon Devar, and it is the place where it absorbs the energy of the world. Ash and Lysandra walked up at the same time and took out the sacred artifacts controlled by each tribe from their storage bags. Ash's was a long bow with flowing ice, Lysandra's was a crown, and Sejuani also took out the chain of frost in her hand. The three holy weapons resonated with each other, and at the next moment a ray of frost light suddenly surged and turned into a beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Buzz, the three holy weapons merged together at this time, and a crystal-clear cold light sword slowly took shape. The frost breath suddenly radiated towards the outside world, adding a bit of chill to the already very cold mountaintop. Mr. Lu Chuan. At this time, Sejuani walked up to Lu Chuan holding a long sword in her hand. Yeah. Lu Chuan understood and slowly raised the cold light sword. As soon as the ice sword was in hand, a biting coldness spread from the palm of his hand. Even with Lu Chuan's current strength, he could feel some pain in his arm from the cold. Not to mention ordinary warriors, I am afraid that they will be frozen into ice blocks as soon as they mention the cold light sword. This dragon's eye can also be said to be the defense system of the ice dragon Deval. The more severe the destruction, the greater the damage to it. AI, she said from the side at this time. I understand. Lu Chuan took a deep breath, nodded, and slowly walked towards the dragon's eye with the cold light sword. The battle between tiny humans and nearly invincible dragons has officially begun. Chapter 320. Everyone's eyes were on Lu Chuan. The reason why he is allowed to control the Freljord's holy weapon is because among all the people here, only Lu Chuan has the fire attribute. The holy weapon originally posed a strong threat to Derval, and the fire element it feared the most further tore its lifeline. In this way, even someone as strong as an ice dragon would probably suffer a lot of damage. The battle of success or failure lies here. Crack. Lu Chuan reached out to shake off the snow covering his shoulders, and walked towards the Longan step by step with a stern look. The closer you get to Longan, the harsher the cold temperatures become. Although the distance was only less than 500 meters, it made it difficult for Lu Chuan to move forward. Especially when there was less than 100 meters left. Deval seemed to sense something, and the frosty wind at the dragon's eye became extremely violent. Stand up. The strong wind mixed with ice fragments fell on Lu Chuan like bullets, and even his clothes were cut with many small holes. In such an extremely cold and windy environment, it was very difficult for Lu Chuan to stay still, let alone move forward. Buzz. The next moment, Lu Chuan clenched his fist fiercely with one palm, and a layer of flames burned from his body, covering his whole body. Under this layer of flames, the cold temperature suddenly rose a lot, and the fierce wind seemed to show a hint of fear, and the wind gradually decreased. It's almost here. Sejuani clenched her fists tightly and finally saw Lu Chuan approaching the dragon's eye. He raised the sword in his hand high, and the sword was stained with a layer of flame. Gradually, the flames burned brighter and stronger, and the shadow of a fire dragon slowly emerged from the sword body. Now. Everyone's eyes suddenly froze, and Lu Chuan thrust the cold light sword in his hand into the whirlpool of ice. Zitsizi, at first, the dragon's eye was still trying to repel it, but as the fire dragon continued to roar, the scorching temperature continued to rise. Finally, after a large amount of white mist rose, the vortex was like a broken mirror. Same, scattered on the ground. Fu. At this time, the strong wind on the top of the mountain stopped suddenly. Successful. Sejuani clenched her fist hard and shouted excitedly. But before she could finish her words, the top of the mountain suddenly began to tremble violently. What's wrong? Ari stumbled and almost fell down, but Jana reached out to hold her up. Deval should have woken up. Let's leave here first, it's very disadvantageous to fight on such a mountain top. Return to the ground. Lu Chuan returned to the gathering place in a few jumps and spoke quickly. Lu Chuan, at this time, Ali pointed behind him with a pale face. Huh. Before Lu Chuan could turn around, a black shadow passed across the ground. Lu Chuan suddenly looked up and saw a giant creature with wings 100 feet wide flying in the sky. Wherever it went, even the air was covered with a layer of frost. Is this the ice dragon Deval? Everyone raised their heads and looked down at the huge creature in the sky. Its body is so big that even high in the air, its shadow is enough to cover everyone on the ground. Stupid and insignificant humans, today is the day you die. A thunderous sound sounded in mid-air, accompanied by a mouthful of frost dragon breath. Get away. Lu Chuan's pupils shrank, and he suddenly hugged Ari and Jana and rushed to the side. Sijuani, Ash and others also quickly retreated. Some soldiers who didn't have time to escape were frozen into ice sculptures under the dragon's breath. Get off the mountain. Everyone get off the mountain. Lu Chuan shouted loudly. The place on the top of the mountain was too small. One breath of Deval was enough to cover more than half of the area. Fighting it in such a position, let alone defeating it. Even the possibility of survival is less than 1%. But what is a bit fortunate is that because Derval's body is too large, it cannot land on the ground on the top of such a mountain, and can only rely on breathing again and again to attack. Although the power of the frost dragon's breath is so powerful that it will freeze into ice sculptures once it is sprayed even a little bit. But the people who came together this time are also some elite warriors. They have experienced hundreds of battles and have enough time to fight the next time. Adjust your position before the arrival of frost dragon's breath. Once its cheeks bulge, it is charging for the next breath. And there is still a certain distance for the breath in mid-air to reach the ground. Just dodge based on this, and gather everyone at the bottom of the mountain to attack it. At this time, she quickly calmed down and commanded the entire team while retreating. Soon, with very little loss, a group of people quickly evacuated from the top of the mountain and came to a plain area at the foot of the mountain. The location here is much more open, and the directions and locations for hiding are also wider. Archers, prepare. Following Ash's order, a group of elite archers lined up very quickly and filled their bows with arrows. The shield raisers come forward. Stop the dragon's breath for the archers. Whoa! A row of heavily armored warriors wearing silver-gray armor came forward carrying thick shields. This kind of shield was a special shield that had been processed over the past 3 days and nights. It had good resistance to the power of frost. Mr. Lu Chuan. She turned around and looked at Lu Chuan. Yes. Lu Chuan raised his hand, and the fire dragon sprang out and passed in front of a group of archers. Suddenly, their sharp bows and arrows were burning with fierce flames. Shoot! She raised his hand, and the archers drew their bows and lifted their arrows. Hundreds of flaming arrows flew into the air, and the huge dragon naturally lost its flexible movements. Even though it flashed its broad wings and captured nearly half of the arrows, but there were still hundreds of rockets inserted into its body. Roar! The ice dragon let out a painful roar, the sound was so loud that it was deafening. Sure enough, it works. After that layer of dragon eye lifeblood was broken, the ice dragon's defense ability was greatly weakened. It's just that ordinary flame arrows can have an effect on the ice dragon. Ari and Jana faced each other. He glanced at it, with a bit of excitement in his eyes. The archers are ready to shoot again. Ash kept issuing orders, and the archers quickly fired the ignited rockets at the ice dragon Deval again. Under several rounds of rocket attacks that were as dense as raindrops, ice dragon Deval was covered with arrows all over his body, and on the surface of his body, a faint flame was burning. It looked very painful, rolling and screaming in midair. What? I thought the dragon was so powerful that it could be killed in just a few hits. Ali shrugged his ears and directed Lu Chuan at the same time. Charge, charge. Raise your gun. Sword warrior. I believe you can do it. The title of dragon-slaying hero belongs to you. At this moment, there was a dazzling blue light in midair. In this burst of blue light, snowflakes began to fall in the sky. Is it dead? Ari looked up strangely, but the light in the air was too strong and he couldn't see what was going on inside. Lu Chuan reached out and took a piece of snowflake, and his pupils suddenly shrank. This is not a snowflake, this is a scale. Dragon scale. Lu Chuan seemed to have a premonition of something and shouted hurriedly, "Stop the attack." Everyone retreated 500 meters. Chapter 321. As early as a few days ago in the ice cave, Lu Chuan and Yadi discovered that there was a large amount of dragon blood here. Naturally, they were not polite, so they rushed in and took a bath with the dragon's blood. Although Lu Chuan's strength has not improved at all, Yadi's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. From the peak of the gold level, he jumped 2 levels directly, almost reaching the realm of diamond. This huge improvement, coupled with the attributes of the fire pole, undoubtedly made Yadi become one of the few strong people in Valoran. However, although she is stronger than Lu Chuan, she is not as thoughtful as Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan told her that if she could kill the giant dragon and take out its heart, the rich essence and blood in that place would increase even more. Moreover, a giant dragon was full of treasures. And the armor made of its leather would be invulnerable. No matter what happened below the diamond level, none of them can break defenses, and its teeth can be used to make diamond-level weapons. Wait, etc. A series of examples gave out dozens of benefits, which made Yadi excited. After all, the stronger she becomes, the longer she can live. No one would be more eager to gain power than this kind of person who is racing against life. However, Lu Chuan also told her to find a place to hide first, and then cooperate with him when the time comes. After all, don't even killers hide in the shadows? Have you ever seen a killer who arrogantly walked up to someone and said, "Friend, if you can take advantage of me, I'll stab you"? So Yadi has been hiding beside Lu Chuan. Until now, she thought this was the best time to assassinate him. Obviously, Lu Chuan thought the same way. He had been delaying Yadi's time in order to allow her to condense a powerful killing move. Whoosh! Yadi's speed was so fast that only a trace of fire was left in the air. She held the dagger in her hand, and a flower of flame bloomed fiercely on the top of the dagger. The high temperature that seemed to be enough to evaporate the air, with the blessing of speed, penetrated into Deval's chest impartially. Zitsizi! Deval's chest was suddenly burned into pitch black, and even the spilled blood was instantly evaporated under the scalding heat, and a large amount of white mist slowly rose up. As Yadi drew out the dagger, Deval fell back with empty eyes, and was breathless when he fell to the ground. Is it successful? Even Lu Chuan didn't expect that this blow could be so powerful, and he killed Deval directly. I am a fire attribute. Against this frost attribute opponent, my damage is increased by at least 3 times. Yadi wiped the dagger lightly. Giggle. At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from behind Lu Chuan and Yadi. I have to say, this move is really well hidden. You almost succeeded, but it was still just a little bit close. Lu Chuan suddenly turned around, only to find that Deval had appeared behind him out of nowhere, covered in blood. No injuries at all. Looking back at the corpse, I found that the corpse had turned into an ice sculpture at some point and was slowly melting. You really scared me just now. Deval smiled coquettishly and slapped his chest the next moment, his smiling eyes suddenly turned into cold murderous intent. You are really awesome, you actually saved my life. All the tricks have been forced out, but it's just this one time. Pfft. Just as Deval finished speaking, Lu Chuan heard a cry of pain beside him. He turned his head and found an ice fragment stuck in Yadi's chest. She spat out a mouthful of blood and straightened up. He fell to the ground, not knowing whether to live or die. Too fast. Lu Chuan didn't even see when Deval took action. Next, it's you. To be honest, I really can't bear to kill you. If I miss this time, who knows how long I will have to wait. I can give you another chance. Deval slowly walked around Lu Chuan. And at the same time reached out and gently stroked his cheek. As long as you agree to mate with me, I will spare your life. After all, according to what you humans say, you are my man, lol. Lu Chuan frowned coldly, quickly formed a seal with one palm, and cast time stop. The entire space seemed to have turned into a still painting, and even the howling cold wind stopped. You're really careless. Lu Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. In fact, he had been condensing enough energy to release time to stop just now. Lu Chuan is a person who likes to have a backup plan, especially when facing such a powerful enemy. He wants to make sure nothing goes wrong. So when Yadi took action, he had already quietly taken over the seal. Now it really comes in handy. Just when Lu Chuan raised his head with the blood-drinking sword, Deval, who was standing in front of him, suddenly disappeared. Lu Chuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Even though he had already cast time stop, she still disappeared without a trace. I don't know if anyone has told you that when the difference in strength between the two warriors is too great, any of your skills will have no effect on me. Even if it does, it will only be very weak. At this time, Lu Chuan feeling a chill in his ears, he heard Deval breathing into his ears. You are only at the level of platinum and 3 stars now. Right? Is it possible that all the blood you absorbed was given to that woman with the fire attribute? I am at the peak of diamond, you can't beat me. Deval smiled provocatively. Then she held it lightly with her beautiful hands. Crack. It was originally Lu Chuan's skill, but it was controlled by her. The still picture was torn into pieces and slowly withered. Lu Chuan only felt his hands and feet were cold. What kind of monster was he facing? Stopping time is his most powerful killing move. When facing enemies in the past, even if he couldn't defeat them, he could at least use stopping time to escape. But this female dragon can move freely in the stop time, which is really too appalling. As for me, I'm not a particularly good-tempered person. Since I've given you several opportunities and you refuse to cherish them, then you can just go and die. A very complete death. Jeez. Deval. Smiling coquettishly, she raised her fingers lightly, and several ice fragments floated in the air. Just now, it was this fragment that pierced Yadi's chest without Lu Chuan even noticing. You must know that Yadi has reached the diamond level, but she was still killed so easily. So as long as she is at the platinum level, to her, she is an ant that can be easily crushed to death. What? Are you finally giving up? Seeing Lu Chuan's hands hanging down helplessly, Deval flicked his finger, and the ice fragments shot towards Lu Chuan, targeting his heart. She has given Lu Chuan many opportunities, and this time, she will definitely not show mercy. Chapter 322. Bang! Snapped. Tum. On the distant ice and snow mountains, one can hear waves of earth-shattering noises, mixed with energy impacts of ice and light, across a long distance. Lu Chuan felt the ground beneath his feet shaking slightly. What a fight between gods! He couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. You can feel the violent collision of energy from such a long distance. If you get any closer, you may be shocked by those shock waves and spit out blood. Is that little girl your friend? Yadi finished bandaging, put on her clothes and stood up. I guess. Lu Chuan didn't know how to deal with the relationship with the god's little girl, so he could only say vaguely. Looking at Lu Chuan's eyes, Yadi couldn't help but curl her lips. Your love fortune seems to be very strong. If you have too much luck, you will be in trouble. Lu Chuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. What are you going to do about it? Who knows this? It's not good to refuse, and it's not good to agree. I never thought that one day I would be able to be so popular with girls. You know, in my life. In my country, even if I am like this, if you leave it on the street, no girl will take a second look. It's better to accept them all than to reject them all. At this time, Yadi said lightly. You mean you want me to have a harem? Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. Isn't that just the plot in anime and novels? Harem. This is an interesting way of saying it, but I think you can do this. It's just that this will trigger a bloody battle. Lu Chuan didn't want to see several girls fall bloody at home one day because of jealousy. Maybe it may be troublesome to others, but there is something different about you. Artie paused and added, I mean, there is something different about the women around you. They all like you very much. It is a woman's nature to want to keep what she likes for herself, but they are also very humble. Even when you are not around, the relationship between them is still very good. Lu Chuan said nothing, waiting quietly for Yadi's next words. So in such a situation, choosing only one and rejecting the others is the cruelest thing to do. I'm afraid I'll be hacked to death if I turn around. Lu Chuan felt an inexplicable chill running down his back. This was the first time he heard someone talk about Huaxian so righteously. Although he didn't want to bother, it was very difficult for Lu Chuan to make a choice now. Choosing Jana and rejecting Ari would definitely make Ari feel sad. The opposite was also true, not to mention that little girl from the goddess. Lu Chuan had already figured out what she meant to him. But he really didn't dare to provoke that little girl. Jana and Ari were already giving him enough trouble. If there were more gods, he would never have to live like this again. As I said before, choosing only one is the most heartbreaking. Either choose none or choose both. Yadi said lightly, then glanced forward, your friend is back. Lu Chuan turned his head, only to find that the god was looking embarrassed. His clothes had been torn in many holes, and he was staggering towards him with a grey face. One of the shoes under his feet seemed to have been knocked off, and one foot was bare on the ground, which made people feel distressed. But the other guy was even worse. The female dragon Deval was now covered in bruises and wounds, and was dragged to the ground by the god of death, all the way here. Are you okay? Lu Chuan hurriedly ran up. I'm fine, but it's just a giant dragon. I can take care of it with just one little finger, God said weakly, his lips turning white. She raised her little hand and bit her lip with difficulty. Frost barrier, disappear. As her words fell, an invisible ripple spread out from under her feet, and all the people who had been frozen into ice sculptures within 100 miles returned to their original state at this moment. After doing all this, Tianshan finally softened his feet and fell into Lu Chuan's arms. The Freljord, the Eternal Ice Tribe. Lu Chuan pushed the door open and walked into a small room. He saw Janna holding a basin of warm water and carefully wiping the cheeks of the unconscious god. Is she awake yet? Lu Chuan asked. No, it's been 3 days. Janna shook her head worriedly. In the past 3 days, she and Ali had been taking turns taking care of this little girl who suddenly appeared. According to Lu Chuan, this little girl saved their lives and the lives of the entire Freljord people. Don't worry, she won't die. Lu Chuan was very relieved about this. Just kidding, how could a god-level powerhouse die so easily? The reason why he was unconscious for so long was just because he was too exhausted from the battle a few days ago. Later, Lu Chuan went to the mountain range where Deval fought with the gods. The whole place is like the surface of the moon, full of potholes and bumps, and there is almost no good place. It was as if the entire ground had been turned over by them. One can imagine what a tragic war broke out at that time. Come on, how can you talk like this? Janna glared at Lu Chuan dissatisfied. That's why I don't trust her in your care. Looking at the gentle Janna, Lu Chuan's heart softened. Don't you want to know the origin of this girl? Why did she suddenly appear? Of course I do. Janna lowered her eyes and said, but didn't you never say anything? Lu Chuan trembled slightly. Since she couldn't tell, she didn't ask any more questions. Janna has always been the same Janna, with a gentle temperament and a good mind for others. She is from my world. Lu Chuan hesitated for a while and then said. That's right. Janna looked at the god and nodded gently. The little girl is indeed very cute. When she grows up, she may become a character who will conquer the country. Lu Chuan actually wanted to tell Janna that this little girl had been growing for thousands of years, and her chest was still a permanent 0. At this time, Ari came in from the outside with a breath of heat, holding a bag of food in his hand. This is today's lunch. Generally, dinner here in Freljord is considered a formal meal, and you can eat casually at noon. Yes, I went to the nearby pub and bought a roast chicken. Huh. That little girl hasn't woken up yet. Janna and Lu Chuan both shook their heads. Ali stepped forward and asked Lu Chuan mysteriously, who is this little girl? Could it be that you cheated her while we were away? She looks underage. I didn't expect you to have such strong taste. Unlike Janna, Ari was very curious. From the first moment she saw the god, she kept questioning Lu Chuan. However, Lu Chuan didn't intend to tell her. Yes, I prefer underage girls, whose skin is white and tender. Okay, you guy. Sure enough, Janna and I secretly had a woman outside behind my back. I won't let you eat the chicken today. Lu Chuan's face was filled with dark lines. So the punishment for stealing an underage girl outside is just not giving her lunch? It's a little too reasonable. Chapter 323. In a small, dark room. Deval's whole body was tied up with a special kind of hemp rope, and that wasn't the end of it. Within 5 steps of her body, there was a layer of enchantment that was invisible to the naked eye. As long as the barrier is touched, the person who touches it will feel a high-voltage current of more than 1,000 volts flowing through the body. Of course, these little tricks are not worth mentioning for a giant dragon. As long as Deval is willing, she can break away from this layer of restraint at any time. Human thoughts are really stupid. Can these little things trap me? Even if I don't need to fully recover, it is enough. Deval felt the power in his body. It has recovered about 80. Although she was defeated in this confrontation with the gods, the little one's situation was obviously not much better. Therefore, even though Deval was in a coma, he was not seriously injured. In addition, the recovery ability of the dragon was far from that of humans. Comparable. Compared to her battle with that damn fire dragon thousands of years ago, this was undoubtedly a very minor injury. Just when Deval was about to break free from the rope, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a dazzling light shone in. Since he had been staying in a dark room for the past few days, this dazzling light made Deval subconsciously squint his eyes. Hey, it looks like you're recovering well. A clear voice sounded, and Deval immediately gritted his teeth. Obviously, the gods have come. No, how can you compare with Lord God? Doesn't Lord God recover faster than me? Deval snorted coldly. Of course, I am a god, and you are just a mount. The god stretched out his fingers and entangled his hair. His words made Deval almost vomit blood in anger. It was a long, long time ago that their giant dragon clan served as the mounts of the gods. The current giant dragon clan is far stronger than the gods. Because there is only one heir left in the god clan, that is, this little guy in front of him. Are you angry? The god walked up to Deval, slowly squatted down and hugged his knees with his hands, blinking at her with his big eyes. What? Deval was stared at so fiercely by the god that he felt uncomfortable all over. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that she is now tied up, while the gods are free to move around. Hey, let me tell you, can I lend you some blood? The god asked with a smile. Deval suddenly became alert. Don't even think about it. Everything is negotiable. Think about it, can you beat that fire dragon? The god began to brainwash him. What's wrong with you if I can't beat you? And don't use mind reading on me, okay? Deval was shaking with anger. These guys from the Protoss have all kinds of abilities. Mind reading is really disgusting. She can clearly understand any little calculation in her mind. Calm down, let me analyze it for you. It took you thousands of years to restore your strength to its peak state, but the fire dragon must have improved a lot in these thousands of years, so the gap between you and him will never be able to make up. Then what? Deval stared at the god coldly. Although she was very angry, she really couldn't refute what the god said. She and the fire dragon both belonged to the giant dragon clan. From the starting point, their talents are equivalent. But she wasted a lot of time in the middle. In this way, unless she uses external force, she will not be able to do anything. Overtake that damn fire dragon and get your revenge. So lend me your blood. When my strength returns to its peak, I will help you deal with him. How do you think this deal is a good deal? God said seriously. What a bargain. Even Deval couldn't help but cursed. I've given all my damn cultivation to you, and I'm bleeding. Then you mean you don't agree? The god's eyes darkened, and Deval trembled in fright. God is still God after all. When God is angry, everything in the world will stop and tremble. I'm telling you. Although I can't beat you now, if I fight you desperately, your end won't be much better. Deval gave in. Bang! Oracle barrier. The god's little hand shook, and a staff emitting golden light emerged. She held the staff and knocked it on the ground. A golden barrier covered the original barrier. Deval turned pale. She has heard of this barrier. It is said that after being locked in it, no matter how much force is used, it is impossible to come out. At least for the creatures in this plane. After all, the gods are only the gods of the Valoran continent. Rather than gods from other planes. However, there is a flaw in such a barrier. It is different from other types of barriers in that energy will be sealed within it until someone breaks it. The oracle barrier requires the caster to continuously transmit energy to maintain it. Thinking of this, Deval felt a little relieved. Even a god can only last a few months at most for ordinary people, being restricted without food or water for a few months will definitely lead to death. But for a giant dragon like Deval, even if it is locked up for hundreds of years, it will not hurt. Something that doesn't itch. The most you can do is leave me here, and then what? Do you have any better ideas? Deval smiled coldly. There is no other way. Even if I kill you and take your blood, I will have to pay a heavy price. I don't think it's worth it. The god spread his hands. God is nothing more than that. Deval breathed a sigh of relief. But a certain person said he has a way. Just wait a moment. The god said and walked out of the room. Who else can solve something that even God can't solve? 3 minutes later. Lu Chuan walked out of the room with a smile. Hey, how's it going? Did the female dragon agree? Several girls came over. Yeah. Lu Chuan nodded. Really? God rushed into the room with a look of disbelief, only to find Deval squatting in the corner with his knees in his arms, his fingers constantly drawing circles on the ground, and whispering in a low voice. Damn it. Guy, you actually came up with such a vicious trick to force me to submit. Such a person should go to hell and die 180,000 times. The god hurriedly ran out and grabbed Lu Chuan's sleeve. What did you say to her? She was still very arrogant when I came out. Why did she give up within 3 minutes of you entering? I didn't do anything. I just told her that if she didn't agree, all the male soldiers in Freljord would come over and play with her. Anyway, her power was sealed in the god's barrier. Yes. Which means that her physical strength is no more than that of a normal woman, plus she has such a charming appearance. Those soldiers must have had a great time. The god's face was covered with black lines, and he felt a chill. You are indeed black even if you cut it open. I remember that there were at least several thousand soldiers in the Freljord, and they were hit by that thing thousands of times a day, even if it was just one, even the dragon can't bear it. Special times deserve special treatment. Lu Chuan smiled meaningfully. After he finished laughing, he found that the girls around him were far away from him. Why are you traveling so far? We suddenly feel that you are the last big boss, and your protagonist's halo is almost turning black. All the girls said in unison. Lu Chuan. Chapter 324. At the Freljord Pass. Nearly all the members of the Eternal Ice Tribe came out to see them off, because today was also the day that Lu Chuan and his party left. Come and play often when you have time. Sijuani chuckled and waved to Lu Chuan. Definitely. Lu Chuan also replied with a smile. Alas, good times are always short. Ali couldn't help but sigh. She finally played comfortably for a week and had a great time at the Ice and Snow Festival. Now they have to do it again, embark on a journey. Remember when we first came here? Jana asked softly. Well, it seemed that no one was even willing to be taken in at that time. Thinking of this, Ali couldn't help but smile, but now they all came to see us off. Okay, don't sigh, let's go. Lu Chuan opened the blood crow wings from behind, and the two girls were pulled into his arms, one on the left and the other on the right. Only at this time can he take both girls as his own openly. The broad blood-red wings flapped a few times in midair, and instantly swept forward several thousand meters, flying high into the sky. By the way, where did the guy who claimed to be a god go? At this time, Ari suddenly asked in confusion. She hadn't been seen since morning. Although Ali usually wanted to strangle her to death when he quarreled with her, but now that he hadn't seen her for a while, he felt like something was missing. Maybe, this is love, oh no, it's Bond. She went to help us explore the way. Exploring the road? Ali asked doubtfully, exploring what path? Forest of Source Fire. Where is it? Jana couldn't help but frown at this time. Have you heard of it? Ali asked. Well, when I was very young, I heard my parents mention that it was the first of the 10 forbidden areas in Valoran. It was a very dangerous place. I always thought it was a legend because it was on the Valoran map. There is no place like this, I didn't expect it to exist. Wow, is it so scary? Ali exclaimed. Why do these words sound familiar? Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. Don't interrupt. Ari glared at Lu Chuan and asked, what kind of place is the Forest of Origin Fire? Jana pursed her lips. I heard from my fathers that the Forest of Origin Fire seems to be the origin of the fire element in the entire continent of Valoran. The reason why human warriors can use the power of fire element to fight is all because of the ancestors of human beings before. Having lived there, it was passed down from generation to generation after Xi Jinping. Is the origin of the fire element? So, is the Freljord the origin of the frost and water elements? Lu Chuan said. Well, the elements of ice and water were indeed spread in Freljord. It was also a very long time ago. At that time, Freljord still had the patron Saint Avenia. Ice Crystal Phoenix. Lu Chuan was stunned. What? Have you heard of this legend? That's right. Ice Crystal Phoenix. Isn't that a super ancient legend? Even Ari has heard of this legend. Each region has its own patron saint. The most famous one is the Freljord's Ice Crystal Phoenix. Rumor has it that at that time, Freljord suffered a catastrophe, and the Patroness spent all her life's energy to defend the Freljord Mountains. However, after that, due to exhaustion of energy, she transformed into a phoenix egg, waiting for the moment of nirvana and rebirth. It's just that no one has seen the Ice Crystal Phoenix again until now. It's not known whether she died in that catastrophe or whether she failed to achieve nirvana. Stop, I'm going too far. Jana, please continue talking about the Forest of Origin Fire. Ari half squinted his eyes to resist the strong wind coming towards his face, and Lu Chuan unknowingly increased his flying speed. Otherwise, according to this progress, it may take at least several days and nights to reach the Forest of Origin Fire. Actually, I don't know much. The only useful information is that the area is very similar to its name. It is a forest that is always burning. A forest that keeps burning. By the way, that little girl told me the same thing when she went to explore the road. The whole forest is burning. The temperature there is more than 100 degrees all year round, especially on a high mountain deep in a forest. The temperature is even close to 1,000 degrees. Lu Chuan thought for a moment and recalled what the god said to him before leaving. Isn't it? I just came out of an extremely cold place, and now I have to go to an extremely hot place. Ali said with a bitter look on his face, it's over 100 degrees, wouldn't it mean that everything in the past has been evaporated? So God prepared this for us. Lu Chuan took out several small bottles from his arms as he spoke. This thing can temporarily help us dissipate the temperature and make the temperature of the origin fire forest reach normal temperature for us. State. What's this? The potion of God. Lu Chuan hesitated for a while and said vaguely. He can't say this is God's bath water. I'm afraid the two chicks will tear his hands off when they hear this. After all, we are all women. Let a woman use other women's bath water to douse her body, no matter how she thinks, it is an insult to her personality. However, the gods did not do this on purpose. Any giant dragon from the human dragon clan would be covered in treasures, let alone the gods who once took the giant dragon clan as mounts. Not to mention bath water, even the sweat of the gods is a great tonic for ordinary brass and silver level warriors. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan couldn't help but moan. If it were her kind of liquid, I don't know how much it would be replenished. But soon Lu Chuan thought of the scene where the god put his hands on his hips and scolded him for being a lolicon, and he still shook his head to avoid thinking further. With Lu Chuan flying at the highest speed, it took only a few hours for the group to reach the border of the origin fire forest. Before they even get close, you can see billowing thick smoke rising into the sky, and the entire area of nearly 100 miles in radius is shrouded in the miasma of lingering smoke. It's strange. Logically speaking, the outside world shouldn't be able to notice such a strong smoke. Ali asked doubtfully, hasn't the outside world been looking for the authenticity of the forest of origin fire? But nothing has been found for so many years. Found it. Maybe some kind of enchantment is used to prevent the outside world from seeing this place. The reason is very simple. Just use a mirror enchantment. If God hadn't opened the way in front, we probably wouldn't have been able to find this place. Lu Chuan distributed several small jade bottles in his hand to the two girls. At the same time, he unscrewed the caps of the jade bottles and poured water from the top. A refreshing fragrance flowed through every corner of his body, which made Lu Chuan secretly think about it. That little girl's body really has an extraordinary fragrance. After the group was ready, Lu Chuan slowly landed on the ground and headed towards the forest of origin fire. Chapter 325. Cough cough cough. As soon as they entered the forest, a pungent black smoke rushed towards them, as if they were being manipulated, making Ari and Jana cough lightly. It's okay. Now we are basically invulnerable to all poisons. These are just your psychological effects. Lu Chuan smiled lightly and walked at the front to lead the way. There was a faint telepathy between him and the god. To be precise, it was the little bead in Lu Chuan's arms that was connected to the god, so Lu Chuan could clearly know where the god was. Walking in the forest of origin fire, the trees all around were constantly burning visibly to the naked eye. But the strange thing is that even though the trees are burning, they are not affected at all, and instead grow very densely. The branches and leaves are lush and full of vitality. But the more this happens, the weirder it becomes. The two girls had already moved closer to Lu Chuan's arms after all. In such an environment, the girl said she was still very scared. Hey, Lu Chuan, haven't you arrived yet? Where did that guy go? Ali's ears fell down a little softly and were hunched over his head, with a nervous look on his face. She's on the mountain in front. Lu Chuan pointed forward, and a small mountain was revealed not far ahead, covered by dense forest. In fact, it can't be said to be a small mountain, but compared to the large and connected mountains in Freljord, this place is indeed a small mountain. Is she sick? Why are you going to the mountains? Of course I'm going to slay the dragon. Lu Chuan also helplessly spread his hands. God Shaonizi was very enthusiastic about things like slaying the dragon. It was the gods who instigated him to come to Freljord at that time. He had just dealt with Derval and even robbed her of a lot of blood essence as a supply. Now the god Xiaoya ran to the high mountains here in the forest of origin fire. Yes. It goes without saying. She was probably eyeing the well-developed fire dragon again. The group of people continued to move forward. Before they reached the foot of the mountain, they heard an explosion-like sound coming from halfway up the mountain, and then the entire ground began to shake. Soon, a figure was shot down like a cannonball, falling directly towards Lu Chuan and his group. Bang! The figure bumped into Lu Chuan's arms. After taking a closer look, he realized that it was a disgraced god. What's wrong? Lu Chuan was shocked. Could it be that before they arrived, the god had already fought with the fire dragon? And looking at the way she flew out, the god was defeated by his opponent. It's okay, It's okay. I was accidentally attacked. This guy has quite a lot of baby dragons. He just killed 20 of them and another batch came. Although the god said it easily, Lu Chuan was still slightly startled. Even the young dragons of the giant dragon clan are at least around the mid-level platinum level, which is equivalent to Lu Chuan's strength. The god actually killed more than 20 of them easily. To put it another way, even more than 20 Lu Chuan could not defeat the gods. But soon, Lu Chuan suddenly felt satisfied again. Are gods powerful? It's true that she is very powerful, but who does she listen to? Aren't you listening to yourself? He could make her cry with just one word, bah, he could make her laugh with just one word. By the way, what did you do? Why do you always knock off your shoes when fighting? Lu Chuan caught a glimpse of the god's bare feet. Instead of knocking off the shoes, I used the shoes as a hidden weapon. The god wiped the ash from his face, which turned out to be even darker. Lu Chuan thought about the scene at that time, and he must have been very happy. When the god was surrounded by many baby dragons, he threw out a few light bombs, then took off his shoes and threw them at a baby dragon. Don't tell me, with the god's current semi-god level strength, his shoes can be used as nuclear bombs. Hey, little one, how's the situation up there? Ali suddenly became unhappy when she saw that the god was lying in Lu Chuan's arms and couldn't get up. Who do you call little one? This god has lived for thousands of years. Huh? Thousands of years? If I cut 5 kilograms of flesh off my chest, I would be bigger than you. Ali puffed up her chest as she spoke. The gods were jealous when they looked at the proud and delicate women. And she let out a whimpering like a wolf cub. He rushed forward and kneaded and pinched Ali's chest, looking like he wanted to bite him off. Ah! What are you doing? Let go. Ali has never seen such a posture before. She can quarrel, but if she really uses her hands, she can't beat the god no matter what. Fortunately, the god didn't really intend to do anything to her. He just got addicted to it and said harshly, I'm just helping you practice. In the future, it will be the same virtue for you to breastfeed your child when he is born. Even if there is a child, the child's surname will definitely be Lu. I can't bite you to death. Ah! Don't bite there. Seeing the two girls getting into a ball again, Lu Chuan and Jana hurriedly stepped forward and pulled them apart one by one. These two girls, one straight-tempered and the other afraid of chaos in the world, dared to make a fuss in the King of Hell's mansion, and now they have come to the door of Hulong's house. The two of them actually still have the heart to fight. That's enough. If you want to fight back, no one will stop you. What time is it now? Lu Chuan roared, immediately silencing the two girls. They glared at each other, then snorted and turned away. God, what is the situation of the young dragon you just mentioned? The descendant of that fire dragon? Lu Chuan asked about the situation. If he is really a descendant of the dragon clan, then something big may have happened. In the past, the gods could only deal with Deval with a 64 chance. She managed to defeat Deval. Now this fire dragon was originally stronger than Deval, and in addition, it would definitely not stand still in the past few thousand years. Even if the god's strength has returned to the semi-god level and can compete with that giant dragon, what should we do with those young dragons? No, no. The god waved his little hand, these young dragons cannot be considered complete dragons. They are actually the native creatures here. Keep talking. There can't be only one kind of creature in each realm, right? And on the volcano of the Origin Fire Forest, there lives a group of volcanic lizards. The fire dragon Augustus has been entrenched on the top of the mountain all year round, and its powerful aura is also these lizard races were slightly infected, causing them to become somewhat dragon-like, and later they were all controlled by Augustus. God is still a god, you only need to touch the big tree next to you to see to what happened a long, long time ago. Of course, this power of time retrieval is also related to the fact that the god himself has recovered more than half of his strength. If it were the former gods, at most they could only secretly observe some things that were happening. Then what should we do next? Jana asked aloud at this time, even if you are not from the dragon clan, but after being transformed into a half-dragon, it must be very difficult, right? I have a way. The god stood on tiptoes and whispered into Lu Chuan's ear, but he chose not to let Jana and Ari hear. Chapter 326. In a pitch-black plain where almost no light can be seen, a pair of purple eyes slowly opened, and it whispered in a hoarse voice, how long has it been? Back to Lord Malzahar, it is now the year 831 of the Void Era. A voice next to him replied. Has it been so long? What is the current situation in the Valoran plain? Malzahar's pair of purple pupils became more and more intense at this time, which meant that he had gradually awakened from his deep sleep. The gods have fallen. And the one who maintains the operation of the entire continent of Valoran is a little girl whose strength is not at the level of a god. It seems that they did not notice her during the massacre of the gods and allowed her to escape. She is Valoran. The only surviving god in the lowland continent is also the last inheritor of the god clan. In other words, the top warrior in the entire Valoran continent is just a little girl who is not at the level of a god. Is such that. In the dark void, silence fell again. After a moment, Malzahar asked again, "Where is that lord?" He seemed to have been seriously injured during the invasion that year. That adult has already woken up. He is already making preparations to invade the Valoran plain. I'm really impatient. Malzahar was silent for a moment and then said, "I understand. Get ready and follow me to the continent of Valoran." Lord Malzahar, the subordinate seemed to hesitate to speak. "It's okay, just follow me." Malzahar looked at the woman in the shadow and chuckled, "During the time I was asleep, have you already broken through to the divine level?" "Yes, all this is thanks to Lord Malzahar's advice." The woman lowered her head and replied, and then said, "My life was saved by Lord Malzahar, since this is Lord Malzahar's decision." "I understand, I will prepare now." Looking at the woman's leaving figure, Malzahar showed a complicated expression. "We have been together for so long. It's a pity that this time, I can't predict your future. Likewise, I can't predict the future of Valoran. Hey, Lu Chuan, what on earth did she say to you?" Ali followed Lu Chuan on the way up the mountain and asked. The little girl lay down in Lu Chuan's ear and whispered a few words, and then flew away again. It was said that she was going to find the fire dragon to fight for 300 rounds. How dare she leave her in such a mess? But what exactly did she say to Lu Chuan? Jana and Ali didn't hear a word, which made them not anxious. "Actually, it's nothing. It's just a relatively simple strategy." Lu Chuan mumbled a few words, but couldn't say them out. "Because God said this to Lu Chuan before leaving, if you dare to tell them what I just said, I will tell them that you peeked at me taking a shower and touched my breasts." "I didn't peek at you taking a shower, did I? And touching your breasts was just an accident. Besides, this tactic is not a secret. They are not outsiders, so there is no need to hide it, right?" "Exactly, you don't understand this." God shook his little finger and said, "There is really nothing to hide about tactics. They will know it after a while anyway, but this is the feeling you want, you know. Let them know clearly it feels like I care a lot but have no way of knowing. Do you feel like you're looking for trouble?" Lu Chuan exposed it bluntly. The god's face turned red and he hesitated. "Anyway, let's just leave it like this. You won't understand the confrontation between women. If I don't take over everything. Shang, when they unite to bully me, won't I even have the right to sleep with you? If you die on the mountain later, I will erect a tombstone for you." Lu Chuan said expressionlessly. "You heartless man. If you don't make it a condition of sleeping with me, I think I'm still being reasonable." "Hey, you say that, but what you're really thinking about is how to press me down on the bed and play with me, right?" Lu Chuan discovered that once this little girl from the gods revealed her worries, she would dare to say anything. This kind of question is usually something that girls are ashamed to ask. The man should always say with a bad smile, "Honey, I'm going to turn you over today," and then the woman will shyly punch the man's chest with her small fist and complain. "You hate it. They won't give you grass." This is the right development. But when he arrived at Tianshan, Lu Chuan always felt that her settings had changed. He turned into a god and said with a wicked smile, "My dear, you have to turn me over today." When it was over, Lu Chuan said with a shy look, "No, you only have 3 seconds, you can't turn it over. Anyway, I hate the cold no matter what I think." Soon, the three of them had reached the mountainside. The mountain here was not high, and Lu Chuan had used the blood crow wings. It was very easy to reach the mountainside. "I'm going up first. That old girl is probably taking a nap right now. I'll go and pluck her beard off before talking." In the distance, you can see a small black dot shouting towards Lu Chuan. You don't have to look up to know it. He is the troublemaker of God who is afraid of chaos in the world. Although she usually likes to cause trouble, in serious situations, God herself has a sense of proportion. Since she said so, she will definitely not dig a hole for Lu Chuan to jump into. Regarding this, Lu Chuan still trusted her very much. Seeing the little black spot on the top of his head getting smaller and smaller, it finally disappeared from everyone's sight. "Would you like to wait here for a while?" Lu Chuan turned around and found a young dragon rushing towards this side. He turned back to Jana and Ari and said. He said this purely for the sake of the two of them. This was only halfway up the mountain, and the number of young dragons was not too many. But you don't need to think about it to know that the two girls were already upset by the mysterious appearance of the god. They would definitely not agree to letting them stay here at this time. We will go up with you, there is no discussion. Ali said directly. Okay. Lu Chuan sighed, with the blood raven's wings spread out behind him. He took the two girls into his arms as soon as his toes touched the ground. A young dragon rushed towards him crazily. Whoa! Lu Chuan increased his speed, and blood wings threw out a blood-colored tail behind him, throwing the young dragon a few steps away. However, the young dragon followed closely behind Lu Chuan. Ari! How? Throw skills at them. Lu Chuan shouted while flying. With my current level, it won't hurt if I hit them on the forehead with my skills. Ari said and still rubbed out a ball of blue light. As long as it doesn't hurt, just irritate them. As soon as Lu Chuan finished speaking, he saw Ali throwing light balls one after another at the young dragons that were chasing behind him. Throw it far away and lure the baby dragons from further away. At this time, Lu Chuan shouted again. Oh, I got it. Ari flicked his finger, and a ball of light exploded in a pile of young dragons not far away. Although it did not cause any actual damage to them, they were completely angered and roared violently. Heading towards Lu Chuan. Chapter 327. Crack. The god landed next to the crater at the top of the mountain. Deep inside the crater, in addition to the rolling magma, there was also a big red guy lying on the rocks beside it. Obviously, this huge guy is the fire dragon Augustus. It seemed to be in a dormant period, lying motionless on the spot, snoring like thunder. The god's index finger tapped lightly, and a golden light shot straight towards the crater. Bang! Just when the golden light was about to hit the fire dragon, it was blown away by an invisible barrier. Old guy, it's really disappointing to be so tightly guarded while sleeping. The god sat directly on the crater. Stared down and shouted loudly, his legs dangling in the air from time to time, like the little girl next door. It's like talking to the uncle next door. Huh, just to prevent your sneak attack. The fire dragon slowly woke up from his sleep and snorted coldly. Hee, don't say that. It's out of good intentions that I personally help you test whether the defensive shield is strong, so as not to be attacked by others in the future. The god smiled sweetly and didn't care at all, as if just now she was not the one who attacked the fire dragon. Who else in this world dares to sneak attack me like this? The fire dragon spread its wings and flew out from the magma pool. Its huge body instantly transformed into a middle-aged uncle with a majestic and burly figure. The naked upper body was dark red, and even sparks appeared on the surface of the skin from time to time. He flew to the sky and hung in front of the god, and faced her face to face and said, "Why are you here, Lord God? Lend me some blood." The god is like a little beggar on the street, with a pair of big eyes that can squeeze out tears of pity. But the fire dragon didn't buy it. Instead, he raised his bare hand, and a lightning-like spark suddenly hit the god. Whoa! In an instant, the sparks directly opened a big gap where the god was sitting, but the god had already dodged far away. "I knew you old guy would do this. Fortunately, my girl," I reacted, "Ah. Let me go." Just when the god was about to say something triumphantly, he was hung upside down by the ankle by the fire dragon. "Get up." Fortunately, she was wearing pants today. Otherwise, if this old guy saw her underwear, she would be too embarrassed to see Lu Chuan. "If you don't want to die, get away. Even if you are a god, I will still kill you." Compared with the laughing and joking look of the god, the fire dragon's face showed no other expression except for the murderous intent like boiling lava. He has been entrenched in the forest of origin fire for thousands of years. For so long, all creatures have bowed to him. The only one who opposed him had his heart cut out thousands of years ago and fled to Fry. Eldred took refuge. The little one who appeared now disturbed his sleep, which obviously made him extremely angry. Although this little guy is from the Protoss, the current threat to him from the Protoss is really not worth mentioning. Humph, there is only one man in this world who dares to speak to me like this, but it will definitely not be you. The god frowned and kicked the other dangling leg sideways. Bang! The fire dragon stretched out his palm to catch the god's kick, but the energy contained in that kick turned into a shock wave and spread. Suddenly, strong winds blew, and the fire in the entire origin fire forest was a little more vigorous. "You're still young, but you're not weak at all." The fire dragon released his palm, and while the god was falling, he clenched his fist containing the violent flame element and smashed it into the god's stomach. Bah! The god followed the arm and rushed directly to the fire dragon's face. As her little hand turned, the staff was held in her hand. Baptism of holy light. The voice of the god of heaven fell, and the divine staff in his hand emitted a dazzling light. In an extreme period of time, countless tiny golden rays burst out and flew towards the fire dragon. Seeing that something was wrong, the fire dragon hurriedly took a few steps back, and its huge wings flew out across the sky, covering his entire body. Bang bang bang. The subtle holy light was as dense as raindrops, falling on the fire dragon's wings one after another, and he bounced them off one by one. When each ray of holy light falls on the ground, it can create a deep pit with a radius of 1 meter. Even the entire volcano began to shake. Just when the god launched an offensive and paused for a moment, the fire dragon saw a flash of fierceness in his eyes. And raised a firestorm with one palm. In just an instant, the firestorm took shape. Compared with the momentum, tornadoes are even worse. Lu Chuan and his party, who were still halfway up the mountain and continued to attract the young dragons, looked up and saw the fire tornado that was more than 10 feet wide, with shock in their eyes. What the hell is that, a tornado? A tornado with a fire element, but its scale is really terrifying. Lu Chuan swallowed. He himself had some fire elements, but Lu Chuan asked himself that he might not be able to unleash even 1/10 of a skill of that scale. The gap is really too big. At this time, I heard a shout from the god above my head, Lu Chuan, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up. Here we come. Lu Chuan looked stern, and his speed once again increased a level, turning into a streak of blood and rushing toward the god's position, followed closely by the young dragon behind him. Oracle Barrier. At this moment, the god held his hand, and behind Lu Chuan, dozens of young dragons suddenly hit the invisible barrier. The next moment, as the god raised his hand, the barrier moved in front of her in an instant, with dozens of young dragons running wildly inside the barrier. These are all your carefully trained subordinates. If they all die at once, it will be a big loss for you, right? The god looked at the fire dragon indifferently. Unexpectedly, the fire dragon didn't take her words seriously at all, and the fire tornado that had solidified rushed towards the god without slowing down at all. To be precise, they were rushing towards the group of young dragons in front of the god. These useless ants cannot even be eliminated by a few humans, so there is no point in keeping them. The fire dragon's palm pressed down hard, and hit the oracle barrier in the midst of the flames. At this time, I only heard bursts of miserable screams coming from inside. Isn't this guy too cruel? After all, he is his subordinate. Ali bit her lip unbearably. Although the young dragons were targeting them just a moment ago, if Lu Chuan ran slower, they were torn to pieces alive. But now seeing them wail in such pain, with their whole bodies on fire, Ari couldn't bear it anymore. Janna's eyes were also drooping, and she couldn't bear to see such a scene. Only Lu Chuan kept silently staring at the god. Not only did he not see a trace of panic in the eyes of the god. Instead, he saw the slight smile on her lips. Sure enough, no woman can save money. Lu Chuan, who had seen through the god's intention, sighed softly. Chapter 328. Roar. A group of volcanic young dragons trapped in the oracle barrier may have felt the hot breath coming towards them. They became even more crazy. Running rampant in the barrier, even attacking people from the outside world. Lu Chuan and his party could feel the force of their collision. But it is a pity that the seemingly weak barrier did not break even under the violent collision of dozens of young dragons. Just when the fire tornado was about to hit, the god suddenly turned his hand, and the oracle barrier disappeared instantly. And at the moment it disappeared, the fire tornado suddenly hit the group of young dragons, and the gods retreated hundreds of meters in a few flashes. Boom! A loud sound exploded in the air, accompanied by the screams and neighs of the young dragons. At this moment, the god of heaven appeared behind Lu Chuan unknowingly, wrapped his hands around his waist and picked him up, and instantly flickered into the air again. God, what are you? Hush, hurry up and take advantage of now. This is a great opportunity to improve your cultivation. The god of heaven gently held his jade hand. And around the young dragon whose head was burned and had lost signs of life, traces of bloody energy visible to the naked eye were moving towards Lu Chuan rushed over like crazy. This was what the gods had thought about long ago. When he was in Freljord, although Lu Chuan absorbed a lot of ice dragon blood essence. He was just a transitional body, and all the energy flowed in through small beads. Lu Chuan didn't even have a trace of energy hidden in the god's body. This moved the gods very much. After all, in Valoran, a continent above the martial arts, strength means everything. The ice dragon's blood and essence not only allowed Lu Chuan to reach the demigod level, but it could at least allow him to reach the level of a demigod. Diamond Intermediate. I believe Lu Chuan is very clear about what Diamond Intermediate means to the human race. All human beings at this stage have no existence beyond the diamond level, except for a few ancient countries in the past, such as Shurima, but that has also fallen for a long time. Although it is said to be revived now, the King Zir's strength will definitely not improve for a while. In other words, if Lu Chuan only needs to absorb the essence and blood, then directly sell it to the gods, throw away the small beads, and return to the realm of humans, he will be able to run rampant and do whatever he wants, even if it is to unify all major human beings. No one in the country can stop him, and he will live a life like a fairy from then on. However, Lu Chuan didn't have a trace of greed. Instead, he transferred every drop of his essence and blood into the body of the god. Now it's time for the god to repay him. Wait a minute, with such rich blood essence, I will explode. Lu Chuan was a little panicked. Any of these young dragons are at least at the platinum intermediate level, which is the same level as him. Now they have enough. It would take at least several days to refine all the blood essence and blood of 30 or 40 young dragons. But the god's appearance at this time wanted Lu Chuan to absorb it all. How could he not panic? It's okay. I have already refined the blood essence for you. You just need to absorb it. The god didn't wait for Lu Chuan to refuse. With a push of his hand, the young dragon's blood essence was continuously transferred into Lu Chuan's body. But what surprised Lu Chuan was that instead of being violent at all, the blood essence was very gentle. Don't forget, I am a demigod. I can instantly refine the blood essence that can only be absorbed by the platinum level. However, these young dragons are more difficult to deal with because their skin is very fragile. They are so hard that ordinary attacks cannot even penetrate their skin, so I thought of this way to help you improve your strength. The god glanced coldly and said slowly, you can take them out of here first, and here will be. It has become a battlefield, and if you get too close, you may be affected. Okay, I understand. Lu Chuan nodded and decisively retreated down the mountain, taking Ari and Jana with him. Although it seems very shameful for him to be a man far away from the battlefield and let a woman take charge of it. But now is not the time to care about face. God's words are definitely not an exaggeration. This battle may be more terrifying than the battle between her and Duval. If Lu Chuan and his party continue to stay here, they may be shocked to death by the energy burst from her and the fire dragon. Let's go. Lu Chuan unfolded the wings of the blood crow, held Ari and Jana in his arms, and looked back at the god. Be careful yourself. Of course. The god showed a perfect smile. But that smile gradually solidified on his face after Lu Chuan left. Are you finally going to reveal your true face? The fire dragon stared at the face of the god that was gradually changing. I just don't want my beloved to see me like this. The god became colder, and his originally oval face became slender. The god who originally looked cute, now it actually looked a bit cold and terrifying. The black hair behind her also grew rapidly at this moment, and her hair was dyed a touch of gold. Her body has changed from a petite Lolita figure to that of a royal sister, and the pair of delicate breasts that are about to come out are even more spectacular than Ari's. Is this what your god clan really looks like? I'm sorry, or to be more precise, would it be more appropriate to call it a demon clan? The fire dragon's arms suddenly shook, and a giant dragon formed by flames slowly emerged in front of him. There is no separation between gods and demons. Before you become a god, you must accept the baptism of the devil, right? The god smiled coldly, tapped his toes, and stormed towards the fire dragon. I'll take the blood essence from you. The city-state of Demacia is far away in the center of Valoran. As a synonym for friendship and harmony among the entire human city-state, Demacia is not as peaceful as it used to be today. Strictly speaking, Demacia is now as heavily guarded as it was when Ari and the others first arrived in Freljord. Even though it was broad daylight, every house had its doors and windows closed tightly. There were obviously people in the house, but no one wanted to show their faces on the street. The atmosphere seemed very eerie and strange. Inside the Demacia palace, Jiawen sat on the king's chair, rubbed his temples with a headache, and asked in a deep voice, Manager Zhao, has the latest death toll report been released from yesterday to now? We came out, and there were 103 more corpses. Judging from the tragic conditions of the dead, it seemed more like they were attacked by wild beasts. The hearts of the dead were all without exception cut out after death. Although Xian Zhao's expression remained unchanged, it can be seen from his frowning eyebrows that Xin Zhao is not in a relaxed mood at this time. Where did this guy come from? He actually dared to launch an attack in our Demacia. Could it be a sneak attack from Noxus? Jiawen clenched his fists. Chapter 329. It shouldn't be Noxus. According to the report I placed on Noxus, the current situation in Noxus is not much better than that of our Demacia. There are also civilians who are violently violent. And all the dead had their hearts gouged out. There are more or less such things happening in other countries. This is a premeditated and comprehensive attack. Relying on the current national power of Valoran, it is impossible to achieve this level. Xin Zhao said in a deep voice. Who could it be? Before Jiawen finished speaking, he suddenly thought of a possibility, and suddenly raised his head to look at Xin Zhao. Could it be a guy from the Void clan? Xin Zhao nodded undeniably. Damn! Aren't they all blocked outside Valoran? Your Majesty, don't forget that a year ago, there was a strong man of the golden rank who controlled the nobles in Demacia to launch a counterattack. That strong man was the messenger of the Void clan. Is it really them? Those chilling bug-like guys, are they making a comeback again? Jiawen clenched his fists, and after thinking for a moment, he said, strengthen the defense and guard, the patrol team will start once in half a day. Change the city patrol to every 3 hours. Don't relax 24 hours a day. Yes. Xin Zhao agreed lightly. By the way, what's the situation with Mr. Lu Chuan? Jiawen asked with a hint of hope at this time. But I saw Xin Zhao shaking his head. I can't contact him, he doesn't seem to be in any country now, but I heard news that he appeared in Zuan City not long ago, and then the news was cut off. Then we can only proceed step by step, remember to try to contact him from time to time, although Mr. Lu Chuan has been troubled many times. Jiawen smiled weakly, but in the current situation, I can only ask him for help. I see. Xin Zhao nodded slowly, then backed away. The Forest of Fire. At the crater. At this time, the crater has been razed to the ground, and the ground is full of potholes, one big pit after another. Not long ago, there was an extremely fierce battle here, and the battle was so intense that the entire volcano was wiped out of existence in an instant. Huolong's left arm was seriously injured at this time, and the sticky and hot blood like magma was continuously bleeding, and his condition did not look so good. But the appearance of the god was even more miserable. At this time, her hands and feet were all broken, and she fell to the ground with a slack gaze. There was only a faint breath left, her clothes were ragged, and there were wounds everywhere. The fire dragon slowly walked towards the god. No, I didn't expect, you have reached the quasi-god level. The god gritted his teeth with difficulty and seemed to want to stand up. Although her hands and feet were all interrupted by the fire dragon, with the resilience of the gods, this injury is not particularly serious, and it can be restored to its original level with a little practice. But the current god doesn't have time to recover, or in other words, the fire dragon in front of her doesn't intend to give her time to recover. The Protoss is an existence that surpasses their giant dragons, so the blood of the gods is obviously more precious than the giant dragons. Don't force it, I have to admit that the people of your god race are terrifyingly powerful after using the magic contract. But don't forget that our giant dragon race also has a whole card to save our lives. Although Huolong said so, but a deep fear still flashed in the depths of his eyes. The move made by Tianshan just now is probably her life-saving trump card. If she hadn't stopped her in time, if she had to release that move with all her strength. Even if the vitality is as tenacious as the Dragon Clan, it will evaporate from this world at that moment, not even a single cell is left. It's no wonder that your god race was able to command the entire Valoran continent thousands of years ago. That extremely terrifying magic contract is indeed a symbol of your status. But you are still too weak, and your demigod level has been promoted. It's too hasty. The fire dragon grabbed the god of heaven by the neck and lifted her up from the ground. The god was pinched by the throat, and even his breathing became short of breath. He squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, lend me your blood. Now, are you still thinking about such a question? This world, is going to perish soon, you can't stop, only me. Tianshan's face was flushed red, her breathing was severely blocked at this time, almost only her breath was left, there is no air to enter. Destroyed? How is it possible? The Void clan back then was stopped by your Protoss people from the Valoran plane at the cost of their lives. Fire Dragon obviously didn't believe what the god said, and his fingers became stronger again a bit. There was a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of the god's eyes, and his eyes were staring outwards. He was already a dying person. Then it's up to me to destroy the race of gods with my own hands. I don't know how delicious the blood of the gods will be. The fire dragon smiled ferociously. And when he was about to cut off the neck of the gods, he heard a burst of furious voices behind him. Cheers! You bastard, let go of her. A black shadow came rushing from a distance, holding a long sword glowing with blood, the blade of the long sword humming crazily, just like the master's extremely angry mood. A bloody sword energy struck from a distance. Lu Chuan, hurry up, you will die here. The god also caught a glimpse of Lu Chuan rushing towards this side, and was anxious, but she was about to lose herself. Unexpectedly, after thousands of years of refinement, this fire dragon has reached the quasi-god rank, only one step away from the god rank. As long as it takes that step, it can ascend and become a real god. Let her go. Lu Chuan's eyes were blood red, his steel teeth were about to be crushed, and he rushed over frantically holding the blood-drinking sword, and the sword energy was continuously slashed out. But when he was still far away from the fire dragon, Lu Chuan suddenly felt a violent flame explode in his chest. Pfft! A cloud of blood exploded from Lu Chuan's chest, and he fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The gap is really too big. Lu Chuan, who is only a platinum rank, can't match the fire dragon of the quasi-god rank no matter what. Lu Chuan. The god didn't know where the strength came from, but he broke free from the palm of the fire dragon, fell to the ground, and crawled towards Lu Chuan step by step, even the ground was dragged with blood. She stretched out her hand to Lu Chuan, who was already dying after only enduring a flame attack from the fire dragon not far away, and wanted to hold his hand. The love between gods and humans. It's really a disgrace to the gods. Even an outsider like me can't stand it anymore. At this time, the fire dragon raised its leg, aimed at the calf of the god, and stepped on it suddenly. Crack! Hearing the sound of bones being crushed, Tianshan spat out a mouthful of blood, grunted, propped his elbows on the ground, and crawled towards Lu Chuan. The corner of her mouth was full of blood, and she looked at Lu Chuan with a wry smile. Am I being too arrogant? This time I hurt you, I'm sorry. If that's the case, save it and go to hell. Huolong raised his leg again, this time, his foot aimed at the head of the god, and stepped on it hard. No. Lu Chuan looked at the scene in front of him with tears in his eyes. His heart almost stopped beating. Chapter 330. Lu Chuan stared at what was happening in front of him with tears in his eyes. But he has no way to stop it. Lu Chuan was hit in the chest by the flames of the fire dragon just now, which almost made Lu Chuan pass out in pain. Even though he bit the tip of his tongue to force himself to wake up, he didn't have any more strength. Go to hell, and say hello to your ancestors for me. The corner of the fire dragon's mouth appeared ferocious, and the strength of the soles of its feet remained undiminished, and it stomped fiercely towards the head of the god. Ha! At this moment, Huolong suddenly let out a strange surprise. Originally, according to the plan, his stepping down was enough to kill the gods. Even if it was a Protoss guy, he would definitely not survive if his head was gone. At that time, you can safely enjoy the blood of the Protoss. But now the soles of his feet are hovering less than 3 centimeters from the head of the god, and he can't press down half a point no matter what. It was as if a gust of wind was holding him back. Janna? Lu Chuan stared blankly at Janna, who was standing in front of him, and saw that she was sweating. Her jade teeth were tightly locked, and she was using all her strength to control an invisible wind pressure, blocked between the gods and the fire dragon. Although I shouldn't say this kind of thing, I must be very gentle and quiet in your heart, and I don't care about so many things, but it's better for a woman like her to die. Die after that, she won't snatch you away from me, but, Janna's voice trembled because of the tremendous pressure. But if she dies, you will definitely be sad. If you are sad, I won't be happy either. Janna's words made Lu Chuan's heart tremble slightly. This frail girl, the girl who had been following him all the time, was the first girl he met. She has always used her method in an unknown way to comfort Lu Chuan, who is always encountering setbacks and confusion. Only now did Lu Chuan realize that Janna was so strange. She was so unfamiliar that I didn't even know what she was thinking in her heart, but from her gentle and stable personality, I always thought that she was that kind of temperament. She was indifferent to the world, and didn't have too many demands. Only now did Lu Chuan realize how wrong he was. Janna is not an exquisite doll, she will also be sad, and she will also feel uncomfortable seeing the gods and Lu Chuan being intimate. It was hard to convince herself to accept Ari, but the god who jumped out now is undoubtedly a blow to Janna's heart. But Lu Chuan never thought about these things. He just thought that it would be difficult for Ari to explain, but Janna was more reasonable and would accept it. But Lu Chuan ignored one thing. Why should Jana accept her love interest? Is it because she likes herself? Lu Chuan always thought that he was not good enough for these girls. But when they already fell in love with Lu Chuan gave very little. Even poor dicks would try to please them in every possible way when they were pursuing the goddesses, but they would only say that they were not worthy of each other. Then he let them foolishly follow behind him, but he didn't say anything more. I'm really bad, a man can do what I do, Lu Chuan smiled weakly, and tightly grasped the dirt on the ground with his palms. What they want is not his unrivaled strength. All they want is a piece of gentleness that belongs to a man, to stay with them more and listen to their thoughts more. At this time, Huolong's expression was extremely shocked. He had also noticed Jana just now, but the other party was just an elf whose strength was only at the silver level. Even a warrior with extreme wind attribute can't stop his power. After all, the gap between the silver rank and the quasi-god rank is too great. But it was such a weak woman who blocked his attack. Instead, no matter how much pressure he pressed down, he couldn't move an inch. It's definitely not just the aura emanating from that woman, but someone else. Soon, Huolong seemed to think of something, and said coldly to the side, Elebeka, don't hide. Then he also retracted his foot and did not apply any more pressure. A gust of wind hit, and everyone couldn't open their eyes. In the gust of wind, a graceful figure slowly emerged. She didn't have a single piece of clothing on her body. But she was wrapped in the gust of wind, screaming. People can't see clearly, even the appearance seems a bit illusory, and only a rough outline can be seen clearly. Augustus, come here and be safe. The woman smiled lightly, and her laughter was as sweet as a breeze. Humph, I knew it was you. Fire Dragon snorted coldly, what? Even you plan to come over and stop me? Elebeka, at this moment, Jana froze in place, staring blankly at the woman in front of her, her delicate body trembling faintly. What's wrong? Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, got up from the ground with difficulty, and walked over to Jana, clutching his chest. She is the chief patriarch of our Wind Elf clan. Lu Chuan was slightly startled by Jana's words. Although Jana has already joined the Great Elves, but before that, she was born and raised in the Wind Elves. Didn't your patriarch be assassinated? Lu Chuan vaguely remembered that when he met Jana for the first time, she was chased and killed, and the entire Wind Elf clan was slaughtered at that time. I mean, she is the first-generation patriarch of our Wind Elves. A great figure from the ancient century. Cold sweat dripped down Lu Chuan's forehead. Why do I always meet those great gods from the ancient centuries recently? However, this may be related to the recovery of the strength of the God of Heaven. When the God of Heaven was still in a weak stage, the characters that Lu Chuan could come into contact with would naturally have limitations. What kind of guys from the dragon family don't even want to see their tails? But after the gods became stronger and took the initiative to find trouble with them, little followers like Lu Chuan naturally had to follow behind them hard. Although they have been taught many times along the way, these top people in the Valoran Plains still know quite a few. This name has always existed in the genealogy of our family. It was the first patriarch of the Wind Elves. And her whereabouts were unknown. I didn't expect that after so many years, she is still alive. Even the lifespan of the elves will not exceed 300 years. How did she do it? Even Jana was taken aback. Forget about that, Jana, you cover me, and while the two of them are grinding their mouths, I'll save the gods. Lu Chuan was still worried about the gods, so he said. Jana's eyes froze, she paused for a moment, and said quietly, okay. How could Lu Chuan not know Jana's thoughts at this time, but saving people is obviously more important. He could only whisper, Jana, I'm sorry, after this time, I will find a chance to have a good talk with you. But Jana shook her head and said with a light smile, it's me who should say I'm sorry, I'm too self-willed, to say that kind of thing just now, it's really embarrassing. Let's not talk about this for now, give me a blessing from the wind. All my strength just now was shaken away by that fire dragon, and now I can't pick up the speed. Lu Chuan put the blood-drinking sword back into the small bead, and said in a deep voice Road. Yeah. Jana nodded, raised her hand lightly, and a vortex of wind slowly lifted Lu Chuan up, slightly increasing his speed. Although all this is futile in front of the fire dragon, but how can you save the god without trying? Chapter 331. The fire dragon stared at the woman from the Wind Elf tribe in front of him with stern eyes, Rebecca. I heard him sneer and say, if Fred hadn't stopped me so hard, I would have killed you long ago. After a pause, he said disdainfully, isn't it a great feeling to live with your man's heart till now? Greedy and selfish human beings. It is true that Rebecca is the first leader of the Wind Elf tribe, but she encountered some accidents while sneaking into the mountains to practice. When she was about to die, she met a man. To be precise, he is a man who is the incarnation of the wind dragon. Wind dragon Fret is the gentlest and kindest dragon among the dragons. He has no discrimination or prejudice against humans and those weak creatures. So Fret saved Alibaba and fell in love with her during their subsequent relationship. This kind of love between weak and pitiful humans and the sacred dragon is opposed by everyone in the dragon clan. So Frieder chose to leave the dragon clan after arguing with the clan to no avail. Of course, the old guys of the giant dragon clan would not allow such a thing to happen. Such a loss of an excellent bloodline that had been cultivated since childhood would also be a loss to the giant dragon clan. So they sent someone to assassinate Fret and wanted to take away his heart and all his blood essence, so that they could train the next better dragon warrior. It was just that some minor accidents occurred during the assassination of Fret, allowing Fret to escape desperately. However, he was also seriously injured in that battle and could never return to his previous strength, nor could he transform back into a dragon. The body can only live in human form. In the days that followed, no one knew where Fred fled to. He disappeared into the world together with the leader of the Wind Elf clan, as if the world had evaporated. The only people who knew about them were a few guys in the Dragon clan who were very close to Fret. One of them is the Fire Dragon Augustus. Although the Fire Dragon had a very bad temper when he was young, Fred's gentle personality just blended in with his personality, and they became good friends who talked about everything. Although the Fire Dragon also strongly opposed such a thing at the beginning, Fret was determined and he could not stop it. Later, Fret, who had lost more than half of his strength, began to age slowly like a normal person. His lifespan was not even half that of Elbika of the Wind Elf tribe. When he was about to die, he cut his heart into he cut it out and handed it to Rebecca with his own hands. The only thing that remained unchanged was his heart with the blood of the Dragon clan. Although his cultivation was greatly damaged and he could not return to his past, Alibaba could use it to survive for a long, long time. And Rebecca also possessed the bloodline of a giant dragon because of this heart. After thousands of years of training and practice, she broke through the realm again and again. Until she was able to be on par with the Dragon clan. Finally, she took his ashes and solidified them into small crystals, and buried him in the Dragon clan cemetery under the angry gazes of all the old dragons. "This is your home, sleep well." She smiled softly. "You are still the same, Augustus, as grumpy as ever." Rebecca just smiled faintly and did not become angry because of the Fire Dragon's words. "If you don't want to die, just get away and don't stop me from killing the god." The Fire Dragon groaned. "You can't kill me, even if I can't beat you," Rebecca said leisurely. She has the wind attribute. And with the dragon bloodline, after thousands of years of practice, she can now really move. Goliath's speed is not something that the Fire Dragon can catch up with. Rebecca once tried to cross the entire continent of Valoran, but it only took less than 3 minutes. "Humph, are you here to hinder me too?" Fire Dragon snorted coldly, but what Rebecca said was the truth. She is almost the fastest person in this plane. He has all the strength, but he can't touch her. Others are in vain. You can't kill her. She is the only god on this continent. And the only god level 1. The invasion of the Void clan has come. Even you can't step into the god level in a short time. Those who are not below the god level, the warriors can't stop the Void clan at all. Rebecca said seriously. The Fire Dragon looked suffocated. "Really? Well, many small countries have already fallen. Their armies are too numerous. Most human countries are still at the silver level and cannot resist them at all. But what does this have to do with me? Wouldn't it be better if all the weak creatures like humans died?" The Fire Dragon said disdainfully. Rebecca stared at the Fire Dragon and said seriously, "That's why I stopped you. You can't kill her today." "Yes." At this time, a deep and strong voice sounded next to him, and then the ground trembled. A behemoth emerged from the ground, and then slowly transformed into a human form. The hill-like mass was a bit stronger than the Fire Dragon. Hogness? Fire Dragon and Rebecca were both startled. Hogness, the dragon of Earth, has the ability to control the super-powerful Earth element. It is said that when he is angry, he can make the entire continent of Valoran earthquake. He had a good relationship with Fire Dragon a long time ago, but later due to some things, he gradually became estranged, and the two of them did not continue to communicate with each other. Although there are some misunderstandings and conflicts between the gods and our dragon clan, at this time, the Valoran plane is obviously more important. "So you can't kill her." At this time, another clear voice sounded, and there was only one. The petite little girl slowly landed from mid-air, carrying a ray of golden light around her. Dragon of light. Agree. A cold voice came next, and then a dark shadow that made people's eyes sink deeply stepped in from a space. Dark dragon. Immediately, several more lights and shadows flickered, and all elemental dragons from all series gathered here. Huh, did you plan this a long time ago? The fire dragon stared ferociously at the 7 or 8 giant dragons that had transformed into human forms. Now only the goddess can quickly break through the shackles of the divine level. Because she was originally a god, so if you want to stop the intruders from the void plane, you can only rely on her power. You can go ahead and do whatever you want. I hope you will be killed by the guys in the void plane soon. I won't have any mercy. The fire dragon snorted angrily, jumped up, and ran into the big pit. Within the magma, it disappeared. Things have come to this, and so many giant dragons have come, now he has no choice even if he wants to kill the gods. Although the strongest among these dragons is still the fire dragon, when all the dragons unite, it is not him. Can resist. Then next. Rebecca slowly glanced at the dragons and said in a deep voice, "Please refine your purest and richest blood essence to help Lord God break through to the divine level." Then she turned around and glanced, only to see Lu Chuan who had just carried the god on his back and was about to run away. Ahem, what, you guys talk slowly, I'm in a hurry and I'll leave first. Lu Chuan ran away with the god Saya on his back and shouted, "Jana. Come with me. Where's Ari? Ali is waiting for us at the bottom of the mountain." "Okay. Let's go." Lu Chuan unfolded the blood crow wings behind him, hugged the god in his arms, and rushed down the mountain crazily. "Why are you running? Shouldn't it be a good thing? They are willing to lend their essence and blood to the gods, so that she can return to her peak condition." Jana followed closely and asked in a low voice. "Don't be ridiculous. Her shoulders can't bear this burden at all, she will die. I don't want a savior, I just want her to live." What he got was Lu Chuan's bloodshot eyes and a roaring reply. Chapter 332. Jana's delicate body trembled slightly. "Whether it's a god or you and Ari, they are all very important people to me. Maybe I usually give you too little care. I always think that as long as I keep getting stronger, I can give you more. You have a more stable life, but unfortunately I was wrong, but even so. The most important place in my heart is still you. Maybe saying this will make me look like a scumbag, but I can't care about that much anymore. After all, as a man, if you are not a beast, you are not even as good as a beast. Wouldn't it be better to be a beast in comparison?" Lu Chuan quickly walked down the mountain while smiling faintly at Jana. Jana hesitated, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Lu Chuan looked down at the god who was lying in his arms and had returned to the size of a little Lolita. An indescribable tenderness flashed in the corner of his eyes. "Your life is more valuable than mine, so in front of me. There is no such word as savior. Only your names are there. If one day someone must be sacrificed to save the world, I will be duty-bound to stand in the first position. I didn't expect that you are such a sharp-tongued man. It's no wonder that even Lord God's heart would be stolen by you." At this moment, a colorless light and shadow passed by Lu Chuan's shoulder at high speed, and finally stopped in front of Lu Chuan. The figure slowly solidified, and the delicate body appeared in front of Lu Chuan's eyes. It was none other than the leader of the Sylph clan, Ai Rebecca. Crack. Lu Chuan stopped suddenly, and his clothes clung tightly to his body with the inertia. "Even the fire dragon is helpless against me. You are too young to run away in front of me, little one." Even though Rebecca is thousands of years old, her skin looks tender. Water drips out. "I must take him away." Lu Chuan hugged the god tightly without any intention of flinching, with a look of determination on his face. Master Patriarch, Jana was also beside her, pleading softly for Lu Chuan, although she didn't know whether her words would work. After all, he is the leader of the Sylph clan, and he is just a small clan member. Rebecca cast her gaze on Jana. "Are you a descendant of the Wind Elves?" "Well, I am the 17th generation successor of the Wind Elf clan." 17th generation, time flies by really fast. Rebecca sighed again. "Actually, I am aware of the destruction of the Wind Elves." "Ah." Jana was slightly startled, looking at Rebecca with puzzled eyes. Now that he knows, why is the clan leader unwilling to stop this tragedy? And with Rebecca's strength, she could resolve the tragedy of the Sylph clan being massacred with just a move of her little finger. "You must be very strange, and even a little resentful of me, right? You knew that the Wind Elf clan was in trouble, but you didn't help. It's hard to explain these things. I really wanted to prevent this tragedy. But I was stopped by a person. He stopped me, and he told me that these are all caused by fate, the fate of the Wind Elves, and the fate of this world, and he stopped me because it was inevitable in the fate, so he appeared. Jana was a little confused when she heard it, not quite sure what Rebecca wanted to express. All she knew was that when Albika was planning to save the Wind Elves, she was stopped by a guy. Who was that guy? Why intervene in this kind of thing? And Rebecca even listened to his words and would rather watch her people die miserably. Forget it, it's not the right time to tell you this now. If I can still drive away those creatures from the void plane this time, I will tell you in detail. When Rebecca faced the descendants of her tribe, her eyes there is a touch of tenderness in it. Then, she saw Lu Chuan who was secretly trying to sneak away. What? Do you only know how to run away? Rebecca moved and stopped in front of Lu Chuan again. In short, I will not agree to your request. She is not your weapon. She has her own thoughts and you don't need you to decide her fate. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. He could clearly feel that Albika was exerting all her pressure. Even if Albika was simply standing in front of him, the invisible force as heavy as a mountain was slowly overwhelming him. This was the pressure of a demigod, something a platinum-level person like him couldn't resist. After a while, Lu Chuan's forehead was covered with sweat. He gritted his teeth and refused to let go for a moment. His legs felt as heavy as lead, and even the ground he was standing on collapsed. I didn't expect to be able to withstand my pressure for so long. Although my strength is not good, my perseverance is quite admirable. But it's a pity that you can't stop the decision I made now. Although Rebecca not long ago, he resolved the crisis for Lu Chuan and saved the god of heaven. It's a pity that she now wants to use the gods as their weapons and stand at the front to resist the terrifying invasion of the Void Clan, so for Lu Chuan, the current Alibaba is no different in nature from that fire dragon. Anyone who dares to touch his woman is his enemy. Whether used or threatened, everyone should be killed. Then give it a try, but don't underestimate the anger of the weak. Lu Chuan's eyes were bloodshot, and he said in a deep voice word for word. At the same time, he flipped his wrist and held the blood-drinking sword in his hand. Even if they die, they will never leave the gods in their hands. Their intention is too obvious, which is to make the gods become cannon fodder. At this moment, Lu Chuan felt his sleeve being pulled by someone. He looked down and found that the god had woken up at some point. He was looking at him weakly and said with a white-lipped smile, Lu Chuan, calm down and put the sword back. But you, Lu Chuan's eyes softened. How silly, I'm a god, how could something happen? The god slowly stretched out his hand and gently brushed Lu Chuan's face. This time, please listen to me, take the sword back, they don't mean any harm. Let's all talk to them. Facing the god's extremely serious request, he had no power to change. He could only snort coldly and put the blood-drinking sword back into the bead. However, he stared at Alibaba and said to the god word by word, I want to go with you. So even though girls all like to act coquettishly, like children who won't grow up, you men also like to be a little naughty sometimes. God smiled weakly. Chapter 33. The Forest of Source Fire. The only volcano in this strange forest was razed to the ground and the gods and fire dragons fought. At this time, the 7 or 8 giant dragons transformed into human forms were talking to the weak god lying in Lu Chuan's arms. During the conversation, Lu Chuan's brows were furrowed. Whenever he was about to say something, the god who had foreseen it in advance would put his little hand into his palm, shake it gently, and shake it again. Shake his head. Lu Chuan could only grit his teeth and remain silent. In the end, the group's conversation ended with the god agreeing. If there is nothing else, start preparing now. The Void Clan has invaded. The longer it takes, the faster those humans will die. Although humans are indeed weak and pitiful. Creatures like the human race, their intelligence is very high. If Valoran didn't have them, I'm afraid Valoran's development would be much slower. Savani, the dragon of light, said with her small chest raised. Even though this little girl looks as delicate and petite as a god, she looks down on human beings in everything she says. Even when helping humans, she is simply measuring how much benefit they can bring. This is completely different from the gods who are kind to all things in the world. Wait a minute, I have something to tell her. At this time, Lu Chuan finally couldn't help it, hugged Tianxian and ran to a small corner to whisper. Albika. The dragon of light glanced at Albika lightly. Don't worry, he probably won't run away again this time. He's not that stupid. He might really have something to say to her. Rebecca said slowly, her eyes flickering. Little sister, did you agree with me without my permission? Lu Chuan laid the god flat on a big rock, feeling a little annoyed. Giggle, God smiled slightly weakly, it's really rare to see you worried about me. Ahem. Old Lu Chuan blushed. I'm not afraid that I won't have a shortcut after you die. If you don't die, you can provide me with many convenient ways to practice, and I will soon be able to break through to the divine level. You men are really cute when you are arrogant. The god was still smiling, and his eyes were so cute. Don't make trouble. Lu Chuan felt a little numb on his face. That little girl of God was as shrewd as a human being. But she didn't know that Lu Chuan was very embarrassed at this time. She asked directly, "Are you starting to like it? Falling in love with me? Am I finally not in unrequited love? I feel so happy." Lu Chuan almost spit out blood. At such a serious moment, she actually asked such a question. Really? God didn't care about the atmosphere, she asked. So don't ask questions like this at this time. Yes or no? You're fast enough. Yes. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and said bravely. Although it was very embarrassing to be asked by a little girl who looked like she was only a teenager if he liked her. But God's little girl is naturally beautiful, and she always thinks about Lu Chuan, protects him, helps him, and has an undercurrent of affection for him. Unless Lu Chuan is an iron tree, he will inevitably become emotional. After hearing Lu Chuan's answer, the god smiled again. Her smile was soft, but extremely happy, as if all her inner thoughts were melted into this smile. Hearing such an answer, I seem to feel that I have no regrets in dying, God said softly. And then his eyes became serious, but I have lived in the world of Valoran for thousands of years. Now, my love for this land is no less than my love for our original world, can you understand? Lu Chuan was silent. He might be able to feel what a god feels like. Although she came from the same world as him, the time the gods traveled through was thousands of years ago. After thousands of years of accumulation, perhaps her deep love for this land even surpasses the world that originally belonged to her. This is also where our Protoss belongs. The god sighed slowly. Our Protoss is the supreme race in the Valoran continent, but our powerful abilities also determine the heavy responsibilities we shoulder. At this juncture, I can't back down, do you understand? I don't understand. Lu Chuan slowly lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. How can I understand? I only know that you are going to die. How is that possible? Don't forget, I am a god. Shut up. Lu Chuan roared, making the god stare at him blankly. You can't beat him at all, right? When he raised his head again, the god found that Lu Chuan's eyes were red. This was the first time she saw Lu Chuan cry. It was also the first time that a man cried because of her. I'm not a fool. Although my strength is not that great, even as a man, I let you, a girl, carry me at the front. I was also there when you were talking just now, and you all looked so good. So I can guess it even if I just guess. Moreover, back then, the entire Protoss could be destroyed, leaving only the void plane where you had a chance to escape. Now, with the large-scale invasion, you alone will definitely not be able to stop them, right? The god sighed inaudibly. I have a way, but the price of that way is... She didn't dare to say anything else, because she was afraid that Lu Chuan wouldn't be able to accept the fact. Although it's not right to disturb your private space rashly, time is urgent now. Lord God, let's get started. At this time, Rebecca suddenly appeared in front of the two people. I know. The god smiled and pursed his lips, looked at Lu Chuan and said, can you take Janna and the others to stay away for a while? If I break through to the divine level, the energy impact will be very huge. Do we still have to do this? Lu Chuan clenched his fists. He already knew that nothing he said would help, but there was still a trace of luck in his heart. What if she said yes? She suddenly figured it out. Didn't she want to be the savior of some mess? Once this world is destroyed, you won't be able to survive, so even I, God chuckled, I also hope to see my people live happily forever. This is something everyone, the sincere wish of a generation of gods cannot be broken by me, what do you think? As she said that, she winked at Lu Chuan playfully. As always, she is still the cute god who will pout and bite her lips when she is angry, and the god who likes to cling to her and act coquettishly when she is happy. But Lu Chuan felt that her shadow was getting farther and farther away from him. He was about to go to a place he could never touch again. Chapter 334. Shua. As soon as Lu Chuan took Ari and Janna down the mountain, he saw a golden light rising into the sky and turning into a column, filled with strong energy fluctuations. The ceremony has begun. Lu Chuan looked back and said slowly. Don't worry, although I usually hate her, she's obviously just a thing who was killed on the way, Ali muttered in a low voice, then raised his head and smiled at Lu Chuan, but she is a god in the world for sure. It won't be solved so easily, right? Although Ari wanted to use his own way to reassure Lu Chuan, judging from Lu Chuan's frown, his mood did not change because of Ari's few words. I really can't do anything. Lu Chuan slowly sat down weakly, leaning against a big tree, scratching his hair with some annoyance. It's obviously when you need me the most. But I can only stay away. She's so far away that I can't even look at her. She always likes to cause trouble for me on weekdays, and she also brings a lot of trouble to you too, but when it comes to a critical moment, it's all her responsibility. Does God have to bear this? If God takes off this coat, she will be just a little girl who needs to rely on. People have to grow, right? When you first came to this world, you were not even as good as a little girl. Jana comforted softly. Why does growth have to be paid for with life? Lu Chuan's voice was hoarse and choked. Or don't let me know her, for someone I don't know, even if she dies. The most I can do is mourn in silence, right? But just a god, why are you so arrogant that she can carry the whole world on her shoulders? He didn't want to raise his head for fear that the two girls would see his tears. He could only put his head on his knees and fist his hair with both hands. Lu Chuan's heart was undoubtedly extremely painful. There was nothing more heart-wrenching than being a man who could only watch the girl he liked go to die. But even so, Lu Chuan had to admit that the petite, cute and lively god he liked was much stronger than him. In front of such a girl, Lu Chuan couldn't say or do anything to protect her from the wind and rain. He couldn't do anything except holding his head and choking while looking as embarrassed as a stray dog on the street. It's okay, it's okay. At this time, a pair of warm and small hands gently brushed Lu Chuan's hair, bringing him into a warm embrace. Everything will be fine. Jana smiled while gently stroking Lu Chuan who was held in her arms. The power of light. Just heard a scream, and then a golden light penetrated into the body of the god, accompanied by a powerful energy fluctuation. The blood of Servania, the dragon of light, is golden. Immediately afterwards, the dark dragon also sent his blood essence into the body of the god. Several other elemental dragons took action at this time, dedicating the most precious blood in their bodies to the gods. At this time, Rebecca also bit her fingertip. And a drop of extremely thick red blood emerged. She spoke with a few fingers, and the blood gradually became lighter during the flight, and finally turned into a breath of wind and rushed into the sky. In vivo. Next, it's up to you, Lord God, to refine it on your own. We will be around to protect you. Rebecca maintained her etiquette towards the god and bowed slightly to her. Although this will make our dragon clan look down upon us and use you as our weapon and minions, in fact. You are the only one who can fight against the powerful guys of the Void clan. The bright dragon held up his little head. Chest, so work hard and let us dragons see the miracle happen again. I will. The god smiled lightly, and then entered the refining state. A ray of golden light spread around her, forming a small circular defensive shield. Of course, the purpose of this small buckler is not for defense, but to prevent energy that cannot be refined for a while from dissipating so quickly. Seeing that the god had entered a state of cultivation, all the dragons looked at each other, nodded to each other, and then dispersed to positions not far away to guard the god. After about an hour, a burst of wind came from outside the forest. Rebecca and the others frowned and immediately cheered up. Those guys are here, and they're here so quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a large black shadow not far away like locusts rushing towards her crazily. The black shadow glowed with purple and coquettish light. They didn't see it clearly until they rushed in front of Rebecca and the others. What came was not a person, but a bunch of tens of thousands of small bugs, one of which was about the size of a palm. This kind of insect looks very strange and disgusting. It is a creature that does not exist in this world. Including the chilling elemental aura exuding from their bodies, which is an energy element unique to the void plane. The densely packed flying insects ignored Rebecca and the others and flew towards the god who was refining energy. Stop them. Don't let them touch the Lord God. Rebecca shouted coldly, and her body turned into a wind blade. Between the lightning and flint, you could hear the screams of the insects and their sputtering in all directions. Of dark green blood. It's just that it was the first time for Rebecca to fight this kind of creature. Inadvertently, the insect's blood was splattered on her arm. Suddenly, a small piece of skin was corroded off the arm, revealing bright red skin tissue dripping with blood. Moreover, this blood was extremely corrosive. It was only a drop of blood that splashed on her arm, but in less than a second, it had spread to the entire arm. Rebecca snorted softly, took out a bottle of potion from her arms and sprinkled it on her arm. At the same time, she drove the wind current to press the highly toxic corrosive substances out of the skin. Due to possessing the dragon's heart, her recovery ability is also extremely amazing. In just a short moment, her skin became smooth and undamaged. Everyone, be careful. The insect's blood is very corrosive. Rebecca reminded her. In the following time, the dragons all fell into a hard fight. For no other reason than because there are so many bugs, there is a purple-black wormhole in the mid-air not far away, and bugs are still emerging from that place in an endless stream. Kill them all. Just when everyone was doing their best to resist the attack of the insects, they did not realize that the group of insects was taking them to the outside. While they were killing the insects, they were led further and further away from the gods. At this time, a black shadow slowly emerged, revealing its sharp fangs, and walked towards the god step by step. A cold light shone on the sickle-like arms. Chapter 335. Not good. Rebecca exclaimed. When she reacted, she found that she was already halfway up the mountain. She suddenly looked back and saw a mantis-like guy with purple-black skin. It was obviously a creature from the void. There were two slender and sharp blades at the end of the guy's arms. It was holding the sickle high and slashing hard at the god who was refining energy. When a warrior is practicing, his defense is at his weakest at this time. Even a warrior with low strength can easily kill the god. So this is why these giant dragons surround the god when she is refining energy. Because of being around. Alibaba clenched her silver teeth, and her body turned into a ball of wind. With her speed, if she rushes over now, she can still make it in time. You can kick the giant mantis away from the god before he succeeds. Buzz. At this moment, those annoying bugs seemed to be pulled by some kind of force. All the bugs around them ignored the giant dragon fighting them and surrounded Alibaba. And at the same time, he sprayed a large amount of dark green corrosive liquid at her. If she was sprayed by so much corrosive liquid, even the dragon's recovery method would not be able to recover quickly. She would be corroded to death by the poison. Rebecca had no choice but to avoid it. But in this way, the best opportunity to save the gods was lost. The sickle was already close to the god's neck. Just in the next blink of an eye. The god will have his head in a different place. It's over. Rebecca's face turned pale. All the giant dragons looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Is the last god of Valoran going to die like this? Without the blessing of the gods, how can the continent of Valoran resist the menacing void army in the future? Whoosh! At this moment, a flaming meteor like a meteorite shot straight towards the giant mantis in mid-air at the speed of near light. Whoa! The mantis subconsciously jumped away from the god. This is its nature as a creature to face danger. And it was precisely because of this nature that it missed the best opportunity to plunder the gods. But when the ball of flame was about to fall to the ground and create a deep pit, it stopped suddenly and suddenly stopped in place. As the fierce fireball burned, a strong figure slowly emerged. Get away, die. Insect. He shouted to Mantis in a hoarse voice. At the same time, Rebecca also got rid of the shackles of the insect, and her figure emerged behind the mantis. Kazik, the void predator, it is indeed you. She said with a cold look, staring at the giant mantis in front of her. Jijia, I didn't expect that people would still remember my name even after thousands of years have passed. Kazikson smiled coldly. The continent of Valoran will always remember your sins until your body is used as a sacrifice to the dead gods. Alibaba stared at Kazik and said coldly. And then looked behind him, the man who was covered in blood. The guy who's all burning with fire Dragon Augustus. Don't look at me in such surprise. The life and death of the gods have nothing to do with me. I just don't like the place where I sleep to be soiled by creatures from other planes. Augustus just snorted. Anyway, I am really surprised that you are willing to take action. How about joining forces to kill this outsider first? Rebecca narrowed her eyes and invited. You don't need to teach me, this is my territory. Augustus spread his palms, and a ball of extremely rich flames emerged from them. Even in the center of the flame, a sticky object like magma was constantly spitting out sparks like a fountain. Hell flame. He flicked his wrist, and the magma fire rushed towards Kazik. On the path of the leap, even the ground was burned with a deep mark. It's just a little trick, guys from the Valoran plane are really as frustrating as ever. Kazik smiled sarcastically, a pair of transparent wings spread out behind him. Whoa! The next moment, he flew a long distance away, and his speed was no less than that of Rebecca. After all, Rebecca is only the fastest person in the Valoran plane, but after being baptized by the void element, the creatures in the void plane are stronger than those in the Valoran plane. Creatures from these two planes are not on the same starting line. But the magma fire didn't end just like that. Rebecca stretched out her jade finger and flicked it, and a strong wind met the magma fire. Whoosh! Under the control of Ali Baba, the magma fire was once again given a direction and rushed towards Khazir again. Maybe Augustus's speed wasn't fast enough, but Rebecca's speed was on par with Khazik's. This time, even Khazik felt the pressure. The transparent wings behind him spread out and he kept jumping and dodging, while the magma fire was chasing him closely behind him. Finally, Khazik became impatient to escape. He turned around and his arms suddenly shook. Countless sharp spikes detached from his shell and struck towards the magma fire. At this time, the giant dragons that had been entangled with the insects for a long time came over one after another. Shadow power. Baptism of light. Prison of confinement. Followed by one deep drink after another. The originally fiery magma fire became colorful at this moment, mixed with more other elements, and turned into a super terrifying energy group. With a look of panic on his face, Khazik rolled up the spikes that came backwards, then scattered them like wind and clouds, and hit Khazik's body hard. Boom! A huge sound exploded, followed by a mushroom cloud formed by the majestic energy impact and slowly floated into the sky. Ha ha, all the dragons were panting and staring at the smoke. Facing the predator Khazik who stepped into the Valoran plane from the void, they directly used their strongest power. After all, the guy in front of him killed countless gods of the gods back then. Is it solved? Senania gasped. I feel like I'm hit. Fire Dragon said slowly with a gloomy face. Although the magma fire did hit Khazik, he had a premonition. Khaziks will not die so easily. Even if they gather the power of many of their dragons. Is the god okay? Rebecca glanced to the side and found that the place where the god originally sat cross-legged was now covered by a thick layer of bedrock. Following a tremor in the bedrock, a figure slowly emerged. She is fine and is absorbing energy rapidly. The earth dragon cancelled the bedrock shield. As long as she's okay, this little girl is the hope of all of us, Rebecca breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Khazik is solved, they still can't neglect it. The energy fluctuations refined by the gods at this time will naturally be sensed by more powerful people in the void. It would be so difficult for them to deal with a Khazik, let alone other void creatures. At this moment, a scream came from Rebecca's ears. She turned her head, only to find a ball of blood bursting out of the chest of Senenia. The Dragon of Light. Her eyes instantly became hollow. After flying backwards for dozens of meters, she rolled on the ground without knowing whether to live or die. Where Senenia flew out upside down, Khazik's figure once again appeared in the sight of the dragons. Only this time, his outer shell has been removed, replaced by dark red skin. Crack, click. Khazik twisted his neck, and the purple-black shell on his body continued to peel off. He stared at the giant dragons in front of him with a ferocious expression, and smiled sinisterly. Jia, I really underestimated you, you are actually able to play my final form. Rebecca's face turned pale, and her delicate body was trembling. With all the power gathered by their numerous demigod-level dragons, they only managed to bring the guy in front of them into his final form. Rebecca finally felt fear, a shapeless feeling called fear. Tomorrow, the 1st, I will take a day or two off as usual. Chapter 336. The dark blue shell around Khazik's body faded away, revealing a bright red skin. At this time, it seemed to have climbed up from the blood pool, with a fierce light in its eyes. Senenia was only in his hands, and she was defeated with just one move. Such powerful power made other dragons feel unprecedented pressure. Can the attack just now be launched again? Rebecca stared at Khazik and quietly asked her companions. It should be possible, but the power is not as powerful as before. All the dragons hesitated, but gritted their teeth and agreed. Buy her some more time. She is originally a god. This energy absorption is not a breakthrough, but a recovery. So it won't take that long. Yes. All the dragons nodded in unison, and even the fire dragon Augustus snorted heavily, but did not refute. Next, in the central area where the dragons gathered, a colorful energy light group slowly emerged again. Although the energy fluctuations in it were not as terrifying as the previous one, they should not be underestimated. Not only did Khazik not dodge, but he stood directly on the spot, as if waiting for them to prepare the strongest blow. This guy. A flash of coldness flashed in Abika's eyes, and she waved her jade hand. The 7-colored light group containing strong energy attacked him and hit him impartially. Boom! Another burst of mushroom cloud rose, the ground shook, and even the surface of the earth was smashed into a bottomless pit. As the smoke dissipated, Khazik was not seen this time. Has it been eliminated? Rebecca frowned and looked around. Get away. At this time, Augustus roared from behind. Ali Baba turned around, only to find a sickle with a cold light attacking her chest. She was so frightened that she froze on the spot, dumbfounded and at a loss. She did not expect that after the all-out attack from all the dragons, Kha'Zix was not damaged at all, and the bright red color on his skin was even brighter. Bang! Just when Rebecca thought she was certain to die, her shoulder was hit hard by someone, and her whole body flew backwards to the side. Pfft! The sharp sickle blade in Kha'Zix's hand penetrated Augustus's chest straightly, and a mouthful of sticky blood accompanied by burning flames was spurted out. Are you blocking the sword? You're really stupid. Kha'Zix's scythe bloomed like an iron lotus at the heart of Augustus. Augustus's face was stiff, and blood kept spurting out from his chest. If someone else gives him this fatal blow, Augustus can choose to evacuate first, and then his life can be saved after the shattered heart repairs itself. But Kha'Zix's scythe carries a trace of energy from the void. This energy is like withering, and Augustus's heart is losing blood rapidly. No matter how hard he tried to repair the damage to his heart, he couldn't. Plop. After hearing a dull sound, Augustus fell straight to the ground. Augustus. Ali Baba rushed towards him, the wind all over her body was full, and the wind blades surrounded Augustus like a fishing net. Faced with this all-out attack, even Kha'Zix had to temporarily avoid it. Seeing that Augustus was breathing more and more, Rebecca's face turned pale. Fret is my brother. Even if I hate you very much, you are still my brother's woman. Augustus weakly and slowly stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to gently hold Ali Baba's hand. Hand. This woman's body is stained with the scent of his brother, which is a scent that he can't let go of. For hundreds of years from childhood to adulthood, Fate has been by Augustus's side. No matter what mistakes he made due to his hot temper, he would always clean up the mess for him with a smile. No one would know that on the day of Frater's death, it was not only Rebecca who was kneeling in front of his tombstone, but also Augustus, who was sitting under a big tree not far away with empty eyes. Live well, take his share with you, Augustus smiled for the first and last time in his life. The next moment, his hand stretched out into the air fell down feebly, and his breath stopped suddenly at this moment. Rebecca's eyes welled up with liquid. Why, can't you just use me as a stepping stone to die? Rebecca held Augustus's hand and burst into tears. She is obviously just a small person in this world, but because of her, 2 giant dragons have died one after another. I was the one who deserved to die, I don't want to suffer this kind of pain again, Rebecca cried as her whole body trembled. How about you leave your sad feelings to hell and tell them later? At this time, Kha'Zix appeared behind Ali Baba. Her wind blade formation couldn't last long due to the massive loss of physical strength. Kha'Zix raised the scythe again towards Ali Baba's neck. The extremely stupid dragons are all going to die anyway, so why bother to prioritize? Kha'Zix grinned ferociously, waving his arms down violently. All the giant dragons turned their faces sideways, unable to bear to see this tragic scene. They are not Augustus, they are not Frater, they do not even have any friendship with Rebecca, and Rebecca has no more use value. So they won't block the blow for her. Buzz. At this moment, a buzz like supersonic waves exploded in everyone's ears. A golden light source came from a small earth bag wrapped in rocks on the side. An aura of terror that made everyone feel panic slowly spread like ripples at this moment. The energy ripples, like ripples of clear water, shook the earth with every crack. The wind was howling, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. Immediately afterwards, a huge bolt of lightning fell, directly chopping down a large tree that required 5 people to hug it, leaving no trace of foam left. Boom! On the surface, several streams of magma burst out like fountains, causing the temperature to more than double. A look of surprise flashed in the eyes of all the dragons. Kha'Zix's expression also changed dramatically at this moment. He realized something, and immediately gave up on Ali Baba's life, spread his transparent wings and flew towards the little dirt bag. Just when he was about to fly down to the earth bag surrounded by bedrock, cracks appeared on the earth bag. Bang! Along with the sound of the ground shaking, dazzling colorful lights emitted from it, and the impact of each beam was accompanied by extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. Kha'Zix was thrown upside down by the powerful beam of light. He rolled dozens of times on the ground before he could stop himself. However, he was already in a state of embarrassment and covered in blood. At this time, a graceful figure floated slowly in the air. Her white and delicate feet touched the space lightly, causing an invisible ripple in the space. Behind him, a pair of huge white feather wings spread out, as large as 10 feet. His whole body was surrounded by a holy light. At this time, her golden pupils slowly opened and she stared at the ground without any emotion. Like God overlooking all things. Valoran, your God is back. She gently opened her lips and said lightly. Chapter 337. The ethereal voice like an oracle slowly fell. It was obviously a very soft voice, even the breeze could blow it away at will, but it reached everyone's ears. No, it's in the heart. Oracles come from the heart. Lu Chuan, who was at the foot of the mountain, slowly raised his head and saw the holy woman in mid-air, whose whole body was filled with golden light. At this time, the god is no longer the original god. She is no longer a little girl, but has a more perfect figure and appearance than Janna and Ari, but it makes people unable to feel the slightest blasphemy. Ah! At this time, Lu Chuan let out a scream. When he turned around, he saw Ali stomping on his foot hard. Humph, I've been looking at you for so long. I've never seen you look at me for so long. Every man is really more flirtatious than the last. Ari pouted and said dissatisfiedly. Lu Chuan. How long has it been since this happened? Why are you still playing this game to get jealous? This is a time when the survival of the world is at stake. So your eyes are always staring at her. Tell me quickly, are you thinking? Wow! It's so great to find such a wife. Although she originally had no breasts and no butt, but now she has obviously grown up to look like a royal sister. And she is also a god. Wouldn't it be nice to do some shy things with the gods that the world respects? Stop it, I really don't have those free thoughts. Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth and sighed again, and after this time, I may not have any contact with her. Ah! Ali and Janna both looked at Lu Chuan with confusion. Why? She is a god. Lu Chuan grinned and smiled bitterly. Did your inferiority complex manifest itself at this moment? That's not the case. The main thing is that now that her consciousness has been completely restored, her divine roots will also be restored. The reason why she relied on me and helped me before was just because she was not strong enough and needed me to help her. A lot of things accomplished. But now, I don't think she's like that kind of person, although she's usually a bit annoying. Ari muttered. But she and I are of completely different races. Do you think an ordinary person would marry a pig or a dog? Lu Chuan explained. Are you a pig or a dog? What I mean is. Lu Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, the gods and humans are two completely different races. Perhaps for ordinary people like us, it is of course the best to be able to cultivate with the gods. Things, but for gods. If she is a human, then we are ants. It is impossible for two completely different races to have love. Presumably, after she becomes a god, the divine blood in her bones will tell her clearly. All of these. But I'm not from the human race, but I've fallen in love with you yet. Ari's last two sentences were like a mosquito, his face turned red. How should I put it? You are a spirit fox tribe, a kind of orc tribe, which is not far different from our human race. In other words, if all the races in our world are considered to be A level, then the gods are S level. This is two completely different realms. After Lu Chuan finished speaking, Ari and Janna fell silent. They looked up at the sky not far away, and saw that graceful body floating in the air, but they could feel the chill radiating from her body from a distance. No, that's not a chill. It is a kind of holiness that has reached its peak and is domineering. It even makes people have the urge to worship. Lu Chuan is right. The current goddess is no longer the little girl she was before. Maybe this is her true appearance. Janna sighed inaudibly. Although the original Shaonizi god was more approachable, lively and lovable, the burden on her shoulders forced her to make such a change. Perhaps after this battle, no matter what the outcome, she would never meet Lu Chuan and his party again. But there's nothing we can do about it. Ari's eyes dimmed, but he just sighed softly. With their strength, they were too insignificant in front of the void creatures, and they could only turn around and run away. Since you can't fight alongside her, give her help. So after the battle, why would she rip her heart out to a group of people who could only run away? No, at this time, a hoarse voice came from Lu Chuan behind him. Huh? Janna and Ari both turned around curiously, only to see Lu Chuan lowering his head, and the hair on his forehead fell down, covering his sight. His fists were clenched tightly, and his whole body was trembling. Whether she is a god or a human being, she has always been unique. Changes or something, who can accept it? Lu Chuan raised his head and rushed towards the mountainside. Lu Chuan! Janna and Ari both exclaimed. But with their strength, they couldn't stop Lu Chuan at all. They could only watch helplessly as he rushed towards the top of the mountain. This guy. Why has it been so long and he still hasn't changed at all? He never consults with us before doing anything. He just does whatever comes to his mind. Who do you think we are? Janna stamped her feet angrily. Lu Chuan's the problem has always been a problem for her. Whenever something happens, he always takes the lead, regardless of what others behind him think. Okay, Janna, don't blame him. At this point, Ari's eyes softened. She stepped forward and gently held Janna's hand and said, the main reason why he is so impulsive every time is the reason, isn't it all because of us? Janna's delicate body trembled, even though that's what I said. If something hadn't happened to us, he would have been calmer than anyone else, because the others had nothing to do with him. It was precisely because of our situation that he would have been so anxious and angry. If something had happened to Lu Chuan, we would have definitely not. You'll be as calm as you are now, won't you? Janna sighed quietly. Although it is inappropriate to say that he is such a playboy, he really likes each of us very much and does not want any of us to be harmed in the slightest. He truly treats us as family. Family? Janna looked up and saw Lu Chuan, who had rushed halfway up the mountain. Mountain top. The gods were floating in the sky, with a hint of ice-cold chill in their beautiful pupils, and hummed softly, they are really a group of insatiable creatures. Kha'Zix finally stabilized his figure at this time, slowly got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at the god grimly. The god of the Valoran continent is indeed not in vain. You are like this with your figure and appearance, you are quite popular even if you are thrown into our void plane. If you agree to follow me back to the void and become a tool for the void clan to vent their lust, I can consider asking that adult to let you live. Listening to Kha'Zix saying such filthy words, and thinking of those grotesque and disgusting creatures of the void clan, the god's pretty face was covered with a layer of chill. Die. She pursed her lips slightly, pulled her hands out in the air, and an empty bow and arrow glowing with golden light was pulled into a full moon. There was no arrow, but at the top of the bow and arrow, a violent energy was condensed, and the energy was continuously compressed into a point at that moment. With the god's finger in the air, the empty arrows swirled upside down, and even the space was torn open, and dark cracks in the hollows on both sides could be seen. The arrows flew towards Kha'Zix on the ground, and in an instant, they struck in front of Kha'Zix. Chapter 338. Kha'Zix did not expect that the strength of the god was already so terrifying. He originally planned to hold the god back until the follow-up troops arrived one after another, as well as the adult. He must have stepped out of the void by now. But who knew that God would not give him any chance to breathe, and an arrow flew out directly. Looking at the arrow that seemed to be able to tear apart everything, Kha'Zix felt a chill down his spine, and he increased his body's speed to the extreme. But one leg was still pierced by the invisible arrow. Poof! Kha'Zix spurted out a mouthful of thick green blood. After the insect-like jointed legs were separated from the body, they were still twitching on the ground. The green blood splashed all over the ground, which made people feel sick just looking at it. Incessantly. Whoa! Just before Kha'Zix could recover from the pain, a strong wind blew over him. When he opened his eyes again, he found the pretty face of the god close at hand. The bow and arrow in her hand turned into a golden sword at some point. The sword was extremely sharp, and bursts of phoenix sounds came from it. Isn't it good to be alive? He heard God whisper in his ear. Then, the sharp sword easily pierced Kha'Zix's soft armor, which even the combined forces of several giant dragons could not penetrate just now. Pfft! Kha'Zix spurted out another burst of blood, looking at the god with wide eyes in disbelief. When did the gods of the Valoran plane become so powerful? This is impossible. Crack! The next moment, Kha'Zix's body exploded like broken glass and disappeared into the space. Dead. Rebecca, who fell not far away, said in a daze. No, it was not his body that died, but a branch of his soul. The power of the creatures of the Void Clan cannot be stopped by us in the Valoran plane. But if they want to enter this small plane of ours, they must not. If they don't shrink their huge bodies to 100 or even 1,000 times, their strength will also be reduced a lot. If their bodies want to rush into this plane rashly, they will definitely be squeezed into pieces by the small plane. After the god's words fell, he saw her flicking her hand with one hand again. A violent wind blade rolled up from around her, crushing all the remaining tens of millions of void-flying insects into pieces. You guys, please immediately leave for various countries in the Valoran continent to help those humans in need. Then, the god gave him a cold look. All the dragons looked at each other with displeasure in their hearts. They helped the gods break through to the divine level just because the world is facing an unprecedented crisis, but it does not mean that they surrender to the gods. In fact, the dragon clan and the gods had severed all contact thousands of years ago. After all, the gods at that time had fallen. But soon, the dragons realized that they had no intention of resisting her order. Although she was unhappy, the aura emanating from her body made people have to bow their heads and surrender to her, without even a hint of resistance. Yes. After all the dragons agreed, they transformed into dragon shapes, spread their wings and flew into the sky. They quickly disappeared without a trace, heading to the major countries of Valoran. The god slowly closed his eyes at this time, as if he was sensing whether there were any strong opponents around him. At this moment, a faint breath suddenly came towards her. Whoa! The god suddenly opened his eyes and set off a cyclone, knocking the incoming person away. Lu Chuan rolled on the ground several times before he managed to stabilize his body. Is it you? The god raised his eyebrows slightly, without any fluctuation on his face. That cold and emotionless face made Lu Chuan feel a little uncomfortable. Both the figure and the face of the god have changed. Although the overall appearance is more perfect than before, after all, the body shape of that cute little girl is very cute, but for a woman, it is obviously now she is more perfect. Lu Chuan got up from the ground in disgrace. Seeing the cold expression of the god, his mouth opened, but he couldn't say anything. If you have nothing to do, just leave. The farther you go, the better. This place may soon become a battlefield. The god paused and then said, the battlefield that determines Valoran's life and death. Can you change back? After hesitating for a moment, Lu Chuan finally plucked up the courage to ask. In the past, that little girl of God always stalked and pestered him, but Lu Chuan didn't take it seriously and even deliberately kept a distance from her. Now that the gods had returned to the divine level and began to distance themselves from him, Lu Chuan felt as if he had lost something. Perhaps in the eyes of gods, ordinary people like Lu Chuan are really not worth mentioning. Even if she dies, she probably won't shed a single tear. After all, for thousands of years, the god clan had a lot of outstanding people, and all of them were much better than Lu Chuan. I'm really cheap, Lu Chuan grinned with a wry smile. When the little girl chased him, he always put on airs, but now once she cooled down, she felt that she was very callous. What did she do wrong? Why should she be called ruthless just because she doesn't like herself or care about herself? Is it only you who is wrong? Change back. Sorry, this is my original appearance. The god raised his eyebrows lightly, due to the loss of power. It is unable to maintain the appearance of this body, resulting in extreme shrinkage in both body and strength. After all, a body of this level cannot be maintained by ordinary energy. Then can you not die? Lu Chuan clenched his fist and said, although it is disgusting for me to say such things now, I am just an ordinary person. And you are the whole Valoran god of the mainland, you should look down on me, but I still think, it would be best if you are fine. Are you done? Go back when you're done. You've used up all the time you had to talk to me. The god's voice was as cold as ice. Lu Chuan looked at the god in confusion. The pretty face of that little girl seemed to have appeared in front of him just now, as if he could see her frown and smile. And the heart-wrenching look when she hugged him tightly and sobbed, but now the god coldly refused. People are thousands of miles away. I hope you will forget all the memories of the past. At that time, my body and strength were much weakened, and my mind was also affected. The god showed a contemptuous smile and looked at Lu Chuan, who was about the same size as her. After regaining his strength, the god of heaven also grew taller. You don't really think that I will fall in love with a guy like you, do you? The god raised his lips. If you didn't like me, why would you go out of your way to save me again and again, even if it cost you your own strength? Lu Chuan's voice was trembling. It's just that everyone gets what they need, because without the help of a helper, it will not be so easy for me to return to my peak. The god's eyes became colder and colder. Go back and leave this place, no matter where you go, is fine. This is my last warning to you. Although the duty of the gods is to protect the world, I don't mind killing one or two ignorant humans. When she finished her last words, her voice was as sharp as an ice pick. I know. Lu Chuan loosened his fist weakly and walked slowly down the mountain step by step. When he was about to reach the mountain pass, he stopped again, turned around and smiled at the god. God will never die, right? The god just stared at Lu Chuan coldly, with a bit of disgust and disdain in his eyes. Lu Chuan let out an inaudible sigh and finally walked down the mountain slowly. Until his back and breath completely disappeared from the vicinity, the god's face finally couldn't hold back any longer, and his eyes suddenly turned red. I thought that my growth in divinity would make me forget this young and childish relationship. But seeing his lonely back walking down the mountain, I still couldn't hold back my tears. Because this meeting is the last time. No matter how good or bad he is, whether he is gentle or not, I can never feel it again. The god squatted on the ground helplessly, Inya biting his wrist desperately to prevent himself from crying, and even a bloody mark was bitten on his wrist. Sorry, your god is actually more embarrassed than anyone else, the god thought bitterly in his heart. Mingming heard that he would not cry if he clenched his wrist and used the pain to distract his attention. But the raging tears did not obey the command and rushed to his eyes. Because. No matter how much I like the person, but goodbye. Lu Chuan, goodbye. The god sobbed and closed his eyes. Chapter 339. Demacia. When Lu Chuan once again stood at the foot of the city gate, he was filled with emotions. It was an indescribable feeling. Once upon a time, this was my first stop, and it was also half of my home in Valoran. But now in Demacia, the city gate is closed, and you can even see a purple light slowly emerging from the city. The footsteps of the monsters in the void have obviously invaded here. Lu Chuan, does it really not matter about the gods? Janna asked worriedly. After coming down the mountain, Lu Chuan didn't say a word to them, but rushed back to Demacia without stopping. It's okay, let's go back to the palace with me. Lu Chuan took out the blood-drinking sword and said to Ari and Janna behind him. It is worth mentioning that although the deity has completely recovered to the divine level, she did not ask Lu Chuan for the small bead. Holding two girls in his arms, the blood crow wings spread out behind him, and he flew past the tall city wall in an instant. Looking around, the whole city is shrouded in purple-black mist. In the mist, you can see a few strange shadows emerging from time to time. They must be creatures from the void. Whoa! Lu Chuan stepped forward with the blood-drinking sword and directly cut off the nearest void creature. Even void creatures are divided into strengths and weaknesses. For example, these soldier-like reptiles or flying insects are only around the gold level in strength. Of course, even if this is the case, one has to lament the power of the void creatures. Even if any of the woven troops are picked out, they have a gold level. This level of combat power is obviously beyond the reach of the human legions in Valoran. Die! Ari burned her ancient bloodline, and lines slowly appeared on her pretty face. At the same time, the blue ball of light appeared in her hand and attacked the group of creatures wandering in the city. Janna exerted wind shield and wind energy on the two of them behind her. Although it was weak, it was somewhat effective. The three of them rushed all the way, cutting a green bloody road and heading straight to the palace. At this time, the palace is no longer what it used to be. It is far less majestic and beautiful than it used to be. The corpses of human soldiers are piled up in mountains, and blood flows into rivers, spreading deep into the palace. Can't even the imperial palace be spared? Lu Chuan frowned and shouted, "Follow me." With that said, he raised the blood-drinking sword again and killed all the void creatures he saw along the way. The three of them rushed to kill and broke into the palace. Nothing could be seen except corpses, piles of corpses, not even a shadow of a human being. Lu Chuan's face became even more gloomy. In Nuoda's palace, three people ran quickly, looking for those familiar faces from the past. At this moment, Lu Chuan suddenly heard a movement. Shoo! Lu Chuan stretched out his hand to stop the two girls, made a silencing gesture, and stepped softly. The voice became clearer and clearer, coming from behind a door in the distance. In addition to the sound of swords clashing, a woman's cry could also be heard faintly. Let's go! Lu Chuan waved his hand without further ado and rushed forward. Janna and Ari looked at each other and followed closely behind. After arriving at the door, Lu Chuan kicked it open and immediately saw a room full of people. Those familiar faces. Jiawen, Galen, Xin Zhao, Demi, Sona, Lux, and even Casey, who has been helping him take care of the department store on West Street. But they were all tied together and their mouths were stuffed with linen. Seeing Lu Chuan suddenly barging in, the group of people were stunned and immediately overjoyed. Especially the expressions of Demi and the other three girls can even be described as excited. But now was not the time to reminisce about old times. Lu Chuan saw the man next to him who exuded a purple-black aura. He had some memories. The man seemed to be the commander of the Demacia army and was in charge of the ordinary army. During the battle in Demacia, he went into battle himself and suffered a lot of injuries. But looking at his appearance at this time, it was obvious that he had been infected by the purple-black mist, and now his whole aura had a faint hint of evil and hostility. Ari, Janna. Lu Chuan said calmly, and the two girls behind him understood and ran to Jiawen's side. The Legion commander who was stained by the void mist was about to make a move, but Lu Chuan got one step ahead and put the blood-drinking sword on his neck. "Don't move, this sword can easily cut your throat," Lu Chuan said coldly, while glancing aside with his peripheral vision. After Ari and Jana loosened all the ropes tied to everyone, he continued, "Take them out first, and I'll handle it here." "Okay." Jana agreed, and walked out of the door behind Lu Chuan with the group. But Lu Chuan suddenly felt a pair of small hands wrapping around his waist from behind. Turning around to look, he found that it was Demi who was hugging him tightly and pressing her face against his back. "Honey, you are finally back." Lu Chuan flicked his wrist and almost shook the blood-drinking sword away. "Demi, you go out first, I'll tell you after I finish handling this place." Who knew that Demi would not let go? "I don't care, we haven't seen each other for so long, I thought you would never come back after sleeping with me." Lu Chuan could feel more than two cold gazes behind him without looking back. "Ari!" He could only shout helplessly, and Ari stepped forward and dragged Demi away forcefully. "Don't pull me. I'm talking to my husband, get out of the way." "Why do you touch her?" Demi's voice gradually faded away. After everyone left, Lu Chuan turned his head and slowly looked at the officer. I'm sorry. Although you have contributed to Demacia, but the matter has come to this, I can only hope that you will live a happier life in heaven." Lu Chuan said solemnly, then raised his sword and dropped it. Pfft. The officer spurted out a mouthful of blood, looking down at the sword that was inserted straight into his chest with his eyes widened. It wasn't until the last moment that the air around him quickly dissipated, and he returned to his original appearance. He said to Lu Chuan with blood on his lips and teeth, I don't blame you, please save our country." "I'll try my best." Lu Chuan clenched his fists and lowered his head. With a splash, the officer fell to the ground, his breath completely dissipated, and Lu Chuan could only sigh silently. Scenes like this must have occurred countless times before he arrived. People infected with the breath of void began to become cruel, their strength increased, and they would be cruel to their most loyal and even their loved ones. How many innocent lives were killed by the invasion of the Void clan? Even now, he has to take away the people closest to him. When he thought that the gods might be killed by the Lord of the Void soon, Lu Chuan's heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly by a strong hand, and it hurt. But there is no way around it, because he is too weak now. At this moment, Lu Chuan suddenly felt a black shadow flash out of the corner of his eye. Who? Lu Chuan turned his head and found a black shadow slowly floating and stopping not far in front of him. "Come here, young man. I have something to say to you," the black shadow said slowly with an old voice. Chapter 340. Luoluo sat alone on the top of the mountain of the forest of origin fire, with his hands around his calves and his chin on his knees. She looked into the distance with a somewhat hollow look, not knowing what she was thinking in her big eyes. Maybe I'm missing home, or maybe I'm missing someone. After a long time, she sighed softly, and her eyes became sad. It would be better if you give me a few more days, so that I can occupy him unscrupulously for a few days. She pouted her lips with some regret. But soon, she cheered up again. Anyway, I am also a god, how can I be entangled in the emotions of these mortals? However, this mood did not last long, and her little face became aggrieved again. Sure enough, it would be better to give him a few more days. After all, there are still a lot of things I haven't said to him. Luoluo kept changing her mood like this. In the end, she felt extremely complicated. She could only grab a handful of hair in frustration and said, I don't think about it anymore. I won't see it anymore anyway. I don't think about it that much. Use. Yes, it's useless to think so much. At this time, a sinister voice sounded behind her. The hair all over Luoluo stood up. She is the only god in the plane of Valoran. In this continent, her power is supreme, and no one can compare with her. But at this time, someone could appear behind her without her noticing. In other words, the figure behind is not a creature from the Valoran plane. Luoluo dodged and retreated tens of meters away, and saw a masked figure behind him, with faint purple light exuding around the figure. Do I scare you that much? Jia. The slender purple-black figure slowly walked towards her. Luoluo's face turned pale instantly, as if recalling a very bad memory, and his whole body was trembling faintly. She shivered and backed away. Although Luoluo had made enough preparations before this, she knew that she was going to face a difficult battle. But she still underestimated the fear that made the air boil when this guy suddenly appeared. The guy with a colorless mask in front of him is the ruler of the void who almost wiped out all the gods thousands of years ago. No one knows how powerful he is. But when he wiped out the whole army of the gods like strangling ants, he only used less than 1/10 of his strength. Because he has more power, he cannot be brought into this plane, and even the world of this plane cannot carry all his power. This is an existence that can wipe out the entire continent of Valoran with just a raise of his hand. The energy of the Valoran plane is indeed as pure as ever. It is truly a rare holy land for cultivation. He greedily took a deep breath of the air in front of him. Luoluo stared at him, his fingers quietly hidden behind his back, and he quickly formed the talisman. She planned to use that move when his vigilance was at its lowest. The top forbidden art of the gods. Because Luoluo understood very clearly that the gap between them was so big that even thousands of years could not fill the gap. Are you doing a little trick? The masked man just said softly. Luoluo's face turned pale, and the speed of the seal became slower. Unexpectedly, he didn't even miss a small movement, and the god was seen through at a glance. If I remember correctly, you should be the last god in this plane, right? The masked man slowly walked forward, stood in front of the god, and then gently reached out to lift her hair. Yes, he is also the last god who can kill you. No, don't underestimate me. Luoluo's voice was trembling, even though she tried her best to hide it. Such a powerful creature cannot be defeated no matter what, right? It must be impossible to beat. Even if we risk the existence of the entire Valoran plane, we can't fight him. Only now did Luoluo realize how small and pitiful he was. In front of such a powerful creature, she couldn't even stabilize her body and stop trembling. He always belittles himself every day and talks about me every day. In the end, he is nothing more than a ridiculous larvae. I have to say that the Protoss women in the Valoran plane really have a strange attraction. The masked man gently sniffed the faint fragrance from Lolo's hair. Why don't we make a deal? How? What a deal. Give your body to me, and I guarantee that the Valoran plane will not disappear. The masked man looked at Lolo greedily. Although Luoluo couldn't see his face under the mask, the aura exuding from his body at this time was full of lustful greed. Luoluo didn't even know what his real body looked like. If he was played to death by such a creature, it would probably be the most unacceptable thing in the world, right? Really? But Luoluo still asked subconsciously. If she can use her own sacrifice to exchange for the future of the entire Valoran plane, she is really willing to do so. Of course. The fundamental purpose of our Void Clan's invasion of Valoran is just to demand the pure energy of your plane. Do you really think that the ability to kill some eggs that are just born by our larva clan can't be compared to ours? Are the inhabitants of Valoran something we love and are passionate about? Luoluo suddenly felt that what he said made sense. Because for the Void Clan, they are much stronger than the people in the Valoran plane. A strong person may get pleasure from constantly killing the weak. But a strong person will never get pleasure from killing ants. Humans can easily decide the life or death of ants on the ground. But no normal person enjoys killing ants every day. I promise you. Luoluo said through gritted silver teeth. Lovely god, shouldn't you show some sincerity first? The masked man looked at Luoluo's exquisite and graceful body. Do you want to do it here? It's the same everywhere. I just want to see your sincerity as a god, otherwise I will have a headache when the time comes. Okay. Luoluo seemed to have made up his mind, reaching out and untying the belt around his waist. For her, this method can save the safety of Valoran, which is a better choice than using the forbidden technique that will lead to death. It's not that Luoluo is afraid of death. Simply because once she dies, nothing will be known. Even if someone from the Void Clan invades again in the future, there is nothing she can do. But if she just becomes his toy, at least she is still alive, and she can clearly know the situation in Valoran. I'm sorry, Lu Chuan. Luoluo lowered his head, thinking silently in his heart. Her body was not given to the person she loved the most. Perhaps this was the biggest regret in her life. Are you kidding? She is my wife. At this time, a blood-red light suddenly came from a distance. That familiar roar filled Luoluo's mind. She raised her head in disbelief and saw the blood-red meteor on the horizon and that familiar face. Inexplicably, her tears fell. Bang! Lu Chuan punched the masked man hard. The masked man flew out like a cannonball and hit the ground directly, making a big crater in the ground. Lu Chuan flicked his wrist, and the blood-drinking sword appeared in his hand. He held the blood-drinking sword and kept slashing towards the pit on the ground, using up all his strength. Dozens of streaks of bloody sword energy continued to emerge, splitting the ground into countless deep ravines. Ha, ha, Lu Chuan gasped, and a fire dragon emerged from his palm. Buzz! The raging fire surrounded the pit, burning crazily. Lu Chuan, why are you? Luoluo looked at Lu Chuan in a daze, tears still falling. Lu Chuan walked up to Luoluo, tied the belt around her waist again with his own hands. Pinched her face hard and said, "Don't you have the consciousness to be someone else's wife? A person who becomes a wife is you absolutely cannot cuckold your husband, do you understand?" Hearing Lu Chuan say such domineering and loving words for the first time, Luo Luo felt a strong sense of happiness welling up in his heart. Her cheeks turned blood red. I just can't help it, I don't want to. She was as helpless as a child at this time. When this time is over, I will marry you. Even if you are a god, I will marry you. Lu Chuan took Luo Luo's hand. There was a smile in the corners of Luo Luo's eyes. She had been waiting for this moment for too long. But in the next moment, blood suddenly overflowed from the corner of Lu Chuan's mouth. Lu Chuan, what's wrong with you? Luo Luo's face turned pale. The figure of the masked man appeared behind Lu Chuan, and a bloody long sword pierced Lu Chuan's chest. That sword was the blood-drinking sword in Lu Chuan's hand. Although there is no pleasure in trampling ants to death. Only by occasionally trampling one to death can they feel the value of life. Otherwise, it would be very uncomfortable to have ants crawling on them all day long. The masked man said coldly that he would drink blood. The sword was drawn. Lu Chuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lu Chuan, are you okay? Luolua's lips trembled. Why was Lu Chuan, who had proposed to her just a moment ago, now lying on the ground covered in blood? Whoa! The masked man raised his hand, and a bloody severed arm flew into the air. No! Luoluo screamed. Whoa! Another severed arm flew several meters away. No, don't, you can't kill him. Luoluo shivered and stared at Lu Chuan on the ground, whose arms had been cut off. There was no more color on her face. But she couldn't stop the monster. How could the ants resist the lifting of their legs? Without any hesitation, the masked man finally thrust the blood-drinking sword into Lu Chuan's throat. Lu Chuan's breath completely disappeared. No! Luo Luo seemed to be crazy at this time, and his whole body was trembling crazily. She picked up Lu Chuan's broken arm and placed it next to Lu Chuan. She pulled out the blood-drinking sword from Lu Chuan's throat. She yelled, falling to her knees. Didn't you say you wanted to marry me? Please stand up and marry me. You liar. You men are all liars. I've been waiting for so long. I've been waiting for so long. She lay weakly on Lu Chuan's body and cried loudly. What a boring woman. It seems there is no point in keeping her. Let's kill her together. The masked man snorted coldly, and a purple-black light group that could distort space appeared in his palm. But the next moment, the light group suddenly disappeared. You can't kill her, she is the only remaining god in this plane. Another figure tore open the gap in the space and slowly walked out. Huh, are you here to stop me again, prophet of the void? The masked man smiled softly. Even if you are the supreme ruler of the void plane, you cannot break the connection between the planes. There are higher rulers on the void plane, and they will not let you go. Behavioral. In addition to saying some disgusting words all day long, do you have any other role? Mr. Malzahar. The mask said humanely. My strength is indeed less than 1/10 of yours, but in this plane, you may not be able to defeat me. Malzahar stared at the masked man coldly. Stop it, the void plane will be because of you were completely annihilated for what you did. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. The ruler of the higher plane you are talking about has been mentioned for thousands of years, but why have I never seen him once? He is just a fabrication in your mind. A character that comes out, right? Whatever you say, but I will definitely stop you this time. Malzahar formed a seal with his hands. Under the masked man's feet, where the ground was originally, a black hole appeared, glowing with purple-black mist. Then let me see how far your strength has improved after sleeping for so long. The masked man raised his hand, and extremely rich black mist poured out. Pada. A graceful figure stood beside Luo Luo. The woman sighed inaudibly. Even after reaching the divine level, this plane is still as fragile as ever. Get up. The gods on this continent should do more things at this time instead of squatting here and crying. The woman said softly. Seeing that Luo Luo ignored her, she said again. Don't you want to avenge your beloved? The next moment, the crying stopped suddenly. Luo Luo looked back at the visitor with his eyes that were swollen from crying. She couldn't see her appearance clearly, but she was surrounded by purple-black mist. This is the sign of a void creature. But she doesn't look like a creature in the void, her body shape is more like a human from the Valoran plane. Don't think too much. I was once a person from the Valoran plane. Later, I lived in the void with Lord Malzahar. But unlike those void creatures, I am here to help you. The woman said calmly. Help me? Well, this plane cannot disappear yet, otherwise it will be eradicated together with the void plane. The woman said calmly. Why? Because above the void plane, there is a higher plane that monitors it. That plane is called the ruling plane. It controls all planes, large and small. So that they are connected to each other. Malza Mr. Hades foresaw the future. If the Lord of the Void is not stopped, after he invades the continent of Valoran, the void plane will also be destroyed by higher worlds. Although Luoluo had vaguely guessed about this illusion a long time ago, now that she heard the woman say it, she was still extremely shocked. Then, if I carry him to the highest plane, is there any way to resurrect him? Luoluo asked with a cry. Yes, but you can't reach that plane. The woman said lightly. How come? Just like the upper plane cannot bring the body to the lower plane, people from the lower plane cannot go to the upper plane. Even Lord Malzahar has only been able to spy on the upper plane for thousands of years. Some of the lifestyles of these creatures make it impossible to communicate with them. Okay, now is not the time for you to hesitate. Use your forbidden skills. I will assist you. The woman's voice became colder. I know. Luoluo took a deep breath and slowly stood up from the ground. Even though there were still wet tears on her cheeks, even though her eyes were red and swollen from crying. But now is her best time to fight back. Someone has held back the Void Dominator for her. Luoluo opened her palms, and in her palms, a subtle golden light appeared. Then a square transparent frame was slowly opened, like a barrier. This is the supreme forbidden technique of the gods, the Cage of God. It is obviously several times more powerful than the Oracle Barrier. The release rule of the Oracle Barrier is to imprison people in a barrier, but as long as the power is higher than the caster himself, he can easily break out of the barrier. However, the binding principle of the Cage of God is that its barrier cannot be destroyed until it leaves this plane, no matter how powerful the imprisoned person itself is. This absolute ability of the weak to restrain the strong has obviously broken the balance principle of nature. Perhaps the superior plane does not allow such an ability that violates the law of balance to appear. Therefore, the most basic principle was also imposed on the Cage of God. The caster himself will be imprisoned in the cage together with the imprisoner. And once the barrier is formed, it can never disappear. This is the highest forbidden technique of the God Clan. When the God Clan was about to be destroyed, the Patriarch personally gave it to Luoluo. At this point, Luoluo had no other choice. She glanced at the tragically dead Lu Chuan with red eyes, her whole body trembling slightly. I'll avenge you. Buzz. With a burst of light, the god's cage instantly stretched to a length of 10 feet, and a holy wave emitted from it was felt by everyone present. Go. The woman said softly, while raising a slight arc at the corner of her mouth. Malzahar seemed to realize something and turned around, only to see Luoluo about to step into the cage with one foot. He shouted angrily at the woman, "What have you done? Didn't I tell you that she can't die? I'm sorry. Please forgive me for being selfish as a woman. Rather than letting Lord Malzahar himself be the substitute, I would rather she disappear with the Dominator instead of Lord Malzahar." The corner of the woman's mouth showed at this time a hint of madness. It turned out that Malzahar had made a decision when he and his assistants went to the plane of Valoran. He knew that the Protoss possessed a powerful forbidden technique. But the Valoran plane cannot be without the support of the gods, otherwise it will affect higher planes. He planned to use himself as a sacrifice in exchange for the life of the god-level Luoluo. It's just that this damn assistant, for the sake of his children's personal relationship, turned a deaf ear to his words and encouraged Luoluo to step into the barrier. But at this time, Malzahar could no longer get away. He could only watch as Luoluo stepped into the plane. At this moment, a figure suddenly came from behind Luoluo, knocking her staggering and falling to the side. Once this forbidden technique is released, all the physical strength will be exhausted. Now Luoluo is hit unexpectedly and has no way to stabilize his body. When she came to her senses and turned to look over, she found Lu Chuan breathing heavily, with one eye open and looking at her with blood on his face. Lu Chuan. Luoluo's eyes were full of surprise. She didn't know why Lu Chuan, who was clearly dead, stood up again now. Although he looked so miserable, his arms had been chopped off, there was a bloody hole in his throat, and he was covered in blood. This savior, let me be the savior, this world cannot be without God, although the God of this world is not as cold as imagined. Lu Chuan grinned softly, and then a hint of absolute certainty flashed in his eyes. Color. He stepped into the barrier. At that moment, the barrier took effect immediately. A powerful and irresistible force bound the Dominator's ankles not far away. Damn, is it this kind of enchantment again? The ruler had obviously heard of this kind of enchantment, but by the time he reacted, it was already too late. The cage of God quickly spread toward him, pulling him in instantly. Die with me. Lu Chuan opened one eye and grinned at him. Although the strength of the two is not on the same level at all, their fate and ending are the same. Are you kidding? The Void Ruler used all his strength to condense a ball of black mist and hit the barrier heavily. Although a huge noise was heard, there was not even a crack in the barrier. Come back with me, this is not the place you should come to. Malzahar raised one palm lightly, and the barrier was propped up by him in the air. Then he jumped and got in through the torn space. Shwa! Just when the Void Ruler disappeared from this plane, the black clouds shrouding the sky also dissipated at this moment. The void creatures completely disappeared from this plane. Is it over? Luoluo stared blankly at the calm sky. The barrier that could only be released by sacrificing one person was replaced by Lu Chuan. She collapsed on the ground, unable to say a word. Even if the crisis of doomsday has been resolved, so what? The person she loved the most was gone. Chapter 341. Time flies, 5 years have passed. With the plain battle that took place at night and did not even disturb many people, the continent of Valoran returned to peace again. People only vaguely remember that there was a period of time 5 years ago when strange creatures appeared in all major countries and they brutally killed humans. These creatures only lasted for less than a few days before disappearing without a trace. As governments suppressed the news, people began to believe that those creatures were the product of technological failure. No matter what, no matter how big things are, they will eventually be gradually forgotten as time goes by. The outskirts of Demacia City. A small courtyard located at the foot of a green mountain. Although the courtyard is very ordinary and inconspicuous, what is different from the past is that the guests who come to the courtyard today are very prominent. A luxurious carriage stopped at the entrance of the courtyard. A woman in a golden tulle dress got out of the carriage. Several attendants bowed to her respectfully. Your Highness Demi, you have arrived. I understand, you go back first, go back and tell Brother Wang that I will stay here today. Demi said lightly. Yes. Several attendants drove the carriage away. Demi was holding a little girl in her hand who was only about 5 or 6 years old. The little girl looked as delicate as a porcelain doll. Her big black eyes were staring curiously at the surroundings and she pinched her nose with her hands. Mom, this place looks very shabby. Why are you here? Let's go back. I don't want to spend the night in such a shabby place. The little girl pursed her lips, and her delicate look was exactly the same as Demi's before. Demi's eyes were filled with endless love. She gently picked up the little girl and said, We are coming to visit your father. Isn't Dad dead? The little girl, who had not seen her dad since she was born, looked puzzled. Dad, he is a great hero. He has always lived in everyone's hearts. Demi smiled softly and knocked on the door of the yard. Sister Jana, it's me. Demi? Come right away. An elegant voice came from the room, but it quickly turned into anger. Lu Xiaobei, stop. Finish your meal before we talk. A little boy who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old ran into the yard without looking back. We'll eat later. Sister Kur is here. I'm going to take off her pants. Demi's face was filled with black lines as she watched a handsome little boy run out of the house and run straight in front of her. Her daughter was so frightened that she hid behind her. Mom, save me, yes, there is a pervert. She clutched the hem of Demi's skirt tightly and looked at Lu Xiaobei with a look like, I'll cry for you if you dare to come here. Sister Kur, don't be afraid, ask your brother to help you do your annual body checkup. Lu Xiaobei stretched out his hand like a big bad wolf. I don't want to check anything. Mom said girls can't show their butts to others, you should leave quickly. Kur was so frightened that she screamed at Lu Xiaobei. Don't be afraid, brother is a warrior who has reached the silver realm. Let brother, boom. Ouch, it hurts. Before Lu Xiaobei could finish speaking, a bump appeared on his head. Jana's face was covered with frost, and she lifted Lu Xiaobei up, go back to the house and finish the meal. And who did you learn this problem from? How can you be as virtuous as your father? Lu Xiaobei rubbed his head with a look of grievance on his face, my aunt taught me this. She said that as a man, the first thing you must learn is to take off a girl's pants. Your aunt is a fox. You can't believe what she says. Go and eat quickly. We still have things to do after dinner. Jana put Lu Xiaobei on the ground, and the kid ran back as soon as he hit the ground. This child. Janna sighed helplessly, looked at Demi again, nodded slightly. Here he is, have you eaten? If not, I will make some. I've already eaten. Demi smiled, Sister Janna is really getting more and more beautiful. Janna's pretty face turned slightly red, no way, she's almost turning into an old woman. Lu Xiaobei's child is something I worry about all the time. Taking care of him every day makes me age several years. Although this is true, after 5 years of accumulation, Janna's face not only has no wrinkles, but has become more elegant and charming. After all, she had calculated everything, and she was only around 27 or 80 years old now, which is the most mature and elegant age for a woman. Hey, Demi is here. At this time, another pretty figure slowly came down from the mountains in the distance, and waved to say hello to Demi not far away. Sister Ollie. Demi chuckled. Hey, old woman, I've arranged everything over there, and everything that needs to be prepared is ready. Since Demi is here too, let's just pack up and go up the mountain. Tum. After the words fell, Ari also had a bump on his head. Who do you call an old woman? Janna's pretty face turned cold. TSK, how can a woman who has given birth to a child be compared to a woman like me who has not been mined yet and has a girlish vibe all over her body? Ari said with a smug look on his face. It's time to find a man to marry yourself off. Janna sighed softly. Let's talk about it later. Ali waved his hand impatiently. By the way, what kind of knowledge do you teach Xiaobei all day long? When he saw Kur, he pounced on her like a wolf. Janna said with a sidelong glance. Of course, Sister Kur is so pretty and cute, so it's natural for her to pounce on her. Ali grinned and reached out to touch Kur's head. This is his biological sister. Sister, isn't it the best? As soon as Ali spoke, he received another solid punch on the head. Hey, old lady, this is enough. You dare to hit me so many times in front of outsiders. Do you really think I am a vegetarian? Ali rolled up his sleeves. What? You want to fight? It just so happens that I haven't taught you a lesson in many years, and now your foxtail is almost up to the sky. Afraid of you? Watch the trick. Demi's face was full of black lines as she looked at the two sisters who were fighting in front of her and billowing smoke. The relationship between these two people is still as good as ever. Quickly, Lu Xiaobei devoured his lunch. Then let's set off. Janna glanced at the hilltop not far away. Well, let's go. Ali and Demi both nodded. The city-state of Noxus. The Supreme Leadership Conference Hall. Several of the power holders in Noxus, headed by Darius, were very respectful and swatted away. They looked very unladylike sitting on the stools, and even had their thighs raised on the table. A petite and cute beautiful girl. This is the city-state's financial revenue bill for this month, and these are the protection fees for Lord God. Darius wiped the sweat from his forehead and handed it over respectfully with a small cloth bag. Luoluo tossed the gold coin bag with his hand, and then showed a look of dissatisfaction. How many times have I told you, please call me the invincible super beautiful girl in the universe. You, the invincible super beautiful girl in the universe. Darius almost bit his tongue before finishing the sentence with difficulty. If the residents of Noxus saw that their country's god of war would actually nod and bow in front of a little girl, they would probably be so surprised that they could not open their mouths from ear to ear. Okay, now that you've passed the test in Noxus, it's time to go to Demacia to collect taxes. Lolo clapped his hands and walked out of the conference room with his long, white legs. Until she walked out completely, everyone in the group lowered their waists and didn't even dare to make a sound. After Lolo left, Draven breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Darius in confusion. Brother, why do we have to please a girl so much? Brother, your aura has already reached the diamond level, right? My stupid brother, do you know how terrifying the guy who walked out just now is? Darius sighed. How scary. She is the only god-level powerful person in the Valoran plane. Draven was so surprised that he couldn't speak. It's impossible, she looks like a little girl who hasn't even fully developed yet, but she's actually the only god. I don't know what kind of man such a woman will be conquered. I'm afraid I won't be able to find one in the entire Valoran continent. Darius sighed in his heart. After walking out of Noxus City, Lolo threw the gold coins he got into his storage bag. Over the past few years, Luoluo has also thought about it. Why should I, as a god, serve these lowly humans unconditionally and even risk my life? You should charge some protection fees no matter what. And they have to go door to door to collect it. If anyone doesn't give it, let them see the power of Xiaquanquan. Luoluo's delicate jade feet gently tapped the ground, and his whole body rushed towards Demacia. Buzz. A strong air flow rolled up. Under a tree outside the city of Noxus, before a single leaf fell to the ground, Lolo was already standing on the top of Damasia's Trial of Courage Tower, looking down at this building that made her filled with emotion. City. The boy who fell from the sky who was chosen by her has been away from her for 5 years now. The breeze blew her silky hair as she stared at the mountain not far away. That was the place where he was buried. Although there was no body, a tombstone also carried the nostalgia and memories of many people. Would you like to go and have a look? I haven't been there in 5 years. Luoluo said to himself. After struggling for a moment, Luoluo shook his head and said, let's forget it. It's useless to look at it. On the contrary, I will feel uncomfortable. She was afraid that when she saw that tombstone and the gentle smiling face on that tombstone, she would not be able to hold back her tears. Obviously no one would wipe her tears no matter how much she cried until she passed out. That, Lord God. At this time, an old voice slowly came. What's wrong? My butler. The god put aside his gloomy mood. The blind date you have arranged for you has arrived at the gate of your castle. Do you want to go back and meet him? The old voice continued. Yes, in the past few years, Lolo built a castle of her own on the top of the volcano in the forest of origin fire. And hired an old man from the dragon tribe to be her housekeeper. When Luolua's strength reaches the god level bloodline in his body awakens, and naturally the powerful pressure cannot be resisted by the dragon clan. Therefore, the old man, who was still quite prestigious in the dragon clan, had no choice but to serve as the housekeeper for her. He had to clean Nuada's castle spotlessly every day, which was also an embarrassment to his old bones. If we don't meet, we won't have a date. Old Long said helplessly, Lord God, you have rejected 99 people before this. Then let this give me 3 digits. But the bloodline of the gods must be passed on after all, the Valoran plane needs more god-level experts. It's none of my business. This world needs god-level strong men. Do I need to be to give birth to more strong men in this world? My husband has long said that we can't give him this when he is away. Cuckold, I have to wait for him to come back. As he spoke, Luolua's voice became choked. Old Long sighed slightly and broke off the mental communication between them. 5 years have passed, but this Lord God still has not come out of his shadow. But the person she is waiting for will never come back. This is a fact. It's better to go and take a look, just take a look. Luoluo wiped away her tears and mustered up her courage. The next moment, she arrived at the top of the mountain. Saw a few familiar faces. However, she did not disturb them, but quietly leaned behind a big tree. Jenna skillfully lit a few sticks of incense and inserted them on the tomb. She clasped her palms together gently with a soft smile on her face. Xiao Bei, Kur, quickly kneel down and kowtow to your father. Just when Jenna finished speaking, a crack was suddenly torn open in the clear sky. Ah! I want to die, why do I have to fall from such a high place every time? Is there any water below? Why don't you even give me a pond this time? You want to kill me? Is there anyone? Anyone, please help me, a burst of heartbreaking shouting was heard. Jenna blankly shifted her gaze to midair. There was a familiar shadow falling from the sky. That's Lu Chuan. Jenna's pupils shrank slightly. Tum. At this moment, Lu Chuan fell into his own grave. Fuck, I scared Daddy to death. He didn't fall to death like this, bah. Lu Chuan spat out a mouthful of mud. When he looked up, he saw 2 children looking at him stupidly. A little boy looks handsome, and his eyebrows are somewhat similar to him. The other little girl is sweet and cute, but there is a hint of timidity in her eyes. Why are there 2 more children here? Lu Chuan was just wondering when the 2 children opened their mouths. Hello Daddy. Lu Chuan. Wait a minute, who do you call Daddy? I'm only 20 years old now. Lu Chuan's scalp was numb. As a result, before he could recover, a gust of fragrant wind hit his face. He raised his head and saw a familiar pretty face, but it became a little more charming than before. Hello, Jana. Lu Chuan smiled. Before he could speak, he felt a pair of soft lips coming to his mouth. Wow, Mom actually kissed a strange man. Isn't this true? Lu Xiaobei looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. He was still too young and there were still many things he didn't understand. He wanted to ask his aunt for confirmation. As a result, when I was about to touch my aunt's supple tail, I saw my aunt disappear. Huh? Where's my aunt? Auntie is in front. Lu Kira pointed forward, and Lu Xiaobei looked forward. He found that his aunt was violently pushing his mother away, and then she was vying to give her red lips to the strange man. This, Lu Xiaobei felt that his worldview seemed to be a bit collapsed. Ah! Mom! What are you doing? At this time, Lu Kuer was heard exclaiming. Because at this time, even Demi rushed forward, snatched Lu Chuan from Ah Li's mouth, and kissed him eagerly. I feel, it's better for the two of us to leave here. Lu Xiaobei swallowed and pulled Lu Kuer's delicate little hand. After taking only 2 steps, he saw another young lady. This young lady was so beautiful that even Lu Xiaobei stood there for a moment, staring at her in a daze. What a beautiful sister. I always feel like she shines, like a god. Don't look. I will definitely be more beautiful than her when I grow up. Lu Qiu took Lu Xiaobei's hand angrily and dragged him away. I'm telling you, could you please step aside a little bit? As a group of women surrounded Lu Chuan and rushed to kiss him first, a gloomy voice sounded from behind him. Looking back, they saw the god standing there with a gloomy expression. Lord God! You bastard, where have you been in the past 5 years? Luo rushed forward and punched Lu Chuan hard in the stomach. Lu Chuan felt a pain in his abdomen and bent down. No, you don't need to give such a big gift as soon as you meet. But the next moment, Luo inevitably fell into the trap. With a blush on her face, she lifted up her hair, gently raised Lu Chuan's chin, and kissed him on the lips. Although there was the taste of other women on his lips at this time, Luo didn't mind at all. She had been waiting for this kiss for a long, long time. Hey, let me tell you, even if you are a god, daring to snatch a man is too much, right? Seeing Luo being so devoted, the other women suddenly became unhappy and stepped forward to pull Luo away. Don't drag me. It's none of your business if I kiss my husband. Luo said vaguely, and she even stuck her tongue into Lu Chuan's mouth. That's my man, your husband, please show some respect. You are the one who is shameless. He and I are the purest, you have all been played by him, and I am the only one who has not been played by him yet, so let Lu Chuan play with me tonight. Can you please restrain yourself? You are a woman. You can actually say such mean things. Humph, even though you pretend to be pure, you still don't really long for him to stuff something hard and long into yours. That's enough. Don't you want to know how I came back? At this time, Lu Chuan yelled. The world is finally quiet. Several women stared at him angrily. You still have the nerve to come back. That's right. After waiting for you for 5 years, you want to come back now? It's really best for you to die, a scumbag like you who has stepped on several boats. I can't agree more. It's okay not to want such a man. Seeing the women chattering again, Lu Chuan helplessly told the truth. It turned out that as early as that day 5 years ago, a mysterious figure appeared in front of him. The old man who claimed to be the guardian of time gave him a tool that could resurrect him. Huh? Resurrection? Isn't that too fake? Ali glared at Lu Chuan. It's fake enough to travel to this world, so don't worry about such small details. Then since you can be resurrected, why didn't you come back earlier and make me so worried? Luo said with red eyes. Ahem, I originally wanted to come back early, but if I want to come back, I have to tear open the rift in the plane. The prophet from the void plane told me that if I want to tear open the rift in the plane again, I need to wait for 5 years, so all we can do is wait. Lu Chuan spread his hands helplessly. Just when he finished speaking, Luo directly wrapped her arms around Lu Chuan's waist. The next moment she touched the ground with one foot and flew into the air. Hey! You damn god, what are you doing? Put him down. Ari shouted angrily on the ground. I won't give it to you. Let me use it for a few days first. Luo made a face towards the ground. Just as her voice fell into the ears of several women, her figure had already disappeared. After all, he is a god-level powerhouse. It is really easy to rob someone. Forget it, I'm afraid she misses Lu Chuan as much as we do. She will return him in a few days. Jana smiled softly. Hey, why are you still so gentle now? Aren't you sad that your man was abducted by another woman? Ali was furious. Really, I originally wanted to take advantage of tonight to sneak into his room to do something shameful, but now I was beaten to it. Of course I will be sad, but now I will be more happy. Jana chuckled, tears slowly flowing down. Ari stared blankly at Jana's tears, as if he understood something. Yes, as long as he can come back alive and healthy, that's better than anything else. Because the Lu Chuan she missed was finally back. Wait a minute, Lord God, are you kidnapping me? Lu Chuan looked at the gloomy flames on both sides. He seemed to be in a castle with no lights on. Yes, I kidnapped you. This is your punishment. Who do you think I cried for countless times? Luo Luo choked. Looking at her red eyes, Lu Chuan's heart softened. Before he could respond, Luo Luo threw herself into his arms and looked up at Lu Chuan affectionately. Fuck me. Wait a minute, your words are too dramatic. The softer one? Playing with me? It just doesn't sound right. Anyway, I just want it. Luo Luo got into a childish temper and kept squirming in Lu Chuan's arms, which made Lu Chuan feel itchy in his heart. I like you the most, Lu Chuan. At this time, a very shy voice reached Lu Chuan's ears from Luo Luo, who was standing on tiptoes. Lu Chuan smiled softly and hugged Luo Luo's soft waist with his backhand. I also like the god in our world the most. The end.